My name is Lu Zhe. The story begins in the year 2050 at Rongqing No. 23 High School, where the new homeroom teacher of Class 23, Grade 12, Wang Su, encountered an extremely perplexing situation. Over the past 2 months, he had received 10 letters one after another, each envelope addressed with Class 23, Grade 12, to be opened by Lu Zhe personally. Yet there was no student by that name in his class. Moreover, it was 2050, with communication technology so advanced, someone still chose to send messages via snail mail. How bizarre. Staring at the pile of letters in the corner of his desk, Wang Su felt both troubled and curious. Finally, on a night when he worked late into the evening, sitting alone in the office after a long internal struggle, he did something improper. He rationalized to himself that maybe the letters had been delivered to him by mistake and that he was just trying to clear things up. Then, picking one up at random, he carefully opened it in the dark. Opening the letter, he was met with bold and vigorous calligraphy that filled the page with imposing grandeur. Such fine penmanship, he thought inwardly before softly reading aloud, "Dear Teacher Lu, I hope this letter finds you well. Your student Song Yu has come to fulfill our promise after 40 years. That year in classroom 13, when I hoisted my backpack to leave, it was you who saved this lost teenager at the crossroads. You supported and encouraged me ever since to forge ahead. Today I finally stand at heights once unimaginable, with sufficient confidence and capability to safeguard this nation and its people. Looking back, only a teacher's kindness remains unforgettable. Gazing forward, your teachings live on in transmission. Thank you, Teacher Lu. 40 years have passed since that promise was made, and I've kept my word. Your student, Song Yu." After reading the first letter, Wang Su's head buzzed as if struck by thunder. Song Yu? Could it possibly be that man whose face appeared on the news nearly every night? What kind of joke was this? Why would he write to No. 23 High School in Rongqing? According to the letter, he had once studied here. How could Wang Su not know about that? If it really was him, wouldn't this letter be classified top secret? How could it possibly end up in his hands? It must be a prank, Wang Su thought with a chuckle, shaking his head to dispel the absurd notion. Yet his curiosity grew even stronger. Those letters were like Pandora's inkwells luring him from the darkness, tempting him to reach out again. The handwriting in the second letter was more delicate, clearly written by a girl. It read, "Old Lu, how are you? I've grown up, happy with what you see. Look, I just won't admit I've gotten old. That probably drives you crazy, doesn't it? Even though you're truly the worst. But after some thought, I decided to write you this letter at the 40-year mark. After all, I was once your prettiest female student, These years have been neither good nor bad. I've sung some songs, acted in some films, traveled abroad a few times, and won a couple of awards. Gained a bit of vanity and wealth, but never really felt happy. All that money and fame, though many find it fascinating, couldn't compare to the thrill of secretly smoking with boys behind the school field and getting caught by you. You were awful, never sparing my dignity, but I still have to admit that everything I am today is thanks to you. Satisfied now, happy now, bet you're smug. From your most beautiful student, Qin Wan." Wang Su was utterly astonished once again. Qin Wan was that rare woman who single-handedly transformed the entertainment ecosystem of China, an almost untouchable superstar whose accolades were nearly impossible to surpass. He chuckled and shook his head, thinking how could it be possible? But if the first two letters really corresponded to those two individuals, then who the hell am I, Lu Zhe? This night, Wang Su felt as if a new door had been opened in his life. After reading all 10 letters in sequence, the shock and bewilderment in his heart refused to settle for a long time. The contents of the letters were largely similar, all about honoring a 40-year-old promise and expressing gratitude, with every expression of thanks directed at me. What's more, every single person who wrote these letters was a heavyweight in this country, titans whose mere footsteps could send tremors through entire industries, be it politics, academia, business, or entertainment. With countless questions swirling in his mind, he leaned back in his chair and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he seemed to see those titans standing one by one before a young man, bowing with folded hands, saying, "Teacher Lu, today, we have come to fulfill the 40-year promise." Early the next morning, after wrestling with his thoughts for a long time, Wang Su finally pushed open the door to the principal's office and confessed the events of the previous night. Principal Lu chuckled as he stood up, patted Wang Su on the shoulder, and said that opening the letter was wrong, but what was done was done. Principal Lu then made a phone call, saying, "Hey, Xiao Zhao, get the car ready. Pick me up in 20 minutes. We're heading to Nanjiang." After hanging up, he put on his coat, pulled an envelope from his drawer and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned to Wang Su and said, "Come on, I'll take you to meet the teacher who's piqued your curiosity, Lu Zhe." The car sped along the highway, covering the 257 kilometers from Rongqing to Nanjiang in roughly 2 hours. Wang Su, sitting in the passenger seat, was full of doubt. After a long silence, Principal Lu, seated in the back, finally broke the ice. "Xiao Wang, the person who wrote those letters is indeed someone you imagined, so you were right about that." Wang Su was instantly stunned. Having his suspicions confirmed was far more shocking than the events of the previous night. Principal Lu continued. Lu Zhe was their teacher, and at the same time, he was also my teacher. As for me, well, I'm one of his worst performing students, Today, I too must go to honor this 40-year promise. With that, he sank into a deep reverie. The clock turns back to September 2010, on the first day of the new semester at Ronching No. 13 High School. The classroom of Class 23, Senior 2, was in complete disarray, with students treating it like a bustling marketplace. In the first row, a boy lounged across his desk, cigarette dangling from his lips as he played games. In the second row, 3 girls huddled together around a miniature hot pot placed on the desk, fishing out ingredients. 5 boys in the fifth row each clutched a deck of cards, piles of loose change scattered across the desk as they engaged in a tense standoff. The last 3 rows were an even greater chaotic mess. My name is Lu Zhe. Standing at the rear door of Class 23, Senior 2, I casually held a book in one hand and smiled wryly. Just look at this Class 23, someone wearing headphones singing unabashedly, another perched on the windowsill with a novel in hand and a thermos cup, seemingly cultivating immortality in the mortal world, while in the corner, a strikingly attractive couple had their fingers interlaced, their lips barely a hair's breadth apart. This scene formed a stark contrast with students in the next classroom who had received new textbooks and were flipping through them with bowed heads. Class 23 of grade 11 was notorious throughout the school. Substitute teachers had to suppress their tempers to conduct classes there. It was the most troublesome and worst performing class in the entire school, abandoned by both teachers and parents, deterring waves of new students year after year. Are they messing with me? Just because I'm a new teacher, they assigned me to this class. Isn't this pushing a decent person to the brink? But I wasn't the least bit nervous. 3 nights ago, I woke from a deep sleep to find myself miraculously reborn 10 years into the past, back when I just started teaching. What's even more outrageous is that I'm bound to a system called Super Hardcore Teacher. To put it simply, this system is downright brutal. The rougher I push these students, the more rewards I get. Then with those rewards, I push them even harder, creating an endless cycle. Note, since only one translation output is allowed, please ignore this note and just take the first paragraph as the final translation. Of course, this isn't called torment, it's education. Since I've taken on the role of homeroom teacher and stepped into this notorious dead-end class, there's nothing more to say. With my rebirth and system upgrades, what kind of trouble could a bunch of brats possibly stir up? Let's get straight to work. The students in Class 23 of grade 12 probably never expected that as I stood by the back door observing them, I saw them like lambs awaiting slaughter. All they knew was that their homeroom teacher had been replaced this semester. Rumor had it the new one was a fresh graduate, young and inexperienced, lacking authority. They probably assumed that a little mischief from the troublemakers in class would crush any spirit left in me. So they ate when they pleased, drank when they wished, played as they liked, and made as much noise as they wanted. As for studying, that was the last thing on their minds. Last year, their homeroom teacher, the middle-aged man touted as the strictest in the school when it came to disciplining students, ended up skipping class for the entire last month thanks to their antics, then retired to his hometown when the new school year began. They considered themselves 55 troublemakers who could take down even the highest authority. When others called them worthless, they'd mess with teachers and block students in response. Told they were beyond saving, they smugly believed they were simply enjoying life. Those who didn't get it were the real fools. Though abandoned by everyone, they still carried on with their carefree lives, though truth be told, it was kinda heartbreaking. Inside and outside the classroom might as well have been different worlds. Taking a deep breath, I stopped a passing male student and flashed my staff badge. I'm a teacher. Lend me your uniform, I'll return it next period. The boy was still stunned when the class warning bell rang. With no time for explanations, I swiftly pulled off his jacket, draped my casual blazer over his shoulders, and gave him a pat. Hurry back to class. Then I walked into the classroom and closed the back door. The guy stood there stunned, probably thinking I was some sort of burglar. The warning bell meant nothing to the 55 people in the classroom. They carried on as usual, completely unaware that someone new had entered. I walked from the back row towards the front, tossed my book onto the cupboard at the rear, and casually grabbed a backpack to sling over my shoulder. That made me look more like a student. Reaching the windowsill in the back row, I spotted a couple lost in each other's gaze. I didn't disturb them. Amused, I thought to myself I'd mess with them later. Looking up, I saw a slightly chubby young boy engrossed in a book titled Chinese textbook, his expression utterly focused. I didn't even need to guess, that was clearly a novel hidden beneath a textbook cover. I leaned over for a peek, then chuckled and patted his shoulder. Hey, reading Dragon Raja? His name was Qin Jiayu, and he looked puzzled as he asked who I was. I told him I was a transfer student and casually warned him, there'll be a character named Ariai in the 3rd book, then she dies. Better brace yourself for that, don't cry too hard. With that, I walked away, leaving the chubby kid utterly bewildered. He peeled back the cover to check, then cursed under his breath, calling me a lunatic. I kept strolling down the hallway, my expression calm with a hint of mischief, waving away the haze of smoke in front of me. Ahead sat a group of 5 boys, longish hair, pants outlandishly styled with holes, dangling chains, and splatters of paint. I curled my lips, who dressed like that in 2010? Listening to them shout, I blind bet one, I keep blind betting. I'll see him. I grinned, pulled a chair over, crossed my legs, and settled into the circle. I plucked a cigarette from the pack on the table, lit it, then pulled out a wad of cash from my pocket and tossed it onto the table. The group, fresh from finishing a round, turned to look at me in unison. One guy cockily asked who I was. I smiled and said I was new, asking if I could join in. Someone muttered that they didn't know me. I replied that a couple rounds would fix that, then gathered the scattered cards on the table. Cigarette dangling from my lips, I dealt the next hand. Though skeptical, no one objected. A new round began. Casually, I asked, what's the betting cap? The guy with slightly green-streaked hair grinned at me. Blind bet 5, call 10, 20 to show. He tossed out a 1 yuan bill from his pile of change and added, I'll bet 1 blind. His face remained expressionless, but I knew he must be thrilled inside, probably thinking I was either foolish or too rich. All 5 of them probably believed I was easy money, seeing no threat from just me. When my turn came, I didn't touch my cards. Instead, I picked up a 5 yuan bill and tossed it in. I'll bet 5 blind. Damn! The guys cursed under their breath, hurriedly checking their cards. After looking, 3 immediately folded. The other 2 had decent hands and called, tossing 10 into the pot. When it was my turn again, I still didn't look at my cards and tossed in another $5. They probably thought I was an idiot, that I didn't know how to play, so now they'd feel safe calling. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After several rounds, the 2 boys ran out of money, even borrowing and betting all the funds from the other 3 boys as well. One holds an AK flush, the other a KQ straight flush. Unless I have an AK straight flush or a bomb in hand, there's no way to win, so naturally, they're bold. I calmly took a drag of my cigarette, watching the 2 boys before me, their faces flushed with excitement, and casually asked, out of money? They nodded. Alright, I'll open mine then, I said, tossing $20 into the money pile before casually flipping over the cards in front of me. I looked at them with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Seeing my move, they gleefully swept the money on the table toward themselves, shooting me looks full of disdain and mockery. Watching their reactions, I found it somewhat ridiculous. I tapped the cards before me with a finger and said with a laugh, hey guys, maybe check the cards before collecting the cash? They paused mid-action, exchanged glances, and then threw their cards in front of me. I've got AK suited, shouldn't I take the pot? I've got KQ suited, shouldn't I take the pot? Their hands kept moving as they spoke, their tone full of bravado. Nice hands, I nodded, but I've got 3 deuces. Pfft, 3, what? What? Their hands froze midair, mouths gaping open as they stared at me in disbelief. I picked up the cards, fanning them out one by one before their eyes with one hand while gathering their lost money back to my side with the other. With a carefree motion, I scooped up the cash and stuffed it into my pocket before turning to walk away. Fuck. 3 twos after all. The 5 guys were still staring at my discarded hand when it suddenly dawned on them, their entire week's cigarette and meal money had been wiped out in one go. One particularly sore loser glared at my retreating back and snarled, fuck. You cheating bastard. I burst out laughing instantly, turning back to face them. What, you watch too many dramas? Cheat over a game of $1.50? Come on, still salty? Wanna go another round? Chapter 4, Eating Hot Pot with Female Students? That's so you lose, eh? You the guy who just spoke was provoked by me, stretching his neck to yell while grabbing a nearby stool, ready to charge. Let it go, second bro. The 2 guys next to him held him back. There'll be plenty of chances later. The new homeroom teacher is probably coming soon. Just bear with it for now. Hearing his friends, the guy who was about to lunge at me slammed the stool against the floor angrily and yelled again, what the hell do I care about some new homeroom teacher? You think I'm scared of him? With that, he sat back down on the stool, still cursing under his breath. I remained motionless, gazing calmly at the street racer punk before me. After a long moment, I turned and walked away, already envisioning countless ways to teach him a lesson. The students in class were minding their own business. As I passed a boy hunched over his phone, completely engrossed in Temple Run, I deliberately bumped his elbow with force. Fuck, swore the boy who'd been about to set a new personal record. Glaring at his fallen game character, he nearly hurled his phone at me. My bad, I said with an innocent smile, clasping my hands together in sincere apology. Moving forward, I suddenly found myself standing beside the 3 girls gathered around the freshly boiled hot pot, ready to dig in. Without even waiting to ask, I snatched the chopsticks from the hands of a rather delicate-looking girl, plucked a piece of Trek from the pot, dipped it into another girl's sauce dish, and slurped it into my mouth with a loud slurp. Delicious. I put down my chopsticks and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Who are you? The girl whose chopsticks I'd snatched turned to glare at me with a look of disdain, but her voice quickly trailed off, probably because she thought I was pretty handsome. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then picked up a sheet of paper and wiped it against the chopsticks. It smells so good, I just couldn't resist. I scratched my head and smiled. I'm the new transfer student, you guys really know how to enjoy life. A group of girls giggled and teased, "Oh my, the new transfer student. You just had an indirect kiss with our CC, now you have to take responsibility for her. Little brother here is quite handsome. Got a girlfriend? Give me your phone, sis will leave you her number. Looks pretty strong and fit too, CC, you've hit the jackpot. Aya, this old auntie's heart can finally rest easy. Having a cute guy here might temporarily ease the sorrow of getting that ugly new homeroom teacher." Not bad at all. I was shocked by their boldness and broke into a cold sweat, asking helplessly, "Is our new homeroom teacher really that ugly?" Of course, you wouldn't know as a transfer. Yesterday, the class QQ group exploded. Su-fei even posted his photo. It's just indescribable. The girl who was about to give me her contact information looked at me with utter disdain. Photos? I was completely baffled. I'd never leaked any photos before, how did these students get them? The next second, an eager onlooker shoved their phone in my face. On the screen was a young man dressed like a thug, with a face like a lumpy pumpkin, a textbook edgelord. Suppressing my rage, I turned to the girl beside me and asked, who the hell is Su-fei? The girl stood up and pointed at a boy not far away. I glanced over. Goddammit, not you again? Achoo! The guy who had just picked up his stool to charge at me from a few rows away suddenly sneezed, completely unaware that this sneeze foreshadowed the brutal torment he was about to endure. But it was too late. Sneezes can't be held back, and sins must eventually be repaid. I pulled my gaze away from Su-fei and grinned, raising my hand to pat the head of the girl who had just indirectly kissed me. Just as her face flushed crimson, the tissue I just used to wipe my nose accidentally dropped into the hot pot. Ah, ugh. Several girls set down their chopsticks in dismay, staring mournfully at the ruined hot pot, freshly boiled, with the first bite taken by me, now utterly spoiled. Oh my, I didn't mean it, lovely ladies. How about I treat you all to dinner another day? Everyone's invited, deal? Right after I said those words, the girls instantly lit up with joy. In their eyes, my handsome and generous demeanor must have been quite the charmer. They burst into giggles, practically radiating hearts from their eyes, resting their cheeks dreamily on their hands while beaming at me. I sauntered leisurely onto the podium, took off my school uniform, tossed aside my backpack, and announced cheerfully to the boisterous classroom, "Hello everyone, I'll be your homeroom teacher." I delivered the statement with calm composure, yet the clamor below continued momentarily, as if nobody processed the words. Then after 3 seconds, the noise abruptly gave way to dead silence. The students of class 23 froze as if petrified by magic, immobilizing in stunned disbelief as they digested this earth-shattering revelation. Among the 3 girls cooking hot pot in the front row, the one who'd been staring at me with infatuation nudged the girl beside her with her elbow and said, "Xiaobai, this transfer student is quite funny, actually claiming to be our homeroom teacher. Is he trying to grab my attention on purpose?" Another girl said, "No, Wan, it seems, he really is our homeroom teacher." Ha! The girl named Qinwan fell off her stool with a loud thud, her forehead smacking hard against the corner of the table. Hearing the commotion, I glanced toward the front row and couldn't help but laugh. Well, looks like someone's really welcoming me. Get up already. Did the teacher ruin your pot of hot pot or something? No need to be so grateful. Qinwan rubbed her backside with one hand and her forehead with the other, standing up with teary eyes while muttering under her breath, "Liar." She probably thought with all her heart that a handsome transfer student would bring some excitement, only for this little handsome guy to turn into a teacher once the school uniform came off. Chapter 5, Establishing Authority, starting with the most defiant. After this little episode, the students of class 23, grade 11, finally realized that the person standing at the podium was indeed their new homeroom teacher. The class immediately erupted into murmurs, everyone wondering when I had appeared and how they hadn't heard the classroom door open. However, a few of them already had an idea. The pudgy kid who had earlier threatened to design my funeral outfit quickly slid down from the windowsill, stuffed the novel disguised with a Chinese textbook cover into his arms, and pretended to study by randomly flipping open a book. The boy who was totally immersed in playing Temple Run suddenly powered off his phone as if electrocuted and hastily stuffed it into his school uniform pants. At this point, hiding it anywhere would do. His only fear was me finding out he had a phone and confiscating it, leaving him with no recourse. But Su-fei, who'd previously been brandishing a stool and threatening to hit me, remained unflappable. This troublemaker had been stirring chaos for years now. He'd been the ringleader when they drove away last year's homeroom teacher. To him, I appeared barely older than he was, hardly worthy of respect, and he openly considered me unfit to teach, just some guy who'd fleeced his buddies out of a few bucks at arm wrestling. With that thought, he spat on the floor with a loud tooey, crossed his legs midair, and fixed me with what he clearly believed was an intimidating glare. I couldn't help but chuckle at his awkward attempt to act tough. Ignoring his provocation, I picked up a piece of chalk from the box, turned to face the blackboard, and announced clearly when the classroom quieted down slightly, "Allow me to introduce myself, this humble." Humble? TSK, more like annoying. Before I could finish, Su-fei's jarring voice cut in. I knew it was him and exactly what he meant. Without even turning around, I snapped the chalk in my hand with force, continuing to write with one half while tossing the other backwards over my shoulder. Fuck! The chalk piece hit Su-Fei square on the head, eliciting a curse. Only then did I turn around amidst the students' shocked gazes, smiling as I told him, "You must be terrible at Chinese." He looked confused and blurted, "Huh?" Shaking my head, I dropped the remaining chalk into the box and pointed at him with fingergun gesture. "My apologies, I meant the execute by firing squad kind of execute. Understand now?" After speaking, I brushed the chalk dust off my hands without taking my eyes off him. Pausing deliberately, the smile faded from my face as I raised a cold finger and said, "This is the first time." Only then did I look away, grinning as my gaze wandered elsewhere. "Come, let me introduce myself properly. Your humble servant, your new homeroom teacher. My name, Lu Zhe. That means, starting today, I'll be with you for at least a year. As for whether I'll stay for a second year, well, if you can endure it, then I'll stick around." The students below the podium looked utterly bewildered. To them, going to school and whiling away their days chatting probably didn't seem like something that required any special perseverance. Let's just say they're too young. In the coming days, they'll understand exactly what I mean, what real perseverance feels like. Alright, enough preamble. Since I'm your homeroom teacher now, I'll say a few words, I said while pacing down from the podium. The classroom had quieted down, but most students were visibly irritated. They'd undoubtedly guessed my standard lecture, study hard, straighten up, live with integrity, make your parents proud. They'd heard it all before. A few troublemakers even let out faint jeers, while most simply rolled their eyes skyward. But my very first sentence overturned all their expectations. With my hands clasped behind my back, I shuffled along the aisle and spoke as I passed the second row. I just graduated, and never dreamed I'd be so lucky as to be assigned by some blind fool to teach this class. SSS. Some students audibly gasped upon hearing this. This teacher really dares to say such things. Doesn't he know all class assignments are made by the grade director? And what does he mean by blind fool? What exactly does he think of our class 23? A few boys glared at me with hostility after processing my words, but I ignored them and continued walking down the aisle. As soon as I walked in here, I realized, damn, it's like slicing my ass with a tiny knife, totally eye-opening. Your class is something else. Every single one of you is a real talent. A knife carving the backside, opening eyes to see? My little riddle left the students baffled at first, but after a few seconds, it clicked. Those with lower laugh thresholds burst out giggling immediately. This teacher's way of talking is pretty amusing. Why do I say each of you is exceptionally talented? I remarked while walking, just as I reached the guy playing Temple Run. Suddenly, I placed my hand on his shoulder. Snap! I slapped the desk with force. The boy who had been puzzling over the meaning of a little knife cutting the buttocks was startled by my action. He sprang up from his seat with a startled whoosh and asked in a flustered voice, "WH what? What's the matter?" I stared at him with fixed eyes, raised my hand and pointed at his stool, saying, "Stand on it." "Ha?" He looked confused. I raised my voice, "Stand on it." He tried to resist. "No, teacher." I suddenly grabbed him by the back of his neck, and in the next second, his scrawny frame was standing on the stool. This instantly drew the attention of the entire class. I shouted, "Jump a little." He hesitated, and I raised my voice again, "Jump a little." This time he didn't protest, taking a deep breath and performing jumping exercises on the stool with a look of grievance. 1, 2, 3. On the fourth count, a crisp clunk sound came from his direction. Students sitting nearby clearly saw a phone slide out from his pant leg and land on the bench. Before he could react, I bent down to pick it up, turned it over in my hand for a look, then placed it disdainfully on his desk with the words, "Take it out already. Aren't you worried it'll dig into you?" With that, I turned and walked away. In the classroom, students who understood what had happened burst into merry laughter. "Damn, this is too funny. Hiding a phone in your crotch, phones have radiation, you know. What if?" Without breaking stride, I walked over to the chubby kid and gave him a look. He shrunk his neck and avoided my gaze. I shook my head, took 2 steps forward, then suddenly turned back and called in his direction. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully the young because they're poor. Shit. The chubby kid gasped after answering, then immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, realizing he'd fallen right into my trap. TSK, such scholarly words. I turned back and walked over to him, smiling as I pulled out the copy of Dragon Race wrapped in a Chinese textbook cover from his arms. Rolling it into a tube, I gave him a sharp whack on the head with a loud thwack, and said, reading Jiang Nan's books while quoting Tian Cantudo's lines, "Some disciple you are. Kid, why can't you stay loyal to one author?" After leaving the chubby boy, I continued walking. In just half a lap around the classroom, the students already felt my formidable presence. This was way too brutally direct. The teachers they usually encountered were all the earnest, well-meaning type who dispensed kindly advice. When had they ever seen someone like me, a teacher who threw conventional methods out the window on day one and came swinging with knockout punches? The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly grew eerie at this moment. Everyone knew it wasn't over yet, because throughout this entire time, one person had been continually testing my patience. This boy named Su Fei, even after being hit by my chalk projectile, still refused to rein in his behavior, lounging on his bench with one leg crossed over the other, acting as cocky as they come. Based on my earlier actions, everyone could tell Su Fei was about to get what was coming to him, but exactly how, that was beyond their imagination. The first impression I gave them was simply unpredictability. As seconds ticked by, I paced down the aisle until I stood right behind Su Fei. True to everyone's expectations, I paused there. With a faint smile, I stared at the back of his head for a long moment before finally speaking. "Well, you ready to admit defeat?" The tone was dripping with disdain and provocation. Hearing this, Su Fei froze momentarily, let out a faint snort through his nose, then turned his head away. "Still not convinced?" I said while pulling out a deck of cards from his desk compartment and slapping them on the table in front of him. "If you're still not convinced, shall we go again?" As I spoke, my eyes glinted with faint amusement. That look completely stoked the fire in his heart. After giving me 2 ice-cold stares, he suddenly shot up from his chair, jerking his neck back aggressively. "Bring it on! Who's afraid of who? That's the spirit." I chuckled at his response while casually spreading out the card deck on the table. "Alright then, let me explain the rules. Each of you, draw 1 card, compare the sizes, and the winner takes all in one go. What do you think?" The students in the class looked a bit surprised after hearing me explain the rules. "Sounds good," Su Fei responded after listening to the rules, asking, "Then let me ask, what happens if I win, and what if I lose?" "If you win, from now on, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere. But if you lose, then you have to listen to me. Deal?" Without hesitation, he drew a card from the deck. "Not bad luck, kid," I thought to myself, smirking, as I also drew a card from the deck. Truth be told, I had already won, because I knew the card he drew was a K, while mine was an A. The reason I was so certain is that my ultra-hardcore teacher system had granted me the relevant ability based on the method I chose to discipline this unruly student. Just now, the ability granted to me was card cheating. Earlier, when playing cards with a few people, the system had also given me this ability, otherwise, how could I possibly have gotten 3 2s? It's quite handy, I thought to myself, casually tossing my cards onto the table before looking at him with a faint smirk. The moment he saw my cards, Su Fei instantly deflated like a wilted eggplant, looking utterly dejected, lacking even the energy to voice his complaints. "Victory and defeat are common in battle," I chuckled, then casually pointed toward the back of the classroom where a blue trash bin, usually used by the class for dumping garbage, stood quietly. "Since you lost, you'll have to do as I say." This was agreed upon in advance. "For this class, you'll stand inside and listen." As I spoke, I walked toward the podium, watching his utterly resigned expression, then strode to the back of the classroom, pinched my nose, and stepped into the trash can. That's more like it." "Still upholding the code of the Jianghu," I chuckled, picking up the book on the desk. Flipping to a random page, I suddenly raised my head, amplifying my voice with solemn intensity. "Trash belongs in the trash can. Class 23 Senior High isn't your home. That spot, that's where you belong." At this point, the class had only just passed the 20-minute mark. A long 25 minutes still remained, waiting for the entire class and me to endure together. Silence, still silence. Class 23 of grade 12 had never been this quiet throughout the entire past year. They weren't afraid, they were stunned. In the last 20 minutes, with effortless ease, I'd extinguished the arrogance of 3 individuals with mere gestures. Particularly noteworthy, these 3 happened to be the usual troublemakers that gave other teachers migraines. Why does it suddenly feel like life just got harder? I absent-mindedly picked up a piece of chalk, swept a sharp gaze across the classroom, then spoke. "The getting to know each other phase ends here. This class, we won't be covering textbook content." "I see." My moderately pitched voice echoed through the classroom, and the students below tensed up again at the unnatural pause in my tone. "Let's rearrange seats first." Phew! A collective sigh of relief escaped from the students' lips. Chapter 7, Dividing Couples starts with seat changes. Changing seats, that's still manageable. This is what most people think. But not everyone agrees. When Lu Zigang said those words, the couple who had been sitting in the back row immediately exchanged glances. A sense of foreboding instantly crept into my heart. What do you mean? Could it be directed at them? This was, they'd been exposed. And the very next second, the words Lu Zhe uttered confirmed both their suspicions. The 2 students sitting in the last row. Lu Zhe raised his finger and pointed. "Yes, I'm talking about you too. I noticed the girl with glasses isn't very tall. Sitting so far from the podium must make it hard to follow the lecture. Like this." Lu Zhe spoke as he descended the podium, raising his hand to pat the shoulder of a girl named Zhang Wanqiu sitting in the middle of the classroom. "You're quite tall. You're blocking the view for the students behind you a bit. Switch seats with her." "Ha!" Lu Zhe's action left the girl and the couple completely dumbfounded. Her face instantly turned as cold as if it could freeze water. This teacher Lu must have done it on purpose. The girl felt a sharp twist of irritation in her heart. The reason I thought this way was because the girl whom Lu Zhe had just asked to switch seats with me happened to be the class belle. Let her sit with my boyfriend? What is this? Want something different to happen? The girl angrily yanked her backpack from the desk compartment and slammed it onto the table. Beside her, the boy's expression wasn't looking too great either. On one hand, it was because Lu Zhe had broken him up with his girlfriend. On the other hand, because that boy who was about to become the girl's deskmate was named Lynch, and he had another identity. He had always been the most handsome guy in his grade, unanimously recognized. Putting those two together, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Groups of students in the class gossiped about Lu Zhe's divinely inspired seating arrangement. A couple as the main characters. They were also upset with each other because of the seating adjustment Lu Zhe had just made. Of course, Lu Zhe switched the seats deliberately like this. How could I let you start dating right under my nose? This move is just the beginning. The days to come, I'll make you two's relationship and completely falling apart. After dealing with this mess, the bell signaling the end of class finally rang. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief all at once. God damn it, that was way too brutal. They had no idea what it felt like to dance with wolves. But today, they finally understood what it meant to share a room with the devil. The oppressive aura radiating from this new teacher was simply unbearable. When the dismissal bell rang, Lu Zhe didn't waste any more words on them. He turned and left the classroom. After watching him walk ahead for a few steps, the students in the classroom finally dared to rise from their seats, restoring the previous atmosphere. The boy named Zhao, who had been playing cards with Su Fei earlier, approached the back of the classroom with a troubled expression. Besides, he had another identity. He had been the class monitor since freshman year. The very first lesson of this training session, and Lu Zhe had already dealt him such a heavy blow even he didn't feel great about it. With hurried steps, Zhao reached Su Fei, who was still standing inside the trash bin. Zhao reached out and pulled him out in one swift motion. He patted Zhao Li's shoulder a bit helplessly. Bro, today, you've been wronged. Big bro, this guy must be doing it on purpose. He's deliberately finding ways to mess with me. No way, isn't it just his first day here? Zhao Li responded absent-mindedly. Su Fei continued talking to himself. No, tell me, how dare he make that bet with me? And he wins every single time. I suspect he marked those cards. Don't be ridiculous, he hasn't even touched these cards, how could? At this point, Zhao Li suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Fei with a complicated expression in his eyes. You mean, someone among us showed him the cards in advance? Showed him? Su Fei gave a solemn nod. Zhao Li pondered for a moment before replying in a slightly cold tone. I understand. If this is really the case, then it's serious. Tell everyone not to leave after school tomorrow. Our class needs to have a meeting. After saying this, Zhao Li turned around with a grave expression, preparing to leave the classroom. But behind me came a voice that had only recently become somewhat familiar. The voice belonged to Lu Zhe. Standing at the classroom's front door, he called out inside. Who's the class monitor? Come out for a moment. What? Hearing someone calling his name outside the door, Zhao Li turned around and saw that face that always made him uncomfortable. Looking for me? What does he want? Feeling displeased, Zhao Li nevertheless started walking toward the front door of the classroom. Professor Lu, were you looking for me? Yes. Lu Zhe nodded, slinging an arm over his shoulders as he guided him into the classroom. Here's the thing, I just arrived, and to make it easier to stay in touch with everyone, how about this? Could you add me to the class's QQ group? What do you think? Zhao Li thought for a moment, then nodded with a soft He then reached into his school uniform pants pocket and pulled out his phone. The moment he opened the QQ interface, Lu Zhe swiftly snatched the phone from his hand, holding it with an amused smile. After flipping the phone back and forth twice, Lu Zhe clicked his tongue twice. Must be doing well for yourself. This phone costs over 3 grand, doesn't it? With that, he casually slipped it into his own pants pocket. Then, amidst Zhao Li's utterly confused expression, he gently patted his shoulder. You know phones aren't allowed at school, right? As class president, you should be well aware of that. I'll hold on to your phone for now. Your main responsibility right now is to manage the class well, don't you agree? Lu Zhe said this while already striding toward the classroom door. At the very moment of stepping forward, they suddenly turned back, leaving Zhao Li with an enigmatic, half-smiling expression. Class leaders should naturally lead by example. Zhao Li was completely dumbfounded, staring vacantly as Lu Zhe disappeared from view, then patted his completely empty trouser pockets, a look of utter desolation on his face. So his goal wasn't to join the group after all? Is it not for the sake of easier communication? Just to scam my phone? So why me? Just because I'm the class monitor? In the classroom, after this sudden turn of events, the previous clamor instantly turned into complete silence. They did genuinely pity Zhao Li a little, even lying down, he still got stabbed. On the other hand, inwardly, they also broke out in a cold sweat for themselves. Thank goodness it wasn't me. What about next time? In the span of just one class period, Lu Zhe had actually managed to instill such tremendous psychological pressure on these students. This meeting can't be delayed any longer. Zhao Li, who had just had his phone confiscated, made his decision in an instant. Then he had a few students who were normally on good terms with him relay his commands down the line. It was time to fight back. If they didn't fight back soon, Class 23 of Grade 12 would be completely extinguished. Chapter 8 The pitfall meant for Luz ended up trapping me. Class 23, Grade 12, after school in the afternoon. Zhao Li stood solemnly on the podium, looking at his equally grave classmates below. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I think there's something fishy about this whole situation. These words served as Zhao Li's opening remark. Ever since he joined our class, there's been one incident after another. Su Fei, Wang Jia, even Ho later on, they all fell into his traps one by one. When has our class ever been treated like this? Zhao Li said excitedly, raising his clenched fist. He slammed it hard on the table. That won't work. Zhao Li shook his head and then surveyed the classroom with a sweeping glance. Some things, we must do right away. With righteous indignation brimming in his tone, this time he addressed everyone. Su Fei, Zhou Su, you two stay after school. Let's have a discussion together. Ji Fanmeng, I know you have a way, so tomorrow is up to you. Below the podium, the girl named Ji Fanmeng nodded without hesitation upon hearing Zhao Li's words. Among the girls in Class 23 of Senior High, she was the least inconspicuous and the most resourceful one. She certainly knew. Lu Zhe's presence will surely make my future days difficult. So even if Zhao Li didn't say anything, she would find a way to make Lu Zhe hit a snag and suffer some losses. At the very least, don't create trouble for yourself in the future. On this day, the students of Class 23 Senior High held an impromptu emergency meeting. The agenda of the meeting had only one item: how to figure out a way to mess with Lu Zhe. More than 50 students attended the meeting. After having his arrogance crushed by Lu Zhe, the flames of battle hope were rekindled within them all. This day should have been one of great significance. Yet what no one anticipated was that such passion and lofty expectations would be shattered in just a single night. In an instant, announcement of ruin. Early the next morning, this teacher Lu, who had made an extremely profound impression on everyone on the very first day of school, hurried towards the path leading to the classroom with the ringing of the class bell, a face radiating calm detachment. Meanwhile, in Class 23 of Grade 11, these troublemaking slackers had already woven an inescapable net for him. Distance, 10 meters, perfect. Time, approximately 5 seconds. Just as Lu Zhe was about to step into the classroom, the system's ability suddenly activated. Lu Zhe, who had been walking down the hallway, suddenly had the complete image of the classroom appear vividly in his mind. On the lectern, a large nest of cockroaches had been placed in the chalk box in advance, and on the blackboard eraser, a thick layer of superglue had been smeared. This wasn't over yet. In one corner of the classroom, there was originally a spot for washing hands. With the system's enhancement, Lu Zhe could clearly see that the originally intact faucet, completely destroyed under external force. If he dares to use it, this faucet will surely give him an impromptu shower demonstration. Got it. Lu Zhe shook his head with a smile. Is there really so much hatred between us that you'd go to such lengths to mess with me? Lifted a leg, took a step, pushed open the door, walked into the classroom. All the students held their breath in that moment. They knew exactly what they had prepared for Lu Zhe. They wanted to see him make a fool of himself, yet feared he might unexpectedly pull something else. After all, judging solely by this teacher's performance yesterday, he truly was the sort of person you couldn't measure by normal reasoning. 3 steps to the lectern. Lu Zhe placed the textbook on the lectern, opened it, then lifted his gaze to briefly scan the students seated below. Beaming. Please turn to page 10. Today we'll begin our first lesson, Lu Zhe said while stealing a glance at the chalk box. Pick up the chalk, pick up the chalk. This was what most students in the classroom were thinking. As long as he picks up the chalk, he's bound to fall for the trap. The show is about to begin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The scheming students counted down silently in their hearts, watching Lu Zhe's movements with eager anticipation. But unexpectedly, the very next moment, Lu Zhe's hand, which had been hovering above the chalk box, suddenly froze in place. In an instant, his previously hunched body straightened upright. He turned around and glanced at the blackboard behind him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he paced over to the duty roster. Wang Jia, which classmate is that? Turning his head back, Lu Zhe looked down at the students with perfect composure. After a long pause, a bright-eyed student stood up, scratching his head as he looked at Lu Zhe. That's me. Lu Zhe nodded, then rapped his knuckles against the blackboard with measured force. You're on duty today, right? The board isn't clean enough, come up and wipe it again. An undeniable tone. Wang Jia froze on the spot instantly. It's over. This was his only thought at this moment. This is way too mysterious. The super glue on this eraser was applied by him, And now, Lu Zhe is unwittingly calling himself up to erase the board.
What does this mean? Discovered? Came deliberately to punish me? Impossible. He's no prophet. Go wash it off quickly. We've got a heavy workload in today's lesson, hurry up.
His tone brooked no argument.
Got it. The last shred of hope in Wang Zhe's heart was utterly extinguished.
With a bitter expression, he reluctantly shuffled toward the chalk brush. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and grabbed the eraser. Instantly, he felt the sticky, clammy sensation against his palm.
Stuck tight, won't this peel off a layer of skin?
Wang Zhe, with a heart like dead ashes, mechanically waved the eraser, while Lu Zhe, who had seen through everything long ago, stood by with arms crossed, smiling faintly. By the time Wang Zhe was nearly done, Lu Zhe shifted his steps to stand on the other side of the blackboard.
He called out to Wang Zhe, who was about to stop. That's enough, no need to wipe the blackboard. Go get me a piece of chalk from the chalk box. Ha!
Hearing Lu Zhe's pinpoint-accurate request, Wang Zhe was completely stunned.
Was this a coincidence? Could it still be a coincidence? But what else could he do?
Having only known this teacher for less than 2 days, he found the man's teaching style utterly bizarre. The man had an entire arsenal of ways to mess with students.
Even if he managed to dodge the bullet today, he understood all too well that while you might escape the first day, you'll never escape the 15th. It's just a cockroach, can it really eat me?
Thinking this, Wang Zhe steeled his heart and closed his eyes. His hand reached into the chalk box.
Ah!
A suppressed and distorted snarl escaped Wang Zhe's lips.
All pretense of grace and coolness evaporated instantly.
The sensation of an entire nest of cockroaches crawling over his hands made every hair on Wang Zhe's body stand on end.
He'd made his bed, now he must lie in it.
In Lu Zhe's hands, he finally understood what this phrase meant. On the lectern, because Wang Zhe's hand had plunged into the chalk box too quickly, several startled cockroaches jumped out one after another. They crawled around on the lectern for a bit before leaping onto the desks in the front row.
Ah! Ah!
Cockroaches! For a moment, waves of shouts rose one after another from the front rows of the classroom. Groups of students were bouncing up and down in their seats, causing complete chaos. Sitting in the back row, Jolly helplessly held his forehead, feeling slightly dizzy. Last night, they had been busy preparing all these setups together. As a result, today's retribution has fallen upon us, the architects of our own misfortune. This Lu Zhe
is far too sinister.
The real show is just beginning. Wang Zhe finally picked up a piece of chalk from the chalk box and held it in his hand. He gave Lu Zhe a bewildered look and gestured in his direction. Seeing the tall young boy nearly brought to tears by the situation, Lu Zhe couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy.
He waved his hand dismissively at Wang Zhe. Let's not rush into class yet. You students, why must you be so mischievous? How could you play such tricks on our class monitor? We'll settle this score later. Lu Zhe wore an expression of righteous indignation, his tone brimming with moral outrage. Except, the very next sentence out of his mouth was, Classmate Wang Zhe, please go wash your hands first. Chapter 9, tricked into handing over our phones again? Have a heart. Go wash your hands first. Upon hearing these words, the chalk in Wang Zhe's hand fell with a clatter. This time, he could finally be certain. These successive events were definitely not coincidences, nor was it simply his bad luck. He was doing it on purpose. Every trap he had laid was being methodically turned against him, link by link. Without exception, there's no escape. Go now, what are you standing there for?
Seeing Wang Zhe lingering in place, Lu Zhe urged him once more.
Wang Zhe had already gone numb. Super glue was applied, cockroach traps were set. At most, it just meant getting sprayed with water one more time. All he wanted was for this disastrous morning to end quickly. So after Lu Zhe urged him once more, Wang Zhe walked expressionlessly toward the sink. 2 hands reached out. Standing beside him, Lu Zhe still couldn't help but let out a sudden burst of laughter. Though it was terribly impolite, the sight before them was simply too comical. Wang Zhe's 2 hands, one firmly clutching an eraser, while on the other, a cockroach wandered aimlessly. The scene was quite comical, the posture utterly farcical. Wait a minute. Just as Wang Zhe was about to turn on the faucet, Lu Zhe suddenly spoke up, interrupting his movement. Wang Zhe lifted his head and gazed at Lu Zhe with confused eyes, wondering what he intended to do. Lu Zhe, however, didn't look at him. Instead, he faced the students in the audience with a smiling expression. He pointed at Wang Zhe with his finger. His tone was relaxed, even carrying a hint of gentleness. Classmates, in truth, I know your daily lives aren't particularly happy. With that opening line, he set the tone. Is this going to be poetic? The students in the audience were momentarily stunned by Lu Zhe's sudden outpouring of emotion. They all pricked up their ears, eager to hear what he was about to say. School, home, cafeteria, a monotonous triangle of life, repeating day after tedious day. Many times, you have to face all sorts of trivial yet exhausting things, grades, buddies, the opposite sex, and so on. So, I know that your youth may not be as colorful and carefree as what's shown on TV or written in novels. Cheesy, it really is cheesy. though I don't know what Lu Ze's purpose was in saying these things. But still, there was a portion of people who were drawn into this mood by Lu Ze. Their eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as they looked at Lu Ze. They found his words sincere and reasonable. Such feelings truly resonated with their daily experiences. This teacher suddenly didn't feel so distant anymore. I always feel like, Lu Ze continued speaking, there are some things that need to be slowly made up for you all. For example, Lu Ze paused, then turned on his heel and walked to the window. He reached up and pulled the curtains open with force. Instantly, a golden shaft of sunlight pierced through the window into the classroom, sweeping away the glooming atmosphere completely. The students all felt a warm sensation spreading through their bodies at that moment, their moods lifting noticeably with the sudden appearance of sunlight. After completing this gesture, Lu Ze leisurely strolled back to the lectern. With a steady gaze, he looked out at the sea of students below the podium before speaking again. For example, letting sunlight shine in to give the classroom a hint of summer's fragrance. For example, starting today, let's completely overhaul those outdated class anthems and shaka-like rules from beginning to end. As he spoke these words, Lu Ze's voice grew increasingly fervent, raising his arm and giving a forceful sweep through the air. These words, paired with this gesture, instantly ignited the inexperienced students. No one could say who started it, but after a brief 2-second silence, the classroom suddenly erupted into enthusiastic applause. If they've watched that particular movie, they'd undoubtedly empathize and exclaim, Lu Ze is here, Class 13 is saved. With Lu Ze's arrival, freedom is ours. The atmosphere in the classroom grew intensely lively with just a few words from Lu Ze. The applause ringing in his ears seemed endless. With a smile, Lu Ze raised both hands and gently gestured for silence. Only after a while did the applause gradually fade away. That's why I had to mention all that just now. Here comes the important part. The students all stopped what they were doing and looked up at Lu Ze on the podium, whose every word commanded immediate attention. Because although it's completely wrong to coat the blackboard eraser with superglue or put cockroaches in the chalk box, but, Lu Ze's tone came down heavily. Looked at from another angle, isn't this exactly what embodies your youth? Damn! The prime suspects, Zhao Li and the others exchanged glances upon hearing Lu Ze's words, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Meaning, he's not planning to press charges? Since when did he become so enlightened? So, you see, Lu Ze continued, and in his excitement, he casually made a movement reaching into his pocket and pulling out his phone. With the phone in hand, Lu Ze took a couple of steps in Wang Zhe's direction. Placing his hand on Wang Zhe's shoulder, he gave a slight push, and the two stood facing the class together, looking just like good buddies. So I think these are exactly the moments worth capturing. Those days we spent together, the pranks we pulled, the youth we shared. As Lu Ze spoke, he switched his phone to camera mode and turned the screen toward Wang Zhe and himself. I also suggest that our fellow classmates below find their own ways to record this moment. The moment he pressed the shutter, Lu Ze casually remarked, so you won't have nothing to look back on after leaving campus and growing up. With those words, Lu Ze raised his finger and clicked the shutter. Simultaneously, the emotional contagion swept through the students, prompting them to pull out their phones from pockets, backpacks, desk compartments, and between book pages. Standing up from my seat, I raised my phone in the air, activated the camera, and beamed happily as I aimed it at Lu Ze and Wang Zhe. Teacher Lu was absolutely right. Some things need to be preserved while we're still here at school. This is what youth is all about. The shutter hasn't clicked yet. Class 23 of grade 12 students heard a ghostly voice whisper in their ears. They froze instantly. Now, everyone stay exactly where you are, keep your phones raised just like that. Don't move. Yes, I'm talking to you. What? Trying to hide your phone? Too late. You know. Let me make this clear, I see every little move you're making down there. So don't even think about trying anything sneaky. On the podium, Lu Ze had already removed his arm from Wang Zhe's shoulder. Speaking those words with an icy expression, he swiftly strode down from the platform. A stark contrast to the previous warm and sentimental atmosphere. Perhaps the incident happened too quickly, the students hadn't fully processed it yet. Their expressions conflicted, phones still raised in midair. They watched as Lu Ze, holding a plastic bag, began collecting his trophies one by one from the front row. Wow, a brand new Samsung? That must have cost you a fortune. TSK, such a tiny screen, doesn't reading novels strain your eyes? Who's that on your wallpaper? That's me and my cousin. Bullshit, your cousin is letting you hug her waist that tightly, does your aunt even approve? Thwack! A dictionary came down hard on the head of the boy who just had his phone confiscated and had told a lie. The boy, with an exceptionally complicated expression on his face, simmered with anger but dared not speak up. My phone was confiscated, and my romance was exposed. Will I be alive tomorrow? That remains unknown. Later, Lu Ze looked up and saw Zhao Li standing motionless, phone in hand, stunned. He instantly found it hilarious. After forcefully snatching the phone from the other's grasp, after flipping it over for a while, he raised his hand and patted Zhao Li on the shoulder. Trust fund, baby? Just confiscated one yesterday, and here comes another today? As expected of the class monitor. Got to admit, your execution and efficiency are truly exceptional. After delivering 2 utterly impartial compliments, Luce wasted no more time and resumed his phone confiscation mission. And just like that, the initially empty plastic bag was now full after Luce circled the classroom once. By the time he returned to the podium, it was already packed to the brim. He forcefully slammed the plastic bag onto the lectern. Luce raised his hand again, pressing it downward in a calming gesture. Sit down, why are you all staring at me? I'm just following school rules and regulations, is that so strange? The students suppressed their anger and slowly took their seats. Echoing in their minds was an endless stream of curses directed at Luce. Was this really just a setup? How could anyone be this sneaky? Is this what you call a homeroom teacher? Is this even human behavior? After this little episode, Luce paid no further attention to the students below. He walked back over to Wang Jia and nudged the dazed boy with his shoulder. Reading too much made you dumb? Wash your hands, we still have class. So he hadn't forgotten after all. Wang Jia's face finally fell, his trembling hands reaching under the faucet that had been broken long ago. Watching Luce take several steps back, all the illusions in her heart vanished entirely at this moment. She leaned back slightly, silently comforting herself, then gave the faucet a forceful twist. With a pop, the unexpected situation did not occur. The open faucet spun wildly like a faulty top. It sent water spraying in every direction from the pipes. Naturally, Wang Jia, being closest to the faucet, got completely drenched from head to toe. In his frantic state, he leaned in with hands and face trying to turn off the water. But how could something they worked so hard to destroy last night be easily restored? Wang Jia's operation only turned the constantly rotating faucet into an upward jet, and the face he had just leaned in received an instant fierce blast from the powerful water stream, more drenched than a drowned rat. But Luce couldn't help laughing again at this comical scene. Slowly fishing out his phone from his pocket, he cast a glance at the group of still-shaken students below. Actually, I think this scene is quite memorable too, so it should be recorded. As he spoke, he switched to camera mode and proceeded to snap several quick shots of Wang Jia. A few seconds later, he lifted his head, stopping his movements as a slightly puzzled look flashed in his eyes while glancing at the students below. Ha, why aren't you taking notes? The students below glared at Luce through gritted teeth. Why not document it? Don't you already know? But then, Luce's rhetorical question immediately voiced their collective thoughts. Oh, I nearly forgot, you don't have phones, do you? There's no other way, I'll have to do it myself. Captured on camera, you know. Chapter 10, Sudden Troublemakers? No problem, carry on. TSK, a sigh born of terror. It spoke volumes without words. This man was a demon. A bona fide demon, the flesh-devouring kind that leaves no bones behind. At this moment, the students suddenly realized how blissfully simple and happy it would be to spend each day immersed in earnest study. Instead of being like Wang Jia on stage, whose cleverness backfired, leaving him utterly drenched like a drowned rat. What a pitiful sight indeed. Return to your seats. Luce cast a sidelong glance at the boy before lowering his head. Come on, let's. Before finishing his sentence, a loud bang interrupted him as an unusual noise erupted. The sudden sound drew the attention of several nearby students. They were puzzled, wondering what had happened. Luce, however, remained calm, glancing over with an expressionless face. Who are you looking for? After clearly seeing the visitor at the door, Luce averted his gaze and asked indifferently. Damn right we're looking for you. Outside the front door stood 3 men in total. The leader had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, hands stuffed in his pockets, shaking one leg impatiently as he glared at Luce with undisguised challenge. Behind him trailed 2 underlings. His hair, like that of Su Fei and the others, was also dyed in vibrant colors, but his was even more exaggerated and intense. Looking for me? Hearing what the leader said, Luce casually replied while glancing at the door with a smile. Come on in then. Luce waved towards the door, then lowered his head again. Let's continue. Damn it. Seeing Luce's attitude, the leading boy spat forcefully on the ground, spewing a stream of curses from his mouth. He lifted his fist and banged hard on the door, then raised his fingers and flicked them downward. It looked cool, but was actually pretty dumb. Without waiting outside, the boy swaggered into the classroom and strode straight down the aisle. She stopped only when reaching the second-to-last row, coming to stand beside a male student. With a loud slap, the leader of the delinquents forcefully smacked his palm against the desk. Her fingers grabbed his collar, and with one firm tug, she yanked the boy up from his seat. What do you want? The targeted boy froze in momentary terror, his eyes wide with panic as he stared at the unfriendly faces before him. What's wrong? The ringleader of the delinquents took a deep drag from his cigarette, blowing the smoke directly into the other boy's face. Ji Fan Meng. A sudden, sharp bark cut through the air. The girl nearby slowly stood up from her stool. Her face wore a mix of impatience and displeasure. What do you think you're doing? Her tone was icy, laced with a hint of anger. What do I want to do? Every damn day I pick you up and drop you off. Buy you whatever you want, movies, drag racing, have I ever missed a single thing? What, now that you're hanging out with him, are you planning to dump me? I thought you were my sunshine, yet you won't let me rest in peace. Since I'm about to lose what I love, I won't be shedding tears to bless you either. Put. The little thug was in the midst of his rant when a voice, barely suppressing laughter, sounded right by his ear. Cut off mid-sentence, the thug stood with his mouth slightly agape, turning his head towards the source at his side. There he saw Lu Zhe, beaming with a broad smile, looking utterly bewildered. I'm in such a state, and you can still remain composed? How can you even manage to laugh aloud? Sorry. Lu Zhe waved his hand with a smile on the stage. Really sorry about that, I just couldn't hold it back. Please carry on. This reaction completely caught the gangsters off guard. This is completely unexpected and goes against the usual pattern. But now, they can't choose to stop just because of this unforeseen situation. The show must go on, whether it turns out to be a masterpiece or a disaster. I have nothing to do with her. The boy standing beside the bully, looking utterly innocent, finally whispered something after the earlier incident. But before he could finish speaking, the bully smacked him hard on the head. No big deal? You're telling me it's no big deal? You two text nonstop every day, always exchanging those sickening glances, might as well go to the fucking bathroom together at this point. The bully kept ranting while slapping the boy's head repeatedly with increasing force. TSK. On the stage, Lu Zhe pursed his lips and let out a sigh. This guy, he's really getting too into character. He's truly willing to go all out. Lu Zhe knew very well that this was all a well-rehearsed act they had staged together. Their target was undoubtedly him. Either they wanted to humiliate him, or they sought to undermine the authority he had built up yesterday. But their acting was utterly atrocious. Lu Zhe wasn't some clueless young man who couldn't tell what was real or fake, was he? So, from the very beginning, he chose to turn a blind eye and focused intently on watching the show. I'd love to see how you plan to keep this act going. Picking up the teacup on the table, Lu Zhe took a delicate sip, then casually pulled over a stool and settled into it with leisurely ease. With legs crossed leisurely, nothing could be more comfortable. Chang Chen, don't push your luck. The girl named Ji Fanming promptly added fuel to the fire. Shut your mouth. The boy delivered his lines without hesitation. Neither of you is any good, thieves and whores, swindlers and cheats. And you, what are you staring at? This remark was directed at Lu Zhe. I think you're no different from them, just a scum. You're all scum. This line was the real purpose of the hoodlum's taunts. All his previous provocations had been leading up to this, to implicitly drag Lu Zhe into his insults. If Lu Zhe became furious and decided to come after them after hearing this, the three of them weren't afraid of facing the consequences at all. If he chose to swallow his anger quietly, that would be even better. If he let someone stir up trouble in his own class like this without doing anything about it, he'd never be able to hold his head up high again. So, from this perspective, this round, no matter what, they had won. But they overlooked one crucial thing. That is to say, what if Lu Zhe alone could take on all three of them by himself? The punk stood there, still spewing obscenities loudly toward Lu Zhe's position. Just when he thought Lu Zhe would swallow his anger, the man who had been looking composed just seconds ago suddenly stood up. He glanced around, then picked up a pointer and gripped it in his hand. After finishing all this, Lu Zhe didn't say a word but walked towards somewhere not far away. The gangsters who saw Lu Zhe's move couldn't help but feel confused. That direction seems a bit off. What's he trying to do over there? Chapter 11, a painful blow to the troublemakers. This teacher is a demon. Run. In 2010, the decoration styles of many buildings still seemed somewhat dated. This place was no exception, with its wooden door tightly wrapped in wrought iron. Inside, an old-fashioned latch had been installed. With just one strong push, the door could be locked from the inside. It would be nearly impossible to open from the outside again. Lu Zhe walked to the door with only one purpose in mind. Close the door, lock it, and beat the dog. So he decisively slid the front door bolt shut with a firm motion. Lu Zhe then swiftly walked to the back door and, under the puzzled gazes of everyone present, performed the same action. Thus, this place that had just been invaded by outsiders was completely transformed into an isolated, deserted island, cut off from the world. The first one to react was Ji Fanming. Through Lu Zhe's movements, she seemed to have understood something. Recalling Lu Zhe's actions against Wang Jie earlier, an extremely ominous premonition instantly began to spread in her heart. Towards the boys not far from her, Ji Fanming began frantically signaling with her eyes. The meaning is quite clear. Something's not right here. Brothers, let's bail while we can. Yet the stooges she'd brought in from outside seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Seeing her gesture, they immediately responded with a confident "leave it to me, everything's under control" sort of look. Oh my. Ji Fanming helplessly massaged her forehead. Misunderstood? Well, looks like things are about to go south. At this moment, the few troublemakers who had just exchanged glances with the girl watched as Lu Zhe walked toward them. With stiffened necks and fingers pointing forward, they arrogantly moved to meet him. "What? You still dare to come over? Today I'm telling you, you." The sound of a sharp whack cut off the troublemakers yelling as Lu Zhe abruptly struck the finger he had been pointing aggressively. "Damn it!" The two underlings behind him saw their boss getting hit and simultaneously roared in fury as they charged towards Lu Zhe. Positioning themselves on either side to flank him, they threw punches and raised kicks, clearly no strangers to fighting. Lu Zhe remained motionless, still holding the pointer in his hand. However, when the two were less than a step away from her, she lifted her leg and delivered a swift, powerful kick thud to the thug on her left. Without even turning her head toward the right, she raised her arm, swung her elbow outward in a sharp, decisive motion, clean and without hesitation. Ah! In just 2 seconds, 2 agonized howls erupted from the mouths of the previously arrogant hoodlums. One crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, while the other squatted whimpering with his hands pressed to his cheek. First round. Lu Zhe had already disabled 2 of the 3 thugs with mere flicks of his wrist. Only their solitary big boss remained, standing alone on the ground with a face full of bewilderment. Lowering his head to glance at the 2 underlings beside him, he suppressed his inner shock and made a barely noticeable movement. Turning his head to one side, his eyes darting furtively, he surveyed both the front and back doors. Planning to run away? Lu Zhe, noticing his action, couldn't help but feel inwardly amused. "I closed the door earlier precisely for this moment. Did you really think I'd let you escape?" Lu Zhe's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, to everyone's suddenly widened eyes, he took a running step forward. With a light-bodied spring, he leaped up on the spot, raised his right leg high, then brought it down forcefully. With a loud thud, it smashed onto the delinquent's shoulder. Ack! The sudden assault instantly sent the previously arrogant boy, who had been standing tall, crashing to his knees, shivering uncontrollably while clutching his shoulder. The sounds coming from his mouth had long since become distorted beyond recognition. One could imagine just how much force Lu Zhe had used. He hadn't held back in the slightest. With a whoosh, by the time everyone registered what happened, Lu Zhe had already landed firmly on the ground. The smile never faded from his face as he glanced around at the 3 thugs lying, kneeling, and squatting on the ground. Lu Zhe shook his head. Boring. Muttering under his breath, his hand didn't stop moving either. With another loud smack, it landed on the head of the gang's leader once more. Ah! Unable to bear the pain, he let out another humiliating cry. But that wasn't all. Lu Zhe proceeded to deliver several more blows to each of the other 2 punks. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively. Shouts of pain, admissions of guilt, and pleas for mercy rose one after another from the mouths of the 3 thugs. About 2 minutes later, Lu Zhe, who never stopped his assault, suddenly heard a faint crying sound. At this moment, he finally stopped what he was doing. After tossing aside what was in his hand, he grabbed the lead hooligan by the collar and lifted him clean off the ground. A grin slowly spread across his face. With blatant disregard for the unspoken rules of the underworld, he asked a single question. "Ha, big bro, are you crying? TSK, hey, everyone come take a look, it's a gangster, bro chicken boy, and he's actually crying. How could you cry? Did it hurt? Afraid of pain?" Lu Zhe crouched halfway in front of the boy, the pity in his tone overflowing. The boy sobbed, his words barely intelligible. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hey, what are you talking about? Hearing these words from the boy, Lu Zhe suddenly gave his shoulder a firm pat. The boy's body trembled violently from the slap. Clearly, he was thoroughly frightened. "Weren't you just saying that we're all scum, worthless trash? You're absolutely right to say so. What's wrong with that? Courageously speaking the truth, that's admirable." Hearing Lu Zhe say this, the young man instantly felt terrible. His sobs grew louder as he desperately shook his head. Alright, let's not dwell on this. You said you were wrong just now, right? Speaking with deep concern, Lu Zhe reached out and gently patted the young man's head while asking. "Yes, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Being wrong, what should I do now? Let me think." Lu Zhe stood up from the ground, pretending to ponder. "I've got it. Since I was wrong, someone needs to teach me a lesson, right? Fine. Since you're being so sensible, I'll take you guys to the police station. You'll definitely receive a proper education there." As Lu Zhe spoke, he grabbed the ringleader of the troublemakers from the ground and pulled him up, making a move toward the door. No, not the police station. Please listen to me, listen to my explanation." The boy panicked completely, desperately leaning back to resist Lu Zhe's pull. "Explanation?" Lu Zhe stopped in his tracks and glanced at the young man with a smile. "It's not impossible, but you only get one chance." As he spoke, Lu Zhe raised a finger and held up the number 1. "Say something that interests me, or I won't be satisfied." Lu Zhe spoke while pulling out his phone and waving it at the boy. "No need for me to take you, a car will be here soon. Personally, to pick you up." Chapter 12, The First Step in Punishing the Troublemaker. My name is Wei Shufan. You only get one chance, so, treasure it dearly. Lu Zhe stared at the young hoodlum in front of him and slowly uttered these words. The hoodlum stood there with a woeful expression on his face. He had originally planned to casually make up an excuse to get away with it, but then he replayed in his mind the scene of Lu Zhe neatly cleaning him and his companions up. In the end, he chose to come clean. Taking a deep breath, the thug suddenly turned around and pointed at Ji Fanmeng in the distance, raising his voice several notches. It's her. She's the one who made me do all this today. She said there's a new teacher in her class that she can't stand, so... The delinquent's words exploded like thunder in Ji Fanmeng's ears. So you're just going to sell me out like this? Was this really necessary? Weren't we agreed that no matter what happens, we'd stay united in heart, never turning traitor, never blowing our cover? Suddenly, Ji Fanmeng's eyes widened in shock. His face flushed crimson, his lips trembling as he struggled to voice a defense. Before she could even attempt an explanation, Lu Zhe acted first. With a forceful swing of his weapon, a sharp crack sounded as it struck the hoodlum's head again. That's a damn lie. Lu Zhe roared right into the ruffian's ear with an amplified voice. Startled, the hoodlum shuddered violently, staring at Lu Zhe in panic, completely bewildered by his actions. Would our class's student council do something like this? Smack! Another slap landed. With barely enough time each day to study and read, would they even think about such things? Wham! A forceful punch strikes out. Look at you, not only did you make a mistake, but you even turned around and accused our classmates? Make stuff up, will you? Wham! Slander others, will you? Wham! Lu Zhe relentlessly berated the young hoodlum like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, without easing the strength in his grip. This series of actions completely bewildered the young delinquent. He flailed his arms wildly in the air to block the blows, desperately trying to explain between the onslaught. And no, it's true, I'm telling the truth. Really? Still talking nonsense? Lu Zhe's voice grew even louder. Do you think I don't know what the girls in our class are like? Would they ever associate with scum like you? Make it up. Keep making things up. Hearing the words spoken by Lu Zhe, Ji Fanmeng's entire face turned crimson. It wasn't because Lu Zhe was defending her, but rather because Lu Zhe had acted too excessively, going beyond what even she could accept. Ji Fanmeng had it easy, the punk was genuinely crying. If it weren't for the terrifying weapon in Lu Zhe's hand, which he stood absolutely no chance against, he would have voiced his most honest thoughts without hesitation. Your entire class is studying and reading textbooks? Are you kidding me? If I could find even a single note in their books, I'd rather be beaten to death today. And, what do you mean by won't get mixed up with people like us? You probably don't know, I'm a 6-foot-tall, 180-pound man. Every time I see Ji Fanmeng, I sweetly call her Sister Meng. If it weren't for you being even crueler than her, would I have betrayed her? Grief, humiliation, pain, helplessness. At this moment, the accumulation of various emotions had completely shattered the young thug's psyche. Sniffling and sobbing uncontrollably, he couldn't hold himself up any longer, squatting on the ground with his head in hands, weeping bitterly in self-pity. Seeing him like this, Lu Zhe finally stopped his assault again. He sighed and slapped the thug on the head. Was what you just said true? The thug didn't speak, just kept nodding incessantly. Judging by the look of it, seems not like a lie. Lu Zhe muttered to himself before turning his head slightly toward Ji Fanmeng, who was standing by his seat nearby. His face was full of confusion. Was he telling the truth? Lu Zhe asked in a gentle tone. Professor Lu, Ji Fanmeng gritted her teeth, thinking since she'd already fallen into this predicament today, she might as well come clean. Just as she was about to confess everything, suddenly, a startled ah sounded from beneath Lu Zhe's feet. This was immediately followed by Lu Zhe's voice, brimming with righteousness. Did you all hear that? What did our classmate just say? She said she had no idea about this. Thud, the punk got another kick to his backside. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Yes, wah. The punk finally gave up all resistance. That devil. This demon who calls a deer a horse and turns black into white. I didn't hear shit. They didn't even say anything, and you kicked me. But what else could he do? After nearly 20 years of life, this was the first time he'd encountered such a character. Survival. Right. Staying alive is what matters most. In the past, wasn't it those who insisted a deer was just a deer that ended up being executed by Zhao Gao? So when Lu Zhe shouted those words at the delinquents, louder, I can't hear you. In utter disarray, he swayed unsteadily as he rose from the ground. One hand frantically wiped his eyes with his sleeve while the other clutched tightly at his clothes. With a voice as pitiful as a young girl's, he whimpered his complaint. She said, she didn't know, it was me, yes, it was me. Phew. In the deathly silent classroom, someone suddenly let out a long suppressed sigh, making the already absurd and eerie atmosphere even more pronounced. Lu Zhe, however, paid it no mind. At last, a faint smile finally appeared. He raised his hand and patted the little hoodlum on the shoulder. That's right, honesty and good behavior make a fine lad. Since your attitude is so commendable, how about we skip the trip to the police station?
The tense hoodlum was so moved by these words, he almost died from gratitude.
Nodding fervently to show agreement. But what? Lu Zhe suddenly changed his tone, glancing in Ji Fanmeng's direction.
You came to my class and caused such a scene. If I don't handle this properly, it won't do. At the very least, I won't be able to explain it to the rest of the class.
Don't you agree?
The young punk nodded mechanically, his movements devoid of life.
Let me think.
Lu Zhe crossed his arms and pretended to be deep in thought.
Alright, here's what we'll do.
As he spoke, Lu Zhe grabbed a sheet of paper from a nearby classmate's desk and picked up a pen.
Start writing and speaking at the same time up there. As for me, I'm usually quite gentle and don't have any harmful intentions. That makes sense.
Just now, listening to those words you said to Ji Fanmeng, things like "you're my princess, I'm your king," that was quite artistic. So, I've decided to properly cultivate this particular ability of yours.
Lu Zhe swiftly scribbled on the paper while speaking intermittently. See, I'm quite merciful, not sending you to the police station, but actually offering to train you.
Lu Zhe straightened up and handed the freshly written page to the young hoodlum.
You should really thank me, shouldn't you?
Yeah. The street thug nodded vigorously in response to Lu Zhe. At the same time, he casually unfolded that piece of paper he'd been holding. In an instant, he froze in place, because he clearly saw. The first sentence at the top of that page read,
My name is Wei Shufen.
Chapter 13, instantly becoming the school's focus, corny pickup lines that cracked up the entire campus.
In the classroom,
the thoroughly subdued delinquent stared dumbfounded at the paper in his hand.
His face was a picture of disbelief. His mind was completely occupied by, what's he writing all this for? Why give it to me? What does he want from me? See clearly now? Lu Zhe asked the young troublemaker. The troublemaker nodded helplessly. Fine then. Lu Zhe glanced at his wristwatch. 1 minute left till class ends. Let's head out with your crew.
With that, Lu Zhe strode toward the classroom door. But just when he was nearly halfway there, he suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly turned around.
He waved in the direction of Ji Fanmeng. Ah, Xiao Ji, could you come out for a moment too? Ha!
Ji Fanmeng blinked in confusion, her expression slightly dazed for a brief moment before she slowly rose from her seat and shuffled into the aisle.
Following behind the others, they walked out of the classroom door. Ring, ring, ring.
The moment Lu Zhe and the others vanished, the school bell rang right on cue. With a rustling sound, the students of class 23, grade 11, all rose from their seats and swarmed toward the exit in a flurry. Of course they were curious. What was Lu Zhe taking them to do? This unconventional teacher had just staged a ruthless full-scale martial arts performance in class without holding back.
Now during break time, what kind of show was he planning to put on? What was written on that piece of paper? Why did the troublemaker make such an expression after reading it?
The teenage years are precisely the time when energy is most abundant and curiosity is strongest. Thus, when they noticed Lu Zhe leading a few people toward the most conspicuous spot at the center of the campus, the restless students of class 13 had already crowded along the railings, craning their necks to peer down below. Lu Zhe seemed to sense something unusual behind him and casually glanced back over his shoulder. Then he shook his head with a faint smile, casually throwing an arm around the nearby delinquent's shoulders and pointing toward a small elevated platform a few meters away.
Take your little buddies and stand up there. What? Ha, wait, you don't want to?
Lu Zhe tightened his grip slightly, his voice carrying a hint of chill. With a sudden whoosh, feeling an unexpected cold breath at his neck, the punk didn't hesitate, he leaped onto the high platform. His two battered underlings followed close behind, scrambling up after him. The campus was bustling with people. It was right after class had ended, and the corridors on each floor quickly filled with students. Spotting the three highly conspicuous figures standing on the elevated platform, they began whispering to each other. At this moment, the three troublemakers were the center of attention across the entire campus. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He then turned slightly and said to Ji Fanmeng beside him, who seemed somewhat confused about the situation. These brats came to cause trouble in our classroom, and they even dared to frame you. Since I've become your homeroom teacher, I definitely won't allow something like this to happen.
Well, Lu Zhe gestured with his chin towards two boys not far away. Ji Fanmeng turned her head to take a look. She saw two boys, one holding two microphones in his hand, the other hugging a small speaker, running in her direction. So then, Lu Zhe's voice once again drew Ji Fanmeng's attention. Would you like the teacher to have them apologize to you one by one?
Ji Fanmeng looked up and met Lu Zhe's ostensibly harmless gaze.
Oh, okay, alright.
Flustered by the response, he quickly averted his gaze. The apology speech, the teacher has already written it.
Later, all you need to do is one thing. Simple as that.
Lu Zhe casually remarked as he smoothly took the two microphones from the boy's hands. He handed one to the leader of the hooligans on stage, while deftly slipping the other to Ji Fanmeng.
Wait a moment. For every apology he gives, you respond with, okay, how about that? Lu Zhe once again gave Ji Fanmeng a considerate look. Oh okay, Mr. Lu.
Ji Fanmeng gripped the microphone tightly in her palm, feeling cold sweat dripping all over her body. Even though the weather wasn't cold at all, standing next to Professor Lu felt like being in the middle of winter.
This damn oppressive feeling.
Ji Fanmeng took a deep breath and raised the microphone to her lips.
Screw it, it's just saying yes, it's not like it'll kill me. Everything ready?
After finishing his conversation with Ji Fanmeng, Lu Zhe lifted his eyelids to glance at the few people on stage and asked,
Alright. A faint, mosquito-like murmur escaped from several people's lips. Alright, let's get started.
After saying this to the gang's leader on the platform, Lu Zhe took 2 steps back and settled in to watch the drama unfold from the sidelines. He observed as the thug's trembling hands struggled to lift the microphone to his mouth. Lu's curled his lips and shook his head with a sigh. With nerves like that, and still pretending to be the big shot in my class. While grumbling, he shouted toward the stage again.
Make sure to speak up.
Otherwise, Lu Zhe said with a chuckle, shaking the phone in his hand.
There'll be a car coming to pick you up.
Facing this teacher whose smile was as warm as a spring breeze, the young delinquent had already grown numb. With eyes closed and heart steeled, he spread open the paper in his hand and raised the microphone level with his lips. He recited with resonant vigor. My name is Wei Shufan, and I have something to say to Ji Fanmeng. With a whoosh, the audio instantly filled the entire campus. After a half-second pause, the crowd erupted into waves of good-natured laughter.
Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, am I hearing this right? What did he just say? Ha ha, did you hear that? That guy said his name is Wei Shufan. The students were completely floored by this sudden self-introduction.
Meanwhile, the little punk on the podium continued reading with a pained expression. I want to tell Ji Fanmeng, you're the breeze and I'm the sand, together we'll roam the land.
Dreamy girl, won't you tell me, are you willing?
On stage, the gangster with a face twisted in discomfort finally managed to force out these words. Below the stage, Ji Fanmeng holding the microphone had completely turned to stone. She stood there dumbstruck as if hit by a paralyzing spell, her mouth hanging wide open. At this moment, she finally understood why Lu Zhe had only wanted her to respond with okay. So the trap had been set long ago. So it turns out Lu Zhe had been waiting for her here all along? In the silence, Ji Fanmeng turned around with a blank expression, looking toward Lu Zhe in the distance.
Lu Zhe smirked at her without genuine warmth and gestured an invitation.
The meaning was beyond words.
No way out now.
Ji Fanmeng clenched her teeth, then addressed the topic with all the force of her youth, shouting 2 words aloud.
Got it. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, what am I hearing? Who is that girl? Does anyone know her?
Tell me quick, holy crap, she actually said yes. In the hallway, the crowd of students were doubled over with laughter at Ji Fanmeng's response.
Meanwhile on the stage, the distressed-looking troublemaker loudly read out the second sentence written on the paper. My name is Lu Taizhu, and I want to tell Ji Fanmeng. Chapter 14 The utterly socially dead girl, solitary sobs on the playground. My name is Lu Taizhu, and I want to tell Ji Fanmeng.
On stage, the little ruffian's voice carried a hint of helplessness, mixed with just a touch of grievance.
He raised the paper high, trying desperately to shield his face. This was so damn embarrassing. When had a little punk like him ever faced something like this? Though normally he was somewhat unruly and thick-skinned. But thick-skinned doesn't mean shameless. This teacher was clearly out to destroy him. Before, he had at least a tiny shred of reputation around here. What was he supposed to do now? Would someone suddenly appear as he passed the school gate and slap him hard on the shoulder with a loud thwack? Laughing loudly, he greeted him. Well, if it isn't Wei Shufan, what a coincidence, isn't it? At this thought, the little ruffian wished he were dead. And he wasn't the only one harboring such thoughts. Beneath the high ledge, Ji Fanmeng stood with her feet tightly pressed together, her head hanging low with effort, leaving the students in the hallway staring at her stiffly straightened back. If there had been a crack beneath her feet, connecting to the Pacific Ocean or not, she would have leapt straight in without hesitation. This was just too damn mortifying. She was just a naive high school sophomore. When had she ever been so boldly confessed to in public like this? But that wasn't even the main point. The main point was, this confession came with no candles, no flowers, and certainly no sweet nothings. All there was a rough-looking, burly man calling himself Wei Shufan. Yes, but what came was only the uproarious laughter and merciless mockery from the entire student body. Yet this wasn't the most terrifying part. The true horror was, the confession kept going. The delinquent's voice continued dribbling from the stage into the speakers. My name is Lu Taizhu, and I want to tell Ji Fanmeng, today I finally inherited my dad's little shop, became the minister, but I don't want to be one. Do you know why? Damn, it's even a question and answer style, back and forth. Hearing this line that had a slightly different flavor from the previous ones, the students laughed even harder, with some mischievous boys shouting at the top of their lungs. If you don't want to do it, I will. Ha ha ha.
The campus was instantly filled with an unusually cheerful atmosphere.
After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the troublemaker continued reading. Because the minister's burden is too heavy, like a crown. If I wear the crown, I cannot love you, but if I take it off, I cannot support you. Put. Ha ha ha. Oh God, I can't take it. This is too funny, just too hilarious. Who would have thought that the first to collapse in laughter would actually be the gathered bystanders? They were laughing uncontrollably, nearly out of breath. This play is way more captivating than any TV drama, isn't it? So, I want to ask you, if one day I end up with nothing, throw off this crown, and have to pick trash or steal batteries to keep you fed, would you? Would you stick with me? Ji Fanming cried. She was truly crying. This is so embarrassing.
Some people in the crowd had already recognized her. They were holding their stomachs and shouting her name loudly in the hallway. This meant all her attempts at concealment and disguise had become utterly futile at this moment. The October breeze in the air was nearly sweeping away the last traces of summer's lingering heat. Ji Fanming raised the back of her hand to rub her eyes, holding the microphone to her lips, about to answer the street punk in a voice choked with tears. But a hand suddenly grabbed the microphone. Swallowing the words she'd been about to say, Ji Fanming lifted her tear-streaked face. The first thing that caught her eye was Lu Zhe's utterly calm face. You know what I want to say, consider this a small warning. Ji Fanming remained silent. Go back now, let's consider this matter closed. After standing frozen for a few seconds, Ji Fanming gave Lu Zhe a meaningful look before quickly running toward the playground. Lu Zhe shook his head and then chuckled. Around 2010, most high school girls were still quite naive and reserved. Even a bad girl like Ji Fanming, by people's standards, was only relatively rebellious in minor ways. Compared to the little delinquent girls from his previous life, this was nothing. After all, she's still a girl with decent shame, her face was still quite thin-skinned. So Lu Zhe chose this method of making Ji Fanming experience instant social annihilation to teach her a small lesson. Some trees, if not straightened when planted, will grow crooked forever. Some people never find the right path unless they're allowed to stumble along the way. This was Lu Zhe's philosophy and the very reason he had orchestrated such a grand spectacle today. Watching Ji Fanming's retreating figure fade into the distance, Lu Zhe smirked before tilting his head to cast a glance at the group on stage. He crooked a finger at the young thug standing center stage. Come down, take her place. The other two, read the sentences on the paper one by one. You can only leave after finishing. After quickly arranging matters for the three, Lu Zhe walked briskly toward Ji Fanming amidst the overlapping chants of I'm Wang Jiangwo, I'm Zhao Erden. The stadium bleachers were sparsely populated. The girl huddled in a corner of the bleachers, her face buried deep in her arms, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Lu Zhe stood watching from a short distance for a while before finally walking over quietly. After sitting next to Ji Fanming for a moment, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, first lighting one for himself, then nudging the girl's elbow lightly with it. Still sniffling, Ji Fanming felt the odd sensation at her elbow. He looked up. Her gaze met Lu Zhe's recently familiar eyes before noticing the cigarette he was offering her. The girl froze for a moment, casting a puzzled look at Lu Zhe. He raised his hand to gesture at the girl. Go ahead, I don't believe you don't know how? Perhaps because the day's events had been too richly memorable, the girl hesitated for just a second or two. She casually took the cigarette from Lu Zhe's hand, pulled a lighter from her own pocket, and lit it with practiced ease. TSK, Lu Zhe marveled inwardly. She really had that boss lady vibe about her. Now that you've lost the man and smoked the cigarette, out with it. As Ji Fanming lit his cigarette, Lu Zhe casually remarked. Ji Fanming, who had just exhaled a plume of smoke, turned her head to look at Lu Zhe. It seems he didn't quite get the meaning. Tell me, your story. Lu Zhe took a deep breath before smiling and offering an explanation. The girl had actually stopped crying long ago, having gradually calmed down from her earlier embarrassment and distress. Hearing Lu Zhe's question, she forcefully stubbed out the pungent cigarette but clutched between her fingers against the ground. Then he stood up from the stands and glanced at Lu Zhe. With a faint smile on his face, he spoke indifferently. What kind of joke is this, Professor Lu? I'm just a student, what stories could I possibly have? With that, she turned and headed straight for the classroom. But after just 2 steps, she turned back once more, locking eyes with Lu Zhe for a solid 2 seconds. Oh, one more thing, Professor Lu. Lu Zhe looked up in response. Damn, your cigarettes taste awful. But, watching the girl's retreating figure, Lu Zhe couldn't help but laugh. This tough chick is actually kinda cute. It's just that they're not willing to accept me as Teacher Lu right now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhe casually flicked away the cigarette but that had burned down to its end. He stood up from the spectator stands and dusted off the dirt from his pants. He was just about to walk off the stage. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket began to ring. Chapter 15 Coward, do you even deserve to play music? Grade Director's Office. The boy named Wu Naiwen stood on the ground with a defiant look on his face. A pair of earphones were plugged into his ears.
actively isolating himself from the world. Beside the boy stood a woman dressed in luxurious clothes, with an elegant demeanor but a somewhat poor complexion. On the other side of the office, the middle-aged department head sat stiffly in his chair with a grim expression, legs crossed. He forcefully grabbed his phone from the desk, found a number, and made the call. The call was directed to Lu Zhe. That's why Lu Zhe, still sitting in the bleachers of the playground, felt a bit surprised when he saw this number appear on his phone. He had just arrived not long ago. Why would the grade-level director take the initiative to contact him? Puzzled, Lu Zhe picked up the call. Hearing the angry voice speaking a few sentences, I finally understood the purpose of this call. Hanging up the phone while walking to the office, Lu Zhe muttered under his breath. Delinquent youth? What kind of drama is this now? A few minutes later, Lu Zhe walked into the office. Looking up, I saw a scene with a slightly awkward atmosphere. After briefly glancing at the three of them, the director's voice reached my ears. Teacher Lu, you don't know him, do you? This is a rare guest. He barely came last semester and didn't even register this semester. And now, he's here asking for a leave of absence. Oh, is that so? Lu Zhe turned his head to glance at the boy, then looked back at the director. Are you suggesting that? Whatever, stay or leave as you please, you handle it. The middle-aged man leaned back in his office chair and waved Lu Zhe off with a tired expression. Director, Professor Lu, I'm busy with work, my child is in your hands now. The silent socialite finally spoke, her tone dripping with condescension. No matter what, I won't let him quit school. I went through so much trouble to get you into number 23 middle school. You might not care about shame, but I can't lose face. The woman turned around and coldly spoke these words to the boy beside her. Then she pulled out a stack of cash from her bag, shoved it into the boy's pocket, and left the office without a second glance. Lu Zhe, standing beside the two, was utterly speechless. What kind of mother is this? As for the boy, he remained frozen in that posture, not even lifting his head, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. After a few seconds of standoff, Lu Zhe walked over to the boy and reached out to remove his headphones. Then, amidst the boy's visibly irritated expression, he asked coolly, "What's your name?" The boy ignored him, lowering his head to pick up the headphones that had slipped off his shoulders and plugging them back into his ears. Lu Zhe reached out and removed them once again. "I'm talking to you." Silence, followed by the same repetitive gesture. Lu Zhe smiled. His hand shot out with lightning speed, grabbing the headphone cord in the middle and yanking both earbuds out forcefully. His icy glare locked onto the equally furious-looking boy. "Listen to shit," Lu Zhe said mockingly. "None of your." The boy finally spoke up, but had only uttered 2 words when Lu Zhe forcefully slapped him. "Damn it!" Stunned by the slap, the boy instantly exploded with curses. After 2 seconds of reaction, he pounced on Lu Zhe like an enraged lion. Lu Zhe didn't even move. Only when the boy got close did he turn his body and raise his arm. With just that simple movement, he trapped the boy's head in the crook of his arm. He let the boy struggle frantically, punching and kicking wildly. He hauled the other person out of the office like this. The hallway was silent and empty. Lu Zhe didn't pay attention to the furious little lion beside him, merely quickening his pace as he headed for the rooftop. When faced with deep-thinking girls, the type like Ji Fanmeng, Lu Zhe might not immediately come up with a perfect solution. But when it came to dealing with shameless and troublesome guys, Lu Zhe had plenty of methods up his sleeve. One word, beat. Beat until you submit, and if you don't, keep on beating. So when the two of them reached the rooftop alone, Lu Zhe released the young man. Standing before him with arms crossed, a cold smirk playing on his lips, he crooked a finger, his expression openly challenging as he stared at the boy. Yet unexpectedly, this furious little lion didn't immediately pounce. Instead, she plugged her earphones back in. Crouching on the ground, she took out her phone, turned it over in her hands for a while, then stood up silently. Without even glancing at Lu Zhe, she strode quickly toward the stairwell door. The moment they brushed past each other, Lu Zhe snorted lightly. "Coward!" The boy didn't stop, continuing to walk forward. "Waste of space." Still ignored. "Playing music? You don't deserve that shit." Just as the boy's fingers were about to touch the doorknob, the words from behind instantly froze him in place. The first 2 insults he could endure, being called trash or coward, those names weren't unfamiliar to him. But that final sentence truly touched a raw nerve. In this world, he had practically given up everything. All those things he genuinely cared about so very long ago. He wanted only music. He only had music. For a long time in the past, there wasn't a single day he truly felt happy. Pressure from all sides, ears filled with scornful denials and biting sarcasm. In those days when life felt wrapped in layers of filthy, tattered oil paper, he didn't even have a single moment to say goodbye to the music he so deeply loved. No one understood, no one accepted him. "It's alright, I don't need it, as long as I know what I want. I've already stepped back this far, conceded this much." "Why, do you still have to say that? What do you mean? I don't deserve to play music." At this moment, the emotions inside the boy named Wu Naiwen began to surge and pile up madly. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, fists clenched, and a furious roar burst from his throat. He rushed toward Lu Zhe without the slightest regard. Having long lost all rationality, of course he didn't notice. Watching him charge over, the corners of Lu Zhe's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. After all, he was still just a reckless young lad. Pretending to be profound won't shield you from provocation. With a loud bang, it took less than 2 seconds. Wu Naiwen, who had just charged toward Lu Zhe, was now lying on the ground clutching his knee in agony. Lu Zhe clapped his hands lightly and took 2 steps back. With a smile, he squatted down, picked up the headphones the boy had dropped on the ground, and put them in his own ears. TSK, just as I guessed, listening to Nirvana? You're into rock? Not bad taste, but I wonder how good you really are. Lu Zhe tossed the headphones back at Wu Naiwen as he spoke. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and squatted there lost in thought. Then, beneath the young man's slightly bewildered gaze, he casually uttered, "Since you love music so much, why not? Let's make a bet." Chapter 16, Professor Lu, I'll beat you 3 times. How about, we make a little wager? When these words reached Wu Naiwen's ears, a sudden spark of vitality flickered in his eyes. But he still didn't speak. In truth, he could guess most things with considerable accuracy. No matter how well a teacher might disguise themselves, whether acting friendly with students or making bets with them, the ultimate reason, when it came down to it, was just this one for Wu Naiwen. That is, to give up music, return to the right path, study hard, and repay his parents. So, although he became intrigued by Lu Zhe's unconventional approach, he still chose to remain silent. Having experienced too much reality, there were times when he would rather force himself to escape temporarily. "Oh, you don't seem very interested," Lu Zhe said with a laugh while smoking. "Then let's talk about something you're interested in." Lu Zhe shifted his posture and blew a flawless smoke ring toward the sky. A bet naturally requires stakes. If you win like you said about wanting to drop out, I'll help convince your mom and go with you to complete the withdrawal process. But if you lose, Lu Zhe turned his head to glance at Wu Naiwen, who was still lying on the ground. "I'll give you a gift." Lu Zhe's tone lifted as he curled his lips into a smile. "So, what do you say? A guaranteed profitable deal, not considering taking it up? How are we betting?" Wu Naiwen, who had remained silent all along, was finally moved by the bizarre bet proposed by Lu Zhe. He asked the other question that concerned him the most. "That's more like it." Lu Zhe smiled as he took the cigarette from his lips and stubbed it out on the concrete floor. "Simple. Don't you play music? Then we'll compete with music. Tomorrow afternoon, extracurricular time, that bleacher." As he spoke, Lu Zhe pointed at the elevated platform where the 3 troublemakers had previously stood delivering their cringeworthy confession. "I've got all the equipment ready, just come over. As for the type of competition, aren't you into rock music? Let's do rock, what do you say?" After speaking, Lu Zhe turned his gaze toward Wu Naiwen, waiting for his reply. I had expected the intrigued young man to agree without hesitation. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Naiwen shook his head with a light chuckle. "Teacher Lu, it's not just about rock music." This time, Lu Zhe was genuinely taken by surprise. "I'm playing 3 sets. The teenager standing on the rooftop casually adjusted his tangled headphone cable. With a smile, he raised his hand and extended 3 fingers toward Lu Zhe. "I don't just do rock, I also play folk and rap. Since Professor Lu wants to compete with me, then I'd like to compete in all 3 categories." The young man's gaze rested firmly on Lu Zhe with unusual certainty. Even his casually spoken words brimmed with the vigor of youth. "I wonder if Professor Lu can handle it. Hey, you little rascal." Lu Zhe instantly beamed with delight. He raised his hand and gave Wu Naiwen a pat on the shoulder. "Come on, tell me first, why do you want 3 rounds of competition?" "Because you just flicked me once, yanked my headphones once, and threw me down once. So," Wu Naiwen emphasized his words, his gaze upon Lu Zhe brimming with pride. "I'm going to beat you 3 times. Youthful hearts are always thus. In one's own domain, one never easily admits defeat." "Good." Lu Zhe wasted no more words. He accepted Wu Naiwen's raised stakes, then turned and walked toward the stairwell door. Young and reckless. If you're not reckless, can you even call yourself young?" For a moment, he began to feel a bit of liking for this cocky-looking young boy. Pulling open the slightly heavy door, Lu Zhe was about to step into the shadows. Suddenly, he heard the boy's voice rise in pitch behind him. "Hey, Professor Lu." Lu Zhe stopped in his tracks. "I forgot to tell you, my name is Wu Naiwen." Lu Zhe nodded slightly. "Naiwen, alright, got it." Lu Zhe waved his hand at Wu Naiwen without turning around, leisurely descending the stairs. A voice neither too loud nor too soft drifted into Wu Naiwen's ears. "Naiwen, what a name, sounds like a girl's." The boy who happened to hear these words instantly flushed red. After adjusting himself in the wind for a long while, the scholar Lu Zhe finally gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Bullshit." But then, the youth turned his face toward the sun and forcefully swung his arm upward.
A radiant smile blossoms on the face, while a flower suddenly blooms within the heart.
This teacher seems genuinely different from anyone encountered before. He could sense that certain things had already begun fermenting slowly. The fermentation might take considerable time and bring some growing pains, but it's alright. He could wait, and naturally he could endure too. October 11th, Wednesday.
Compared to other schools, number 23 middle school's extracurricular activities had quite some distinctive features of its own.
The time was extended from 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
It was ostensibly to give the children more time to do things they're interested in, but more often than not, it merely provided the previous class's teacher with a better excuse to run overtime.
Such is reality.
Even someone as unconventional as Lu Zhe could only attempt minor breakthroughs within the grand framework.
For example, right now, in the bustling little courtyard, nearly everyone was captivated by the array of equipment displayed on the small raised platform at the center of the yard. 2 massive speakers, tangled microphone cables, drum sets, keyboards, bass guitars, electric guitars,
a plethora of musical instruments, and a crowd of people busily adjusting them. Students who are constantly buried in homework have rarely encountered such fascinating sights on campus. The small stage was immediately surrounded by layers upon layers of people. Amid the bustling crowd, discussions quickly broke out from all sides. At that moment, most students assumed the school had finally shown mercy, bringing in a band to let them unwind.
They remained completely unaware. Wait a moment, there's about to be a show here. Something they never imagined, a showdown between students and teachers. At exactly 4 o'clock, when all the equipment was adjusted and ready,
Wu Naiwen grabbed a guitar from the stand and was the first to jump onto the stage. Standing by the mic stand, casually strumming the guitar strings. Turning around, he nodded toward the makeshift band members gathered behind him. God knows what method Lu Zhe used to pull them together last minute. Then he leaned toward the microphone.
Hey, isn't that Wu Naiwen? Damn, bringing a concert here? That's ballsy.
Someone in the crowd recognized the boy on the bleachers.
Others didn't know who he was and asked their classmates nearby. Who's Wu Naiwen? Never heard of him.
Ah, just that kid from class 13 who skips studying to play music all day.
Not worth knowing. Oh, so it's him. Amid the clamorous crowd, astonished cheers, bewildered murmurs, mocking jeers, venomous whispers, countless voices surged toward Wu Naiwen from all directions.
Yet for the man on stage, at this moment, there was only the guitar in his hands and the melody in his mind. He ignored all the sounds around him, leaning forward slightly. His voice was deep yet carried a faint hoarseness.
Tong Yang, Westlake.
With that, he struck the strings hard with his pick, and his entire body began to sway rhythmically to the vibrant beat.
Yo, getting into character, nice.
On the stands, Lu Zhe smiled knowingly. Then, as Wu Naiwen sang the first lyrics, sailing into the 3 pagodas, frolicking on the lake water, creating such an atmosphere, he slowly closed his eyes.
Though youth has faded away,
yet the music of youth must be savored with heart.
Chapter 17, a song called Westlake takes the campus by storm. Professor Lu, now it's your turn. Schools are truly magical places. The magic lies in this. It's like an extraordinarily inclusive container, vast enough to hold countless things. Youth, passion, cruelty, tears. Every person preserves here a memory uniquely their own. Some people turn into memories that belong to others here.
At this moment, Wu Naiwen stood on this unremarkable small platform.
He became a memory for many.
With his lips pressed against the microphone, his eyes slightly closed. Fingers glided over the guitar strings as the drum beats grew increasingly intense.
Painful Faith, an icon of an era, the memories of a group of rock fanatics. Westlake, an epic-making rock song, meticulous in melody, exquisite in subtlety.
Wu Naiwen's voice still carried a faint dissonance with his age. Shedding some of his youthful sunshine, he'd gained a touch of weathered melancholy. There's no denying it, that voice was made for rock and roll. Standing below the stage, Lu Zhe watched this boy who had remained aloof and solitary towards his parents, the dean, and even himself just yesterday,
now completely immersed in the music before them. Suddenly I feel a bit moved. If you truly love deeply, you'd rather give everything to defy the world. This statement is indeed correct.
No more nostalgic sunset glow remains.
Never again, the moon's reflection.
Never again, the intoxicating night breeze, vanishing in an instant, into mist and smoke. As the drum beats grew increasingly frantic, Wu Naiwen's voice became more torn and hoarse. At this moment, the entire person completely relaxed. The surrounding air was like a bottomless vortex,
absorbing all the regrets, confusion, sadness, and resentment.
What remained was only the purest music,
pedaling past the long causeway, singing and laughing.
Along the way, yet misread the scenery, neither seeing the starry river, nor the sky's horizon.
A shooting star gone in the blink of an eye. From motion to stillness,
the once boisterous voices gradually softened, and the students' hearts quietly slipped away in this gradual transition. Before this day, among this clamoring crowd of students, at least 2/3 of the people looked down upon and disapproved of Wu Naiwen.
whether it was day after day of education or long-standing ingrained perceptions. As for Wu Naiwan, the evaluation they could offer was straightforward and simple. 5 characters. Ignorant and incompetent. I don't want to associate with such people, don't want to be friends with them, and least of all become one of them. Yet, in less than 2 minutes, the long-held beliefs of most among them were instantly shattered beyond recognition. The youth on stage, his body swaying freely with the rhythm. The youth whose nimble fingers danced effortlessly across the strings, over and over again. The youth whose voice carried the weight of the world, yet brimmed with boundless hope for it. The youth whom everyone dismissed as aimless, yet who gave his all to his craft every single day. That boy who was so different from them, yet suddenly made people unable to help but feel envious. Him, so he can shine after all. Hey! In the crowd, the girl who had been typing on her phone suddenly nudged her best friend beside her. How can someone sing so beautifully? Her gaze fixed tightly on Wu Naiwan, her best friend chuckled lightly and raised a hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I don't know, but I also really love singing. In the girl's voice, with an envy easily noticeable, and a hint of regret barely perceptible. The music continues. The interlude begins. Wu Naiwan cradled his guitar, leaning slightly forward with his head bowed in concentration as his fingers danced furiously across the strings. Within these campus grounds buzzing with human voices, in this space where crowds would willingly pause to listen to his seemingly unremarkable presence, through a torrent of blistering solos, they swore to a tiny little thing. Some people were born for music, some could never live without music. Bang, bang. The drummer struck 2 heavy beats with the drumsticks. At the instant those 2 notes sounded, Wu Naiwan also stopped strumming the chords in his hands. Silence suddenly descended upon the previously fiery atmosphere, but it lasted only 2 seconds. Before the students could react, Wu Naiwan took another large stride and returned to the microphone. He let go of his guitar, gripped the microphone with both hands, and vented his emotions with a voice hoarse from shouting. That day, that night. That day, that day, that night. That day, that night. The voice, gradually shifting from gruff back to tender. The atmosphere, slowly cooling from feverish to tranquil. The swaying bodies gradually settled as the rhythm subsided. The students below were still immersed in that lingering emotion, completely unaware that the song was already nearing its end. At this moment, Wu Naiwan finally yanked his soul, which had momentarily escaped his body, back with force. Holding the microphone, he glanced at the audience below. A faint smile crept onto his face. The courtyard was packed with people, looking so wonderful it truly felt like hosting a concert. But, how quickly? These brief few minutes were coming to an end. Will there be another chance like this in the future? Turning her head slightly, she glanced at Lu Zhe, who stood nearby with an equally joyful smile. Facing the microphone, Wu Naiwan let out a soft sigh. Then, in a manner almost like recitation, she sang the final line of the song. Without noticing, we've already drifted apart. Just 8 short words, yet so full of meaning. The stillness after revelry, the waking reality from dreams. Ha! The sound of drums, chin, and keyboard, at this very moment, came to an abrupt halt. After exhaling a breath toward the microphone, Wu Naiwan paused for thought, then turned his head once more to glance at Lu Zhe. Westlake, from the album Don't Stop My Music by Tong Yang. This song is dedicated to myself. Professor Lu, now it's your turn. With those words, Wu Naiwan removed his guitar and stepped down from the platform with light, unhesitating footsteps, leaving behind a group of bewildered students staring at each other in confusion. They almost couldn't believe their ears. Did Wu Naiwan just say Teacher Lu? Who is Teacher Lu? And what does your turn mean? Does this mean that today, it won't just be the students singing? Is there a teacher too? In an instant, the atmosphere in the venue shifted from quiet stillness to buzzing excitement. The students who had processed the situation felt both shock and anticipation simultaneously. A teacher is going to sing? Damn! This is so intense. When has number 23 high school ever seen something like this? Gasps, chatter, and cheers began converging toward the stage from all directions. A few seconds later, under the anticipation of the entire audience, a man in a white hoodie, with neat short hair, appeared on stage. Like Wu Naiwan, he casually picked up a guitar from the stand. His face brimmed with a smile, radiating an incredibly soothing vibe. After tuning the guitar, he stood steady in front of the microphone. He glanced down, then raised a finger to his lips in a hush gesture. Once all the students' attention was focused on him, he grinned softly. Then, the beautiful voice echoed across the entire square. Grade 23 homeroom teacher, Lu Zhe. Song title. Chapter 18, Dream-Slaying Mentor Lu Zhe Goes Online. The longest song title in history. The spot slightly to the rear of center stage below the stands offered the optimal viewing angle. A scattering of several dozen people had gathered there. Their posture, hairstyles, and attire stood in stark contrast to the surrounding students. The courtyard of number 23 high school wasn't particularly large, and could feel quite cramped when crowded. But around this group of people, a large empty space had formed. Needless to say, this group consisted of Class 23's so-called good-for-nothings, and this empty space had intentionally been left by the surrounding students who didn't want to get too close to them. Their notorious reputation was being demonstrated to the fullest at this very moment. The students of Class 13 didn't care about this obvious isolation. They had long grown accustomed to it, long adapted to it. Being left alone was even better. More space, greater area, easier breathing, much more comfortable. And now, looking at Lu Zhe standing on stage with a calm expression, the students of Class 13, who had always adhered to the principle of not my business, not my problem, finally stirred with a hint of interest. They gathered in small groups to discuss. He's really going all out, singing in front of so many people without even feeling embarrassed. I think he's not too bright either, challenging Wu Naiwen to a singing competition. With the gap in their skills, he's just asking to get crushed. Damn it, the way he's been messing with our class these days pisses me off. I've had enough. When he makes a fool of himself later, I'll record it and then. The boy squatting on the ground with a cigarette hidden in his sleeve muttered through gritted teeth as he took a secretive puff. But before he could finish, the boy next to him yanked hard on his shirt. You're crazy, don't you want your phone anymore? And you actually recorded it. The warned boy froze for a second before letting out a long exhale. Damn, almost forgot, that bastard never misses when confiscating phones. I just bought this new one yesterday. All these remarks came from the cluster of male students. On the other side of the crowd, a group of girls huddled together were having this conversation. Wan, I suddenly think, he actually seems kind of handsome. But he's so bad. Bad and handsome. Xiao Bai, do you think he'll sing well? Not sure, but he does look quite stylish standing there. Boy and girl. Their opinions about Lu Zhe were completely polarized. This damn superficial world that judges by appearances. On stage, Lu Zhe drew everyone's attention to himself, especially that brief self-introduction, which also confirmed what Wu Naiwen had said before stepping down. He really was a teacher? Now, the students' anticipation grew even stronger. On one hand, they were curious about why this teacher was standing here. On the other hand, what they wanted to know even more was what song this teacher would sing. The boy's performance of Westlake just now had already been stunning enough. Will this teacher named Lu Zhe continue to surprise them? Restlessness and anticipation mingle with the gradually cooling weather of October, turning what would have been an ordinary, mundane day into something extraordinary. The song title. After softly uttering 2 words, Lu Zhe smiled and glanced at Wu Naiwen standing not far below the stage. There was a hint of subtle provocation in his gaze. Wu Naiwen returned the look with an equally challenging glint in his eyes. His performance just now had been impeccable, there was no reason to back down now. From Lu Zhe's skillful tuning of the guitar, it was clear he understood instruments well, but whether his singing sounded good or not, that remained to be heard. So until Lu Zhe opened his mouth, he wasn't fazed in the slightest. Sensing the pride emanating from his student, Lu Zhe chuckled and averted his gaze. He tapped the microphone lightly with his finger twice. Then he spoke again. The song is called, When the Train Heads Beyond the Clouds. I know you have 10,000 sorrows, so don't cry, boy, because those without dreams don't feel the pain. Lu Zhe stood before the mic stand and calmly delivered a lengthy monologue. His delivery was smooth, but the students below, including Wu Naiwen, were completely dumbfounded. Did I hear that right? What he just said sounded like song titles? But how could this be? Is that the song title? Did we hear wrong, or did he say it wrong? There's no such song title. That whole long string, never even heard of it. What the hell? Wu Naiwen furrowed his brows. What on earth is Teacher Lu trying to do? The students genuinely didn't understand, though it wasn't their fault. Because what Lu Zhe had said, that whole string of words were indeed song titles, specifically, for song titles. They were as follows. Hedgehogs, the train rides beyond the clouds, dreams rest in the ninth heaven. Escape plans, 10,000 times sorrow. Mr. Sea Turtle's boy, don't cry. New pants, those without ideals don't feel sad. It makes sense that you've never heard them before, because these songs were never actually released in 2010. The advantage of being a reborn individual is perfectly demonstrated in this moment. That's precisely why I had to stitch these 4 songs together. Lu Zhe's idea was straightforward. 2 words, blow the roof off. Not just any performance, an unprecedented, earth-shattering spectacle. This would be the kind of showstopper that would leave Wu Naiwen utterly ashamed and slack-jawed. I did promise to have a competition with you, Teacher Lu. I don't mind making music with you either. But jokes aside, never joke about Teacher Miaming after his rebirth. Truth be told, he simply couldn't bring himself to say those awkward words of comfort to students. But tormenting students was the one thing he could do with effortless mastery. Singing? 3 matches, you say? And you still dare to provoke me from the audience? To hell with this music dream. On stage, after reciting a long string of song titles, Lu Zhe glanced at the bewildered students in the audience. The corners of his lips curled into a warm smile. Facing the microphone, he calmly uttered 2 words. Original composition. PSSST. Wu Naiwen, standing below the stage, grimaced and drew a sharp breath. No wonder I hadn't heard of it before, it's completely original. These two words instantly elevated the cool factor to the max. An absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind. How was it that he already felt defeated the moment Professor Lu took the stage? The prelude, the build-up, was complete. Just as Wu Naiwen was lost in thought, the drummer on stage gradually picked up speed, crashing the cymbals from slow to rapid. And Lu Zhe, head slightly bowed, began plucking the strings, notes cascading like water from his fingertips. Extremely deft finger technique, meticulously arranged composition, instantly captured everyone's attention. Amidst the interweaving of drum beats and piano tones, a melodious harmonica suddenly joined in with ingenious originality, elevating the entire song's prelude to another level in an instant. Modern meets classical, rock meets country, an ingenious and refreshing fusion. Holy! Wu Naiwen, standing somewhat dazed beneath the stage, murmured under his breath. You can actually play it like this. A mere few-second prelude had already stunned him. Yet this was only the beginning. The organ notes gradually propelled the rhythm forward. Lu Zhe's body began to sway with the rhythm. Viewed from below the stage, his movements looked relaxed yet carried a casually cool edge. Finally, when the rhythm condensed all the emotions to a bursting climax, Lu Zhe raised his head and flashed the audience below with a radiant smile. With a voice as rough as sandpaper and smoky as embers, he sang the first line of the song. My broken dreams, soaring through mystical skies. Futile efforts and haste, nothing but endless sorrow in sight. Brilliant lyrics. In the crowd, Wu Naiwen's mouth hung wide open as he gave a heartfelt appraisal. Meanwhile, on the second-floor hallway not far away, Ji Fan Meng, holding a slender cigarette between her fingers, took a leisurely puff. Her eyes flickering, she gazed in Lu Zhe's direction and murmured just two words, as if speaking to herself. Premium. At this moment, the girl's gaze into Lu Zhe's eyes held none of the former coldness or resistance. Overflowing. It was a poetic essence of youth. Chapter 19, perfectly controlling the emotions of the entire crowd. Tears are the loneliest heartache. On stage, off stage, inside the building, outside the building, students, teachers, young boys, young girls. During this brief extracurricular activity, all elements were gathered together by a small stage. The person on the stage. To everyone in this school, he was actually a new face as well. A newly arrived, very young male teacher. This was probably people's first impression of him so far. But one thing was certain, by the end of this afternoon, the labels pinned on him would multiply. Rebellious and immature? Or passionate and brimming with youthful spirit? It doesn't matter anymore. Let them say what they will. On stage, Lu Zhe bowed his head again, his fingers nearly merging with the guitar strings. Pluck, perform, tear apart, electrify the crowd. Playing wildly without restraint, showing off without hesitation. More dazzling moves than Wu Naiwen, more skilled and seasoned guitar techniques. Of course, there's also that incredible voice. Once it starts speaking, no one can resist falling under its spell. In this campus nestled in the southwestern region, perpetually enveloped in heavy humidity, it tore open a fissure through which sunlight poured like a waterfall, all by itself. So cool. This was the thought running through nearly every girl's mind on the field. Damn, he's showing off again. This was also the unanimous sentiment among all the boys in class 13. But putting aside prejudices, one had to admit, though none of them had heard this song before, it truly possessed an instant, immersive magic. On stage, Lu Zhe faced the microphone, allowing those poetic lyrics to flow into the audience's ears one by one, following the rhythm. My rotten tunes roam across the 9 provinces, wandering like a drifting soul, playing outraged notes that roar. Behind the tapestry of fate, I keep waving without pause, to face death as one meets an old foe, holding nothing back. From a low murmur to a piercing cry, from gathering force to explosive release, often it all happens in the blink of an eye. The October sky sometimes unexpectedly darkens within moments, either windy or rainy, like right now. When Lu Zhe sang those meticulously crafted lyrics on stage, with their precise structure, parallelism, and diction, the sky, too, shifted from clear skies to overcast. The humidity swept over them in an instant, like a typhoon making landfall. Lu Zhe looked up at the sky. His fingers never stopped moving across the guitar strings, notes still flowing effortlessly. Yet in the very next moment, after a rapid tremolo, he suddenly made a brief mute. The drums, the keyboard, all the instruments stopped in perfect unison at that moment, as if executing a pre-arranged signal. In those brief seconds of pause, a torrential downpour suddenly poured forth, like rain after a gathering storm. This very moment is perfectly right. Lu Zhe, after scanning the entire room with his gaze, slowly raised his right hand towards the sky before abruptly swinging it down. He brought his mouth closer to the microphone. All restlessness in that minute was completely seized by him, leaving behind only. It's a story brimming with drama, his drawn-out ending notes carrying a rough yet subtly sensual voice. Facing the dimming weather and the boys who suddenly raised their arms in the rain, their brows furrowing, Luz tilted his head back, eyes closed, his solemn expression palpable as the sound of his exhale traveled through the microphone in all directions. Emotion, in this moment, soared straight to that seemingly unattainable peak. Black is not the night, but an endless solitude. Beneath our feet lies boundless dark, yet overhead the stars shine bright. All worldly things one may desire, but fleeting love alone burns brightest. What's lost returns no more, yet cosmic scales reclaim with doubled store. The fervor of cheering with waving flags fades away with the passage of time. The theater of life's sorrows and joys plays endlessly, day and night. Amidst the flurry of fickle lovers, passions rise and partings loom. A generation will grow old, but there'll always be youth blooming anew. Songs are life. Lyrics are existence. These heart-piercing lyrics highlighted by Luz's stillness. In the eyes of these inexperienced high school students, shifting from confusion to blazing passion, it blossomed fully, radiating its own unique brilliance. They might only feel the restlessness, or perhaps merely glimpse the all-abandoning emotion conveyed through Luz's voice. But there will come a day, when they grow older. At that moment, they'll suddenly understand what it means when the tragicomedies of human life play endlessly, cycling through day and night. One can't help but sigh suddenly, wondering why a generation will eventually grow old, but there will always be those who are young. So many things, on this afternoon when the rain comes without warning, like a handful of seeds yet to sprout, casually tossed away by Luz, scattered into the hearts of all the students across the playground. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Luz's fingers splashed clusters of water droplets as they danced across the guitar strings. A key change, then a different song. Students still reeling from the flood of emotions moments earlier. Watching Luz on stage, who had been standing tall and straight, suddenly sway his erect frame with unexpected grace. And the next moment, a soothing rhythm flowed from his fingertips. His voice, previously hoarse and ragged, had completely disappeared. What the students heard now was a warm voice with just a hint of playful charm. Oh, honey, I can't get you out of my mind. An irresistible palpitation that takes my breath away. The transitions are seamlessly tight, without a trace of abruptness. A sudden emotional release, yet it leaves one utterly satisfied. At this moment, the person standing on stage was no longer that depressed young man full of edges and thorns, singing only true love is fleeting. Instead, he had transformed into the boy next door who instantly made everyone feel the distance melt away. With a voice warm enough to last through winter, he was telling a fairy tale with a happy ending right before our eyes. And the song, it kept playing on. In the torrential rain filling the sky, Luz's eyes were slightly closed. His lips parted softly. Tonight, shall we let this night slip away again? Shall we extinguish all expectations once more? Oh, tonight. Confiding that should best suit Luz's current temperament. Below the stage, the girl named Chin Wan had a peculiar gleam shifting in her eyes. The corners of her lips kept curling up as Luz softly sang one lyrical line after another. For the first time, in this scene that seemed slightly out of place, she suddenly mustered the courage to reveal that tiny dream harbored in her heart. Who wasn't? A music-loving girl at heart. In the stands, the curtain of rain tightly enveloped Luz. In this place that wasn't the least bit tall, looking narrow and somewhat shabby, Luz tilted his head slightly to the right with eyes closed, lifting one hand to take the microphone from its stand while making a descending pulling motion. Then he sang the most soul-stirring passage of this song. Through beautiful vocal runs, with an ethereal voice stripped of all earthly attachments. Take that pure emotion and amplify it to its absolute limit. This was the same guy who'd tormented multiple students, beaten 3 bullies to a pulp, scammed 2 phones, and offered a cigarette to one girl. Violent, indifferent, cunning, sincere, peculiar, warm. The young male teacher. At this moment, he voiced the innermost thoughts of all those teenage boys and girls lost in bittersweet, romantic, and awkwardly innocent dreams of adolescence. He sang them to the entire world with utterly unrestrained passion. And the lyrics that perfectly captured these hazy yearnings were sung like this. He said, 10,000 sorrows, yet there's still a dream. I've been waiting for you at the final place all along. It seems this is the only way, with just one direction. It can no longer be changed. Every tear shines with 10,000 rays of light. The darkest places have now turned bright. My surging currents seek your ocean's embrace. This is my destined fate. Taki. In the hallway, Ji Fanmeng, her hair slightly dampened by the rain, muttered under her breath. She flicked the cigarette butt, now smoked down to its last drag, into the curtain of rain. A moment later, however, the young girl lifted the back of her hand. In the empty hallway, she quietly wiped her brimming eyes. Tears. From youth. The loneliest secret of all. Chapter 20, what are we waiting for? Let's get this party started. We lost. Wu Naiwen, who had been standing stunned in the crowd since Luz first opened his mouth to sing, suddenly slumped as his expression flickered between light and dark. Music knows no borders. Yet music carries differences. Vocal skills, techniques, stage presence, emotional delivery. In every single aspect, he fell short compared to Luz. His musical prowess far surpassed her own. This wasn't just something he could perceive, it was a shared understanding among everyone present.
A sense of defeat enveloped Wu Naiwan like sudden rainfall. If only she'd known better than to compete in the first place. Just yesterday I was so arrogant saying, "I'll beat you 3 times.
Now we're screwed, this is getting messy." Among the crowd below, Wu Naiwan might be feeling a bit down, but everyone else had their emotions completely ignited by Lu Zhe. The originally scattered crowds had unexpectedly begun to gather together slowly. Following Lu Zhe's light and nimble footsteps, they lightly tapped their feet in the wind and rain or swayed their bodies slightly. The interplay of clamor and tranquility, the fusion of sharp beats and transitional melodies. The moment the drumstick came down heavily, Lu Zhe's voice changed once again. So damn impressive. Though not particularly emotional, Wu Naiwan couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. That kind of fluid and natural transition. He couldn't do it. Not in 1 year, nor in 3, 5 years, probably still hopeless. The singing continues. From 10,000 sadnesses to Boy, Don't Cry. Lu Zhe at the microphone, wiggling his body while mischievously whistling a tune. The next second, he begins to sing again. Like an old rascal who's weathered some of life's storms but still maintains a youthful spirit. He lightly raised an eyebrow at the girls in the audience whose eyes sparkled like stars. His voice was clear, like the first lotus blooming after rain. First, he gave a casual hi into the microphone. Then he began his story with a gentle smile. I'll describe to you a soul that possesses unfading youth. Whenever night falls, it sings softly. It sings a fresh new tale, where people smile at one another. Ah, this mellow yet mature voice has long captivated waves of adoring young fans on the playground. All modesty was thrown to the wind at that moment. Even as the pouring rain soaked every inch of clothing and a dense layer of fog covered the eyeglass lenses, nothing could contain the passion and restlessness within. The infectious power and shared resonance of music. Everything blurred into the background, all barriers dissolved. Only one thought remained in the girls' minds. On the bleachers, that teacher playing guitar while singing was seriously cool. Don't cry, boy, orphan of this beautiful world. But where is my heart? Where is my home? Where is it, my friend? Listen quietly. Singing to this point, Lu Zhe deliberately omitted the latter half of the lyrics. He turned slightly and crouched down a little, forming a fan shape with his right hand beside his ear. The students instantly understood his intention. The next moment, their response to him, much like their youthful purity, was irresistibly heartwarming. The voices that gathered from all directions were strangely unified in this moment. They jumped vigorously in place, hands cupped around their mouths like megaphones, and shouted 3 words loudly towards Lu Zhe on the stage. I love you. I love you. Voice after voice, wave after wave. Lu Zhe, having received the answer he desired, stood on the stage and grinned with genuine happiness. He returned to himself just as the slightly prolonged prelude was about to reach its final moment. Shout loudly downward, voice echoing outward. I love you too. I love you. Come on, let's keep going. Shaking the rainwater from his hair with force, Lu Zhe lifted his guitar and swiftly played a sequence of notes with his fingers. Still shifting? Off stage, Wu Naiwan's eyes abruptly widened. Just how much more has he been hiding? What else does he possibly want to show off? In less than 10 minutes, he tossed out 3 absurdly high-quality original compositions. And now he's going again. This Professor Lu isn't leaving himself any dignity today. Confidence shattered into pieces at this very moment, utterly crushed by this sternly handsome dream eradicator male mentor. Had I known I'd feel this miserable now, I might as well have performed something more hype back then. At least I could have enjoyed myself more on stage. Wu Naiwan thought to himself, unaware that on stage, Lu Zhe had been stealing several glances in his direction through the crowd, then softly plucked the strings and began to sing. My favorite record store closed its doors yesterday for the very last time. Those fragments that once intoxicated me now lie scattered along the street. My beloved bookstore didn't survive this summer either. A whole new style. Maybe because he had just sung 3 songs in a row, Lu Zhe's voice sounded slightly hoarse and weary at this moment, paired with these lyrics that carried a hint of melancholy. It made people suddenly cool down from the earlier heated excitement. A small, oddly sized stone seemed to press lightly against my chest. It left me slightly breathless, yet powerless to remove it. The rain had lightened somewhat. At last, the students found a moment to wipe the rainwater from their faces. Then in this peculiar atmosphere, quietly listen to this song that leaves emotions with nowhere to settle. But those dreams you once had, have all grown blurred and vanished from sight. Those battles fought for ideals, were merely for money in the end. But the one I hate the most, never died before my eyes. Young not yet, but already aged. This life defies all understanding. No room for me. No place for me. The sound fades from loud to soft. Emotions, too, gradually withdraw from indulgence. Holding his guitar, Lu Zhe sings No Room for Me 5 times in a row. Building layer by layer, the emotions surge through every heart like a tidal wave. He's so talented. In the square, a girl who had been silently watching the stage all this while suddenly spoke to her equally expressionless companion beside her. I feel like crying. This was her companion's reply. Okay, is this the end? Must every passionate beginning inevitably fade into desolation? The answer, of course, is no. After singing No Room for Me for the 5th time, Lu Zhe suddenly turned around and signaled the band behind him to pause with a hand gesture. Only when all sounds on the stage had completely ceased, did he return to the microphone, glancing over the silent students below. He asked in an extremely resolute tone, "Are you sad?" The students didn't seem to understand his meaning, as many responded with confused answers. Lu Zhe didn't explain further, but merely raised his voice and repeated the question. "Are you sad?" Silence, but it lasted only a few seconds. No one knew who started it first. Sad, not sad, all sorts of answering voices began to rise and fall across the square. Seeing this, Lu Zhe smiled and raised his hand in a slight downward pressing motion, using the same gesture he'd made at the start. With his index finger placed by his lips, he gave the entire venue a quieting shoo. As the voices gradually faded away, he spoke again. "You must remember, those without ideals don't feel sorrow." So, with a crash, the suspended cymbal behind was struck violently, followed immediately by a torrent of the most intense drum beats. Guitar, keyboard, bass, all the music, at this very moment, starts blasting again, full force. Accompanying this was that final sentence Lu Zhe shouted into the mic. "So, what the hell are we waiting for? Give it all to me. Get fired up." His guitar raised high towards the sky, leaping up from the ground, breaking through all restraints. "I refuse to die in failure and loneliness. I won't keep living underground forever." The deception of material things, the hurried ants. People without culture don't feel heartbroken. Once again, the sound erupted from Lu Zhe's throat. It was an angry voice so piercing it seemed about to shatter instantly, a scream that tore at the world with all its might. At this moment, all the students became just like him. They leaped into the air together from where they stood. Arms swung wildly, voices shouted freely. Releasing all restraint, a fleeting escape. Cherish this moment, then there'll be no heartache. Screw homework, screw cram schools, screw early mornings, screw the cafeteria, screw exams, screw speeches, screw heartbreak, screw girls. Same old spot, same corridor monopolized by that single maiden. Gazing at the passionately blazing square before my eyes, he lowered his head again to glance at the cigarette pinched between his fingers, the umpteenth one, he'd lost count. Only after a long while did he cover his mouth with a soft chuckle. That faint whisper scattered and lost in the wind and rain. "You're right," it said. "All right, I admit it. Your counterfeit cigarettes are smoother." Chapter 21, What to do after the revelry. Collect another batch of phones, of course. The showers in Rongqing during the summer-autumn transition often arrive swiftly and depart just as abruptly. Within the duration of one rainfall, Lu Zhe delivered what could be called a flawless performance. In this era of increasingly heavy academic burdens and mounting pressures, he used his own strength to create a temporary little utopia for the students of number 23 high school. In this space, all things irritating and depressing completely vanish. What remains is only the most primal heat and collision. Pushing emotions is a method often employed by rock bands during live performances. In truth, rock music comes in many varieties. Blues, heavy metal, punk. Each musical genre has its own way of channeling and releasing emotions. Take for example Wu Naiwan's performance of Westlake earlier. He also built up the emotional climax at the end. That final spoken word line was his signature touch. This, of course, Lu Zhe also understood. However, his style couldn't be defined as either blues or punk. If one absolutely had to label his performances in style, it would have to be called emo, emotion. Bands and musicians who play emo are often very good at one thing. That is, conveying emotions. So, now, when the rain gradually subsides, Lu Zhe's song was almost at its end. The tearing intensity and roar of his voice kept building to a crescendo. This was exactly the state he wanted. All the musical notes came pouring out from the instruments at that moment, with Lu Zhe's hysterical, arrogant voice ringing out. "I don't want to die in failure and loneliness. I refuse to live forever in the shadows. The materialistic deceit, those scurrying ants. Those without culture don't feel sorrow. With sound, amplify emotions. And this is only the first step." The student's behavior grew increasingly unrestrained and frenzied with his words. Integration and immersion are the best interpretations of such behavior. He won't feel sad. He won't feel sad. He won't feel sad. He won't be sad. For consecutive sentences stating he won't be sad, no transitions, no elaboration, just the most direct, straightforward approach. Repetition and progression, this is the second step in building emotion. He will also be sad. He can feel sorrow too. He can feel sorrow too. All techniques were utterly forgotten at this moment, cast beyond the ninth heaven. What remained was nothing but the most genuine outcry, emerging from the depths of life itself. At last, after struggling for so long, the sunlight forcefully tore open a gap in the clouds. pouring down without restraint along with Lu Ze's final soaring note. Warmth enveloped the earth. At this very moment, layered emotions had already filled everyone's hearts to the brim. Release became both the most urgent and most natural thing to do. Thus, right before the eyes of 1,000 students, in this campus where the air feels incredibly fresh after being swept by the wind, Lu Ze did the most rock and roll thing. Just as the final note was about to fade, he violently ripped the guitar from his body, gripping its neck with one hand, raise it high, then smash it down with force, with a thunderous boom. In that instant, everyone's pupils dilated abruptly. Wu Naiwen, amid his shock, felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. He had noticed this guitar while singing on stage earlier. Streamlined body, perfect weight, exquisite craftsmanship, and mellow tones. This tailor, worth at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, was smashed by Lu Ze without a second thought. Just smashed it, just like that. Though it wasn't his own sheen, Wu Naiwen still felt his flesh ache with sympathetic pain. Smashing the instrument was fine. Playing it cool was also acceptable. But here's the issue. If you didn't want it, you could have given it to me. Why did you smash it? Yet Lu Ze felt no psychological pressure at all. Smashing the guitar was precisely the third step in his emotional buildup. These rock songs he'd adored in his previous life, to have such a perfect opportunity to perform them before eager young faces in this lifetime. Joy and gratitude far outweigh reason and hesitation. Given a second chance, why still test the waters and hold back? It may not be earth-shattering, but at the very least, it should be as the heart desires. This is where the true meaning and value of rock music lies. For instance, right now, Lu Ze stands before the microphone, gripping the shattered half of his guitar. After indulging in chaos, Lu Ze quiets down once more. Lu Ze, who seemed somewhat ridiculous yet managed to hold a concert in this school where oppression outweighed freedom, finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. After wiping the rainwater mixed with sweat from his forehead, he glanced twice at the spot where Wu Naiwen was standing. Then he took the microphone off the stand. Students who had expected him, like Wu Naiwen, to deliver some cool remarks, were instead met with an incredibly blunt and straightforward sentence. It didn't sound like a teacher at all, but rather like a mischievous and stubborn child. Wu Naiwen, do you submit? Ha! Wu Naiwen was both frustrated and speechless. Is it necessary? Without waiting for the other's response, Lu Ze spoke again. If you're not convinced, that's fine, I'll just keep singing until you are. Tomorrow afternoon, folk music, we continue. With that, Lu Ze plugged the microphone back into its stand. He then strode off and jumped down from the spectator stands. With both hands casually tucked into the front pockets of his hoodie, he strode lightly down the path students had instinctively cleared for him. It was at this moment that the students finally snapped out of their daze. In perfect unison, they pulled out their phones from their pockets, aiming them at Lu Ze's somewhat dashing retreating figure. Click, click, click. Photos were taken in rapid succession. From this perspective, the treatment doesn't seem much different from a concert. Hey, do you remember which class he said he was the homeroom teacher for before? In the crowd, a girl who had been frantically taking photos from different angles with her phone said to her friend beside her, "Let me think, wasn't it class 23 of grade 11? Wow, I'm suddenly so envious of class 13. How come they got such a great teacher?" Sigh. The girl's voice was brimming with unmistakable loneliness and regret. But the next moment, her best friend standing beside her suddenly spoke. "Are you really that envious? Look ahead, and after you've seen everything, tell me if you still feel envious." Ha! The girl who had been busy in front of the camera frowned and raised her head. Her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Lu Ze, standing a few steps away. At that moment, he was standing in the area designated for class 13, with his hoodie pulled up over his head. At first glance he seemed no different from the group of vibrant students around him. However, his posture clearly demonstrated that he was still quite different from these students, because after this revelry, our dear protagonist, Teacher Lu, was doing what he does best and enjoys most, collecting phones. Chapter 22 Professor Lu, you're so handsome it makes my eyes water. The first casualty was Qin Wan, this girl who'd had her hot pot ruined by Lu Ze during the very first class, whose eyes had briefly sparkled during the performance earlier. In the end, she just couldn't hold back. As Luz passed by her, she stealthily slipped her phone out from her school uniform pocket, switched to camera mode, focused, framed the shot. Not bad, looking pretty handsome. The thought flickered through her mind. Qin Wan forcefully pressed the shutter button. With a click, the beautiful moment was instantly captured. Naturally, misfortune arrived just as swiftly. Truth be told, when Qin Wan heard that slightly harsh sound of the camera shutter, her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, when she cautiously shifted her gaze away from the screen, she saw Lu Ze standing before her, a warm smile on his face. Taking photos? Well, Professor Lu. The girl suddenly became flustered, her eyes darting around as she quickly clasped her hands behind her back. It's nothing. Lu Ze reached out and patted her shoulder. Let me see it. If it's a good photo, you can keep it. If it's ugly, just delete it. Maybe we should just forget it. I was just taking pictures for fun.
Xinhuan was doing her best to explain.
Oh, I already told you.
Lu Zhe continued gazing at Xinhuan with a warm smile, casually replying. Before she could even finish her sentence, she suddenly jerked her body to the side.
A loud smack echoed as her palm instantly landed on the head of a boy standing nearby.
Her voice instantly switched from gentle to harsh and severe.
Hide? Hide what? Damn it! Hand it over! What?
The boy who got slapped on the back of his head was stunned, his mouth slightly agape as he looked at Lu Zhe. Without giving any chance for explanation, Lu Zhe reached out and grabbed the zipper of the boy's school uniform. With a fierce yank, the zipper flew to one side as a black-shelled foam clattered to the ground.
Quit dilly-dallying!
Lu Zhe cursed coldly, bending down to pick up his phone from the ground.
He flipped through the photo album and glanced at it.
Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, he raised his hand again,
and brought it down heavily on the boy's neck. Slap! A sharper crack than last time. Let's set aside the phone issue for now.
Due to the recoil, Lu Zhe raised his aching palm and waved it midair. While speaking to the boy, he cursed silently in his heart.
Damn, this neck strain is killing my hand.
The indifferent expression on his face remained unchanged.
Let's talk about taking photos. Don't even try filming if you don't know how.
Lu Zhe turned his phone screen outward and waved it in front of the surrounding students.
See that? See that?
I'm 182 centimeters tall, but you made me look 128 in this shot. That'll teach you to sneak photos.
Learn some manners.
As she spoke, she gave the boy another light kick on the butt with her raised leg. Casually, she tucked the phone into her own pocket.
She raised a finger and pointed at the boy. The phone's confiscated.
Since the photos are so ugly, they'll stay with me. Who knows what it'd do to my reputation if they got out. After completing all this, Lu Zhe finally turned his body around.
His gaze softened once more.
Hey, wait,
what were we talking about again?
Hearing Lu Zhe's words, the girl's heart wrestled with itself for just a second. Then she brought her hands from behind her back to the front. Her lips trembled as she handed the phone to Lu Zhe.
Lu, Teacher Lu, here's your phone. Oh right, the phone. I almost forgot about it.
Lu Zhe casually took the phone, as naturally as friends chatting together.
The atmosphere on the scene suddenly settled into an eerie harmony. Until Lu Zhe once again chose to open the photo album. TSK, look at this, just look at their craftsmanship. Lu Zhe marveled while shoving his phone in front of the boy and simultaneously delivering a head-smacking flick. The composition, the framing, the angle, the vibe.
Look how they shot this, makes these legs look like they're 1.82 meters long.
Do you understand why you got whipped now?
The boy, terrified of getting another lash, nodded desperately.
Learned your lesson? I learned.
The voice that reached his ears was a young man's, brimming with boundless grievance, yet not an ounce of sympathy was stirred in Lu Zhe's heart. His gaze returned to Xinhuan.
With a faint smile, Lu Zhe handed her the phone. Great job.
The girl's facial expression at this moment was indescribably rich.
Teacher Lu, has she gone crazy today?
Her phone wasn't confiscated, and instead she actually received praise.
Delete the rest. Delete all the other photos, I said. No way. Professor Lu, there are so many of my selfies in here. Slap.
The boy who was intently watching Lu Zhe and Xinhuan received another smack on the head.
Don't bring your phone again next time, got it? Bring it once, and I'll confiscate it once. Every time I take it, I'll whip you once.
The poor guy who got caught in the crossfire was nearly in tears after Lu Zhe's brutal scolding.
Come on, Mr. Lu, really? Can we not be so hypocritical? I'm just a bystander, damn it.
Not only did you confiscate my phone, but you're slapping me over and over. I know you're making an example of me to warn others,
but being tortured like this in front of everyone, I'm the ridiculous monkey in this show. Teacher Lu,
I'll delete them. Xinhuan's heart was practically on the verge of collapse from the mix of fright and shock Lu Zhe had caused her. With a long face and gritted teeth, she steeled herself to select all the photos except the one of Lu Zhe. Then she closed her eyes and tapped the one-click delete button. The world fell utterly silent at this moment.
The photo album was completely emptied at this moment. 2 years of accumulation, countless memory-filled scenes, countless selfies, painstakingly taken from every conceivable angle.
And just like that, under Lu Zhe's threats, they were all deleted.
Xinhuan's lips quivered as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes.
Watching this scene unfold, Lu Zhe curled his lips in disdain.
He lifted his hand and pulled the phone out of the other person's grasp. Does it hurt? No.
Xinhuan raised her hand to wipe away her tears, forcing out a faint smile. I just think Professor Lu is too handsome, so handsome it hurts my eyes.
Survival instincts were kicking into overdrive at this moment. The reason for saying this was because even though I knew it was an extremely clumsy lie,
but she still wanted to resist a little, thinking that maybe Lu Zhe would have a pang of conscience and not take her phone.
She bet right. Looking at the teary-eyed girl before him, Lu Ze's tone softened even more. The conscience Qin Wan had been hoping for finally emerged in Lu Ze, the young male teacher whose voice was still slightly hoarse after singing. He raised his hand and gently stroked the girl's hair. "Thank you for your affirmation of my teaching. That's very thoughtful, and your teacher is truly pleased. But students should prioritize their studies, shouldn't they?" Qin Wan hastily nodded through her sobs. She thought Lu Ze would simply scold her and then let the matter drop. But, unexpectedly, the next words that came out of Lu Ze's mouth were, "So, I'll be holding onto your phone for now, teacher. I know, I'm just too damn handsome. What if you're glued to it every day and it affects your studies?" Lu Ze spoke as he lifted his leg and walked forward. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head back. With an extremely sincere tone, he said to Qin Wan, who was dumbfounded, "This responsibility. I simply cannot bear it." Chapter 23, After the revelry and fervor comes the storm brewing on the horizon, the wind howling through the towers. Wan. The girl beside her kept tugging at Qin Wan's sleeve, calling her name repeatedly. Yet the girl merely stood there in a daze, staring at Lu Ze's retreating figure. Her teeth lightly pressed against her slightly pale lips, unable to say anything, looking both furious and slightly wronged. It truly makes one feel some pity, but what can be done about it? Who could blame them for getting saddled with such a teacher? Moody and unpredictable, ever-changing, swift with judgments, mercilessly cruel. That's precisely why this must be said. It was because Class 13 students had just conducted a small statistical survey. Yesterday marked Lu Ze's third day here, and he had barely met with his students 5 times in total during this period. Yet in this short span, the number of phones confiscated by him, up to 27 titles, eerie techniques, phantom-like schemes, a terrifying number. The unscrupulous teacher. With hands clasped behind his back and humming an unfamiliar tune, Lu Ze walked toward the office in unusually high spirits. Yet he remained completely unaware. In that brief after-school activity, during the time when all eyes were upon him, 2 other events occurred simultaneously. These 2 incidents, completely unnoticed or unknown to anyone at the time, would unexpectedly stir up quite a storm in the following days. Time rewinds to the moment Lu Ze smashed his piano on stage. In the L-shaped corridor of the teaching building. On the 2nd floor is Ji Fan Meng, her delicate features tired, yet strikingly elegant. In this space she claimed for herself, she listened to the distant music and smoked a few cigarettes, uncommon ladies' brands. It should have been a leisurely and peaceful afternoon, yet the tranquility was abruptly shattered when Lu Ze violently slammed the Qin to the ground, just as his phone suddenly rang. At the sound of that familiar ringtone, the girl's heart gave a loud thud, then sank like a stone. She had intended to exhale a perfect smoke ring, but in a moment of distraction, the still-forming ring dissipated aimlessly into the wind. Ji Fanming's gloomy eyes flickered as she reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone for a glance. Choosing not to answer, her face grew even more desolate. After taking a hard final drag, she finally stopped hesitating. She pressed the answer button and held the phone to her ear. "I thought we agreed not to contact each other anymore." Her voice came through, cold yet slightly trembling. The response came in a deep, magnetic male voice. A laziness that carried an uncomfortable air of shameless indifference. "Do you really think it's that easy? Xiao Yang, I'm telling you one more time, we've broken up. Do you even understand what that means?" "Oh, really?" From the receiver came the rogue's voice, chuckling softly in reply. "I never agreed to this." The girl's fingertips gripping the phone had turned slightly pale from excessive force. Suppressing the disappointment and anger in her voice, she forcibly lowered her volume. "What exactly do you want? Can you please stop tormenting me? Room 306 at Meijin Hotel, 9 tonight. The first time, and the last." The boy's careless tone pierced through the phone like a sharp blade striking Ji Fanming. A buzzing sound echoed. Something seemed to explode violently in the girl's mind. What are you talking about?" "Nothing much, don't be so nervous. After all, you were once my girlfriend, so there are some things you owe me an explanation for." Same old rogue and scoundrel, utterly disgusting to hear. "You're fucking crazy." Ji Fanming suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to vomit rising sharply in his chest. He spat out a curse into the phone receiver. "Or you could just not come. Crazy." Ji Fanming didn't want to say another word. After cursing, she was about to hang up the phone. Yet the other party's indifferent words floated into her ears once again. "By the way, there's something I should tell you. Remember when we went to Qingqing during summer vacation? That night I drank a bit too much, and later you fell asleep." With a boom, the girl suddenly felt dizzy and reached out to grip the railing beside her. She no longer suppressed the tremor in her voice. You didn't say." "Hey, don't overthink it. Do I seem like that kind of person to you?" The guy across the table seemed to be drinking, pausing for a moment before speaking again. "It's just that I thought you looked quite pretty when you were drunk and asleep. Couldn't help but take a couple extra photos." "Oh, let me think. The day you weren't wearing much, and when I took the photos, I didn't bother to adjust anything for you. Anyway, A steadily unhurried voice intermittently drifted through the receiver into Ji Fanmun's ears. Might seem pretty easily misunderstood. The girl froze in place for an instant. Her eyes swiftly filled with a haze of mist. He didn't even notice when the phone call ended by itself during the conversation. He just stood there, until Lu Zhe on stage finished the last note, until all the clamor finally subsided into silence. In a daze, he finally realized that the call he had received wasn't some playful joke or prank after all, but a shameless, despicable rogue who finally, in this moment, raised the executioner's blade he had long concealed and brought it crashing down upon himself. The crowd began to disperse slowly from the square in all directions. In the hallway, the emotions the girl had been suppressing could no longer be contained in this moment. On the verge of collapse, she leaned against the concrete post connected to the railing, covering her mouth as she slowly slid to the ground. Tears, like broken strings of beads, pounded heavily onto the dirty, dirt-covered ground. In this forgotten quiet corner of the world, a girl named Ji Fanming raised the back of her hand and rubbed her teary eyes hard. Her eyes gradually transformed from their previous shimmering brilliance into cold blankness. That sentence which spilled from her lips was instantly swallowed by the roaring crowd. It sounded heartbreaking, sorrowful, and filled with helpless despair. Facing the empty corridor, the girl summoned every ounce of strength she possessed. She muttered to herself softly, "How I loathe this world." For most people, youth might be like a prose poem etched with beautiful musical notes. But for some, it's just an exceptionally cold night shrouded in darkness. They tried every means to force themselves to sleep. Yet upon waking from a great dream, what met their eyes was nothing but endless, crumbling walls and broken pillars. This was Ji Fanmun's secret thought, hidden away in the second-floor hallway. Almost simultaneously, at the other end of the L-shaped teaching building, third floor, outside the teacher's office. Hidden in the shadows, Qinshu, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 2, wore a gaze filled with gloom and mischief. Clutching his phone, he secretly recorded several videos of the stage not far away. After turning off his phone, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Suddenly, a knowing smile spread across his face. "You want to destroy the ideals I've spent years instilling in my students? Then I will personally destroy you." Inside and outside the building, the clamor and uproar belonged to two different worlds. Upstairs and downstairs, the young girl and the man stood at two opposite extremes. Yet certain things were precisely unfolding in this space separated by just a single floor. Slowly fermenting, rotting, all directed toward this newly arrived male teacher. Caught off guard, a splatter of mud. The sky, after straining to welcome sunlight, suddenly darkened again. Lu Zhe turned and walked into the stairwell. The square behind was already empty, its crowd long gone without a trace. Somewhat desolate, somewhat lonely. This feeling, hard to put into words. The heart's troubles of youth, never resting. The mountain storm approaches. The wind fills the tower. Chapter 24, truly living up to his name. Qinshu, beast, Just as expected, when Lu Zhe pushed open the door to the teacher's office, the weather, which had just cleared up moments ago, was now engulfed in a torrential downpour once more. Lu Zhe looked up and glanced at the overcast sky outside the window. Suddenly, he recalled a song lyric he used to love dearly. With a smile on her face, she softly recited the words, "City in the sky, is crying?" After finishing, she chuckled and shook her head. She randomly grabbed a handful of tea leaves from the canister on the table and tossed them into her cup. He got up and walked to the water dispenser at the other end of the office. No one knew. Within this 23-year-old man's body dwelled the soul of a 35-year-old. This could explain why they're at an age that naturally favors carbonated drinks, yet always prefer to stay alert with intensely bitter strong tea. Because they don't know. That's precisely why they'd assume this newly arrived school instructor is some naive greenhorn. In their minds, Ronching number 23 middle school cannot tolerate the existence of such rule-breaking teachers, leading students astray with unorthodox distractions. It could easily reduce their long-ingrained doctrine of study above all else to ashes. That's why someone like Qinshu would record a video, then edit out the parts he considers to have harmful influences. And with these clips in hand, knock on the head teacher's office door. "Principal, I wanted to show you this video, not for any other reason, just that, this Lu seems a bit too unruly and out of line." At the desk, Qinshu sat properly across from the department head. He played the video clip of Lu Zhe smashing the piano for the dean to watch. "Actually, I'm also a strong advocate for giving students more outlets to release their emotions." Qinshu rubbed his hands together and spoke in a respectful tone. "But I feel this approach is inappropriate. We could easily take the students on field trips, to art exhibitions, or invite renowned psychologists to give lectures. Instead of using lyrics with negative messages and instrument-smashing theatrics to ignite the violence lurking in their hearts." As you well know, Qinshu was expounding his views at length. The great director suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him. "Go and call Teacher Lu over. We'll discuss this matter together." Qinshu froze for a moment, but then stood up from his chair and backed out of the door. A few minutes later, he reappeared in the grade director's office with Lu Zhe in tow. Sit. The grade director stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Then he gestured toward the stool in front of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe nodded, pulled out the chair, and sat down with an imposing stance. Shinsho didn't immediately take a seat. Instead, he picked up the department head's teacup from the table, walked over to fill it with water, and then carefully placed it in front of the other person. Only then did he perch half of his butt on the empty chair, his face plastered with sycophantic reverence. Good dog. Lu Zhe, witnessing this scene, cast a sidelong glance at Shinsho with a wry expression, silently sighing to himself. Professor Lu, there's something I'd like your clarification on. Professor Qin just voiced a different opinion about it. The grade director spoke while sliding his phone toward Lu Zhe. After briefly scanning the content, Lu Zhe instantly understood the reason he'd been summoned here today. After pushing the phone back, I smiled at the other person. Director, is there any issue? Teacher Qin, care to explain? Faced with Lu Zhe's questioning, the grade-level director instantly passed the buck to Shinsho. Professor Lu, here's the thing. Shinsho gathered his thoughts. You know how our sophomore class just started the new year, and well, they'll be taking the college entrance exams next year. Lu Zhe didn't speak, his fingers tracing the rim of the cup without betraying any emotion. You're also a top student, you know how important this exam is to them. So, get to the point, Teacher Qin. Lu Zhe smiled as he cut the other person off, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. Shinsho's expression turned momentarily stunned from the retort, but he quickly regained his composure. The key point is, during this critical period when they need to focus on serious studies, I find your approach this afternoon highly inappropriate. This will severely distract their attention, causing their newly stabilized minds to wander into unnecessary thoughts again. You should know, the class I'm leading is an advanced class. They're fundamentally different from class 13. Wait, Lu Zhe interrupted Shinsho once again. The expression on his face shifted from calm to teasing. He raised his finger and lightly tapped it on the table in front of Shinsho. Come on, enlighten me. What exactly do you mean by different? Shinsho seemed unfazed by Lu Zhe's repeated rudeness. He simply lifted the teacup, blew away the floating residue, and calmly took a sip. Professor Lu, you actually understand better than I do. Some words are easier said than heard. His tone carried a hint of arrogance, along with a trace of disdain. You're wrong. Lu Zhe increased the pressure of his grip, smiling as he shook his head. I really don't see the difference. To me, students from class 1 and class 13 all have 2 eyes and 1 nose. What's supposed to set them apart? Hearing Lu Zhe's words, Shinsho burst into laughter with a pfft sound. Alright, then let me tell you. As she spoke, she rose from her chair, looking down at Lu Zhe from above. Class 1 of grade 12 has 57 students. Their undergraduate admission rate is guaranteed to be at least 90%. With key universities accounting for at least 50%, every single one of them can continue to dream in bright, spacious university campuses. But class 13 of grade 12, with 55 students, how many do you think will make it to university? You know the answer better than I do, don't you? Professor Lu, do you understand now? What's the difference? The difference is, 1 year later. Shinsho took a step to the side and raised a finger, his tone slightly excited. All the students from class 1, grade 11 have embarked on completely new lives. And class 13 marked the end of life. Is that clear enough for you? Shinsho, who had taken a deep breath, maintained his previous posture and looked solemnly at Lu Zhe. Not bad, he thought to himself. Surely what he had just said would be enough to throw this young male teacher off balance and make him retreat in defeat. Of course, it should also give the principal a deeper understanding and impression of him, so the evaluation wouldn't be too unfavorable either. Quite clear. Luz placed the teacup in his hand on the table and stood up from the stool as well. Oh, by the way, what did you have for lunch? Ha? Caught off guard by such an irrelevant question, Shinsho momentarily failed to respond. I asked what you ate for lunch. Lu Zhe repeated himself. Leak pockets. No, why are you asking? That's what I thought. Upon hearing the other person's response, Lu Zhe raised his hand and fanned it in front of his nose, his face full of disgust. Your fart stinks. You. Shinsho was completely stunned. He had never imagined that this young male teacher would curse at him so brazenly in the principal's office. Shaking with rage, his teeth chattering, he pointed at Lu Zhe but couldn't utter a single word. Lu Zhe ignored him completely. He turned around and walked straight out of the office. After just 2 steps, he turned back again, staring at Shinsho's furious expression. He shook his head with a sneer. Suddenly I realized, you're actually quite genuine. I've met so many people who are either hypocritical or pretentious. You're the only one who's truly, genuinely. Lu Zhe said this while giving a thumbs-up gesture. The tone rose several notches. True to its name. So big. Beast. Damn it. Shinsho, who had been feigning restraint all along, finally tore off his hypocritical mask at this moment, unleashing a vulgar curse. He lunged straight at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe didn't do anything, just raised his finger. pointing rigidly straight at his opponent. The tone was icy cold, and the words spoken were simple and direct. Do you believe me? Take one more step forward, and today I'll kill you? Could I? Feeling an absurd sense of embarrassment, Shin-sho halted his steps and turned to face the senior homeroom teacher behind him, his face flushing red. A face filled with disbelief. To be insulted like this. He wanted an explanation, and he wanted justice. So, the gaze directed at the homeroom teacher carried a hint of plea and anticipation. However, the homeroom teacher, leaning back in the chair, merely pinched the bridge of their nose in mild exasperation. After what felt like ages, they finally lifted their head. With a helpless tone, they spread their hands and gave Shin-sho a glance. Don't get worked up. Have a seat and take your time. To be honest, what he just said, I believe it. Chapter 25. What is Teacher Lu? He is the spark in despair. Shin-sho's expression instantly became extraordinarily animated. He had originally assumed that with Lu Zei's recent behavior, the grade-level director would surely take his side. This couldn't exactly be considered standing up for justice, but at the very least, she could help scold him a few words. However, the other party merely lightened the atmosphere with a resigned gesture. Lu Zei's offense and rudeness were thus easily dismissed. Moreover, what did he mean by his I believe it? All these outrageous behaviors left Shin-sho utterly bewildered. Lu Zei, don't rush off yet. Come over here first. The grade-level director raised his hand and beckoned to Lu Zei. Then he pulled out a sheet of paper from beneath a stack of documents and spread it across the desk. You two have completely different perspectives. If we're solely talking about educational approaches, and if I had to step in as the referee to give an answer. The head teacher shook his head as he spoke. I can't give one. Lu Zei didn't speak, just lowered his head to look at the document titled I dedicate my gift to China's series event notice. The reasoning is actually quite simple. The grade-level director stood up from his chair, casually taking out a cigarette from the pack. He took a deep drag after lighting it. Your students are the thousands of pupils at number 23 middle school. Whether it's suitable or satisfying, the right to judge lies with them, not me. You said, right? But, Shin-sho was just about to speak. The grade-level director raised his hand and cut him off. You've all seen the document just now. My thinking is simple, whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take them for a walk and see. What students like and what benefits them is what truly matters, right? The cigarette burned halfway as the grade director tilted his body to tap ash into the ashtray. 1 week. I'll give you 1 week to prepare. Use your own methods to think about how to present your tribute. When the time comes, we'll see what's good or bad, strong or weak. Taking a deep drag, the grade director forcefully blew out a smoke ring. Let the 2,700 students of number 23 middle school be the judge of that. Director. Shin-sho repeatedly tried to interject, but each time he was briskly cut off by the grade director. Alright, no problem then. Go ahead with your work. The man finally stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray and leaned back in his office chair. Then he slightly closed his eyes, as if sinking into a prolonged contemplation. Lu Zei still didn't speak. He glanced out the window, then promptly rose and walked towards the door. Shin-sho remained standing where he was, his face filled with stifled frustration and resentment. At the same time, classroom of grade 12 class 13, the time for the last class of the afternoon. The sunset began to tinge the city with hues of red. Through the cracks in the classroom window, it painted the pale blue curtains with strokes of warm yellow. In the air, tiny dust particles danced up and down with the breeze. The students were lost in their own worlds, each immersed in whatever interested them. Third from the last row, fourth seat to the right. Ji-fan-meng, who had been lying face down on the desk with his arm as a pillow the entire time. He gazed motionlessly at the deepening sunset outside the window, where a breeze rustled through the leaves. The whirlpool in his eyes was so dim it seemed about to devour the entire world. Lying like this, half an hour passed without a ripple. Just like this, thoughts wandered from long-ago tenderness to the blood-soaked cruelty now laid bare. That settles it. Facing that bird outside the window, endlessly chirping on the power line, Ji-fan-meng chuckled softly. Some things, since they cannot be changed, since they've fallen upon you, then, just accept it. I should have known the world was already like this, hardly to be changed. Then why? Why did you choose to believe in me once again back then? Wouldn't it have been better to just let me keep falling like this? Why pull me up just to give me one breath of air, only to drown me again in the water? Facing the blood-like sunset and the gradually darkening sky, the girl finally smiled. It was a somewhat forced smile, a smile filled with resolution. Finally, just as the class bell was about to ring, in front of 55 classmates and one teacher, Ji-fan-meng abruptly rose from her seat. Her face blossomed into the beautiful smile befitting a girl of her youthful age. Reaching behind her head, she pulled apart the tightly bound ponytail with one swift motion, like a glaring summer sun abruptly blazing in the classroom. A cascade of silky long hair spills over her shoulders, veiling the girl's face, obscuring any readable expression. Some lives, there ought to be moments when one declares them devastating. Goodbye. The abrupt movement caused a stir in the classroom. Without paying any attention, the girl took her backpack from the drawer and carried it in her hand. She walked out of the classroom of class 23, grade 11, without a shred of nostalgia, with unprecedented resolve. Not a second more to linger in this place, the girl thought to herself, raising a hand to rub her slightly reddened eyes. Then don't let the filth taint this breath of clean air. Class director's office. At the very moment Lu Zhe was about to push open the door, a rich masculine voice from behind drifted into his ears like a wisp of wind. Xiao Lu. Lu Zhe stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking toward the man leaning on the stool. After a long while, the man finally opened his eyes. With a profound gaze, he looked at him and slowly uttered a few words. I'd rather break than bend, I truly admire that, but there are some things I still hope you might. Once again, the man closed his eyes. His words carried a faint sigh as he spoke aloud. Do what you can, and give it your best effort. With those words, he pushed the door open. Lu Zhe left the head teacher's office with a faint smile. Perhaps things weren't as bad as he'd imagined. It didn't turn out as great as expected. Just average at best. Starting over, he never thought about changing everything completely. Only, some things he hadn't done before and had regretted for a long time. He really didn't want to. Yet these things unfolded untouched in the youthful lives of these lovely teenagers. What difference did class 23 of senior year make? What did it matter if it was a class of academic underachievers? He didn't believe that a person's fate was predestined by their nature. He only believed that different lives would present different landscapes. Going downstairs, then turning around, there was Lu Zhe, who had just rounded a corner. Looking up, he immediately spotted Ji Fanmeng walking resolutely out of the school gate, her hair casually draped over her shoulders. After standing still and thinking for a few seconds, Lu Zhe immediately strode after her. He followed the girl through a street blanketed with ginkgo leaves, then across the bustling pedestrian thoroughfare, crossing several desolate and empty plazas, passing by artificial lakes reflecting the setting sun. Eventually, they came to a halt before a hotel with an opulent exterior facade, bustling with arrivals and departures at its entrance. Lu stood silently behind her, raising his head to glance a few times at the signboard embedded in the wall. Then he lowered his gaze to watch the girl who was forcefully pulling off her school uniform, crumpling it into a ball before shoving it into her backpack. As if something had dawned on them, yet their expression remained full of confusion. Until he saw the girl take out her phone, dial a number, and then quickly hang up. Helplessly crouching on the ground, their shoulders trembling for a full minute, before finally standing up with determination. At last, understanding dawned, something was about to happen next. Rongqing. Afternoon. 7:37 a.m. Darkness finally swallowed the city's last flicker of light. The girl standing at the hotel entrance abandoned her last shred of hope and mustered all the courage she had left in this lifetime. Expressionless, she stepped forward with her right foot. Just as she prepared to step into the icy cold revolving glass door, a warm, magnetic voice suddenly called out from behind her. Hey beautiful, got a light? Surprised, turning around, a familiar face. So calm it feels reassuring. A cigarette dangled askew from his lips. No flame needed, yet it seemed to abruptly illuminate the entire world. Chapter 26, the entire class 13 has your back, and I'll catch you if you fall. Outside the hotel entrance, Lu Zhe stood there with a grin, his hands stuffed in his hoodie pockets. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, his calm gaze rested on Ji Fanmeng. The girl froze momentarily, caught off guard. Her fingers clutching the backpack straps tightened slightly. She brushed the stray strands of hair away from her forehead. Lu, Professor Lu? Lu Zhe didn't respond, simply gesturing toward her again with the cigarette between his lips. Ji Fanmeng chuckled, reaching into the backpack, fumbling around inside for a moment, finding a blue lighter, flicking it open with a crisp click, leaning slightly forward to help Lu Zhe light his cigarette. Whoosh! The satisfied young male teacher blew a smoke ring toward the pitch-black sky. Then he lowered his head to glance at the girl beside him. Back to school. Lu, Mr. Lu. The girl stood still, lightly biting her lip, then shook her head resolutely. A friend is waiting for me. Today, I'd like to ask for leave. Leave denied. Lu Zhe said decisively, reaching out to snatch Ji Fanmeng's schoolbag into his own hands. His other hand clamped tightly around the girl's wrist as he strode forward. And no, you can't. The girl threw her weight backward, her feet scraping violently against the ground. She was struggling with all her might, but ultimately her strength was no match, forcibly dragged forward several steps by Lu Zhe. No, Mr. Lu. Finally, a choked sob burst from the girl's lips, her voice cracking. In that moment of defiance, the last flicker of hope was extinguished. Lu Zhe stopped in his tracks, released Ji Fanmeng's hand, and turned around. Professor Lu, won't you approve my leave request? I promise you, tomorrow I'll definitely arrive at school on time. Please, please. After sobbing out those final 3 words, the girl could no longer hold herself up. Hugging her arms, she collapsed into a crouch on the ground.
Her whole figure disappeared beside a cluster of flowers in the hotel's greenery. She remained there motionless, letting cars pass by, letting pedestrians cast puzzled glances her way.
Ha! Lu Zhe let out a sigh.
He took out a cigarette from the pack, pressed its tip against his lit one to ignite it. First, he gently stroked the girl's hair, then slightly tightened his palm to lift her neck. After safely delivering the freshly lit cigarette into Ji Fanmeng's mouth, I sat down on the ground next to her. I believe you'll come to class on time tomorrow, but will that still be you? The girl remained silent, weeping helplessly in the wind.
Have this cigarette. After tonight, everything will be alright.
Hearing Lu Zhe say this, the trembling girl exhaled a smoke ring but gave him no response. She only shook her head desperately.
Will you trust me?
After finishing an entire cigarette, Lu Zhe finally spoke the warmest words one could hear on this slightly chilly October night breeze. The girl paused for a moment before turning her gaze towards Lu Zhe.
Will you trust me?
Lu Zhe smiled and repeated his question. Then he stood up from the ground. He extended his hand toward the girl. I know, although we haven't interacted much, many of you probably resent me. You probably think I enjoy tormenting people, that I'm a bit fierce, and that I occasionally like to torture my students, Lu Zhe said while tightening the drawstring of his hoodie. His palm also reached forward slightly further. I know you might feel there's a distance between us, maybe even wish I'd disappear from that lectern someday. The air was chilly, and Lu Zhe sniffled slightly.
But I still want to ask, are you willing to believe me?
The girl's eyes were fixed on Lu Zhe's palm. Crouching on the ground with her head tilted in thought, she pondered for a long time. Finally, at the moment when a speeding car stretched their shadows long, she smiled and extended her hand.
Mr. Lu, look, it's raining again. It's alright, just a passing shower. It'll clear up soon. You're teasing me, Professor Lu. How could there be sunshine now? It's the middle of the night. I'm not lying to you. If we can't see it today, we'll surely see it tomorrow.
Under the streetlight, the young male teacher carried a somewhat cartoonish backpack. Beside him, a little girl hopped along, playing a game of stepping on shadows on the ground.
By the way, Mr. Lu, why did you suddenly ask that question earlier?
I'm your homeroom teacher.
Is there a problem with asking this?
Lu Zhe casually flicked off the cigarette ashes with a smile as he responded.
Then why were you willing to leave that hotel with me?
Just like Ji Fanmeng, Lu Zhe also asked her a question.
Let me think.
The girl replied playfully. With her hands behind her back, she took tiny steps forward, struggling somewhat to maintain her balance. Suddenly, after a long pause, she burst out laughing. Because you're our homeroom teacher.
So, I believe in you. Youth. Sometimes, it would be a cluster after enduring winter, brightly blossomed flowers, and beautiful roads. The liveliest snack street in Rongqing. 9 p.m.
A teacher not at school and a girl skipping night self-study.
This improbable duo sat opposite each other at a bustling barbecue stall.
Picking up a skewer of steaming hot barbecue and dipping it in chili powder, Lu Zhe handed it to Ji Fanmeng.
Actually, it's quite a cliché story. You know, Professor Lu, I've always been grateful to him.
I felt he took care of me during that period of time and helped me grow. Even though later he cheated or transferred his affection elsewhere, I think it's fine to part on good terms. The girl distractedly told Lu Zhe about her past. Her mouth never stopped moving, apparently her mood wasn't that bad after all.
I just never expected he would actually threaten me like this.
These final words still carried a clear note of the girl's desolation and sorrow.
So you think going to a hotel will solve everything?
The girl said nothing. Actually, you're quite kind-hearted, and good-looking too.
What is it then?
Lu Zhe casually remarked with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, swiping off excess chili flakes from the meat skewer in his hand. My brain's not working too sharp.
Ha!
The girl scratched her head in mild confusion before letting out a quiet chuckle. She was gradually getting accustomed to this teacher's straightforward way of speaking. Just some trivial matter, have a meal, take a hot shower, get some sleep.
What else can you do? Threaten you? He wouldn't dare.
He flicked the cigarette butt into the nearby trash bin. Lu Zhe handed the freshly prepared meat skewers to the girl once more.
You just said this little brat is a senior in high school? Ji Fanmeng nodded. What a damn fool.
He raised his finger and gave the girl's forehead a forceful flick.
Ah, Mr. Lu.
Ji Fanmeng scowled reproachfully, rubbing her forehead where she'd been flicked. She was just about to complain about this heavy-handed male teacher. But what reached her ears was a voice that instantly filled her with overwhelming peace of mind. Just some punk student who's still wet behind the ears.
Daring to threaten my student?
Must not know how to write the character for death.
It sounded slightly Chinibu,
but it carried great strength.
Don't be afraid. Lu Zhe spoke 3 words calmly.
His steadfast gaze pierced through the steam rising from the food, meeting Ji Fanmeng's eyes that were misted over by the vapor.
The entire class 13 stands behind you. At the very least, teacher, we've got your back. Chapter 27, Teacher Lu, can we stop the mashup already?
That evening, the teacher and students sat before the barbecue stall and talked more than ever before.
about the anecdotes of the peculiar Class 13 Senior 2, and about Ji Fanming's thoughts that were so different from other girls. Of course, there were also some amusing stories about Lu Zhe, the new teacher who everyone found particularly refreshing. Many things that had once seemed like riddles were slowly unraveled on this breezy night. For example, Class 23 of grade 12 wasn't always like this. It's just that in the beginning, they encountered a homeroom teacher who could be described as a living nightmare. Oppression, denial, and division plagued the entire class and those dreamers within it. So in the end, they chose collective resistance and simply let everything go to ruin. Thus, the current situation came to be. For example, among the students who had either been thoroughly dealt with or lightly punished by Lu Zhe in the recent past, many were actually far from ordinary. The somewhat aloof Wu Naiwan and Qin Wan, whom Lu Zhe forced to clear her photo album, were both born with exceptional vocal talents, regarded as the undisputed male and female pinnacle among all music students at number 23 high school. Su Fei, who was standing by the trash can as punishment, was actually a fervent stock trader. He entered the market in his third year of junior high, using his mother's account with just over 10,000 yuan, and tripled it by the first semester of senior high. Yet, it was all because of that indescribable former homeroom teacher. A minor stock operator completely transformed into a small-time hoodlum. Oh, and there was that chubby kid who got pranked by Lu Zhe. Actually, besides loving to read web novels, he also loved writing them. Back when he wrote for some website, his fan count alone broke into 5 digits. The only flaw was his slightly tacky pen name, something like Little Gentleman. Otherwise, the fans would demand even more. Scattered figures and the ever-present cries of street vendors filled the air. They talked about many things that night. Class 13 had always been curious about their teacher, Lu Zhe. Naturally, Lu Zhe was also puzzled about why Class 13 had turned out like this. This unexpected heart-to-heart talk did resolve some of the issues. After listening to Ji Fanming's words, Lu Zhe finally let out a long sigh. Having lived 2 lives, it seems some fates are still inescapable. In my past life, simply because I was handsome, yes, purely because of good looks, I dated many girlfriends. But every breakup ended up being messy. I had to repeatedly help those so-called ex-girlfriends heal their emotional wounds. Yet in this life, through a strange twist of fate, I ended up taking over a class of hopeless underachievers that had hit rock bottom. Every single one of these 55 students, who had experienced nightmares, carried their own scars. They too needed him to personally heal and tend to their wounds over the long days ahead. There was no escaping it, no hiding from it. To be a handsome, wise, and empathetic homeroom teacher. It's really so difficult. Night grew deeper. Lu Zhe, having settled the bill as usual, carried his backpack and stepped through the rain-puddled streets. He sent Ji Fanming home. Before going upstairs, the girl sincerely thanked Lu Zhe. However, this teacher who never played by the rules simply responded with one sentence. Hurry up and get upstairs to sleep. Remember to drink a cup of 6 walnuts before bed. Your brain's gone missing from all that dating, better nourish it more. After saying this, he held a cigarette in his mouth, turned his back, and waved at Ji Fanming before slowly disappearing around the street corner. Watching Lu Zhe walk away, Ji Fanming stood still for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and laughing. What a wonderful night! And she firmly believed, just as Lu Zhe had said, tomorrow would surely be a sunny day. Taking steps, going upstairs, almost reaching the doorstep. The phone, previously unnoticed, suddenly rang out abruptly. Pulling it out, there was a short message just received. It's quite simple. If you didn't show up, then I'll do things my way. The girl stood still for a moment, looking around, then lifted her head gazing into the darkness as she pondered. Finally, as the clock struck 11, fingers flew across the screen as they fired off a quick reply. Then, with absolute resolve, they blocked the number they'd once seen as hope but now recognized as a trap. The phone was slipped back into their pocket with effortless ease. A smile, meanwhile, spread across their cheeks. What a relief! This feeling is truly wonderful. On the other side of the city, at the Meijing Hotel, sitting alone on the bed, Xiaoyang stared at the blunt CNM on the screen and clenched his fists. At this very moment, Ji Fanming, freshly washed, lay on the soft bed and happily rolled over. Her thoughts were firm and straightforward. I'm not afraid. Professor Lu said he'd give it to me. Got your back. The girl stretched lazily, reaching for the light switch with a smile on her face. Turn off the lights. The night passed without incident. Awake again. It was now time of Frost's descent. Compared to yesterday, due to the change of solar term, the temperature had visibly dropped a bit. On campus, everyone was still going about their business as usual. Lu Zhe had no morning classes. After supervising the morning self-study session, he went to prepare what he needed. Of course he hadn't forgotten. This afternoon marked his second scheduled contest with Wu Naiwan. The show wasn't over yet, and he, as the Dreambreaker mentor, certainly wouldn't be logging off. From morning till noon, and then from noon till extracurricular activities. In those neither long nor short 7 or 8 hours, The entire number 23 secondary school of Roncheng was brimming with a restless, barely contained agitation. For these teenagers whose daily lives were somewhat monotonous, who wouldn't want to watch some drama unfold? They held on like this, enduring the wait, until finally hearing the bell signaling the end of class before extracurricular activities. It was in that very instant. Lu Zhe, who had been standing on the podium adjusting his guitar, suddenly widened his eyes in shock, for he saw countless untamed wild horses. Galloping at breakneck speed, they fled from their classrooms one after another, then surged toward the square in an overwhelming tide. They wanted to secure a good spot, so they couldn't wait a single moment longer. Look how restless these kids have become. Lu Zhe shook his head with a smile and continued adjusting the instrument in his hands. 1600 hours sharp. The entire square was already packed with a sea of black-clad students. Groups of 3 or 5 were discussing what songs they might hear today and how those two might try to show off. Lu Zhe finished all his preparations, jumped down from the stands, and walked over to Wu Naiwan's side. After unscrewing his thermos and taking a sip, he casually asked, "Shall I go first, or will you?" "Me first." Wu Naiwan's voice trembled slightly, though he struggled to maintain his composure. "Alright, please begin your performance." Lu Zhe raised his hand to pat the boy on the back, making a gesture of invitation. "Teacher Lu." Wu Naiwan, who was about to step onto the stage, suddenly turned around and called out, "Whom?" Lu Zhe paused his motion and responded with confusion. The boy scratched his head, his face turning slightly red as he hemmed and hawed for a long while before finally speaking. Professor Lu, can we skip the medley today? It's a bit too much." Alright, just get up there already." Lu Zhe raised his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, I've only prepared one song for today." Seeing the look of disdain on Lu Zhe's face, the boy finally felt reassured. He strode confidently onto the stage. A secret delight stirred in his heart. Just one song, right before Brother by here. No song could possibly stand up to this. Not even you, Lu Zhe. No exceptions. Wu Naiwan, holding his guitar, fought thus while simultaneously plucking the strings. In that moment when his eyes lowered, his expression became utterly mournful. Before the faces of 1,048 female students from number 23 high school, he sang that song. The moment the song began, as soon as it started, it drew a wave of laughter from the crowd. But this laughter was good-natured. Little did they know at that moment. A few seconds later, the uproarious laughter would turn to weeping. Chapter 28, Folk Song paired with Swanat Teacher Lu plays foul. Truth be told, today's stage was much simpler compared to yesterday's. There were no drum kits, keyboards, or such equipment. Yes, just a microphone, a stand, a stool, and a guitar. Since it's folk music, many complex setups are spared. And precisely because it's folk music, the charm of the song needs to be conveyed even more through the voice. Wu Naiwan, of course, knows this well. So, he chose Bibi Zhou's song, selecting this piece laden with profound emotion and deep meaning. Will the world be better? The narrative quality, paired with his unusually husky teenage voice. Instantly, it captivated the audience in the venue. Step into his world together. That inner world which others see as ravaged, but which he treasures most. The first cassette tape of his life, the first singer he ever loved. The guitar bought with all his savings, the concert he traveled through many cities to attend. The joy of creating my first song, the passion of having it recognized by friends. See how much I love music. Wu Naiwan smiled and continued singing. Yet, there was a touch of bitterness in that smile. Yet, those violent emotions torment me when I can't sleep. Wu Naiwan, who had been singing with a restrained voice all along, suddenly raised his volume at this moment. Perhaps because his vocal cords weren't properly warmed up beforehand, the unexpected rise in pitch inevitably resulted in the anticipated vocal crack. But this feeling is just right. Resignation and struggle, loss and liberation. This is precisely what he wanted to convey in this part. All of you only see my rebelliousness, my indifference. But have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen those mocking glances when I played the guitar with ardent passion at the school's cultural performance? Have you ever seen my cherished guitar, that very one I treasured so deeply, smashed to pieces on the ground by that despicable person, shattered beyond words? Have you ever seen me shut myself away for days on end in my room, composing a song I was finally happy with, only to watch it go up in flames like fireworks? No, none of you can see it. So, you can never truly understand. But it's alright, I can sing it for you instead. Because singing is all I have left. The voice rose again, carrying a tremor that betrayed unshed tears. My long-dead father watches you on starless nights. Mother, will I bloom in summer, like your face once did? Probably not. Wu Naiwan plucked the strings with one hand, thinking despondently. Because I've never truly seen what summer looks like. Mom. A helpless voice, fading away in tone. Folk songs, don't they just sing emotions after all? This path, truth be told, has been extraordinarily difficult for him. Which is why he genuinely wants to ask. To ask through the act of singing, the way he loves most. Will this sense of loss last? Will this world ever be alright? Below the stage.
The initial kind laughter had long been swallowed by the simple, lingering melody. All they could see was the boy on stage, completely immersed in his performance. All they could hear was the voice from his lips, a sound that had endured so much yet teetered on the brink of breaking.
Wan, did you know? He's actually been working really hard. I do know.
I've seen how he practices his songs.
I know what he's persevering for.
I can't do it. I'm so envious, and it breaks my heart. Below the stage, a girl named Chin Won lifted her hand to wipe the corner of her eye. What surfaced before her eyes was a certain dusk in the small park outside the school.
Sitting on the lakeside grass,
the boy's solitary figure and the beautiful yet lonely sound of his instrument.
And of course, 0 audience members.
So she really wanted to ask,
will this world ever be better? Will it be better?
On the stage, Wu Naiwan held the last lingering note. Then he sat motionless before the microphone for over 10 seconds. The square was utterly silent.
No one spoke, nor did anyone clap. Silence was the finest expression, and the most beautiful tribute.
In the end, Wu Naiwan finally stepped off the stage. Silently, he took the guitar off his shoulders. He gave Lu Zhe a nod at the side of the stage. Then he buried his expression in the high collar of his autumn sweater. Finished the simple handover with Lu Zhe from the stage to off stage. Lu Zhe walked back onto the stage, without the same effortless charm and fiery passion as yesterday. Just as quietly, he picked up the guitar again, moved the stool in front of the microphone stand to the side, casually strummed the strings a couple of times, turned slightly to the right and glanced at Wu Naiwan standing by the stage.
Let out a breath. It'll be okay.
A plain and simple utterance, yet it touched upon something in the boy's heart that had been stifled but always longed for.
The best possible response.
After saying this, Lu Zhe's face lit up with a smile again. He reached out and pulled the mic stand up by about 10 centimeters. Then he brought his mouth close to the microphone.
Original piece, Manhwa bridge.
Without any extra words after the introduction, Lu Zhe bowed his head and began strumming the guitar strings. The 36-minute and 58-second prelude was like an aged wine steeped in the passage of time.
Uncorked by Lu Zhe's guitar strings, it then immersed the audience in its rich bouquet.
All that remained was for Lu Zhe to begin singing, and they would succumb completely to its depths. Except, this time, the moment they were waiting for seemed to linger just a little too long. Fortunately, at this moment, they finally got what they had been waiting for.
Chin weakly opens her mouth.
The abrasion of time, matched with the airing of emotions.
With just one phrase, everyone was transported onto the road leading to Manhwa Bridge. Let me look at you once more, from south to north. As if my eyes were veiled by the 5th ring road. Please tell me once again, about that day.
The girl holding the box, and the man wiping his sweat. I know, those summers, like youth itself, will never return.
The only substitute for dreams is reluctant compromise. I know, the boasts we made will be laughed away with our youth. Trapped in this city, in memory of you. Summer, dreams, youth. Boastful words spoken, eyes blindfolded, and that sorrowful phrase, reluctantly obliged. Upon hearing these words, Wu Naiwan's eyes reddened as the corners of his mouth curled up. Lyrics possess a soul. Yet the soul within Lu Zhe's rendition of Manhwa Bridge was entirely mirrored in Wu Naiwan's own reality. Irony, yet tinged with regret. He remained silent, not quite shedding tears, merely watching the stage in quiet stillness. At this very moment, Lu Zhe was still singing softly. But Wu Naiwan never expected what happened next. First, he ended the first half of his performance with a trembling vibrato. Then he reached behind his back. The next instant, Wu Naiwan saw. It was an instrument he could never have imagined. The Swona. What the hell? Originally deeply wounded by the emotions conveyed in the lyrics, Wu Naiwan, his eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. But his expression quickly shifted from bewilderment to awe. Because he heard the soaring yet profoundly desolate instrumental interlude emanating from the stereo. It was like a sword with no edge, sharpen its dullness. Cut away all the melancholy of spring and autumn in this song. Sever it all sharply and decisively. What remains is only the vibrations that pierce your eardrums and the overwhelming emotions that make your scalp tingle. The interlude filled with the Swona's wail. In an instant, it amplified the song's desolation 100-fold. Helplessness amplified 100-fold. The vicissitudes of life amplified 100-fold. Every unrequited longing, every regret and loss all magnified 100-fold. But the one thing that wasn't amplified was sorrow and grief. Because of the Swona, that magical instrument, it always touches the soul directly, yet always expresses sorrow without despair. Thus, this remains the best way to perform this piece and River Bridge. On stage, the interlude came to an end. Lu Zhe's hand once again pressed against the guitar strings. After tapping the guitar body lightly with his knuckles, mimicking a drumbeat, with eyes closed, in a whisper so faint, like a hymn being sung, he told everyone the answer about this summer. This answer that he conveyed through his voice. It's actually incredibly simple. He said, I know, this world has too many regrets every day. So hello, goodbye. Phew. Below the stage, Wu Naiwen finally raised his hand which had been hanging limply. He wiped away the tears that had unknowingly trickled from the corners of his eyes. Keeping his head lowered, he murmured something under his breath, barely audible. Damn it! Folk songs with Swana, what a rogue move. This is too unfair. Chapter 29, Dreams are the most passionate thing in this world. Breaking the rules is breaking the rules. But Wu Naiwen had to admit, this entirely new creative approach not only shocked him profoundly, it also brought him countless inspirations, whether it's personality or circumstances. Could there be another reason why this journey has been so arduous? Could it be because he had confined himself to convention, unwilling to break through, indulging in self-contentment and afraid to make mistakes? Only now did he finally understand. The realization dawns upon him, the truly immersive experience. Only then can he find the answer that has perplexed him all along, grasp the key that truly unlocks the door. Though he knows tonight's performance has ended, once again, he's lost. Lost without defiance, lost beyond resisting. But results were just results. Deep down, he was still grateful to Lu Zhe. Grateful that he was willing to set aside his teacher's dignity to indulge in this eccentric revelry with him. Grateful for his extraordinary musical prowess, which through his live performance, had sparked a fleeting moment of inspiration in him. Thinking about it this way, losing isn't so bad after all, at least there's still so much to gain, right? Watching Lu Zhe leap down from the stage, Wu Naiwen smiled. He was just about to speak, but he saw Lu Zhe waving something in his hand at him. Ha, this is... Caught off guard, Wu Naiwen froze for a moment, unable to make sense of the situation. Ignoring his stunned reaction, Lu Zhe casually tossed the item over. I still have lessons to prepare, no time to play with you in the third round. You lost, so I'll keep my promise and give you the gift. Still confused, Wu Naiwen uttered an "oh" and immediately bowed her head to tear open the envelope-like object in her hands. What's the damn hurry? Lu Zhe slapped him on the hand. Go find someplace private to read it. Look at you, clearly never received a love letter before. Muttering this, Lu Zhe left the bleachers carrying his guitar and Swana. Wu Naiwen, inexplicably cursed it, stood bewildered in the wind. After a long while, the boy clutching the envelope finally muttered to himself. Who writes love letters these days? Isn't QQ messaging way better? What a country bumpkin. The crowd, just like yesterday. After the revelry ended, they swiftly scattered apart. On the empty square, Wu Naiwen picked up the envelope, humming a tune leisurely as he strolled along the path toward the playground. Sneak a peek if you dare. Damn right I'm gonna hide and watch. At worst, it's just a letter of expulsion inside. It's not like I wasn't mentally prepared anyway. On the second to last row of the stadium bleachers, Wu Naiwen stretched his body. With a solemn expression, he opened the envelope that Lu Zhe had handed him. Take out the contents inside and spread them on your closed knees. There are 3 items in the envelope. The first is a train ticket that reads Rongcheng, Hangzhou. The second is a rectangular piece of copperplate paper densely covered in small words. But the most eye-catching feature was several large characters in the center. Participant letter for extraordinary contestants. The third item was indeed a letter. Actually, the moment Wu Naiwen saw the first 2 items, he had already guessed something, but didn't dare confirm it. It's not that I don't want to, but rather that I don't dare to. This cowardice and fear stem from everything he has experienced in the past. Those fragile illusions shattered into pieces when gently touched by reality. So, suppressing the anticipation and excitement in his heart, his fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the thin letter. Before my eyes sprawled Lu Zhe's wildly elegant calligraphy. Each stroke pierced the paper with unconstrained vigor yet effortless grace. You damned brat, take the 2 things I'm giving you and pack your bags by the weekend. Locking yourself up singing all day in your room, what fucking good does that do? What you lack isn't others' approval, but the opportunity to be approved by them. This show is actually kinda trash, but for a greenhorn like you, it's still a rare opportunity. If you want to make music, don't be afraid of embarrassment. You won't know if you've got what it takes until you get up there and sing. Lu Zhe's handwriting wasn't particularly neat. Wu Naiwen sat in the stands, head bowed in earnest silent reading, occasionally struggling a bit. The wind rustled the paper, making a soft shuffling sound in the air. Damn, such strong wind, it's making my eyes hurt like hell. As he pressed the letter flat with force, there was a soft plop, a tear had fallen onto the paper. Then instantly, a large ink stain began to spread across the page. Right, since you're entering the competition, I've got 2 more things to give you. Wu Naiwen rubbed his eyes and continued reading. The first thing, let's keep this between us for life. Come see me before you leave, and I'll give you 2 songs. Original material tends to get more attention. Your voice isn't bad, it's just your songwriting skills that are utterly tragic. But remember this, I'm only giving you these 2 songs for life. After this, whether you stick with this path or not, you're on your own. Don't expect another song from me, not a single one. The second thing is actually a line. Have you ever watched Slam Dunk? Yeah, I have. Facing the empty spectator stands, Wu Naiwen chuckled softly as he responded. I haven't watched much myself, but out of all the scenes I've seen, the line that stuck with me the most was probably Coach Anze's. He said to the boy who looked just like you, "In today's game, no one in the crowd will cheer for you. They're all here to see how the Sanno team wins." Do you know what that boy said? You should know, and I want you to hear it too. That boy, facing his stadium roaring like crashing waves, spoke these words. He said, "But coach, I don't want to lose." Plop, came another sound. In this clamorous space, the boy's tears fell uncontrollably like unstrung beads, drop by drop onto the letter paper. How good it feels to be understood. The feeling of being expected is truly wonderful. So little brat, if you love music, then persevere. All I can do is slap you awake and then kick you out with my foot. Kick you out of this environment you dislike and which dislikes you too. Kick you onto that stage that suits you and has been waiting for you all along. So don't overthink it, just go for it. Of course, don't forget, dreams will always be in this world. The most passionate thing. End of letter. Wu Naiwen carefully placed several items into the envelope. He roughly wiped his face with his sleeve. Then, just as the class bell rang precisely at that moment, he stood up from the bleachers. Turning around, he faced the direction of Class 23's senior year 2 and flashed the brightest smile he'd worn in these past 2 years. Then he raised his head and swung his arm forcefully toward the sky. Just like a few days ago, when he was knocked down by Lu Zhe on the rooftop, yet still brimming with vigor after making a bet. Ah, the place where dreams begin. Everything progressed so calmly and beautifully like this. Yet amidst this beauty, occasional filthy residues would surface. Take the final 20 minutes of this extracurricular activity, when Wu Naiwen sat quietly reading a letter in the bleachers. That abrupt incident occurred in Senior 2 Class 13's classroom. A trivial matter concerning Ji Fanmeng. It completely transformed Class 23 of Grade 12. A small matter. Chapter 30, The Oppressed Class 23 and the Ruthlessly Cold Lu Zhe. Around 4:20 p.m. Class 23, Grade 12. Students returning from the square in 2s and 3s lounged on desks and benches, chatting and laughing. The topic, naturally, centered around that Swana Lu Zhe unexpectedly pulled out from behind his back, and Wu Naiwen's dumbfounded expression. Truth be told, Classroom 13 had always been rowdy. Since regular teachers were unwilling to discipline them, students from other classes who wanted to find their friends would push the door open and walk right in. No greetings were needed, and everyone would simply turn a blind eye. So when several conspicuous figures suddenly appeared by the classroom's back door, no one paid attention, and few noticed anything unusual. Until the girl who had been quietly lying on the desk suddenly let out an awe in the noisy space, finally catching everyone's attention. The air grew slightly quiet. All the students turned their heads toward the sound. What they saw were 3 tall, handsome boys and a short-haired girl with an unfriendly expression. The 4 of them gathered around Ji Fanmeng. That startled ah had just come from Ji Fanmeng's mouth. The reason for that brief, high-pitched cry was because the girl who didn't belong to Class 13 was standing right behind Ji Fanmeng, wrapping her long hair around her hand in 2 tight loops. Ji Fanmeng was thus abruptly yanked up from her seat by the other party's forceful pull. An indescribable pain surged through her, and her vision instantly blurred. "I just find it strange. You look quite pretty, so why are you so despicable?" As she spoke, the girl tightened her grip even more, her tone dripping with unmistakable disdain and mockery. Ji Fanmeng struggled to speak through the pain, but her words were casually cut off by the girl. "What do you mean you? Didn't you seduce my boyfriend, text him every day, and go on trips with him?" With another vicious tug, Ji Fanmeng felt as though her hair was being ripped straight from her scalp. The despair that had long been driven away instantly surged back again. Buzz. In Class 213 of the 12th grade, a restless commotion erupted at the sight of this scene. Several boys rose from their chairs and moved toward Ji Fanmeng's seat, ready to stride over. And then, just at that moment, the 3 boys from other classes, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned their heads in unison, staring straight in the direction of the boys from Class 13, their eyes brimming with indifference and icy detachment. One of the boys with slightly long bangs fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a sharp click. After exhaling a ring of smoke, he smirked and pointed at a few boys from Class 13. "Wanna try me?" The air grew heavy with tension. Several red-faced boys from Class 13 stood frozen in place, not daring to take that step forward. Truth be told, they weren't exactly model students. But this cold-eyed boy smoking before them? Everyone knew him as the school's real troublemaker. Ronching number 23 high school had all sorts of characters. The one who studied so well that all teachers held them in the palm of their hand, and was so good-looking that they got scouted by talent agents even before taking the college entrance exams. But there was only this boy named Zhang Qi, universally known to be ruthless, cold-hearted, merciless, and difficult to deal with. No one wanted to provoke him, and no one could afford to. This was why, even though several boys from Class 13 were seething with anger upon seeing him, none dared to take a single step forward. They weighed the consequences, they didn't dare risk it. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense with stalemate, until a faint male voice shattered the silence. "Brother Qi, look, could you do me a favor? My cousin is Gao Ji, last week. The speaker was Wang Zhe, who had bullied Lu Zhe as the main character on the second day of school. A forced, ingratiating smile clung to his face as he casually offered a cigarette. Zhang Qi, perched on the desk, didn't even glance at Wang Zhe. He raised his hand and knocked the cigarette to the ground. Gao Ji? What the hell? Am I supposed to know him? You're his cousin? So, what kind of trash are you, then? Wang Zhe, utterly ignored and thoroughly humiliated, stood frozen in place. He was telling the truth, his cousin really did know Zhang Qi. But what he hadn't expected was that the other party would dare to be this arrogant, showing no respect whatsoever. After a heated moment of silence, Wang Zhe ultimately lowered his head and left. This matter was beyond his ability to handle. After 2 simple exchanges, Class 13 fell into a peculiar atmosphere. Zhang Qi sat casually on the desk. He flicked the ash from his cigarette onto the stool beneath his feet. Looking up, he cast an animated glance around the room. A snicker escaped their lips. The laughter was dripping with scorn and mockery. Single-handedly, they quelled the morale of an entire class. Being laughed at was only natural. A few seconds later, Class 13 finally fell into a deathly silence. The protagonist Xiao Yang, who had been sitting steadily like an angler waiting for his catch, finally made his appearance. He jumped down from the table with both hands in his pockets. With a radiant smile, he walked up to Ji Fanmeng. It was at this moment. Qin Wan, who had been observing this scene from the back door of the classroom, finally made up her mind. While everyone's attention was focused on Ji Fanmeng and Xiao Yang, she carefully pushed open the door and slipped out, bending low like a cat. Then she raced all the way toward Lu Zhe's office on the 3rd floor. Inside the office, Lu Zhe leaned back leisurely in his chair, holding a cup of black tea while reading the notice in his hand that read, "My tribute to China," pondering what he could do. It was originally a calm and lazy afternoon, but the rhythm was suddenly disrupted by a girl barging through the door. "Lu, Mr. Lu, please come with me to the classroom right away." Qinwan spoke while panting heavily, her hands resting on her knees for support. Lu Zhe put down what he was holding and looked up at Qinwan. "What's wrong?" "Something's happened." The girl looked at Lu Zhe with pleading eyes, speaking in a hurried tone. Lu Zhe didn't think too much about it. He stood up from the stool and was the first one out the door. The girl behind him trotted a few steps to catch up, then quickly briefed him on the situation. Throughout the entire exchange, Lu Zhe didn't say a single word. Only his pace grew increasingly faster, his expression turning graver by the moment. It wasn't until he reached the classroom door that he finally came to a stop. He glanced back at Qinwan. His face was completely expressionless, and his voice was terrifyingly low. "From this moment on, you stand guard here. No one, absolutely no one, is allowed to enter." With that, he forcefully pushed the door open and strode inside. And at this moment, in classroom 23 of the 11th grade, Xiao Yang was gently stroking Ji Fanmeng's face with a feigned concerned expression. Clutching a phone tightly in hand, his tone was exceptionally tender. "Why must you always be so disobedient? Even if you had come yesterday, I wouldn't have done anything special, I just wanted to chat with you. But I waited until midnight, and you never showed up. You know I've always been honest and trustworthy. I believed you, but you lied to me again. So, I had no choice but to." Xiao Yang spoke while opening his phone's photo album, placing the screen right before Ji Fanmeng's eyes. Then, under the girl's utterly despairing gaze, he slowly turned away. Just as Xiao Yang was about to raise his phone to announce something to the entire class, he froze in an instant, because he saw that at this moment before him stood a man with an icy expression, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Through the swirling smoke, the gaze directed at him, so icy cold, it chilled one to the bone. Chapter 31, I can afford to bet, but can you? Lu Zed stood before Xiao Yang like an emotionless tree, utterly still. There were no unnecessary movements, nor any expressions of agitation or anger. He simply stared directly at the other person, with a gaze sharp enough to pierce through one's heart, impossible to evade. "You." Xiao Yang kept his phone raised in midair, licked his parched lips, and uttered a single syllable. Yet before he could finish speaking, the phone in his hand was snatched away by Lu Zhe. In just a split second, the phone was flung backward by Lu Zhe, tracing a perfect parabola through the air. With a loud splash, it crashed into a bucket full of water. "Damn it!" Realizing what had happened, Xiao Yang let out a furious roar. He lunged straight toward Lu Zhe, just like yesterday afternoon's performance from the stands. Lu Zhe suddenly placed his index finger in front of his mouth, the corner of his lips curling up as he made a shoe gesture. Only, this gesture combined with Lu Zhe's smile, and his gaze that never left Xiao Yang, made it look slightly eerie and unsettling. This feeling was naturally not lost on Xiao Yang either. So the moment he saw this movement, he forcibly withdrew his own action. Then he stood there indignantly, seemingly wanting an explanation from Lu Zhe. And Lu Zhe gave him that explanation. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a stack of cash, and slapped it forcefully into the boy's hand. Then, under the other's bewildered gaze, he spoke his first words of the day. Here's 5,000. Go buy a new phone. You crazy or what? Xiao Yang laughed in extreme anger and snapped at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe wasn't annoyed. He merely took a step forward, positioning himself beside Xiao Yang. Raising his arm, he draped it over the young man's shoulder. In what appeared to be an intimate gesture, he pulled Xiao Yang close. He brought his mouth close to his ear and softly asked a question in a low, icy voice that no one else could hear. Does anyone in your family hold a government position? Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned, not understanding the meaning behind Lu Zhe's question. But compelled by the pressure from the other party, he still replied in a low voice, no. Oh, I see. So your family's rich? A trust fund kid? Damn it. The guy, clearly irritated by Lu Zhe's questioning, cursed again under his breath. He snapped impatiently in reply. We're not rich. I'm not any trust fund kid. What the hell do you want? The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly noticed the change in Lu Zhe's gaze. An overwhelming mix of contempt and ruthlessness instantly froze him in place. Without any backing, where does your audacity come from? Lu Zhe shook his head slightly as he murmured these words. He gave Xiao Yang's shoulder a firm slap with his palm. Take the 5,000 yuan and get out of this classroom immediately. What happened today will be forgiven and forgotten. Xiao Yang frowned tightly and pushed Lu Zhe away forcefully. What if I won't? Good question. Lu Zhe grinned. He shifted his posture, leaning his entire face right in front of Xiao Yang. Word by word, he enunciated. You can choose not to leave, but you must believe. I'll spend all my remaining time doing nothing but making your life hell. Forget about taking the college entrance exams, forget about getting your diploma. Even if you're expelled, I'll make sure you never live comfortably in this city. You, believe it or not? Hearing these words from Lu Zhe, Xiao Yang burst out laughing with a snort. He returned Lu Zhe's fierce gaze with equal intensity. I know you're the homeroom teacher of class 13. You're the teacher, I'm the student. Such things, you couldn't possibly do them, and the school would never allow it. He was certain that Lu Zhe was just trying to scare him, but to his surprise, Lu Zhe's response was nothing more than a simple shake of his head. You're wrong, kid. I'm a teacher, but not the kind you imagine. If I say I'll do something, I'll definitely do it. If I can hold a concert in the square, I can bring you down using every dirty trick in the book. You're different. You're just a student without even a high school diploma, from an ordinary family. Nobody's got your back, and no one's going to support you for life. So do you understand now? Lu Zhe's tone rose slightly as he looked at Xiao Yan with meaningful eyes. Xiao Yang stared blankly at Lu Zhe, his thoughts unreadable. Ah, Lu Zhe sighed deeply. It seems you still don't get it. Fine, let me put it bluntly. Actually, it's very simple. I've now decided to risk everything to destroy you. After finishing you off, worst case scenario, I get expelled, move to another city, reinvent myself, choose a new school, and start fresh. As for your consequences, I've already spelled them out for you. I won't repeat myself. Now do you understand? I could kill you and at worst lose my job. But if you choose to see this through to the end, what you'll lose is your entire life. As he spoke, Lu Zhe pulled over a chair and sat down. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew the smoke right into Xiao Yang's face. So, right now, you only need to think about one thing and give me an answer. Lu Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone utterly calm. I'm willing to go all out. Are you? I'd bet my job on it. But would you bet your life on it? With nothing more to say, Lu Zhe fell silent. His gaze still bore into the young man before him, ferocious yet laced with amusement as the boy's expression flickered between light and shadow. Finally, as the cigarette was about to burn out, the young man made a loose fist and waved it a couple of times before gesturing at his companions behind him. Let's go! With that, he strode toward the back door of the classroom without so much as a backward glance. Seeing this, Zhang Qi flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, jumped off the desk, and quickened his pace to catch up with Xiao Yang. However, after only a few steps, the sound from behind reached his ears. Hey, kid! Zhang Qi turned his head. Lu Zhe pointed at the cigarette but still smoldering on the ground. Trash, take your trash with you. Zhang Qi still didn't speak. His response to Lu Zhe was the sound of tui, a glob of spit hitting the ground. Lu Zhe instantly laughed and waved dismissively at Zhang Qi. That's some backbone. I'll remember you. Immersive translate. 1637. 17 minutes had passed since the accident occurred. Class 13's classroom finally achieved temporary peace. Lu Zhe leisurely finished his cigarette before rising from the bench. Walking quietly down the short aisle, he came to stand beside Ji Fanmeng. First, he lifted his hand and gently smoothed the girl's ponytail where it had been tugged. Then, his Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a slightly choked voice. I'm sorry. In an instant, the previously bowed and weeping girl buried herself in Lu Zhe's embrace. Her forehead pressed tightly against his chest as the sobs she'd been deliberately suppressing finally erupted into unrestrained wails. Tears soon soaked Lu Zhe's sweater. In the silent space, the girl's heart-wrenching sobs. It was unbearably sad and heartbreaking. Lu Zhe paused, then gently raised his arm. His hand patted the girl's back gently, over and over. He repeated in the same sorrowful voice, "It's alright now, it's alright, don't cry, don't cry. The teacher is here, it's alright, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." At the end of October, the winds howled and the rains poured. The sky darkened abruptly at that moment. Lu Zhe stood there just like that, comforting the weeping girl while his gaze drifted toward the window. No one could guess what was on his mind. In his arms, the woman who couldn't stop crying finally found the long-lost warmth amidst the sound of rain, despite the heartache. Over the years of studying, I've heard countless grand principles and have also received comfort and encouragement. But not a word. Don't be afraid, teacher is here. So reassuring. So comforting. Chapter 32, You'd never guess, because you don't have it in your hearts. Time is often the best remedy for healing unease. And sincere comfort offered at the right moment can often temporarily soothe those sudden wounds. As a teacher, Lu Zhe has actually done more than enough. At the very least, no one in the entire number 23 middle school could have done better than him. Yet, he still blamed himself. He blamed himself for not being there immediately. He blamed himself for standing before that barbecue stall, looking at the girl's radiant smile, and confidently declaring, "Even if all else fails, your teacher will have your back." Moreover, he was deeply disappointed. Disappointed that in the past 20 minutes, only Qin had chosen to seek his help. Disappointed that in such a large class, there had been such silence and regression before his arrival. Disappointed that, this already disappointing, good-for-nothing class. The rain showers continued. After venting for a while in Lu Zhe's embrace, Ji Fanming finally calmed down. She raised her head and wiped her swollen, reddened eyes. Turning to Lu Zhe with a smile, she said, "Thank you, Professor Lu." Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, then steadied the girl by her shoulders and guided her to her seat. He turned around and strode toward the podium. The class bell rang precisely at that moment. Beyond the corridor echoed the hurried footsteps of students and the continuous slamming of doors. All this added a touch of vitality and bustle to the school campus. Lu Zhe stepped onto the podium, took 2 steps forward, and came before the class schedule. His finger trailed down line after line of that unremarkable A4 paper. Only when he found the name he was looking for did he stop. Then he pulled out his phone and made a call. The content is simple. For this next class session, he'll be taking over for a bit. There's something he needs to discuss with the students. The students in the class looked puzzled until Lu Zhe turned around again. Propping his hands on the lectern, he swept an expressionless gaze around the classroom. He just stood there silently, looking at them for several moments. He suddenly smiled. "You've really given me quite the surprise today." After speaking, Lu Zhe straightened up. He raised his hand and pointed toward the window. "English class is cancelled. Everyone except Ji Fanming, come with me outside." After saying this, Lu Zhe turned and strode out of the classroom. Unfazed by the torrential rain outside, indifferent to the shock and bewilderment in over 50 pairs of eyes. Just as he was about to step through the doorway, "Are you out of your damn mind?" came an irritable voice from behind. Just those words. Lu Zhe retracted the foot that had already crossed the classroom threshold. He turned around, a cold smile playing on his lips. He quickened his pace toward the direction of the sound. 2 steps later, walking turned into running. From the classroom door to the second-to-last row, Su Fei's seat, Lu Zhe covered the distance in just 2 seconds. The final move was him vaulting over 2 rows of desks with a single hand braced on a table, flying through the air. After landing steadily in front of Su Fei, whose face was frozen in shock, Lu Zhe wordlessly grabbed the boy's uniform and yanked hard, sending him stumbling into the aisle. He bent down, pulled his backpack from under the desk, and yanked open the zipper. Lu Zhe stuffed all the papers, pens, and books on his desk haphazardly into the backpack. Then, under Su Fei's astonished gaze, he raised his arm and flung the backpack out the window with force. "You." Su Fei flushed red, pointing at Lu Zhe but momentarily speechless. As for Lu Zhe, he simply stepped out from between the seats. He turned his head and cast a cold glance. "Piss off." After speaking, he walked straight toward the back door without looking back. After a long while, the students finally regained their composure from the shock. Led by someone unknown, they followed Lu Zhe's footsteps and walked out the door one after another. The rain grew heavier. Had someone been standing in the school corridor looking down, they would have surely witnessed a peculiar sight. A young man walked alone toward the playground, his head covered by a hoodie. Behind him, groups of students in school uniforms began appearing one after another, shielding their heads with their hands. They moved through the curtain of rain, splashing small puddles with every step, all heading in the same direction, moving forward together. A few minutes later, Lu Zhe finally came to a stop. The spot where he stood was the exact center of the field. After pausing for a few seconds, he turned around. What appeared before him was his soaked Class 13 students, arranged in a fan shape that completely encircled him. None of them spoke, but all turned their gazes toward Lu Zhe. She couldn't understand why he had brought her here, nor could she fathom why he had flown into such a sudden rage. A heap of loose sand. Lu Zhe wiped the rain from his face with his hand, sneering at the sight before him. You're always like this, constantly like this. Lu Zhe shook his head and said with a laugh. You've always been a heap of loose sand. After studying for so many years, even standing on a sports field, you still don't realize how to form a proper line. Finally understanding the meaning behind Lu Zhe's words, the students exchanged bewildered glances. After a long while, they finally stood in 5 rows under the organization of the sports committee member. Lu Zhe ignored their sluggish reactions. He raised his hand to take his cap off and walked toward the newly formed line. Starting with the first student, glance by glance it was observed, step by step it was traversed. Do you know why we've summoned you here? Walking to the center of the first row, Lu Zhe finally spoke. No one responded. Because, I don't want to stay in that classroom for even 1 minute, not 1 second longer. Another second there, and I'd. Lu Zhe stopped walking, reached out, and yanked a phone from some boy's sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, the phone went flying into a shallow puddle. Feel disgusting. After patting the boy on the shoulder, Lu Zhe continued walking forward. How about I brag a little for you guys? His voice rose slightly, carrying a self-deprecating chuckle in his tone. One day, a girl in my class was bullied by others, and she was heartbroken, miserable, and utterly devastated. But just at the moment she wanted to give up, I suddenly appeared. I said to her with extraordinary confidence and stirring passion. Lu Zhe's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, not loud enough to be drowned out by the rain, nor too noisy that it becomes overwhelming. Would you like to know what I told her? Lu Zhe walked to the second row and casually asked. Still, no one answered. You'll never guess, not if I give you an afternoon, a day, or even a whole month. Want to know why? Lu Zhe spoke while walking. At that moment, he reached the end of the second line too. After throwing out a question, he suddenly punched the chest of a boy standing at the back who was almost the same height as him. Step forward. The boy froze for a second, then lowered his head and stepped out of the line, standing in the open space beside them. Where were we again? Lu Zhe muttered to himself. Oh, now I remember. I'm telling you, you'll never guess? Actually, what I said was very simple, so simple that anyone could say it, and even say it with pride. But you can neither guess, nor imagine, let alone achieve it. In the third row, Lu Zhe came to a stop before a brawny young man who appeared to weigh around 170 pounds. He patted the boy's shoulder and asked with a smile, Tell me, what does this phrase mean? The boy remained silent and gave 2 slight shakes of his head. Don't know? Doesn't matter, I knew you wouldn't guess it anyway. Still shaking his head, he grabbed the boy by the collar. With a sharp tug and a forceful shove, he stood right next to the other boy whom Luz had previously called out from the ranks. Huff. Luz didn't walk further down. He turned back and returned to the front of the formation. With a long sigh, spoke once more. Alright, let me reveal the answer to you all. There's no need for us to waste any more time. We never got the chance before, and in the future, there's no point either. I say. At this point, Luze's voice grew slightly hoarse. Don't be afraid. Behind you stands the entire class 13. Do you hear that? Suddenly, Luze raised his voice. Damn it, right in front of Ji Fanmeng. Speak. Don't be afraid. We're behind you. Standing with class 13. Where is everyone? You hear me? Ha? A voice nearly hoarse from shouting pierced completely through the curtain of rain in that instant. It sent every student standing on the playground trembling in the downpour. Yet not a single one dared to look up, even just exchanging a glance with Luze. Until, what felt like an eternity later, they finally heard an utterly exhausted voice speak again. Look here, goddammit, look how big of a fucking boast I made. And then, reality slapped me with such a resounding blow. Fine, I give up. Let me reveal the final puzzle for you. In the pouring rain, Luze originally wanted to light a cigarette, but the moment he pulled it out, it was completely drenched by the rain. With a bitter smile, he dropped the cigarette at his feet. He uttered these words he hadn't wanted to say but had no choice but to speak. Do you know why you can't think of that sentence? Because. Luze took 2 steps forward, his voice carrying faintly across the empty playground. You don't have it in your hearts. There's no such class as class 13, no concept of classmates, and naturally, no thoughts of protecting, shielding, supporting, or catching anyone. Never was. Nor will there be. Ever. It won't happen. Chapter 33, You're not worthy to be my students. The rain curtain, like an enclosed cubic space, severed class 13 from the rest of the world. And in the moments just gone, Luze's words had acted like shackles, firmly pinning everyone in place. Even the slowest student understood at this moment why Luze had brought them out to get drenched in the rain. Why he had flown into such a towering rage. Why he'd suddenly shown fatigue unbecoming of his age before so many gathered people. Because he was truly disappointed. And also because they had indeed made some mistakes. Actually, do you know what? Luze, who was standing nearby, gazed into the distance for a moment before speaking. Bragging is just bragging. Problems are just problems. If you encounter difficulties, solve them, that's all there is to it. Not hard, right? I've been here for quite some time now, haven't I? Lu Zhe took another step forward. Only this time, the direction he chose was toward those two boys he had just pulled out from the line. During this period, have I ever made you stay cooped up in the classroom like other classes reading, studying, doing homework, taking exams? Not really. Not only no, but also, Lu Zhe said while looking at Wu Naiwen and the team. I even encouraged you to stick to your dreams, and stood up against many people on your behalf. I never expected you to achieve any miraculous results or transform into some elite class within just 1 or 2 years at this school. I just want you, at this age, to never bury the passion and vitality within yourselves. That's all there is to it. There were still 2 steps between them and the 2 boys. Lu Zhe's voice grew increasingly somber. But what I never expected was that you all would turn out to be a bunch of spineless cowards. Cowards to the core, too timid to even raise your heads or make a sound, utterly worthless. These 2 sentences stripped the class 13 students of every last shred of dignity. Lu Zhe hadn't left them an ounce of face. The scolding intensified, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. How very strange, he remarked. Just one more step, and Lu Zhe would be standing before the 2 boys. It's 3 guys and 1 girl on their side. What about you? If I remember correctly, there are 55 people in the class, leaving aside the girls for now. But there should be 31 boys, right? 31 against 4, that's nearly 8 to 1. Ha 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 ha. A sudden burst of incongruous laughter erupted across the silent playground. Sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. Lu Zhe stood in place, waving his hand dismissively. 8 against 1. You could have just dogpiled him and crushed him half to death. And what happened? 31 of you were terrified shitless by 1 man, 1 sentence, 1 look. What do you 2 think? Am I right? Finally, Lu Zhe walked up to the 2 boys. He raised his hand and gave one of them a pat on the neck before speaking up. The boy gave a start, glanced up at Lu Zhe, and then quickly lowered his head again. Do you know why I had you 2 step forward? Lu Zhe asked in a low voice. No idea? Then let me tell you. Because, after looking round just now, I noticed that among your class, one of you is the tallest, and the other, the strongest. One's built like a telephone pole, the other like a bull calf. Both could damn well be character actors. Wherever they go, don't they just lord it over others, scowling like demons? So let me ask you too, where exactly were you playing the coward and lying low just now? Ha! Pathetic pair. After briefly summarizing, Lu Zhe returned to the front of the line. Standing still, he finally seized the moment as the rain lightened to light up a cigarette. Alright, no use wasting words. Taking a deep drag, Lu Zhe spoke plainly. Before I took over your class, I actually found it quite a headache. From what I'd heard, you were supposedly a bunch of unyielding tough guys, a whole class of heroic Brother Honam, Brother Chicken, and Sister 13 types, definitely hard to handle. But the reality proved me wrong. Only after stepping in did I realize, wow, turns out you're all just a bunch of useless cowards, good-for-nothing drunkards, and spineless weaklings, getting slapped across the face and still grinning while serving tea and handing out cigarettes. Mid-sentence, Lu Zhe's gaze suddenly locked onto Wang Jie, shrinking his neck in the second row. He flicked the cigarette but straight toward him. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Stop hiding, how fucking embarrassing. After the brief interruption, Lu Zhe lit another cigarette. He raised his hand and pressed it downward. Alright, enough with the pretenses. Laugh if you want to laugh, cry if you need to cry, curse if you must, or just leave if that's what you want. If I'd known you'd be like this, I should have just washed my hands of the whole matter from the start, instead of enduring this torment now. To be honest, if you dare to swarm them together and beat the shit out of them today, even if 1 or 2 get hurt, I wouldn't mind. Hospital bills, I'll cover them. Accountability, I'll take the blame. None of it matters. I'll accept it all, and I'll even feel grateful. At the very least. Lu Zhe raised his hand and violently pounded his chest several times. I think you still have a conscience, passion, and fire in your hearts, but you don't. So, let it be. A cigarette burned halfway down. Lu Zhe stopped talking, dangling the cigarette from his lips as he fumbled about his person with both hands. Some moments later, 2 objects appeared in his grasp. All of you, look up at me. The suddenly raised voice drew the students' attention. This here is my work ID. Lu Zhe's hand trembled slightly, and a name tag slipped from his palm, appearing before everyone's eyes. And this, a list of all class 13 students. At the very top are 5 words, homeroom teacher, Lu Zhe. His hand trembled, and a folded A4 paper unfolded in the wind and rain. These 2 things. Lu Zhe gave a bitter smile. Then, in front of all the students, he flung his arm back forcefully, sending his work ID and the list flying into the rain, swept far away by the wind in an instant. I don't want it anymore. This means that from today onward, I'm no longer their teacher. And I won't be teaching class 13 anymore either. The reason is simple. Lu Zhe pulled his hood back over his head and turned away, striding off toward the opposite side of the playground, leaving behind a voice neither too loud nor too soft. Because, you are unworthy to be my students. And I, too, cannot force myself to endure the discomfort in my heart to be your teacher. To be a teacher to 31 weaklings and 54 cowards. Growing up with you. It's me, Lu Zhe. The most reckless thing I've ever done in this lifetime. And also, the most mistaken choice. The wind howls. The rain patters. In a world shrouded in gray. Lu Zhe, clad entirely in white, straightened his back and strode forward. Behind him stood a group of students dressed in black school uniforms, silently staring at his back. Black and white, a stark color contrast. Movement and stillness, the distance grows ever wider. Students and teachers. It was an inseparable circle. Yet abruptly at some moment in life, turned into divergent straight lines. No farewells, no goodbyes. Who will fill this void? Chapter 34. My answer is simple, 2 words, strike back. This unprecedented class meeting that Class 13 of Grade 11 had never experienced before finally concluded with Lu Zhe storming off. As that white figure completely vanished around the corner of the playground in an instant, many people suddenly felt a strange, absurd emotion. Was this farewell? At the same time, they recalled a lesson they had studied long ago. It seemed to be called the last lesson. Judging by today's situation, Lu Zhe seems to be genuinely doing the same thing, using somewhat extreme methods, with a slightly resolute attitude, to convey a simple and clear message to the entire Class 23 of Grade 12. You all. They're nothing but ungrateful wolves that can never be tamed or fed enough, a bunch of spineless weaklings who talk tough but are cowards at heart. You're absolutely right. At the very least, throughout the entire ordeal, not a single person in Class 13 could come up with anything better. Not even one reasonable refutation worth mentioning. Though they hadn't known each other for long, they all understood that Lu Zhe was someone with a strongly defined personality, just as he'd told Xiao Yang in the classroom earlier. When this man says he'll do something, he does it. This man has no fear of going all out. The rain continued to fall. The students stood silent in the wind and rain for a long while, not a single one stepping forward to leave, until a voice shattered the quiet. It was Qin Wan, the one who had earlier chosen to seek Lu Zhe's help in the office. This girl actually possessed a composure and clarity far beyond her years in many matters. Class monitor. Qin Wan called out towards Zhao Li's direction. What should we do now, regarding Teacher Lu? Zhao Li frowned but didn't respond to Qin Wan. Without caring about the dirty puddles beneath him or the damp turf, he plopped down onto the ground. With a gloomy expression, he buried his fingers in his hair, remaining speechless for a long while. Class monitor. Qin Wan raised her voice. Is Teacher Lu really going to leave our class just like that? Even though he tortures us every day, we all know exactly how he treats us. If he really leaves like this today, I really don't know what to do from now on. The girl's voice grew fainter as she spoke, until it dissolved entirely into sobs and choking sounds. What's going to happen to our class? Ha! Zhao Li, sitting on the ground, let out a long sigh before finally raising his head. After glancing at his classmates with solemn expressions surrounding him, he suddenly stood up from the ground. He said in a deep voice, I'll go find him. Don't worry, no matter what it takes, I'll do my best. Convince him to come back. With those words, Zhao Li strode away from the sports field. Yet to the students of Class 13, those departing footsteps seemed oddly frail yet laden with weight. For Lu Zhe, mere persuasion like this was simply inadequate. Is this really useful? A huge question mark loomed in everyone's minds. Yet at this moment, they truly had no better alternative. Their only choice was to place their trust in Zhao Li. Believed that during those bleak days in the past, when all the teachers had given up on them, the class monitors still relied on their own strength to hold the entire Class 13 together. Even though this recent incident proves once again that Zhao Li's efforts alone were not very effective. Yet, he had indeed made such efforts in the end. Silence, like the gaping maw of a shadowy abyss, seemed ready to devour the entire playground in the next second. Zhao Li, bearing the hopes of everyone. Thus, under the gaze of 53 pairs of eyes, he gradually faded into the endless curtain of rain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Zhao Li had walked about 5 meters, from the queue behind him, another voice suddenly rang out again. Wait a minute. The tone was extraordinarily clear, surprisingly bringing a rare sense of calm in such an atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads, and Zhao Li also stopped in his tracks. Following the sound, from the end of the line emerged a boy of average height in a slightly faded school uniform, but with handsome features and profound eyes. He waved in Zhao Li's direction. Monitor, come back. It's useless. The moment the boy uttered his second sentence, Su Fei, standing beside him, snorted disdainfully. Who the hell doesn't know it's useless? Did we need your reminder? If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Before the boy could respond, Qin Wan spoke first. After shooting Su Fei a fierce glare, she turned her gaze back to the boy. Song Yu, since you think it's useless, do you have any better ideas? The young man smiled and turned away, waved again toward a spot a few meters away, until the figure slowly approached. Only then did everyone realize that Ji Fanmeng had somehow also arrived at the playground. Because of Ji Fanmeng's sudden appearance, the atmosphere in the crowd grew even more oppressive. Many boys who had initially raised their heads suddenly lowered them again. Self-reproach and guilt finally took concrete form at that moment. A few seconds later, Luli and Ji Fanmeng joined the ranks simultaneously. Alright, now we're all here. Song Yu glanced around before speaking. Actually, everyone knows Professor Lu's personality and his way of handling things. If we simply go to apologize or persuade him, it would be useless. On the contrary, it'll only make him think even less of us, like we're just a pile of worthless sludge. But it was also because of his temperament that there was still a chance to salvage the situation. On the playground, Song Yu spoke his thoughts aloud under the gaze of 54 others. So, I sought out Ji Fanmeng. At this point, Song Yu turned around to glance at the girl. Wait a moment, I'd like to speak with you privately, alright? The girl didn't respond verbally, merely nodding quietly in agreement. After some thought, I realized what Teacher Lu has been concerned about all along actually boils down to just two simple words. Song Yu paused for a moment. His gaze drifted beyond the playground. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke word by measured word. Integrity. In the crowd, a few boys nodded in agreement with Song Yu's words. What we need to do now is to reclaim the backbone we've lost. Perhaps then, Teacher Lu might understand, might even forgive. As he spoke, the boy raised his hand to his mouth, exhaled warm breath onto it, then rubbed his palms together. The weather has truly begun to cool. At the intersection of summer and autumn, the rapid drop in temperature can indeed be quite unbearable. Yet as we endure, eventually this too shall pass. My thoughts. After warming himself up a bit, Song Yu spoke again. It might be a bit extreme, and there's a risk of failure. Next, I'd like to have a private chat with Fan Meng. Only after this discussion can the plan be more refined. Song Yu spoke as he walked toward Ji Fanmeng. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Oh, by the way, I might call on a few people later, they're crucial to this plan. I hope the few students who are chosen will give their full support. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, there will undoubtedly be risks involved in this matter. If you don't want to participate, you can withdraw, it's completely fine. Having said this, Song Yu quickly walked over to Ji Fanling's side. Pointing toward the spectator stands not far away, the two fell into silence and walked shoulder to shoulder toward their destination. Hey! Among the crowd, the ever-boisterous Su Fei once again couldn't restrain himself and shouted after Song Yu's retreating figure. You still haven't said it, what exactly do you want to do? This time, Song Yu chose not to remain silent. The words that slipped out rode the wind's breath into everyone's ears. Sharp as a blade's edge. As distant as the tolling of a bell. The seemingly ordinary youth gave an answer of just two simple words. Counterattack. Chapter 35, Professor Lu, we fight back. Counterattack? Upon hearing these two words, many students turned their heads to glance at their companions beside them. They naturally understood the meaning these words conveyed, even if they weren't clear about Song Yu's specific approach. But in truth, this was enough. Two simple, direct words instantly swept away more than half of the gloomy, oppressive atmosphere of this afternoon. What Class 13 needed now was precisely this kind of thing, like an adrenaline shot to the heart, or a sudden gasp of inspiration. On the sports field, students stood in scattered groups, their chats intermittently interrupted by glances toward the bleachers. Watching Song Yu standing tall in the curtain of rain, his head slightly lowered as he confirmed some details with Ji Fanmeng. Watching Ji Fanmeng's ponytail tied up again, and those occasional flashes of a smile on her face. Hope. He must have a way. This is currently their most urgent thought. As for Song Yu's plan, it's also the answer they most want to know. Fortunately, Song Yu didn't make them wait too long. After chatting with Ji Fanmeng for about 5 minutes, the two returned to the group. The crowd instantly surrounded the two of them with waves of hopeful gazes. Song Yu smiled. Xin Wan, class president, Lu Xiufei, Lu Qin. This plan requires all four of you to help. After speaking, the four immediately stepped forward from the group and stood before Song Yu. Such an attitude spoke volumes. Alright, we'll stay here to discuss this in detail later. The rest of you should head back, it's too cold out, don't catch a cold. With that, Song Yu turned toward the sheltered area on the other side of the field where they could escape the rain. It's not really a solution to stand in the rain for what will likely be a very long time. Just as he was about to turn around, however, he noticed the other students who hadn't been called. They were all staring at him with strange looks in their eyes. What's wrong? A bit puzzled, Song Yu asked them a question. What's wrong? It's Su Fei again, only this time his voice doesn't seem particularly annoying. Because he was asking the question that concerned all on behalf of over 40 others. So you're saying this has nothing to do with us anymore? Then what the hell are we? Song Yu didn't speak up, silently staring at Su Fei while waiting for him to continue. Are we even considered part of Class 13? You guys handle everything while we just watch? God, this is so frustrating. Damn it! Su Fei grew angrier as he spoke, and finally couldn't hold back, letting out a curse. Song Yu remained calm as usual, waiting patiently until Su Fei finished venting his complaints. He spoke up with a smile. It's not exactly something to be proud of. I understand how everyone feels, but this isn't a problem that can be solved simply by having more hands on deck. The reason I specifically chose these few individuals will become clear once the plan is put into action. I believe you'll all understand then. After saying this, Song Yu raised his wrist and glanced at his quartz watch, where the leather strap was badly worn. We're running out of time. After we finish discussing, we still need to visit Teacher Lu. Alright everyone, let's disperse. Please trust me, will you? With that, he turned around resolutely once more and strode off to the side. The others followed closely behind him, quickening their pace. As the distance grew, Song Yu's crisp, clear voice finally answered Su Fei's earlier question. As for what you need to do, it's actually quite simple. And that is, stand firmly behind us. Support us, this is enough. Some words only need to be said once, those who truly want to hear will forever keep them in their heart, never to be forgotten. Some mistakes need only be made once, after that, all my strength is yours. The fiercest counterattack. In the tunnel beneath the stands, 4 boys and 2 girls formed a small circle. In the small space isolated by the curtain of rain, I listened as Song Yu softly laid out his plans. His eyes shone with a bright, peculiar light. Song Yu's plan, how should I put it? Extremely meticulous, highly unusual, unbelievably effective, thrilling beyond belief. Just as everyone's spirits soared, Song Yu spoke again. That's basically all I can think of for now. Does anyone have anything to add? After a moment of silence, a male student named Lu Chen was the first to speak up. I have an idea, but I'll need some help. Did Fan Meng say that Xiao Yang is quite unfaithful? Fan Meng nodded. Is there any way to know who he's dating now and who he's flirting with? Why do you want to know? Zhao Li frowned and asked suspiciously. Ugh. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly, and after a long pause, he replied somewhat evasively. It's useful. I can do it. Lu Shufei, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. As long as I can get his QQ, I can get you what you want. When he said this, Lu Shufei turned his head to glance at Ji Fanmeng. The girl nodded at him, indicating she could provide the QQ number. In this era when WeChat hadn't yet become widespread, QQ was virtually the only indispensable tool for romantic exchanges between couples. Xiao Yang was no exception. Upon hearing Lu Shufei's words, Lu Chen also nodded in relief. Since Lu Shufei had a solution, he could now focus on preparing with peace of mind. During their very first computer class freshman year, the taciturn miracle boy had managed to hack every computer in the classroom. He is certain of one thing, where there's a will, there's a way. This is beyond all doubt. Alright, then that settles this issue. Does anyone else have any questions? Song Yu spoke up and asked. The others shook their heads one after another, indicating they had no further questions. Alright, then let's go find Professor Lu. With that, the 6 of them turned together and hurried yet again wordlessly into the endless curtain of rain, towards the direction of the teaching building outside the sports field. Representing the entire Class 13, began a carefully planned journey of redemption. Immersive translate. The classroom office. Lu Zhe sat on the stool, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, momentarily lost in thought. The hot tea he had prepared earlier gradually cooled in his hands. He neither poured it away nor took a single sip. He was waiting. Will these children suddenly come to understand so many things at some point? Will these students suddenly grow up in an instant? Of course, there are emotions, sorrow, anger, suffocation, plenty of them. But more than that, it's actually about worry and care. Worry that at this crossroads of life, they might take a wrong turn if they're not careful. Care about each of their sensitive emotions and inner worlds. Just wanting them to have a slightly better life, that's all. This is the real Lu Zhe now. A man of intricate thoughts, fiercely protective to the extreme, yet riddled with contradictions. A living, breathing young male teacher. He sat by the window just like this, quietly pondering these matters, contemplating his next move, until the office door was suddenly pushed open. Several figures cautiously approached him, until they softly called out, Teacher Lu. Until several drenched youths, their expressions resolute, spoke firmly to Lu Zhe. Professor Lu, we're going to fight back. Chapter 36, No schemes, just payback. Put. The previously stern-faced Lu Zhe burst into laughter upon hearing the group solemnly declare, we're going to fight back. He instantly couldn't hold back his laughter. Placing his teacup on the table, he turned his body to the side, presenting only his profile to the group. Are you here to amuse me? After casually stating this, Lu Zhe pulled out a package from under the table. He tossed it into Zhao Li's arms. These are your confiscated phones from this period. Take them back and distribute them to everyone. As for the rest, there's no need to tell me. I don't want to hear it. After speaking, Lu Zhe turned around and gave Zhao Li a meaningful glance. Especially you, class monitor? Bullshit. With those words, he rose from the stool and walked toward the water dispenser, teacup in hand.
leaving Zhaoli with a flushed face and the other flustered individuals bewildered in the wind.
Hard to persuade indeed. Witnessing this scene, Songyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Then, in the instant Lu Zhe bent down to pour water, he spoke calmly.
Teacher Lu, quit pretending.
With a boom, Xinwan felt as if something had suddenly exploded in her head. She turned her head in disbelief to glance at Songyu. She quickly lifted her hand to tug at his sleeve. She signaled for him to stop talking, lest he provoke the wrath of this god of plague before them. Songyu ignored her, calmly fixing his gaze on Lu Zhe, who had abruptly looked up while halfway through filling his water bottle. The two men locked eyes, and after a brief few seconds of silent confrontation, Lu Zhe was the first to speak.
Do you think you're very clever? Songyu shook his head.
Never, I just know teacher Lu very well.
Oh,
Lu Zhe cursed the brat in his heart, then deliberately asked with pretended confusion.
I've taught you less than 10 classes, and now you're telling me you know me well?
Bullshit.
Songyu continued shaking his head.
You don't need many meetings to understand Professor Lu. One class session is enough.
Heh, full of prepared lines.
Upon hearing Songyu's answer, Lu Zhe smiled as he picked up his teacup and returned to his workstation.
He took 2 cigarettes from the pack on the table. He lit one for himself, then flicked one to Songyu. Unexpectedly, Songyu threw it right back. Teacher Lu, I don't know how, and I suggest you smoke a little less too. The youth's reaction made Lu Zhe momentarily freeze in surprise.
Then he suddenly leaned forward and kicked Songyu in the shin.
Damn kid, lecturing me now?
Songyu hunched over with a grimace, rubbing his sore shin while growling his response.
Actually, Professor Lu has been waiting here for us all along, hasn't he?
As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zhe's eyes instantly lit up.
This student was someone I hadn't really paid much attention to before.
But judging by those few words he uttered today, they were truly enough to leave one astonished.
Grand, delicate, composed, and meticulous. Interesting. Right, we were waiting for you. So what now? Lu Zhe didn't let the awkward tension persist any longer, confirming Songyu's speculation. So Professor Lu, would you be interested in hearing our thoughts on the matter? About what we just mentioned, regarding our counterattack? Not interested. Lu Zhe calmly gave an answer.
Then he picked up a book from the table, tucked it under his arm, and stood up from the stool. As he passed by Songyu, he paused briefly in his steps. He patted the slightly thin shoulders of the young man.
Do you think you're qualified to represent Class 13?
Yes.
Songyu answered without hesitation. Then do you have what it takes?
Yes.
Once again, resolute and unwavering. Fine then.
Lu Zhe said casually, striding toward the classroom door.
Come find me again when you're ready.
Until now, in my heart, you were still just a bunch of
losers. With a loud bang, the office door was slammed shut by Lu Zhe.
Drowned out by the noise were 2 words spoken cheerfully by Songyu with a hint of laughter in his voice.
Sundura.
In the hallway, Lu Zhe whistled cheerfully, walking forward with light steps.
Right, this is how a young man should be.
Speaking boldly without fear, daring to act without hesitation, never asking about the outcome, just following his heart's desires. In the room, Songyu remained standing with a faint smile, while the expressions of those beside him carried a hint of bewilderment. He patted Zhao Li's shoulder and boldly strode out of the office first.
Alright, stop standing around, it's time we got to work.
The time was 6:30 in the evening. It must have been the lingering effects of a recent rain shower, for the sky had been scrubbed unusually clean. Several youths leaned against the railing by the office door, gazing at the street lamps flickering to life across the campus.
A brilliant smile simultaneously spread across his face.
What they saw was the school gate, the boulevard, the traffic, and the distant mountains. What they were experiencing was high school, chaos, impulses, and youth.
This extraordinary yet tumultuous day. This dazzling and utterly unforgettable. What a lovely day.
In class 7 of grade 12, Xiao Yang sat slumped in the last row, absorbed in playing with his phone. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, he sneezed several times in a row. After suffering for quite a while, he finally found a tissue to wipe his slightly reddened nose. He muttered curses under his breath.
Damn this weather.
Always sneezing like crazy, so fucking annoying. But what he didn't know was that these violent, ferocious sneezes were merely the harbingers of the approaching darkness.
Gasp. The next morning at dawn.
In classroom 23 of grade 12, most of the meticulously planned group from yesterday afternoon had already devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their respective preparatory tasks.
Ji Fanmeng sent Xiao Yang's QQ number to Lu Xiufei.
The taciturn boy nodded before walking to the back row, pulling out a notebook from his bag, and began typing on the keyboard as if oblivious to his surroundings. Xinwan fumbled in the drawer for a while, and when her hand emerged again, half the desk was covered in cosmetics. She waved away her astonished male deskmate and had her makeup-savvy best friend sit beside her instead.
This time, the part she was responsible for was called acting.
At the other end of the classroom, Songyu toyed with a small black object in his hand for a moment before walking in Xinwan's direction. Meanwhile, Zhao quietly pulled a brass knuckle from his pocket, slipped it onto his right hand, and swung it forcefully through the air. Each of them was brimming with tension, awaiting the approaching pivotal moment. All except for Lu Chen, the young man who'd been probing into Xiao Yang's romantic affairs. Song Yu walked over to him with a puzzled expression, tapping on the desk with his fingers to rouse the soundly sleeping boy.
Don't you need to prepare something in advance?
Lu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and then shook his head drowsily.
No need. Preparing in advance would be cheating. 11 a.m. Lu Zhe's office. The 6 figures reappeared before Lu Zhe's eyes. This time, Lu Zhe didn't say much to them. He simply listened to Song Yu's comprehensive explanation of the plan. He offered no opinions nor gave any instructions. Only, after Song Yu finished speaking, he glanced at the young man a few more times. Then he waved his hand, signaling them to go about their business. However, the group had barely taken a few steps after turning around when Lu Zhe's voice stopped them in their tracks. Actually, what was it you said Zhao Li was doing earlier? Zhao Li paused briefly before speaking up. I'll single-handedly guard Zhang Qi. No need. Help them with something else. Lu Zhe lit a cigarette and waves dismissively at Zhao Li. This little one, leave him to me. Hearing Lu Zhe say that, the expressions on their faces instantly became quite animated. Now, things are about to get interesting. There's one more thing.
Lu Zhe exhaled a smoke ring before he spoke again.
After all this intense preparation, haven't you given this plan a name yet? That's such a Chinibu question. Song Yu struggled to keep up with Lu Zhe's erratic train of thought.
Still, he remained standing there, scratching his head while considering the question. Several seconds passed before he tentatively spoke.
Outsmart, Xiao Yang? Stop right there.
The moment Lu Zhe heard that name, he waved his hand and stubbed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. He then strode over to stand before Song Yu. He raised his fist and lightly thumped it against the other's chest.
No clever tactics. The group froze for a split second. If not clever tactics, then what were they supposed to use? In the next moment, Lu Zhe's composed voice flowed into their ears.
This male teacher wore indifference on his face, yet cared about Class 13 more than anyone else in his heart. He simply uttered 4 succinct words.
An eye for an eye. Chapter 37, an Oscar-worthy performance. What a pitiful man. How should one describe Teacher Lu?
The few teenagers standing in the office burst into laughter unexpectedly. Upon hearing him speak the phrase an eye for an eye,
confident, domineering, warm,
this had been their most direct impression of Lu Zhe during this period. And now, their impression of Lu Zhe had gained another layer. If they had to summarize it in just one word, it would be youthful vitality. Yes, this is why Lu Zhe could make the students feel almost no distance between them in such a short time. It's also why everyone felt sad when he announced he would no longer be teaching Class 13.
Good. Song Yu, standing before Lu Zhe, responded with a smile.
Then he turned to look at his companions beside him.
Then let's go. An eye for an eye. Ha 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 ha. The last 4 words were uttered in unison by everyone, without any rehearsal beforehand.
Yes, there was just the long-standing mutual understanding between them, and the youthful vitality that burst forth after being deeply moved by Lu Zhe's words.
November 3rd. This was an exceptionally ordinary afternoon.
Even though autumn had already been underway for quite some time. Yet, one tedious class after another still left the drowsy students feeling as though summer had never left. 3:45 p.m., the final 15 minutes of the last class before extracurricular activities.
Song Yu abruptly rose from his seat.
Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, he calmly twirled a black object between his fingers and walked out the door with perfect composure. In the classroom, there was only a brief moment of commotion lasting mere seconds. Soon after, everyone carried on as if nothing had happened, burying themselves in their own activities. Even the math teacher at the podium turned a blind eye to this unfolding scene. He just wanted this class to end as quickly as possible, wanting not the slightest connection with this utterly terrible group of students. The moment Song Yu pushed open the door and stepped through the hallway, Xinwan also moved. After pulling a small bag from her desk compartment, she lifted it and rose from her seat. 2 people. Stepping out of the classroom's back door one after another, they exchanged a knowing glance.
Song Yu turned left and headed toward another teaching building.
He was heading to a place that would make this afternoon's spectacle even more thrilling, even more renowned.
Xinwan turned left, heading for the women's restroom at the far end of the hallway.
She went to touch up her makeup, seizing the last few moments to make herself look a little more real. Today, she was undoubtedly the leading lady. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Lu Chen, who had been sprawled across the desk with his head buried in his arms, finally sat upright. After stretching with incomparable comfort, pulled out the paper Lu Shufei had given him not long ago from the math book. Looking at the 5 names written in order, he crossed out 2 of them and began adding the other 3 on QQ.
While adding them, he muttered under his breath. Damn, having to multitask again, so annoying.
Several people were all bustling about, making last-minute preparations for the counterattack that would happen in 15 minutes. 4. Regaining what was carelessly trampled upon by those scum just 2 days prior.
The honor that belongs to Class 13.
As for launching this counterattack, its final call to arms.
would be precisely at 1600 hours sharp, the school's unchanged dismissal bell that hadn't rang like this in years. Kikujiro's summer, Class 7, Grade 12. Finally hearing the bell signaling the end of class, Xiaoyang rose from his seat. He stretched his neck, stiff from staring at his phone for too long, watching the teacher leave the podium while rolling up a book. He also started walking. Today, he had invited a girl he'd been ambiguously involved with to grab a bite at a snack shop. He needed to hurry, or else once the crowd grew, being seen by his girlfriend might cause some trouble. I know it's really bad, but honestly, it's kind of thrilling. The boy with a smirk curling at his lips reached into his pants pocket to confirm his wallet was still there. Then he took his first step forward, but the very next second, he froze in place. Nothing particularly startling had occurred, but standing before him suddenly was a striking young woman. How long she'd been there, he couldn't say. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at him, deliberately blocking his path. Xiaoyang froze momentarily before finally finding his voice. Classmate. Who's your classmate? The girl before him suddenly raised her voice and shouted angrily at Xiaoyang. At the same time, during the usual extracurricular activity period each day, music would routinely play through the school's broadcast system. Suddenly, an extremely high-pitched and furious female voice rang out. Who says we're classmates? On campus, clusters of students stopped in their tracks upon hearing this abrupt outburst. They stared in bewilderment toward the direction of the broadcasting station. Hey, the sound effects are pretty good. Inside the radio station, Songyu stood on the ground and gave the guy in front of him a pat on the shoulder. Buddy, I literally risked my life to help you this time. You owe me big for this. The guy with the nice voice wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes looking somewhat uneasy as he spoke. Don't worry, it won't affect you. Like I said, someone's got your back. This was exactly why Songyu left the classroom 15 minutes early. If one observed carefully, they would certainly notice that small black object Songyu had been idly toying with in his hand earlier. At this moment, he abruptly appeared before the microphone at the broadcasting station. Xinhuan's voice was precisely coming from this. It was a miniature voice transmitter, and also a custom-made propaganda machine specially designed for Xiaoyang. Embarrassment can strike in an instant. The scene shifts back to Class 7 of Senior Year 3. Standing at the back of the classroom, Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned by the sudden question from the girl in front of him. After hesitating for quite a while, he finally stammered out a response. Who the hell? Who are you? You. Who am I? Ha ha. Xinhuan's voice was unusually clear and bright. Those two intentionally emphasized syllables effortlessly carried forth a particular emotion. What? We've talked, we've cared, we've confessed feelings, we've held hands, and now you can't remember my name? Still a high-volume interrogation, but the emotion was subtly shifting from anger toward something closer to hurt. At last, this grievance suddenly turned into a sob, accompanied by Xinhuan's sudden exclamation, "Ha, Xiaoyang!" It instantly fleshed out the skeletal frame of a betrayed figure into fullness. Ha, Xiaoyang! The girl's trembling voice instantly echoed across the entire campus. At the same moment, a girl sitting on the bleachers of the playground, who had been happily eating melon seeds and playing with her phone, froze, her bright smile stiffening instantly on her face. She turned to her best friend in shock. Did I hear that right? Just now she said Xiaoyang? Her best friend beside her froze momentarily, then nodded emphatically. Upon receiving this confirmation, the girl didn't hesitate for even a second. She leapt down from the bleachers and sprinted toward the school building, completely abandoning any pretense of composure. Inside the classroom, after hearing those words spoken by Xinhuan's lips, Xiaoyang felt his scalp go numb in an instant. He was certain, completely and utterly certain, that he had absolutely never seen this girl before. There couldn't possibly be any connection between them either. So who was she? What was she trying to achieve by saying these things? Why aren't you saying anything? The performance continued, with Xinhuan holding her head high, her gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyang. Her lips quivered, and tears instantly began to fall. Still can't remember who I am, can you? His voice was filled with sorrow and disappointment. Damn it, are you fucking crazy? Shivering all over, Xiaoyang took a step forward, his finger poised to point at Xinhuan. But the moment he raised his hand and caught sight of Xinhuan's movement in his peripheral vision, he regretted it immediately. But regret was useless now, because at the very moment his hand rose towards Xinhuan, she suddenly brought both hands together before her chest with a forceful clap. The sharp smack rang out as her head jerked violently to one side. Then came the sound of the girl sobbing, suppressed yet filled with bone-deep sorrow. Whoa, you actually hit me. If you don't love me anymore, then fine, but why did you have to hit me? Whoa, my god, what an Oscar-worthy performance. Standing not far from Xinhuan, Zhao, who was holding up her phone to record the video, suddenly widened her eyes at this moment and let out a sincere exclamation. At the same time, Lu Zhe, standing by the window with a teacup in hand, heard the unmistakably real sound of a girl sobbing through the broadcast outside. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. After taking a leisurely sip of tea, he shook his head with a smile. What a pitiful man. The reason for saying this was because he knew, according to Son Yu's plan, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 38, Xinhuan's solo show leaves scumbag Xiao speechless. Xiao Yang had never imagined something like this would happen to him. He admitted he'd been somewhat of a scoundrel, but he'd always kept his relationships neat and tidy, whether the method employed was good or bad. Of course, except for sophomore Ji Fanmeng, the girl he'd been seeing for a while. Had it not been for that male teacher who suddenly intervened, the matter would have been resolved long ago. Therefore, in the time that had just passed, he mentally ran through all the women he had dated, flirted with, or had ambiguous relationships with over the years. Not a single one matched the face before him now. This had to be a joke. Xiao Yang felt like he was living through a horror story, and the female protagonist of this story was clearly determined to get herself killed. It wasn't that he hadn't heard the broadcast outside the classroom, he knew every word he said would be heard by everyone in the school. Don't act rashly, must not act rashly. This was the most urgent thought in Xiao Yang's mind at that moment. So, when Xinhuan pretended to have been slapped and pinned the blame on him, Xiao Yang didn't fly into a rage. He simply forced himself to remain calm, taking a step back while struggling to suppress the fury in his tone. Classmate, perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else? I truly don't know you and have never done anything to wrong you. Now, the best approach is to completely sever ties with him. I have to say, for such a scumbag, his quick thinking is actually quite impressive. Most high schoolers would have already flown into a rage or panicked by this point, but he managed to hold his ground at the critical moment, which is something. But, unfortunately, standing before him was the true Oscar-winning actress of number 23 High. She existed on an entirely different level compared to this high schooler whose only skill was quick reflexes. Thus, when Xiao Yang uttered those words, the girl who had been hanging her head and sobbing, suddenly, she stopped crying, quickly raised her head, and fixed Xiao Yang with a cold stare. A self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Then, in front of over 50 students from Class 7 of Senior 3, she abruptly tore open her school uniform at the shoulder. The next moment, what appeared before everyone was Xinhuan's plump, fair left shoulder. What are you doing? Startled by the girl's sudden movement, Xiao Yang stammered out his question. What am I doing? The girl's voice was hoarse and icy. Did you get amnesia or something, Xiao Yang? Can't recognize my face, can't recall my voice, surely you can't deny this at least? As she spoke, the girl turned halfway and faced the circle of onlookers surrounding them. She pointed to the spot where her left shoulder met her collarbone. Her tone was heavy with sorrow and despair. You all. This sentence was spoken to everyone. Do you have someone you like? No one spoke, simply staring at her in a daze. Have you ever done something truly brave for someone you liked? The girl's voice grew quieter and quieter, until it became almost inaudible. I have, Xinhuan said, taking a step forward toward the crowd. She pulled her clothes down a little further. Do you all see this? For him, I endured excruciating pain and my parents scolding to get this couple's tattoo here. At that moment, the students suddenly realized that the black moon on Xinhuan's clavicle had been tattooed specifically for Xiao Yang. So, Xinhuan turned around again, her gaze clear and sharp as she looked at Xiao Yang. Can you remember now? Can you remember the person who was willing to do all this just to get closer to you? If you still can't remember, then bare your right shoulder. Let everyone see if there's also a black sun tattooed there. With a boom, Xiao Yang felt as if someone had dropped an atomic bomb inside his mind. I was completely stunned, and in an instant, I fell into self-doubt. Could it be that I actually had something with her? But then, he dismissed that thought. Impossible, he wasn't that forgetful. Yang Xiao licked his parched, bitter lips before speaking. I don't know what purpose you have for doing this, I really don't. Ha ha. His unfinished words were cut off by Xinhuan's utterly cold and mocking interruption. Are you going to pretend not to know me again? Wasn't it you who chatted with me on QQ until 2 a.m. 2 days ago? Wasn't it you who said goodnight to me before bed? Fuck, it really wasn't me. After all, he was just a high school student. After being falsely accused so blatantly for so long, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. After cursing, he pulled his phone out of his pants pocket. She tossed it straight back to Xinhuan without a second thought. Go ahead, look for it yourself. If you can find even one chat record between you and me today, I'll admit defeat. But if you can't, I swear you'll pay for this. Every single one of you. Xiao Yang raised his hand and drew a semicircle in the air with his finger. Everyone bear witness for me. But, not far away, Zhao, who was recording the video, couldn't hold back a chuckle, muttering under his breath. That idiot. The moment the phone landed in Xinhuan's hands, a faint smile flickered at the corners of her lips so subtle it could easily go unnoticed. But then, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she opened Xiao Yang's QQ interface. Xinhuan began scrolling downward one message after another. She was scrolling in silent search when she came across a certain profile picture. Her fingers suddenly stopped moving. After a brief 2-second daze, her voice instantly rose. Ha, Xiao Yang, I never would have guessed. you've got quite a few secrets. Lulu, I really missed you today. Who exactly is Lulu? Damn it! Xiao Yang cursed silently in his heart. Now he was screwed. But it was already too late. Xinhuan's finger continued scrolling down, her voice growing icier with each movement. Ran, it's getting colder, dress warmly today. I'll bring you some Odin for lunch. Oh, there's another Ran too? Xiaoyu, actually after chatting for so long, I feel like I've really fallen for you uncontrollably. TSK, what a lame confession. Xiao Yang was devastated. He never expected that this girl had been setting him up all along. All the groundwork laid earlier was just to provoke his anger before revealing the secret in her phone. A chilling sensation instantly surged from his soles to the crown of his head. What on earth does this girl want? Disgusting. Xinhuan flung her phone directly into Xiao Yang's lap without turning around. A look of disdain. Just at that moment, with two buzz sounds, Xinhuan felt her phone vibrate a few times in her pocket. After taking it out, she discovered a short message on the screen with just a few simple words. The main character has arrived, second act. The sender was Lu Shufei, leaning against the stairwell corner on the third-floor high school grade level. His task today was to wait for the arrival of Xiao Yang's legitimate girlfriend, then assist Xinhuan to thoroughly muddy these waters. As for Xinhuan, upon seeing the message, her frosty expression instantly transformed into sorrow tinged with reluctant affection. After shoving the phone back into her pants pocket, tears fell like beads from a broken string, pattering down uncontrollably. The instant a girl named Lulu appeared at the classroom door of Class 7, senior year with fury written across her face, her legs gave way, and she collapsed forward, right into Xiao Yang's embrace. The next instant, across the entire campus, resounded Xinhuan's heartbroken, sorrowful, and utterly humble cries. Cry. Chapter 39, Premium Scumbag, Lu Chen makes his entrance. With a loud bang, the slightly ajar back door of Class 7, Grade 12 was kicked wide open. At the same moment, Xinhuan, who had just moments earlier been looking at the boy before her with utter contempt and disgust, her body went limp and she collapsed into Xiao Yang's arms. Hiss! A collective gasp rose from the crowd. The boy's pupils dilated instantly, his entire body going rigid. His gaze fixed on the girlfriend who'd appeared in his field of vision just moments before. Her lips parted slightly, ready to explain. The girl in his arms poured out all her grievances and sorrow. I'm sorry, I know you don't like me anymore. And I know it was embarrassing for you to have me suddenly come find you today. But I truly like you. Please don't pretend you don't remember me. Woo. Even if you have someone you like, that's okay. Just don't abandon me. Don't give up on me, okay? The cries, from sobs to wails, drifted across the campus in waves. Everyone stopped what they were doing, listening to the girl's plea, feeling her sorrow. And gradually, a flame of anger began to burn in their hearts. Ugh, what a scumbag! Shameless bastard! How could any girl like someone like him? I've remembered his name now, Xiao Yang. I'll make sure everyone around me stays far away from him in the future. These were the most direct reactions from the onlookers. In the classroom, standing at the back door, Bai Lu gazed at her boyfriend, who had been kissing and feeding each other lunch with her just the day before. Now he stood before her, helpless, with a girl who had cried herself to exhaustion collapsed in his arms. The expression on her face transformed gradually, from anger to disappointment, then from disappointment to indifference. After standing there lost in thought for a long time, Bai Lu silently stepped forward, about 10 steps away. Yet to her it felt unnaturally distant. On that path leading toward the boy, she suddenly came to understand many things. Many questions that had previously puzzled me endlessly now had answers. For example, why he would disappear for a few hours every night without fail. For example, why he never dared to let me see his phone. Or why he would often mysteriously vanish during class breaks when I came looking for him, only to later come up with bizarre excuses to brush me off. So, that's how it is. The girl's heart was a wasteland of silence. She fought desperately to hold back the tears threatening to spill. She stood before Xiao Yang, who was shaking his head frantically. She raised her hand and swung it in a full arc, delivering a sharp slap. With a resounding snap, Xiao Yang's left cheek instantly flushed crimson. Filth! After crisply spitting out those two words, the girl turned and walked away without hesitation. Xiao Yang raised his foot to give chase, but Xinhuan in his arms tightly gripped his clothes, preventing him from taking even a step. No, it's not what you think. In his urgency, Xiao Yang finally managed to utter a complete explanation. Not what I think it is? The girl took a few steps forward, then stopped and turned back, looking at Xiao Yang with a cold smile. I heard everything she said to you, and I can feel how much she likes you. I also saw her tattoo. It wasn't like this. What was it like then? After uttering each word deliberately, the girl turned decisively and walked away without looking back. At that very moment, Xinhuan, who had been weeping in Xiao Yang's embrace, suddenly lifted her head. Her teary eyes gazed at Xiao Yang through a mist of tears. With a heavy nasal voice, she asked, "Just now, who was that girl?" Xiao Yang stared distractedly in the direction where Bai Lu had left. He muttered under his breath. It's Lulu. Slap. Another crisp sound rang out in the classroom. Xiao Yang's head was violently jerked to the left by a tremendous force. On his right cheek, 5 bright red fingerprints were visibly imprinted. This time, they were bestowed by Qinwan. The girl who had been on the verge of tears moments ago forcefully pushed him away. After taking a few steps back, she fixed Xiao Yan with an icy glare. Disgusting. Just like the previous girl, Qinwan delivered a blunt verdict to Xiao Yang before turning and walking away without another word. However, after taking a few steps away, she turned back again. Right in front of Xiao Yang, she picked up a tissue from a nearby desk. Then, under the utterly astonished gaze of the boy, wiping gently, piece by piece, removing that black moon from the hollow of her shoulder, until the originally snow-white tissue turned pitch black. Only then did Qinwan stop moving her hand. She moved closer to Xiao Yang, lightly rising on her tiptoes. With an exceptionally clear voice, she softly uttered 2 words near the boy's ear. Idiot. Then she turned away gracefully with a flick of her hand, and the paper ball hit Xiao Yang square in the face. By the time he realized what kind of humiliation he had just suffered, Qinwan's figure had long since disappeared, leaving only the classmates gathered around Xiao Yang in the classroom. In this peculiar silence, staring awkwardly at each other, the multitude of gazes cast upon him, some mocking, some disdainful, others filled with disgust and contempt. Not a single one held pity and regret. All good things must come to an end. In the hallway leading to classroom 13, Qinwan pursed her lips, then suddenly turned to ask Zhao Li standing beside her. Do you think he might get so worked up that he does something extreme? Zhao Li burst out laughing. Shaking her head, she said, don't worry, he won't. He still has several messy romantic entanglements to deal with. A scumbag like him doesn't care about losing one battle when he's fighting on multiple fronts. Oh, I see. Qinwan smiled faintly as she walked forward. That doesn't matter. Very soon, someone will cut them all off for him. At 16:25, Lu Shufei, leaning against the corridor railing, cast a meaningful glance into the distance, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Then he took out his phone from his pocket and sent a brief message. The target is at the sports field. Your turn now. After sending it, he smirked and walked back to the classroom. The words left hanging in the wind were those no one heard. You perfectly fine as you were. Why did you have to provoke these people? Number 23 Middle School, the bleachers by the sports field. In some hidden corner, the girl named Bai Lu buried her head in her knees, teeth biting hard into her knuckles. Her stifled sobs cast a gloom over the surroundings. Sudden experiences, shattered illusions. The cruelty of youth felt particularly acute and real in this moment. Liking someone should be such a simple thing. Why does it sometimes become so unbearably difficult? Bai Lu didn't know, nor did she want to know. She only felt that many things had suddenly vanished on this afternoon. Perhaps this lifetime, she will never be able to hold on again. That settles it. On this nearly empty sports field, on this inconspicuous bleacher, Bai Lu cried for a long, long time, until her voice turned hoarse, until exhaustion overwhelmed her. She finally lifted her head, only to suddenly realize, a tall, clean-cut young man with delicate features was standing slightly bent before her. The setting sun enveloped him like a radiant halo. He didn't say a word, just gazed at her with utterly heartbroken and tender eyes, until, when her sobs gradually quieted down, only then did the young man slowly bend down. He raised his hand and gently stroked her head twice. A pleasant voice sounded in her ear at just the right moment. Why are you crying? The best way to make someone hate another is to set traps and deceive them. The best way to make someone fall in love with you is to appear perfectly at just the right moment. Only a player can truly understand another player, and only a player can completely defeat another player. Therefore, on this ordinary afternoon in early November, at the stadium bleachers, a place brimming with stories, high-end players played dirty. Lu Chen logs in. Chapter 40, Catching 2 Fish in 10 Minutes, Mastering the Art of High-End Players. In the stands, Bai Lu felt as if she had just awakened from a long, dreamlike trance. In that dream, she had endured an excruciating process, but upon waking, she beheld the most beautiful, most mesmerizing scenery in the world. The young man before her was someone she recognized. Or perhaps, every girl at number 23 high school would recognize this boy standing before her. Yet now, here he was, quietly standing right in front of her. With a voice that could instantly calm someone down, he spoke the most comforting words. Wipe your tears and give me your hand. Simple, straightforward, neither sentimental nor romantic. Yet with just these 6 simple words, Bai Lu's heart instantly began to race. After a brief daze, Bai Lu raised her head and finally broke into a radiant smile. After wiping away tears with the back of his hand, he reached out toward the boy. With a slight curl of his lips, he asked a painfully honest question. Why me? Lu Chen shook his head silently, smiling without a word. He simply tightened his grip on the girl's hand. Holding her hand, he led her down from the spectator stands. They walked until they were about to turn the corner of the sports field. Only then did he finally come to a stop. His palm gently brushed across the girl's forehead. His reply to her was equally simple and direct. Because I cherish you more than he ever could. Tears instantly brimmed in the girl's eyes as she exhaled a long, relieved sigh in her heart. Once more, she felt the surge of impulses threatening to burst forth within her body. Thus, without uttering a word, she reached out and encircled Lu Chen's waist. This single motion spoke volumes on its own. As for Lu Chen, she also raised her arms to return the girl's hug. Her head turned toward the direction of the distant teaching building, locating the spot where Class 7 of the senior year was. A faint smile finally appeared on her face. About 200 meters away, Lu Chen's meaningful smile seemed directed at Xiaoyang, who remained utterly confused in the classroom. A declaration across the void. Stealing your girl is simply so simple. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Lu, who had previously been labeled as Xiaoyang's girlfriend, had the tag torn off and instantly transformed into Lu Chen's girlfriend. As for the girl, the latter's status made her feel more joyful and respectable. Lu Chen's girlfriend? This was an identity many girls at 23rd High dreamed of becoming, but only in their dreams. All this unfolded as the two of them walked along. Ding ding, Lu Chen's QQ notification tone rang out on his phone. He opened the message interface. Someone he'd added on QQ that morning had accepted his friend request and sent him a message. Who are you, Lu Chen? Lu Chen smirked with a curled lip. Yeah, it's me. No way. Why did you add me on QQ? The screen was flooded with uncontrollable excitement and disbelief. Nothing much. Lu Chen swiftly typed out the reply. Without pausing, he added another line. Just suddenly figured some things out. Ha, what is it? Can you tell me? The girl's message couldn't conceal her joy and anticipation. She seemed to have guessed something but didn't dare confirm it. If what he wanted to say was really what she suspected, gosh, it felt utterly surreal. After staring at the message from the girl for a couple of seconds, Lu Chen stuffed his phone into his pocket without a second thought. No reply. Now is the best time to strike. Who were you messaging just now? Noticing that Lu Chen had stopped texting, Bai Lu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. My cousin, she invited me over for dinner tonight. Oh, the girl responded, then immediately brightened with a joyful smile again. Class 10, Senior Year 3. A pretty-faced girl stared blankly at her phone screen for a long time. Watching the last message I sent disappear without a trace, the sense of loss in my heart grew stronger. 2 minutes later, the frustrated girl sent another message. Where are you? Can I come find you? What followed was an interminable wait. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The QQ notification tone never sounded again. The girl's unsettled heart remained suspended, unable to find relief. At last, the girl who simply couldn't convince herself to keep waiting any longer rose from her seat. She lifted her leg and headed straight for classroom 23. The fish had taken the bait. Not difficult at all. Low-end scumbags always want to pour out all their passion after casting a wide net, but high-end scumbags make no further moves after tossing the bait. They just need to sit tight by the fishing platform, then wait for the fish to jump into the creel by themselves. A duel across the void. Xiaoyang had already lost completely. The plan continued advancing precisely according to Lu Chen's design. Inside the teacher's office, Xinwan stood before Lu Zhe, recounting what they had just done. Especially when describing Xiaoyang's expression, she doubled over with laughter. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Zhe shook his head with a smile and asked, according to what you just said, is Lu Chen going to handle everything else from now on? Yeah, Professor Lu. After all, there's not much we can do to help with those matters. Something just doesn't feel quite right about this. Lu Zhe smacked his lips as he spoke. Hee, Professor Lu, you're actually wrong this time. Each one of us has full confidence in Lu Chen. Oh, Lu Zhe glanced up at Xinwan. How so? Teacher Lu, I wanted to ask, when you were in school, did they ever have those campus popularity rankings like School Flowers and Heartthrobs? Of course we did. Why? I made the list every year. Lu Zhe answered casually. But, Xinwan was amused once again. Then she immediately adopted a serious expression and spoke. Professor Lu probably doesn't know this, but we actually rank each other privately among ourselves. For the girls, it's not so bad, the rankings change every year. But as for the boys, Xinwan paused. Since freshman year, with Lu Chen around, everyone else could only ever be second place. So, Professor Lu, now you understand why we have such confidence in him. Lu Zhe lit a cigarette with a smile and gave Xinwan a meaningful glance. So, such a handsome guy, you must fancy him too, right? Don't joke around, Professor Lu. Xinwan covered her mouth and chuckled. You guessed wrong again. I really don't like his type. I know. Lu Zhe replied with a smile. You like the song you type, don't you? Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed scarlet in an instant. She began frantically waving her hands at Lu Zhe. No, no, Professor Lu, what are you talking about? Lu Zhe said nothing, merely maintaining his smile as he gazed at Qin Wan. The girl was instantly at a loss for what to do. His eyes darted back and forth, racking his brains to figure out how to explain. In the end, I deflated like a punctured balloon. With a poof sound, my lips puckered up involuntarily. Seeing Lu Zhe's triumphant grin, I couldn't help but cover my mouth and chuckle sheepishly, having my little scheme exposed so thoroughly. Qin Wan, on the contrary, became quite poised. She casually gathered the strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Her hands clutched tightly at the cuffs of her school uniform. Her eyes, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, shimmered like lustrous pearls. The girl first nodded quietly towards Lu's. Then she turned her body towards the side, where the window was. Outside the window, there were flocks of geese passing by fleetingly, and clouds half-dyed crimson by the setting sun. She just kept watching the rolling and unfurling clouds in the sky, watching the sudden descent of nightfall, until the corners of her mouth were filled with smiles, until her gaze grew increasingly serene with the falling night. Teacher Lu, truth be told, he's always tried very hard. In the empty room, Qin Wan's voice was soft for the first time uttered in her own way. The boy introduced himself to Lu Zhe. That adorable demeanor. Almost like a little girl. Chapter 41, What's my girlfriend's name again? In the office, Lu Zhe looked at Qin Wan standing by the window. Suddenly he felt as if he had become much younger too. This unaffected authenticity, this youthful vibe that even affection couldn't conceal. In truth, this was precisely why he preferred spending more time with them. After the brief interlude, Lu Zhe then chatted with Qin Wan about some class matters. As evening self-study time approached, he waved her off to class. The girl, just about to leave, suddenly caught sight of a little gadget Lu Zhe had left on the table. He burst into laughter instantly. She could recognize it was a rather childish Spider-Man mask. Professor Lu, who would have thought you'd have such a childlike side? Who did you buy this for? Lu Zhe glanced in the direction Qin Wan was pointing. He also laughed along with the girl. Get lost. No respect whatsoever. What if I said I was buying it for my grandson, would you believe me? Qin Wan tilted her head in thought, then suddenly straightened up and nodded seriously. I believe you, Professor Lu. To be honest, sometimes I really feel like you're just like Grandpa. After saying that, the girl dashed out of the office like a gust of wind, leaving Lu Zhe with a twitching corner of his mouth, too late to voice his curses. That little brat. Meanwhile, back in class 23 of the 12th grade, at the classroom door, 3 minutes remained before evening self-study began. Lu Chen, fresh from saying goodbye to Bai Lu, kept his head lowered as he prepared to enter the classroom. My clothes were suddenly tugged from behind. When I turned around, I saw a girl whose hair was slightly disheveled from running fast. Her face was a little flushed, but her eyes brimmed with unconcealable anticipation. I came to find you, she said. The girl got straight to the point. Lu Chen, who had been expressionless, suddenly brightened a little, then showed a hint of subtle disappointment. All of this, naturally, was noticed by the girl skilled in reading people. Her voice trembled as she asked a question. Now, can you tell me what exactly you've figured out? Lu Chen gave a bitter smile and shook his head, casually pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Leaning against the hallway railing, he lowered his head to light it. As he straightened up, his gaze drifted beyond the school building. Now's not the right time to talk about this. Why isn't it the right time? Lu Chen remained silent, just staring at the tips of his shoes. After what felt like an eternity, he finally looked up again, his gaze meeting the girl's with a faint glimmer of moisture in his eyes. I actually really hate this version of myself. Hearing Lu Chen say this, the girl instantly panicked. What's wrong? You're perfectly fine. Lu Chen shook his head, his face filled with bitterness. I remember last semester, I saw you once at the cafeteria entrance. It was quite hot that day, and you happened to be standing under the shade of a tree, smiling really beautifully. Lu Chen lowered his eyes, as if lost in memories. To be honest, I'm someone who doesn't easily develop feelings for others. But after that day, I went through great pains, asked countless people, and finally found out who you were, managed to get your QQ number. At this point, Lu Chen took a deep drag of his cigarette, then abruptly raised his head. But I never dared to send the friend request, you know? For over 4 months, I tried everything but couldn't muster the courage. Until... Lu Chen raised his hand and rubbed his face. This morning, I finally felt ready to face my true feelings and give myself a chance. So, I added you on QQ. The girl couldn't utter a word, only nodding desperately. I actually wanted to confess to you. Lu Chen spoke while turning around, leaving only his back to the girl. But fortunately, I didn't. The girl, who had been dizzy with happiness just moments before, suddenly froze in place. She didn't understand the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. She hurriedly spoke up. No, that's not. Why? You can say it any time. You know what? Actually, I've actually always liked you too. Does liking something actually matter? Lu Chen's voice suddenly grew subdued. His gaze toward the girl was brimming with dejection. After adding your QQ, I was really thrilled, so much so that I bragged about it to several buddies. But none of them blessed me. Do you know what they told me? With a buzz, the girl seemed to have guessed what Lu Chen wanted to say and began shaking her head desperately. But Lu Chen paid no attention to her reaction. His face twisted in agony as he spoke. They told me not to throw myself into the fire like a moth. She already has a boyfriend, Xiaoyang from class 7, senior year. At this point, Lu Chen clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the railing. So now you understand? That's why I thought there was no point in saying anything. Because some things are just meant to pass you by. I won't leave myself even a shred of expectation. To avoid regrets. With these words, Lu Chen turned and strode toward the classroom, utterly indifferent to the sudden tears streaming down the girl's face before him, or to the arms that suddenly reached out. Wait a minute. A heart-wrenching sob echoed in Lu Chen's ears. He glanced sideways at the girl clutching his arm tightly. Lu Chen raised his hand, about to push hers away. As a result, the girl resolutely took out her phone from her pocket. Right in front of her, she dialed a phone number. Once connected, her words came out cold and firm. Xiaoyang, you scumbag, go play your games alone. I'm breaking up with you, blocking you right now, and don't ever contact me again. Beat it. After hanging up the phone abruptly, the girl raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Finally, she flashed Lu Chen a radiant smile. Taking a deep breath, she spoke softly. Look, I'm alone now, with no ties left. You don't need to worry about anything. He never knew how to cherish me. I'd give myself to you. What do you think? Would that be alright? In the breeze, Lu Chen first froze momentarily in surprise. Then, suppressing a smile, he gave the girl an equally firm and warm reply. Great idea. And so it was with the second fish. Thus eagerly, it leaped headlong. She plunged into what she believed to be her own river of happiness. Ding ding ding. The school bell finally rang. Though immensely reluctant, the girl chose to wave goodbye. At the very moment her figure disappeared around the corner of the hallway, Lu Chen raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Then he muttered with clear displeasure. Damn it, took 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Too long without practice, the blade grows dull? Then, he reached out and grabbed Lu Shufei as he walked by. Scratching his head, he asked with a puzzled expression. Hey, what was the name of that QQ account you gave me this morning? The one with the rabbit profile picture? Lu Shufei gave him a peculiar look, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. From class 30, senior 3. Her name's Ran Sure. Why do you ask? Nothing much. Lu Chen patted Lu Shufei on the shoulder. She just became my girlfriend. Gotta know her name, right? Otherwise it'll get mixed up. How embarrassing would that be? Chapter 42, Lu's plays Spider-Man. Will you drink Waha? This evening's study session. A mix of joy and sorrow. Those who are happy are all girls. Xin Wan, whose secret feelings were exposed by Lu Zhe, stole many glances at Sonya sitting diagonally ahead of her heart swelling with uncontrollable happiness. Bai Lu and Ranshur, now successfully promoted to Lu Chen's girlfriends, eagerly chatted with him, their lips frequently curling into smiles. The ones who were worried were all male students. One was Xiaoyang, who had just endured a nightmare that afternoon. Amidst the strange gazes of his entire class, he kept sending verification messages to a certain QQ account with a rabbit avatar, only to have each one mercilessly rejected. As for Bai Lu, he knew there was no way to salvage things, so he didn't attempt to contact her. What he couldn't understand, though, was why Ranshur had suddenly called him that way without even giving him a chance to explain. Was it just about what happened this afternoon? He felt it wasn't that simple. The other person was Lu Chen, who wore a troubled expression. During the entire evening self-study session, he had to constantly switch roles, chatting separately with Bai Lu and Ranshur. He also had to do one more thing. As for the other few girls who were in ambiguous relationships with Xiaoyang, though it's called a strategy, Lu Chen had hardly taken any initiative. Earlier this morning, the reason he crossed out 2 QQ numbers on the paper was because those 2 QQs had long been sitting in his contact list. So, the only thing that required his time and attention was handling another unfamiliar QQ account. Yet, dealing with the owner of this QQ account took him less than a minute. His method was simple and brutal. Once the other party accepted the request, he initiated the greeting first. My name is Lu Chen, send me a photo. I've been following you for long enough, can we meet? Let's have lunch together tomorrow at noon. That's all. As for the other two, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, rubbing his tired eyes, and decided to leave them for tomorrow. Even scumbags have their limits. 3 was still manageable, but 5, being too exhausted to respond easily lowers the quality of conversation. Here, it once again highlights the difference between high-end scumbags like Lu Chen and low-end ones like Xiaoyang. Though I've wronged you, I've done so with guaranteed quality. This way, the wronging is done openly and justifiably. The joy belonging to several girls and the sorrow belonging to 2 boys finally came to an end with the ringing of the dismissal bell. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Grabbing his backpack, he dashed out the door with a whoosh. Before leaving, he sent Zhao Li a message. Monitor, cover for me. If a girl wearing white shoes comes looking for me later, tell her I went to my cousin's house. If it's a girl wearing pink shoes asking for me, say I went to my uncle's place. Pro move, all in the details. Zhao Li sat on the stool, tidying up his school bag while reading the messages, until a sweet female voice suddenly sounded from the back door of the classroom. Classmate, could you help me call Lu Chen? Zhao Li didn't even turn his head. He left early, went to his uncle's place. Ha! By Lu, wearing white shoes behind him, frowned slightly. Didn't you say we were going to have dinner at his sister's place? With that, she turned and left class 13. Damn it, let's see you keep acting tough in front of me. Zhao Li smirked triumphantly while cursing at Lu Chen's message with mock annoyance. That night was peaceful, harmonious, and filled with joy. Except for that boy named Zhang Qi from class 23 of grade 11, who had once made quite a dazzling display of himself. Time. It's 9:30 at night. Zhang Qi, who had dozed off through the entire evening self-study session, bid farewell to his few companions. With his school bag slung over one shoulder, he walked with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He staggered along his way home. His home was a bit remote, and along the way, there was a narrow alley that was the only route he had to take. Inside, there was only one dim streetlight that had seen better days, so, every time before Zhang Qi entered, he had to turn on his phone's flashlight to avoid not being able to see the path. But today, of all days, his phone ran out of battery. Arriving at the alley entrance, he had no choice but to brace himself and step in cautiously. The alley wasn't actually long at all, just a bit narrow. Less than a meter wide. Two people walking toward each other would have to brush past. This was the alley he passed through every day. Zhang Qi measured his steps, estimating the time as he moved forward one stride at a time. The sky was too dark without a flashlight. It was genuinely annoying. But fortunately, just past that corner ahead, you could see the streetlight. Less than 20 meters more, and he'd be on the main road. Thinking this, Zhang Qi quickened his pace. 3 to 5 meters ahead, rounding the corner. He looked up. The familiar streetlight indeed helped guide his way forward. Only, unlike usual, tonight beneath this street lamp stood a man, clad in a black leather jacket, somewhat tall, leaning against the wall, as if waiting for someone. Perhaps because the streetlight was somewhat dim, or maybe because the man's face was tilted to one side. Zhang Qi couldn't quite make out his features at that moment. It didn't matter anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Qi just froze for a brief moment before continuing to stride forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, when there was merely 1 meter left between them. The face that had been turned sideways suddenly whipped around to face him. A masked face suddenly appeared before him. Even in the dim light, Zhang Qi could still recognize it. That mask belonged to Spider-Man. Holy shit! Startled out of the blue, Zhang Qi muttered under his breath. Hello! It was at the exact moment he spoke that the man suddenly greeted him. Zhang Qi remained silent and simply continued walking forward. A 1 meter distance, he could cross it in a single step. But today, this step didn't seem so easy. Just as he raised his foot, the man suddenly stretched out his leg simultaneously, propping it against the opposite wall. With that, the path forward was completely blocked. Zhang Qi froze in place. He turned his head slightly to glance at the masked man. Then, in the darkness, he silently clenched his fist. His instincts told him he was in trouble. His mind began racing, figuring out how to handle what was coming. Only, the man blocking the path didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He simply raised a can of drink with a straw in it, gesturing toward Zhang Qi. Want some waha? Ha? I'm asking if you want some waha? Zhang Qi was caught off guard by the question. Only after a long pause did the boy realize he was being made a fool of, blurting out in reflex. You fucking idiot. Yet it was precisely those words that completely enraged the man before him. With a loud bang, the man violently slammed his drink onto the ground. The leg that had been resting against the wall suddenly pushed off with force. His entire body leaped into the air. Then, to Zhang Qi's horrified gaze, he executed a perfect taekwondo downward axe kick. With a loud thud, his leg came crashing down onto Zhang Qi's shoulder. The instant impact sent the boy crashing to his knees on the ground. The man landed steadily without a hint of mercy. His other foot rose at the perfect moment. A powerful kick to Zhang Qi's chest sent the kneeling boy sprawling flat on his back. At this moment, the man finally ceased his attack. Still wearing that Spider-Man mask, he crouched down before Zhang Qi, raised the back of his hand and patted Zhang Qi's face. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. Sai, waha is so delicious, why won't you drink it? Promise me you'll never refuse a bottle of waha again, okay? With those words, the man rose from the ground, stepping right over Zhang Qi's body, slowly disappearing at the alley's entrance, leaving a wincing Zhang Qi who barked through gritted teeth at the empty air while sprawled on the ground. Damn it! Are you filming a movie or what? The man wearing the Spider-Man mask was naturally Lu Zhe. During these days when the students of Class 13 were coordinating their actions, he also fulfilled his promise. Dealing with scoundrel students like Zhang Qi, who had a notorious reputation. The best solution is to fight violence with violence, an eye for an eye. Beat him until he feels the pain, until he submits. Only then can we crush his arrogance. So tonight's Spider-Man is just the beginning. Just to play along with him, Liu Zhe had prepared a full set of Avengers masks in advance. How could he possibly let the movie wrap up early? The next day, classroom 23 of grade 12. Lu Chen immediately rolled his eyes at Zhao Li the moment he arrived. This jerk was the one who made him waste breath yesterday smoothing over yet another lie. Juggling 3 conversations at once was exhausting enough as it was. Even our own people are tripping me up. If I didn't have 2 other targets to deal with today, I'd absolutely find a way to screw this bastard over. Meanwhile, in classroom 12 of the 3rd year building on the other side of campus, Xiao Yang slumped onto his desk exhausted the moment he entered the classroom. With dark circles under his eyes, he stared blankly at the phone screen. Last night, he had barely slept at all, doing the same thing over and over again. Adding as a friend, getting rejected, adding again, still getting rejected. Moreover, such actions weren't only directed at Ranshur alone. That freshman girl from high school who had been flirting with him and was practically within his grasp suddenly seemed like a completely different person within a single day. Without any explanation, she deleted him. No matter how he asked, she refused to say, no matter how he begged, she wouldn't accept his request again. Pathetic, truly pathetic. So, during this time after arriving at the classroom, the utterly exhausted Xiao Yang finally made a decision. Since no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't salvage the situation anymore, he'd just let them go. After all, he still had 2 potential romantic interests in ambiguous relationships. At the very least, he wasn't left with nothing. Better to catch some sleep first and wait until he felt more refreshed after waking up. Start all over again. Thinking like this, Xiao Yang fell asleep with his head on the desk. He remained so until the morning classes were nearly over. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he stretched with a yawn. Upon grabbing his phone for his usual morning glance, he instantly froze in place. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he could never have imagined that simply going to sleep would lead to this. This world. How did it suddenly change so drastically? Chapter 43, Bully my student, and I'll crush you instead. Xiao Yang, let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid my boyfriend might misunderstand. Xiao Yang, goodbye. Let's just be strangers from now on. These 2 messages appeared simultaneously in the QQ chat interface, sent by different people, yet declaring the same thing. It also meant that from this moment onward, Xiao Yang had truly become a complete and utter loner. Even the 2 ambiguous relationships he thought could serve as his safety net had simultaneously abandoned him. Weird. Too weird. He refused to believe that everything that had happened in just 2 short days was merely a coincidence. Even a fool could tell they were being singled out. But by whom? Xiao Yang pondered for a long while, but still couldn't figure it out, until he finally mustered the courage to send a message to Bai Lu, who hadn't deleted him yet. Immersive translate. Time rewinds to 20 minutes earlier. After sitting down, Lu Chen took out his phone from his pocket. He scrolled through his contacts list to find those 2 accounts that had added him long ago. Accounts that had persistently messaged him to get closer during a certain period, but which he had never responded to. After some thought, I sent a message to each of them. Just 2 words, you there? Ding ding 2 chimes, instant replies coming one after another without pause. Yes, I'm here. Did you think of me? Of course, I'm always here. The speed of replying to messages says everything in romantic relationships. This explains why Xiao Yang chose to contact these 2 girls last. Because there's no challenge whatsoever, it can be handled anytime. After receiving messages from both girls, Lu Chun thought for a moment and sent a second message. Nothing much, I'm just going to delete you. Thought I'd let you know first. Why though? Shock and confusion instantly appeared on the screen. Lu Chen remained expressionless as he typed rapidly, sending the 3rd message. Actually, every girl I've kept on QQ was a decision I made after long consideration. They are all precious and pure to me. But I'm sorry, these past few days, rumors about you and Xiao Yang have been spreading outside. So, I apologize. The 3rd sentence, finished. After posting it, Lu Chen decisively deleted both girls. Then he tossed his phone into the desk drawer and pulled the covers over his head to sleep. Often, what appears to be the easiest prey is precisely the hunter. There is nothing more soul-crushing in this world than giving false hope to a lovesick fool. Yet Lu Chen had just done exactly that. In the time that followed, Lu Chen was called out twice in succession. The first time, it was one of the girls. After seeing Lu Chen, she only said 1 sentence. If I completely cut ties with him, can you add me back? The second time, it was another girl. Her method was simpler and more direct. She didn't say a word, just showed Lu Chen the message she'd sent to Xiao Yang right in front of him. Then came the clean and decisive blocking and deleting, without the slightest hesitation. Thus concluded the matter. For 2 long days, Lu Chen made his move 4 times. Xiao Yang's 5 girlfriends. All of them became his.
Over the past 6 months, Xiaoyang had poured almost all his energy into this. The emotions painstakingly built through approaches, conversations, gifts, and companionship. Couldn't even withstand a single round against a high-grade player. How exhilarating. Time marched steadily onward. After prolonged contemplation, Xiaoyang sent Bai Lu a message. This time, he chose neither atonement nor reconciliation. Just a single, simple question. Can we talk together? There are some things I think aren't so simple. After sending the message, it sank like a clay ox into the sea without a trace. Xiaoyang sat on the stool waiting from morning until afternoon, yet never received any reply from the other side, as if completely forgotten, or as if he had never existed at all. Until the sky gradually darkened, when everything was about to end. Finally, he saw that beam of hopeful light. Only after reading the message did he suddenly realize, this long-awaited light was nothing but, it turned out to be a fucking laser beam. The message Bai Lu sent him read like this. No time, no interest in talking. Don't bother me anymore, I have a boyfriend now and don't want him to misunderstand. Xiaoyang instantly turned to stone. She had a boyfriend now? When did this happen? We just broke up 2 days ago, and now you're telling me you have a boyfriend? He didn't believe it. So he tried his best to calm down and sent another message. Who is it? 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. Xiaoyang glanced at the screen. 2 words. Lu Chun. Lu Chen? With a buzz, Xiaoyang instantly connected the dots as his mind exploded. Lu Chen, this man was quite famous, he knew that. Ji Fan Meng, he was naturally aware of her. And as for the girl who had slapped him across the face yesterday, now that he thought about it carefully, her face seemed vaguely familiar. They were all in this together. Hiss. Realizing the connections, Xiaoyang drew a sharp breath of cold air. The next instant, a surge of intense rage shot through his mind. He strode out the door and rushed straight toward the second floor. Bound down the stairs 3 steps at a time, it took Xiaoyang mere seconds to reach the entrance. Yet when he saw the pitch-black room and the lock hanging on the door, he was instantly speechless. It hadn't been even 10 minutes since class ended. How come no one was left? His rising fury was instantly swallowed back down his own throat. Are you kidding me? Well, they were famously good-for-nothings after all. Naturally they'd go home early for dinner. What kind of worthless layabouts would stay even a second longer? And so, Xiaoyang stood at the entrance for a while. He told himself silently in his heart. Hold back, just hold back a little longer. Tomorrow, without fail, he would come back to find that Lu Chen, and the girl who had put on such an act in front of him yesterday. Return every bit of the suffering you've endured these past 2 days, pay it all back in full. But then again, coming alone seems a bit too feeble. In an instant, Xiaoyang thought of someone. With a crooked smile, he took out his phone and opened the contacts list. Spotting the name Zhang Qi, he dialed the number. The alley, 9:35 p.m. Less than 5 meters remained to the corner just beyond the streetlight's glow. Zhang Qi took a deep breath. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward. His shoulders had ached all day from last night's ordeal. So today, he was especially vigilant. He didn't know whether that masked lunatic wearing the Spider-Man costume was actually targeting him or not. But just in case, he specifically packed a steel pipe in his bag. If he were to run into him again today, at least he'd have something to rely on as a weapon. Zhang Qi covered 5 meters in 3 seconds. At the 4th second, he turned the corner and looked up. Damn it! A low curse brimming with helplessness escaped his lips. There it still was, that murky street lamp which had stood in the alley since gods knew when. It was still that same man, clad in a black leather jacket, leaning against the wall. These 2 things had appeared repeatedly in Zhang Qi's nightmares last night. Once again, they emerged. Zhang Qi halted his steps, refusing to move forward. In a momentary lapse of attention, he saw the man turn around. Holy! Zhang Qi couldn't help but let out another exclamation, because he saw that the man had actually changed his mask. Today, what was covering his face turned out to be Batman. Feeling speechless for a moment, Zhang Qi saw the man stride toward him. Holding a bottle of drink in his hand, he raised it slightly toward him. His voice was deep and somewhat unsettling. Nutri Express, want some? Hiya. Perhaps recalling the miserable state after rejecting Waha last night, Zhang Qi gave his answer immediately. But what he didn't expect was that the man didn't stop walking. Instead, he switched from fast walking to outright running. A distance of mere meters was crossed in an instant as she appeared before him. The nutrition bar in her hand was hurled with immense force, crashing squarely into his shoulder. She leapt into the air. A whip-like roundhouse kick ruthlessly struck the arm he was extending toward the bag. Zhang Qi crouched on the ground, hugging his shoulders. The man didn't speak, walking aside to pick up the drink before carrying it in his hand again. He muttered under his breath as he walked toward the alley entrance. How thoughtless, how could you just drink someone else's stuff like that? You deserve a beating. And so, watching the other's figure gradually vanish at the alley's entrance, without a second thought, Zhang Qi sprang up from the ground and dashed toward the police station on the main road outside the alley. He can usually command the wind and summon the rain.
but only in that specific environment. Running into this lunatic in the alley 2 nights in a row, even a fool would know. The best choice now is to call the police. So, when he appeared panting in the police station and saw the officers at that moment, only then did he finally feel like he had come back to life. After drinking some water to calm down, Zhang Qi wiped his mouth and spoke to the stern-faced officer in front of him. "Uncle policeman, I want to report a crime." "Oh, what happened? Tell me in detail." As the officer spoke, he picked up a pen and paper from the side. "I was beaten up yesterday and today, right in that little alley next to Wanha Road." "What did the person who hit you look like?" the officer asked while taking notes. Zhang Qi pondered for a moment. "About 6 feet tall, wearing a black leather jacket, had a Spider-Man mask on yesterday, and today." It's Batman." "Ha?" The police officer paused what he was doing and gave Zhang Qi a puzzled look. Just as he was about to speak, voices came from the neighboring room. "Lao Wang, about that case yesterday where some kids came in reporting they'd been bullied. What was the name of the person who bullied them?" "Oh, let me think. I believe it was, yes, Zhang Qi." "What's wrong?" Old Wang turned his head and asked. "No reason, just curious. Carry on with your work." Old Wang turned his head, ready to proceed, only to find the stool in front of him empty. The boy who had just wanted to file a report had vanished into thin air. Pursing his lips and shaking his head, he then strode into the inner room. "Ha, didn't someone come to file a report just now? Why are you coming in?" Don't even mention it." Old Wang chuckled and shook his head. "Probably just kids playing pranks. He claims someone hit him. Yesterday it was Spider-Man, today it's Batman." "What nonsense is this?" The room immediately filled with joyous laughter upon hearing Old Wang's joke. The small park beside the police station. Panting heavily, Zhang Qi finally had a moment to bend over and catch his breath. He had absolutely nothing better to do. He had gone there to file a report, but nearly ended up turning himself in instead. What should I do now? Am I really going to have to face that lunatic alone? In that instant, Zhang Qi felt so desperate he wanted to die. Feeling his strength return, Zhang Qi stood up, ready to head home. But the moment he looked up, his legs, which had just regained their strength, went weak again, because he saw that madman was now standing just 2 meters away from him. The mask had transformed once again. This time, it was Iron Man. "Did you go to the police station?" Lu Zhe stood under the tree and asked nonchalantly. Zhang Qi froze for a moment before responding in a choked-up voice saturated with fear. "Bro, just who the hell are you anyway?" Lu Zhe didn't speak. Taking a step forward, he abruptly kicked Zhang Qi to the ground with a bang. Then, he crouched down in front of the boy's finally crumbling body. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and forcefully shoved it into Zhang Qi's mouth. After lighting it, he said in a calm tone, "Don't go out for the next few days. Take some time off and rest at home, alright?" Zhang Qi was in too much pain to speak, only managing to nod vigorously in agreement. "That's more like it." Lu Zhe patted his head, then removed the Iron Man mask from his face. In Zhang Qi's suddenly widened eyes, he placed the mask onto the boy's face. With those steps, he vanished into the distance ahead. "What's the point of guarding Zhang Qi alone? Bullying my people. I won't play with you until you have a mental breakdown. Still dare to use the surname Lu?" That evening, after returning home, Zhang Qi convinced his parents to call in sick leave for him for a week. Meanwhile, after repeatedly trying but failing to reach Zhang Qi, Xiaoyang also made up his mind to charge alone into the lion's den the next morning. When anger takes over, it's easy to overestimate one's own abilities. Not entirely unreasonable. Friday, November 7th. The instant Lu Chen's bottom touched the chair, a chilling voice rang in his ears. "So you're the one called Lu Chen?" Lu Chen looked up to see Xiaoyang's slightly contorted face. "Oh yeah, it's me. What's the matter?" Lu Chen responded with utter composure. "Are you with Bai Lu now?" A straightforward, blunt question. Lu Chen didn't answer, just tilted his head slightly to the side. Almost immediately, nearly all the male students in the room stepped forward. They'd made that mistake once already, they certainly wouldn't repeat it. So every pair of eyes directed toward Xiaoyang was filled with fury. Lu Chen raised his hand, signaling everyone not to overreact. He stood up from his seat, and cast a glance at Xiaoyang. Then she flashed an extremely radiant smile. She raised her hand and waved it in the air. With a smile, she uttered 4 simple words. Yes, and no. Chapter 44, Professor Lu, that's a wrap, hurry and catch the show. The late autumn morning carried a distinctly heavier dampness in the air compared to previous months. Especially in Ronqing, this forest city nestled deep within the basin. A single exhale could instantly coat eyeglasses with a thin layer of condensation. Winter was truly beginning to announce its arrival. Some people's hearts are colder than the weather. In classroom 13, Xiaoyang had maintained an interrogative stance from the very beginning. At this moment, his body leaned slightly forward. His eyes were firmly locked onto Lu Chen. Lock up this guy who stole his girlfriend and pretends everything has nothing to do with him. Actually, he didn't want to make a big fuss. Even if he were the biggest idiot, he wouldn't forget.
Just days ago, when his gang came to cause trouble in class 13, the teacher with an utterly composed expression said to him with full intensity,
"I would risk everything to destroy you." So he came today actually just wanting to get a clear answer.
And incidentally see what was so special about this guy who had stolen his girlfriend in such a short time. So even though he stormed into the classroom in a rage,
he kept holding back,
until this taller, more handsome guy in front of him
smirked and said, "Yes, and no."
It was exactly this kind of attitude from the other party that instantly set him off. All the restraint and forbearance from before had now turned to ashes.
Shaking with rage, Xiaoyang slammed his fist onto Lu Chen's desk with all his might.
He asked, slowly enunciating each word,
"What the hell do you mean?"
Lu Chen didn't speak, just looked at him with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, a group of students from class 23 of grade 11 began gradually closing in around Xiaoyang.
The message was clear.
"You dare take one more step, you won't be walking out that door today." In the classroom, the boys were cheering while the girls watched the drama unfold. Qin Wan, sitting in the back row, observed the scene for quite some time.
Suddenly, as if struck by a thought,
she sprinted at full speed toward Lu Zhe's office. The moment she pushed the door open, she saw Lu Zhe holding a thermos like a seasoned official watering flowers by the windowsill.
Qin Wan, panting heavily, grabbed Lu Zhe and pulled him outside.
"Hey hey hey, hey hey." The girl moved so hastily that with a flick of Lu Zhe's hand, the entire ladle of water ended up in the flower pot. After forcefully stopping the girl's movement, Lu Zhe wore a helpless smile as he placed the items in his hands onto the table.
"What's the rush? You've completely drowned my perfectly good pot of flowers." As she spoke, she forcefully flicked Qin Wan's forehead with a loud snap. Teacher Lu, hurry, and come with me. The filming is wrapping up, let's go watch the play."
Rubbing her forehead, Qin Wan rattled off at lightning speed.
"Can't I just replace that potted plant of yours if I use it all up?"
Lu Zhe spat and muttered under his breath.
"That pot of mine was Chunjian Huangmei orchids. You think you can afford to compensate me?"
But Qin Wan couldn't be bothered with such matters, dragging Lu Zhe forcefully toward class 13 once again.
Now,
it was 8:20 in the morning, still some time before class began. Through the corridor bustling with passing figures. Just as he neared the doorway of class 13, Lu Zhe spotted Wu Naiwen exiting the classroom with a guitar slung across his back. Without hesitation, he smacked him upside the head.
"What's with the guitar? My class is first period today. Think you can ignore me just because I got a little colorful with you?"
Wu Naiwen grimaced while rubbing his head. He pointed toward another classroom building.
"How would I dare skip your class, Professor Lu?" Just in time, the classroom drama has reached its final episode. Seizing the morning broadcast slot, I'll play out the entire ending theme song.
"Oh, I see," Lu Zhe said thoughtfully. Then he raised his hand and dealt Wu Naiwen another blow. Then he wore a somewhat mischievous smile.
"Then let's make it more fitting. If the effect isn't good, I'll hold you accountable."
"Got it." Wu Naiwen was afraid Lu Zhe might get too excited and give him another intimate gesture. With a twist of her hips, she ran straight towards the stairway.
"You little brat."
After a playful curse, Lu Zhe and Qin Wan entered the classroom together through the back door. They tried not to make any noise, quietly finding seats in the last row. Since it's about watching a performance, we mustn't diminish the protagonist's stage presence.
This was something Lu Zhe understood perfectly well.
At the front of the classroom,
Lu Chen looked at Xiaoyang's angry face.
He leaned back and sat down on his stool again. After casually crossing his legs, he said with a smile,
"Really want to know?"
Xiaoyang remained silent, only his gaze growing several degrees colder as he looked at him. "Don't be in such a hurry, pal." Lu Chen chuckled, his fingers lightly tapping a rhythmic pattern against the chair back.
"Come on, let's start with a reading comprehension exercise, alright?"
Xiaoyang frowned, about to lose his temper. Then he saw Lu Chen raising a single finger before him.
"Yes, this stands for 1, got it? That also answers your earlier question."
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoyang stood rooted to the spot, processing for a moment.
Then he spoke.
"So what you're saying is, you really are with Bai Lu, aren't you?"
"Clever." Lu Chen clapped his hands vigorously, the sound rather abrupt in the silent classroom.
"Our time together, let me think, should have been the afternoon before yesterday. I remember, at the time someone on the radio seemed to have gotten slapped twice."
Lu Chen deliberately put on an expression of deep thought. "Oh, right, I've always had a pretty good memory, and if I recall correctly, the time I spent with her should have been 8 minutes after the broadcast ended."
"Bullshit."
Xiaoyang couldn't hold back anymore and spat the words at Yang. "It took me nearly 3 months to chase her, and you did it in 8 damn minutes? Stop pretending."
Xiaoyang was venting his anger unrestrainedly, failing to notice Lu Chen pulling out his phone and casually making a call. A few seconds later, from the speakerphone on the table came an extremely familiar hello, abruptly cutting off what he had been about to say.
Lu Chen gave Xiaoyang a meaningful look.
Then, with the other wearing a completely bewildered expression, he calmly began to speak.
Hey sweetie, do you remember exactly what time we were together yesterday? I want to jot it down in my memo. You're being so meticulous. The girl's voice couldn't conceal its bubbling laughter. I happened to check my phone, it was precisely 4:37 when I held you in my arms. Okay, got it, love you. Without waiting for the other person to say more, Luchan quickly hung up the phone. He turned his head towards Song Yu beside him. Buddy, what time was it roughly when you guys finished the broadcast yesterday? Song Yu thought for a moment. Around 4:30. Oh, 4:30. Luchan muttered while patting his forehead. See, I wasn't lying to you. In fact, I was even a minute too slow. Compared to this, wasn't the previous 8 minutes? Does it feel a little better, or is it a bit more bearable? Chapter 45, I'll give you 6 minutes, let's play a game. In the classroom, all eyes were on Luchan and Xiaoyang. In the hearts of everyone who knew about this matter, this drama was truly a once-in-a-century spectacle. The showdown between two scumbags. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Although, given the current situation, Luchan clearly has complete control over the pacing and initiative. This isn't an equal match, only one-sided domination exists here. But watching Xiaoyang get crushed is even more exciting, especially when Luchan uttered that supremely cool line, 8 minutes, feeling better now? Groups of students immediately smothered their laughter behind their hands. This kid truly mastered the art of savagery. Even the spectators reacted this way, let alone Xiaoyang at the eye of the storm. Once again, his face flushed red with anger as he leaned closer toward Luchan. He raised a finger, almost touching Luchan's nose. But the next words out of Luchan's mouth froze his finger mid-air. Why are you getting impatient again? Haven't finished the reading comprehension yet? Lost interest already? What the hell do you mean by that? Xiaoyang felt like he was constantly being led by the nose, but he didn't have any better solutions. The top priority now is to find out what else this pretentious guy is hiding as quickly as possible. So when Luchan spoke those words, he chose to remain silent. He just stared blankly at the other person. That's more like it, good attitude. Now, let's continue with the lesson. You just explained the meaning of yes, right? Now, let me tell you what not necessarily represents. Luchan pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the desk compartment. After twisting off the cap, he took a gentle sip. While swallowing, he raised 4 fingers in the air. Then, amidst Xiaoyang's somewhat bewildered expression, first, he pointed upward, then downward. Then asked with a smile, got it? Xiaoyang shook his head, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he wanted to say something. You don't get it? Luchan deliberately feigned surprise before curling his lips and shaking his head. Can't even understand this, no wonder you're so hopeless with women. Here's a hint for you. These past few days, besides Bai Lu, how many others have deleted you as a friend? Xiaoyang remained silent, mentally counting, then suddenly widened his eyes in realization. The glare he directed at Luchan looked like it could burst into flames at any moment. Fuck. Are you fucking telling me, those girls? Stop. Luchan suddenly stretched out his hand toward Xiaoyang, making a stop gesture. I know you understand, but please don't say it out loud. After working on this for so long, surely I won't let you steal my chance to show off. Xiaoyang once again found himself baffled. What's with this person, talking all mysteriously? Alright, now let's wrap up this reading comprehension lesson. Luchan rolled his neck, then picked up a pen and started tapping it on the desk while speaking. I'm with your girlfriend, oh wait, ex-girlfriend, she's my girlfriend now. Sorry about that. I'm together with your ex Bai Lu. Not just that, I'm also with Ranshur, Shining, sorry, forgot the other 2 names. In short, I'm with those 4 as well. In other words, as he spoke these words, Luchan, who had been sitting on the bench all this while, suddenly rose to his feet. His palms pressed against the table as he leaned forward abruptly, mirroring the same posture Xiaoyang had used moments ago when looking at him. His icy gaze, laden with infinite mockery, locked onto the other man unrelentingly. Word by word, he enunciated. Those 5 ex-girlfriends and former flirtations of yours, starting from yesterday. They're mine now. Holy shit. This time, Xiaoyang couldn't hold back any longer. With a loud curse, he clenched his fist and swung it hard, landing a punch on Luchan's shoulder. Fuck. Over a dozen boys from class 13 saw Luchan get hit and immediately rushed forward in a frenzy. But immediately after, they saw Luchan raise his palm decisively in the air. Wait a minute. Rubbing his shoulder, Luchan turned around and waved to his brothers behind him. I'm not as hurt as him, it's fine. After restraining the restless boys behind him, Luchan turned his head forward again, glancing at the fuming Xiaoyang before her. She chuckled lightly and picked up her phone from the table, opened the timer and set a 6-minute countdown, casually placed it back on the table. I actually wanted to reason with you, but since you insisted on getting physical, then I'm sorry, I'll just have to make this quick. Now we have 6 minutes, let's play a game. Luchan said with a faint smile. After speaking, they picked up their phone from the table and opened the contacts list. He found the phone number marked by Lu and dialed it.
The call was answered after just 2 rings. "Come to my classroom immediately, hurry up." Before the girl could speak, Lu Chen quickly said the words and then decisively hung up. Only then did he lift his head and glance at Xiao Yang's utterly astonished expression.
Why are you looking at me like that? Was my attitude not great just now? If that's the case, then I really am sorry.
It's mainly because I'm a bit pressed for time." Amid their exchange, the sound of quick footsteps echoed through the hallway. Xiao Yang's heart suddenly skipped 2 heavy beats, and he unconsciously turned his head toward the window. A few seconds later, he saw Bailu appear at the classroom door. He was just about to step forward and say a few words to her. The words came as Lu Chen turned towards Bailu nearby and uttered 3 calm syllables. "Let's break up." "Ha!" Xiao Yang, doubting his own ears, mechanically swiveled his neck like a robot to stare at Lu Chen in disbelief. Not far away, the girl who had been desperate to see Lu Chen froze completely in place before she could even catch her breath. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, tears welling up and spilling over in an instant. Her eyes, fixed on Lu Chen, were brimming with sorrow and grievance. What do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all," Lu Chen replied coldly, shaking his head with a stern expression.
"He came to take you back with me. In relationships, I'm actually quite petty." "But..." Lu Chen turned his head and glanced at Xiao Yang.
Then he turned to the girl with a disappointed expression.
"I have my own principles and rules too."
The girl couldn't speak a word, only shaking her head desperately.
"If I'm not mistaken, you still haven't deleted him, have you?" Lu Chen stood up from the stool and waved his phone at Bai Lu.
Upon hearing those words, the girl's expression instantly froze on her face. She hurriedly waved her hands in explanation.
"No, it's not what you think.
Watching the girl flee in panic, Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively toward the door.
"Drop it. If you still want to be friends, just carry on."
Seeing Lu Chen's resolute stance, the girl bit her lip and hesitated for a split second. Eventually, she wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. He lowered his head, turned, and walked out of the classroom.
Lu.
Seeing the girl suffer such injustice, Xiao Yang, whose heart had long been stirred by countless ripples of emotion, called out after her and quickly followed.
Lu Chen paid no attention at all,
just sitting there with a smile, softly muttering,
3, 2, 1.
The moment she reached 1, everyone heard a loud smack from the hallway.
In the next second, the girl's voice filled with fury and despair roared 2 words at Xiao Yang. "Piss off."
"Hey!"
That voice belonged to Lu Chen.
Directed at Xiao Yang, who had just been slapped outside the door. Suddenly raised in pitch.
"Stop chasing, and don't waste your energy on things that can't be kept. 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Come back quickly. Let us go on, game." Chapter 46, the breakup theme song is called Good Days. Teacher Lu, how did Lu Chen guess that Bai Lu hadn't deleted Xiao Yang? In the classroom,
Xin Wan, who had been sitting in the back row watching the drama, nudged Lu Zhe's arm with her elbow and asked in puzzlement.
Lu Zhe glanced up in Lu Chen's direction.
If he managed to steal several girlfriends from others in such a short time, he must have at least this much level of sharpness. If Xiao Yang came to confront him directly about the matter with Bai Lu, it means Xiao must have learned something for certain. In that case, the source of this information is probably Bai Lu herself.
"Oh, I see."
Xin Wan pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Boys who date are so scary."
Lu Zhe burst out laughing when he heard this.
"You don't even like him, so what's there to be scared of?" Xin Wan turned her head with a smile toward Song Yu standing diagonally in front of her, staring silently at his back for a long moment, then suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. "Sigh, a boy who doesn't know how to romance is even scarier." Lu Zhe ignored him and continued watching the show with his head raised.
Xiao Yang walked into the classroom with a mournful expression on his face.
His gaze towards Lu Chen shifted from anger to brimming hatred. He rushed to Lu Chen's side in 3 quick strides, just about to speak, but Lu Chen beat me to it.
"Hello, where are you? I have something to tell you. Can you come over now?"
"It has to be said in person."
"Ha, I'm not in a bad mood. I'll wait for you." Another phone call.
Only, this call differed from the previous one in that Lu Chen's voice had grown hoarse and sorrowful,
as if experiencing a scene that left oneself utterly disappointed.
That emotion of loving but not obtaining, of being unable to let go yet having to part, was instantly molded.
Who are you calling now?"
Sensing that history was about to repeat itself, Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask.
"Don't worry, you'll find out soon." Lu Chen smiled. "Are you planning to put on another act like before just to hurt her again?" Xiao Yang clenched his fists, staring at Lu Chen with gritted teeth. "You scum!" With a bang, Xiao Yang slammed his fist onto the desk.
"You never gave them happiness in the first place, what right do you have to treat them this way?"
"Yep." Lu Chen watched Xiao Yang with amusement. "I truly cannot give them happiness, but just can't help." Lu Chen glanced out the window before shaking his head and sighing.
He reached out and gave Xiao Yang a pat on the shoulder.
"They wanted to make me happy. Damn it." Once again, Xiao Yang was completely defeated. How could this person's words be so irritating?
At the back of the classroom, Lu Zhe listened for a while before finally nudging Qin Wan's elbow.
Hey, tell me, has this kid always talked in such a punchable way?
Qin Wan tilted her head in thought.
Not normally, Professor Lu. He's usually quite decent. I suppose, maybe it's for the plot? What kind of plot requirement is this?
In my opinion, this kid is just being his true self, Lu Zhe said with a curl of his lips. Meanwhile, not far away, the two people at the center of the storm
were locked in a strangely peculiar standoff. Xiao Yang's veins bulged with fury, his blazing eyes seemingly ready to devour Lu Chen in an instant. Yet Lu Chen merely gazed back at Xiao Yang with undisturbed composure. Then, at a certain moment, he abruptly rose to his feet. He said something that left Xiao Yang utterly perplexed. You like her? Does that mean I don't like her? You don't cherish her, so what? Am I not allowed to cherish her either? You motherf! Xiao Yang muttered in confusion. He didn't know why Lu Chen suddenly said this, but he could sense a dramatic shift in his tone from before. It was no longer that detached and nonchalant manner. Instead, it gradually weakened, turned despondent, and even
had a touch of resigned compromise.
Are you fucking crazy? What kind of cherished nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yang asked with a deeply furrowed brow, his tone utterly hostile. Xiao Yang. Unexpectedly, the response didn't come from Lu Chen.
But standing at the classroom door was a girl with an expression of fury on her face.
Xiao Yang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Are you fucking crazy? I already broke up with you. Who told you to come looking for Lu Chen? What gives you the right to keep interfering with my life? And now you're here threatening Lu Chen? I didn't.
After a long while, Xiao Yang finally muttered in a whisper.
I'm fine.
Standing imperiously at the door, Ranshi hadn't even opened her mouth when Lu Chen took up the thread of conversation.
Half turning his body towards Ranshi, his expression looked like someone just pulled from a drowning river. Neither sorrow nor joy, neither grief nor delight. Utterly silent, gloomy, to the extreme point. Don't believe a single word he says, okay? The girl not far away spoke with a trembling voice.
Lu Chen didn't reply, only casting a helpless glance at Xiao Yang, who looked utterly bewildered. He then smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Speaking to Ranshi, do you remember what I said to you before we got together?
The girl's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth and shook her head desperately.
You won't forget.
Lu Chen's voice was somber. I said I would protect with all my heart what is purest and most sincere.
But I'm sorry. Lu Chen took a step forward, casting a glance toward Xiao Yang's direction.
His gaze was resolute yet icy as he stared at Ranshi. I can no longer convince myself to hold on to someone else's beloved.
In the next second,
Lu Chen turned around and raised his hand to give Xiao Yang a pat on the shoulder.
You're absolutely right, brother.
You really can give her more happiness than I can.
You're deeply affectionate, and I envy that about you. This time, I've lost, so, I'll keep my promise.
Lu Chen's voice grew increasingly subdued. He turned slowly, gazing at Ranshi with tender affection.
From now on, let's not see each other anymore.
Tears instantly streamed from Ranshi's eyes,
staring blankly at Lu Chen, as if the entire world had turned gray. What exactly did he tell you? What do you really mean?
These were the words that Ranshi and Xiao Yang uttered simultaneously in the next few seconds.
As for Lu Chen, he chose to answer only one of them,
tilting his chin toward the door.
Lu Chen's tone regained its aloofness. So, why keep hesitating? Would you rather lose me while making me break my promise? Ranshi froze.
After what felt like an eternity, she finally stomped her foot hard on the ground, turned around, and stormed out the door. This time, Xiao Yang wisely chose not to chase after her and risk another slap.
He simply stared blankly at Lu Chen. That expression. Helpless. He didn't chase after her. Yet seconds later,
Yanshi, her face streaked with tears, suddenly turned back on her own.
Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, she stepped forward to stand before Xiao Yang.
She raised her hand and delivered a merciless slap across the boy's face.
Disgusting.
With that, the girl turned and walked away, showing not a trace of lingering affection for the boy before her.
Wow. 1 minute and 38 seconds.
Lu Chen glanced at his phone and shook his head.
I've been talking too much, gotta finish the game quickly. With that, he turned to ask the folks beside him. There are only 3 minutes left. Why can't we hear Wu Naiwen's closing song? Should we make a phone call?
Just as he finished speaking, a familiar male voice came through the broadcast outside the door.
Hello everyone, today's morning broadcast will be temporarily hosted by me.
Today I'm here at the request of a certain classmate, to sing 2 songs for his heartbroken buddy.
Enough talk, here's the first song. Ah, that's more like it. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chen turned to Xiao Yang with a smile.
Look at me, I even hired a professional composer just to give you a better gaming experience.
Aren't you touched? Don't look at me like that. It's only 2 of them. If anyone should feel bad about this, it'd be me, right? Lu Chen lifted his head as he spoke.
Then came the song Good Day playing over the broadcast.
Muttering with a hint of resignation. Still had to break up 3 more times. Goddamn annoying. Chapter 47, Young Brother Xiaoyang, let me perform a magic trick for you. Ah, today is a good day, everything you wish for can come true. Today is a good day, we open our doors to welcome the spring breeze. On the radio, Wu Naiwen belted out this rendition of Good Days with his rock vocals. It amplified the originally cheerful atmosphere with an added touch of jubilation, though it sounded a bit awkward, but paired with Xiaoyang's face dark with a sickly pallor and utterly miserable. It's actually quite amusing. After experiencing the incidents with Bai Lu and Ran Shi, Xiaoyang finally understood what Lu Chen had meant by playing a game. Games of emotional torment, breakup games, miserable games, separation games. It was at this moment that he finally felt everything becoming somewhat absurd. The previous dominance and fury had been dissolved without a trace by Lu Chen's relentless assaults. All that remained was a sense of this composed young man before him, whose every word and action seemed effortless yet meticulously calculated. Overwhelming hatred. Brother? Noticing Xiaoyang's somewhat dazed gaze directed at him, Lu Chen raised his voice as a reminder. By the time Xiaoyang finally came to his senses, he gently tapped the table with his palm before asking softly, "You don't seem to be in good shape?" To anyone unaware of the context, these words might genuinely sound quite sincere. If you really don't want to persist, Lu Chen smiled. The game can be stopped anytime. I actually think this is quite reliable. Resting his chin in one hand, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. After all, I've put in some effort too. I can't just do nothing and then split everything in the end. I was thinking, maybe I should try dating them and see how it feels. Hey, I've got an idea. Lu Chen suddenly raised his voice, his face lit up with excitement. Sensing something unusual, Xiaoyang shot Lu Chen another puzzled glance. Then he saw the other person stand up from their seat. Like a top student who'd just solved a math problem, their eyes burning with the fire of sudden enlightenment. The racehorse mechanism, Lu Chen declared while tapping the desk with rhythmically precise fingers. See, here's what I think. In one stride from his seat, Lu Chen stepped right up beside Xiaoyang. With a casual lift of his arm, he slung it over the other's shoulder. His face beamed with unrestrained delight. I'm actually dating 3 of your ambiguous romantic interests at the same time. To be honest, 3 is really a bit too much. It's truly unfair to you. Sorry bro, don't look at me like that. I'm considering what's best for you, let me finish. Lu Chen increased the pressure slightly on the hand resting on Xiaoyang's shoulder. So to avoid this kind of situation, I came up with this horse race mechanism. Horse racing is simple in principle. Choose the best among 3, select the finest from the finest. Let the beauties compete, let the horses run, whoever treats me best, whoever runs the fastest, that's who we'll choose in the end. Lu Chen spoke faster and faster, eventually becoming so animated he started gesturing wildly. Xiaoyang widened his eyes, looking at Lu Chen as if he were staring at a schizophrenic madman in the terminal stage. Since it's a competition, there must be rules. To be honest, I don't know them well at all, so you must participate in this horse race mechanism. Based on their personalities and habits, you design some events, you'll be the judge. After the race, I'll take 1 and you'll take 2, fair's fair, how about that? At this point, Lu Chen's face brimmed with excitement. The arm slung over Xiaoyang's shoulder dropped down before clenching into a fist and delivering a solid thump to his chest. Damn it, I'm such a genius. You, got a screw loose or something? Xiaoyang stood utterly dumbfounded, staring vacantly at Lu Chen with unfocused eyes. He felt deeply insulted, yet couldn't quite put his finger on why. The guy was clearly just another student like himself, but that commanding tone and demeanor when explaining the so-called racehorse mechanism just now. Just like a top-tier teacher thoroughly enjoying their lecture on the podium. Genius my ass. Horse racing, my foot. An unprecedented surge of fury instantly rushed to the top of Xiaoyang's head. Fuck you. With a furious roar, Xiaoyang threw a punch straight at the demonically handsome face of Lu Chen before him. But the next instant, as if he'd planted sensors on his body in advance, Lu Chen leisurely leaned back, effortlessly dodging the anger-fueled fist. Taking a casual step backward, Lu Chen, the originally joyous face instantly crumpled. Her gaze towards Xiaoyang no longer carried the warmth of their earlier discussion, chillingly cold as if it could freeze someone instantly. Right in front of Xiaoyang, a strange smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. With both hands raised to his chest, he shook his head and spread them helplessly. So you're not willing? Xiaoyang remained silent, his eyes bloodshot. Then there's no chance left. After speaking, Lu Chen violently swung his hand downward through the air. He abruptly turned around and returned to his seat, picked up his phone and glanced at it. Damn it, another minute and a half wasted for nothing. He casually tossed his phone onto the table. Turning around, he fixed Xiaoyang with a calm gaze. I'm disappointed you're not willing. Now, there's only 1 minute and 14 seconds left until the game ends. Since I can't talk you out of it. Lu Chen raised his hand and patted Xiaoyang's shoulder lightly twice. Then I'll perform a magic trick for you. Outside the window, the song Good Days performed by Wu Naiwan reached its final note precisely as Lu Chen uttered those words. Like a perfectly timed relay, Wu Naiwan on the radio kept pace with Lu Chen's movements, dealing Xiaoyang an unexpected blow in the process. Classmates, according to the feedback from that heartbroken guy earlier, this song Good Days doesn't hit hard enough, nor does it fully capture his emotions. Considering this situation, I've decided to change to a song more suited for him. The song is called Do You Know I'm Waiting for You to Break Up? By the way. On the radio, Wu Naiwan struggled to control his laughter. That heartbroken buddy actually asked me to specifically explain this to everyone. The you-two in this song's title doesn't actually refer to his ex-girlfriend and her current boyfriend. Rather, Wu Naiwan deliberately drew out the ending tone, instantly piquing the curiosity of countless onlookers. His ex-girlfriends and their one and only current boyfriend. Ha! On the playground, a girl with a steamed bun stuffed in her mouth nearly choked on her food when she heard this remark. Did I hear that right? That's so much information. Class 23, grade 11, inside the classroom. Lu Chen, hearing Wu Naiwan already strumming the guitar and singing out loud. Smiling, he moved the phone away and tapped a few times. Then he turned his phone around and pushed it towards Xiaoyang. He raised his finger and pointed out the window. Look, the accompaniment has started, the magic is also ready. Xiaoyang glanced down at the phone screen and instantly froze in stunned silence. The reason for such a strong reaction was because Lu Chen had actually created a QQ group, and shockingly, the members were none other than the three people he'd been stringing along before. What do you mean? Xiaoyang, utterly shocked, stammered out the question. Magic tricks, as I said before. Lu Chen replied casually. What kind of magic is this? Xiaoyang remained baffled, blurting out whatever came to mind. Oh, I almost forgot. Lu Chen raised his hand and smacked his forehead. The show's just begun, it hasn't even reached curtain call yet. Thanks for the reminder. With that, he retrieved the phone he'd placed in front of Xiaoyang. He switched the interface to voice mode. Press the button, he said in a low, gentle voice. Sorry, girls, there's something I need to confess to you. Just now, I suddenly realized, apparently I've always liked boys. So, we have to break up now. But it's fine. Lu Chen deliberately made his voice sound more sultry. I won't disband this group chat. If we can't be lovers in the future, we can still be sisters. With these words, Lu Chen raised his head, only to find himself facing, not just Xiaoyang alone. All the students in class 23 grade 12, including Lu Zhe sitting in the back row, were instantly petrified. Look, this is the power of a high-tier heartbreaker. To achieve his goal, I'd rather slay 1,000 enemies, even at the cost of 80,000 of my own. Dare you face me, Xiaoyang? You, Xiaoyang, feel no fear? Chapter 48 Stealing Teacher Lu's Spotlight? Throw him out. In the classroom, Xiaoyang stood blankly on the ground, stammering incoherently, like a fish out of water. His mouth kept opening and closing, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Throughout all this time, he had experienced many emotions, but only this current one struck him as utterly unbelievable. Watching this lunatic I'd never seen before put on one bizarre performance after another, right before his eyes, crushing his intellect, trampling his dignity, he actually began to feel regret. Yes, I regret it. I regretted why I had impulsively sent that text message to Ji Fanmeng in the heat of the moment. I regretted why I had provoked these psychopathic lunatics. I regretted why I had come alone to class 23 of grade 12. I should have used a hydrating mask before coming here. That way, when slapped, at least my face wouldn't sound so crisp and dry. At this moment, all emotions suddenly engulfed Xiaoyang. His confidence and self-esteem severely bruised, the young man finally chose to surrender. After standing silently in place for a long time, he took a deep breath. He glanced at Lu Chen. All the previous anger and arrogance had vanished from his tone. What remained was only profound exhaustion and the calm acceptance of someone who had narrowly escaped death and seen through everything. What exactly do you want me to do? This sentence could be considered the best way for the boy to show weakness in the current situation. Apologize. This time, Lu Chen finally returned to his usual self. With unwavering gaze fixed on Xiaoyang before him, he enunciated two words with deliberate emphasis. In the classroom. In that instant, silence swiftly descended. Over the past few days, plans or plots, acting or pretending, absurdity or madness, all of it ultimately points to just these two simple words. They gave everything, their time, their energy, even at the cost of one's own reputation. What was done, what was waited for, what was sought, all for these two words. So, when Lu Chen voiced what was on everyone's mind, class 23 of grade 12 fell into a state so silent you could hear a pin drop. This final decisive push, this breath that had been suppressed for so long, today, it absolutely must be released. Absolutely. Get it straight. Screech. The sound of a bench being dragged came from the back of the classroom. The temporary silence was abruptly broken. The crowd turned their heads. Only then did they realize. Lu Zhe, who had been silently observing from behind the scenes, finally chose to step into the spotlight. And Xiao Yang, too, at the very moment he saw Lu Zhe, completely gave up all resistance. For no other reason than those words he had once uttered, "I'll go all out to destroy you." That sentence had haunted him through countless nights, replaying in both his deep and shallow nightmares. Actually, it wasn't just him. If only he had time to properly talk with his sworn brother named Zheng Qi, he would realize, compared to the other, his own situation was still somewhat better. At the very least, in the dream, what I faced was merely a high school teacher. But that poor guy had it worse. What he saw was a superhero wielding Waha and Nutrient Express like throwing bricks. This nightmare stretched all the way back to his childhood. This nightmare was enough to leave him with psychological scars that would last a lifetime. In the classroom, Lu Zhe strode steadily up to Lu Chen and Xiao Yang. The reason for choosing to appear at this very moment. The reason, truth be told, is quite simple. These students have already done an exceptional job at what they ought to do. Now, it was time for him, as the homeroom teacher, to take over. I'm sorry. These two words may seem simple, yet it contains many intricate and convoluted things. For example, how to take Ji Fanming's feelings into account, how to deal with sudden awkwardness, and how to wrap this ending up perfectly. Oh, right. There's actually one more reason. This matter concerns the esteemed homeroom teacher of Class 23, Senior Year 2 Comrade Lu Zhe's sense of presence. Keeping these little troublemakers in line isn't easy. How could I let some pretentious asshole ruin all my hard work? So, Lu Zhe calmly walked up to Xiao Yang with an unruffled demeanor. He reached out and gave the boy a pat on the shoulder. Then, just like last time, he pulled a stool from nearby, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. Taking a deep breath, I was about to speak. As a result, a most abrupt voice suddenly rang in my ears. Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Zhe's lips twitched as he turned his head. Then I spotted Lu Chen adopting a posture almost identical to my own. Switching to the gentle and calm tone I had prepared, I spoke to Xiao Yang. Stealing my damn lines? Lu Zhe cursed inwardly but decided to bear it for now. This little brat was still riding high on his performance. Apologize to whom? Probably trying to salvage some last shred of dignity. Xiao Yang muttered a feeble, petulant remark. These words sparked a flicker of anger in Lu Zhe's heart. After removing the cigarette from his mouth, he raised his finger to point at Xiao Yang, just about to speak. What are you pretending for? Ha, do you want a repeat of what just happened? It's still Lu Chen. Still that gentle and calm tone, yet utterly dismissive. Getting addicted to acting? Lu Zhe felt utterly speechless, his facial expression turning increasingly animated. He didn't bother looking at Xiao Yang anymore, instead shifting his gaze toward Lu Chen. With a subtle yet unmistakable hint of warning in his eyes, he stared at him meaningfully. Yet, this deeply immersed student completely ignored that glance. The second time, Lu Zhe mentally noted down Lu Chen's offense. An apology is just an apology. Xiao Yang spoke up again. He raised his eyelids slightly to glance in Ji Fanming's direction. In a voice so low it was almost inaudible, he muttered an apology. Two whoosh sounds in quick succession. Lu Zhe and Lu Chen immediately rose from their chairs at the same moment. Are you messing with me? I gave you a chance, how could you be so ungrateful? Lu Chen stared at Xiao Yang with an icy expression. I'm giving you one last chance, listen carefully, this is the final one. Facing the expressionless Xiao Yang, Lu Chen raised a single finger. Teacher Lu said 2 days ago that he'd spare no effort and go all out to destroy you. Well, let me tell you something too. If you don't apologize to me today to my complete and utter satisfaction, then I, Lu Chen, will see this through to the end. You and me, we're both scumbags, destined for garbage schools in the future. Don't tell me you're planning to study when the time comes. Isn't it just about eating, chasing girls, and playing games? Now I'm telling you, listen up good. Lu Chen grew more impassioned as he spoke, jabbing his finger repeatedly toward Xiao Yang's nose. I, Lu Chen, will enter the same school as you. Every day I'll flirt with your girls, steal your crushes, break your heart, and smack your face. I'll make sure you can't enjoy your meals or focus on your games. Lu Chen, completely worked up, hurled a torrent of abuse at Xiao Yang, every word spewing saliva that inevitably landed on the other man's face. Not a single trace was noticed. Standing beside himself, a cigarette dangling crookedly from his lips. His expression gradually darkened as he stared at Lu Zhe with an extremely peculiar gaze. Just as this cigarette was about to burn out, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Then he waved towards Songyu and Zhaoli, who weren't far away. Then, he pointed directly at Lu Chen, who was spraying with full enthusiasm. In a tone that was rather helpless yet tinged with irritation, he said succinctly 3 words. Kick him out. Chapter 49 Where Chivalry Ends, Justice Begins. Drag them out. The moment Lu Zhe issued the command, Songyu and Zhaoli immediately grasped his intention. Slap, slap, 2 great strides, palms striking hard against the center seam of his school pants. Left and right, they came to Lu Chen's sides, raised their hands, elbows bent, pushed down forcefully. Hey, what are you doing? I wasn't finished talking yet. Lu Chen, subjected to an intensified Raven Soars on Wings maneuver by Song Yu and Zhao Li, cried out through gritted teeth. The two glanced up at Lu Zhe. Without a word, Lu Zhe waved dismissively with evident distaste. Well, a teacher's orders are hard to disobey. Let's move. At the same time, I tightened my grip on his arm. Then, as Lu Chen yelped out, "What the?" in a raised voice, I escorted him out of the classroom. Professor Lu, you can't treat me like this. Be gentle, ouch. A string of complaints and pleas for mercy poured from Lu Chen's mouth. Zhao Li wasn't about to indulge him. Applying more pressure with his hands, he simultaneously delivered a vicious kick to the guy's backside. Damn, I've been wanting to beat you up forever. Take that, you pretentious show-off. But, bah ha ha. The students who had been desperately holding back their laughter finally let it all out at that moment. With Teacher Lu around, did you really think you could finish showing off? Moments later, the classroom that had witnessed this little farce settled back into tranquility. Xiao Yang stood motionless on the ground, his face expressionless, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. His only thought now was to escape, to flee from this unpredictable class that never followed conventions and operated with tactics he couldn't even comprehend. But Lu Zhe, how could he let him leave so easily? Standing before Xiao Yang once more, he scrutinized the young man intently for quite some time, finally spoke up. That kid just now. Lu Zhe pointed out the window as he spoke. What he's been doing these past couple days is actually similar to you, maybe even worse. Multiple relationships, playing with emotions, not treasuring what he gets, hurting girls when breaking up. Not something a high schooler would do, more like the scum of society. Lu Zhe's tone was indifferent, but the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. But you know what? Lu Zhe abruptly changed his tone and leaned slightly closer to the boy. Then came an angry shout that sent Xiao Yang's whole body jolting with fear. Lift your head. The startled young man abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with a trace of fright. Do you know? Lu Zhe slowed his voice once more. Do you know where the biggest difference lies between him and you? Xiao Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head. Of course you wouldn't know, because you and he, we're from completely different worlds, aren't we? See for yourself. Lu Zhe spoke while pulling his phone from his pocket and tossing it in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang froze for a moment before picking up the phone from the table. Above lay a conspicuous display of the chat records between Lu Zhe and Lu Chen. Lu Chen, Professor Lu, according to my plan, all 5 girls involved with Xiao Yang have now been connected. Lu Zhe, oh, really? So what's your next move? Lu Chen, Professor Lu, do you know what hurts a scumbag the most? Lu Zhe, stop babbling. Lu Chen, obviously, it's about charming each of his girlfriends right in front of him and then dumping them. That'll shatter his worldview enough. Lu Zhe, can't you do something remotely human? Lu Chen, Professor Lu, don't be so impatient. Actually, I already gave them a heads up. Lu Zhe, oh, what did you say? Lu Chen, I spoke with each of them privately. I told them what Xiao Yang did to Ji Fanmeng, and I explained my plan. Lu Zhe, and then? Lu Chen, then, after our conversations, we all came to the same conclusion that Scumbag needs to be taught a lesson. So they all agreed to play along with my performance tomorrow. Lu Zhe, such an outrageous idea, what girl would ever agree to this? Lu Chen, Professor Lu, don't you worry about that. I've got my own ways of making it happen. Lu Zhe, get out of here. Done watching? Not far away, Lu Zhe lit another cigarette, gazing at Xiao Yang with an amused expression. Xiao Yang gradually lowered his phone. Turning his head with vacant eyes, he stared at Lu Chen outside the door for a long moment. Not a single soul knows about this matter. Lu Zhe said with a smile. That's also why I was willing to let him handle this matter. The reasoning is quite simple. Because he had already considered every possible scenario that might arise, anticipated all potential harm that could occur, and then handled the whole thing exceptionally well. Lu Zhe spoke while lifting his head to glance at the classmates from class 13 gathered around him. Although this brat talks a bit too much, this is something you all should learn from. Now, do you understand why my students went through so much trouble to put on this show for you, act after act? Lu Zhe turned his gaze back to Xiao Yang and spoke calmly. To put it in Lu Chen's words, Lu Zhe naturally stood up from the stool and moved beside Xiao Yang. He raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Being fickle is fine, flirting is fine, breaking up is fine, even cheating is fine, but we must never abandon the principles of the martial world. Once upon a time, with a sharp smack, Lu Zhe increased the force in his hand, sending Xiao Yang swaying on the spot. Then came a voice cold to the bone. Everyone deserves to die, firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Enough. Lu Zhe settled back onto the stool and raised a hand to rub the bridge of his nose. Let's deal with our matter now. I'm going to say something that might rub you the wrong way. Lu Zhe said with a faint smile. I know how people outside describe class 13. You've said many things about us, we acknowledge them, and we won't argue. But what you don't know is that there's one thing we have that you definitely don't, and most likely, never will. Lu Zhe raised his head again and glanced at the students before him. That is, in this class, all 55 students are brothers and sisters to each other, and every one of them is also my son or daughter. When bullied outside, having toys snatched, skirts flipped, or braids pulled, once the family finds out, they'll surely demand justice. Blood seemed to ignite with passion as Lu Zhe raised his voice to deliver this final line. Something unprecedented instantly infected every student in class 13. This thing's name was extraordinarily simple, just 4 words, actually. Shelter from the storm. They're making you apologize to Ji Fanmeng. I neither agree nor disagree. But now? Lu Zhe's voice rose, his indifferent expression brimming with murderous intent. I only want to hear one person's opinion. Just a dream. Facing some direction behind him, Lu Zhe called out in a soft voice. Soon after, the girl's pleasant voice came through. Teacher Lu. Lu Zhe turned his head. Right at that moment, he saw the newly risen morning sun illuminating the girl's face. She advanced slowly, walking toward them with a gentle and serene expression. She didn't even spare a single glance in Xiaoyang's direction. She just said softly to Lu Zhe, Mr. Lu, I already don't like him anymore. Chapter 50, You'll regret it when you stare at your belly during a drunken night. In the classroom, the damp autumn weather still couldn't completely wash away all the dust. Through the gap in the curtains, a beam of warm light streamed straight in from outside. Refracted by the dust particles, it formed a beautiful column of light. At this moment, Ji Fanming stood beneath the beam of light, her hair now cut short. Her face slightly flushed, she spoke in a calm voice. Teacher Lu, I don't like him anymore. Lu Zhe remained silent, simply watching her quietly. At the instant Xiaoyang heard these words, brilliance faded rapidly from his eyes, darkness overtaking their light. Until at last, every last glimmer was extinguished. Ji Fanming sniffled slightly, then raised her gaze to meet Xiaoyang's. The gaze no longer held the sorrow and melancholy from before, but instead revealed profound serenity and the tranquility of acceptance. It was like watching a complete stranger standing across the street, or like catching just a glimpse of an ordinary youth passing by before deliberately looking away. Ji Fanming remained silent, merely raising an arm. She gave Xiaoyang a slight wave, a silent language, like saying goodbye. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Xiaoyang finally raised his head, looking at Ji Fanming with eyes full of remorse as he spoke. The girl didn't show much emotional reaction to these words. She simply smiled faintly and shook her head slightly. No need, you've done nothing to wrong me. Well, I've given it careful thought actually, I should thank you. The girl spoke in a soft voice, then tilted her head to glance at Lu Zhe. Don't you think so, Teacher Lu? Lu Zhe gave a slight nod, his eyes narrowing gently. Thank you for not letting me, well, as Teacher Lu said, in the best years of my life, sink deeper step by step. So, I will have a very, very good future. The girl spoke slowly, not as if expressing her heart, but like telling a story from long ago. But you're different. Another shake of the head. Perhaps right now you feel like a weight has been lifted from your chest, finally free from a nightmare. Or as if you've resolved something that's been troubling you. But that's not actually the case. Ji Fanming took 2 steps forward, coming to stand before Xiaoyang. She raised her head, her eyes shining brightly as they fixed firmly on Xiaoyang. These past few years, you must have been living happily and carefree, loving when you wanted, leaving when you grew tired, ignoring feelings, leaving no traces. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your choice. But, Ji Fanming slightly raised her voice. Many years later, perhaps 5, 8, 10, or 20. Perhaps on a scorching summer afternoon, or perhaps on a drunken night. At that time, Ji Fanming brushed aside her newly cut short hair, her gaze drifting toward the window where the cicadas had long since ceased their song. You must be thinking about it now. Thinking about how there was once a girl who used up all her strength to love you, yet all you gave her in return was blame and betrayal. Ji Fanming spoke these words as she walked step by step toward the rightmost windowsill in the classroom. From there, one could see the autumn flowers that hadn't yet withered, and it was naturally the sunniest spot in the room. After tilting his head in thought for quite a while, he continued speaking. Do you know how you'll feel at that moment? Hearing the girl's pointed question, Xiaoyang twitched his lips. Words formed at the edge of his tongue yet refused to be spoken. You'll find out soon enough. Ji Fanmeng's voice carried a distant tone. Back then, all you'd do was stare at your ever-growing belly with profound regret. And in some drunken moment when you were nearly blackout drunk, you'd slap yourself hard across the face. Then, Ji Fanming turned around and gave Xiaoyang a thorough once-over with her eyes, muttering another silent curse at herself. Bastard! The classroom was completely silent. The girl speaking in that calm tone hadn't done anything particularly pointed, yet the boy named Xiaoyang felt as if he'd already lived through half a lifetime of despondent. This tenderness is truly like a blade. This feeling is beyond words. So, you really don't need to apologize to me. The girl spoke again. Only this time, her gaze returned to the flower beds outside the window. What you should truly apologize for is the person you've become. The one who really needs to say sorry. Ji Fanming's voice trailed off. It was in this year, at 17. I was the one who didn't know how to cherish. This was the final sentence. After Ji Fanming finished speaking, she raised her head and fixed her gaze intently on a swirling leaf being tossed by the wind in the sky. He watched it spin several circles in the air, watched until it finally landed safely. Only then did he slowly raise his right hand and wave it a few times behind him. Xiao Yang understood the girl's meaning. After standing silently on the ground for a long time, he finally chose to lower his head and leave. Each step forward was heavy, weighed down with uncertainty. Not a single person in class 13 moved to stop him. They had all understood Ji Fanming's words perfectly well, and they knew that years later, when regret came flashing back in some fleeting moment, it would be his most fitting punishment. The girl kept waving her hand like that, all the way until Xiao Yang walked out of the classroom and moved down the hallway, until the sound of footsteps grew fainter, and his figure completely vanished from sight. This time, it was truly goodbye. Goodbye forever. After a long while, the students of class 13 began slowly returning to their seats. Lu Zhe also rose from his stool. Moving with light steps, he approached Ji Fanming from behind. He raised his right index finger and gently tapped her shoulder. Are you okay? The girl didn't answer, just gradually lowered her still waving arm. His left hand swiftly rose before his cheek, then quickly dropped again. Only then did she slowly turn around. She flashed Lu Zhe a smile brimming with youthful radiance. After covering her mouth and giggling for quite a while, she finally spoke up. Teacher Lu, I used to think Xiao Yang was quite handsome, but today I realized, compared to you, he's completely blown out of the water. Ha! Hearing the girl suddenly say these words, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he finally burst into laughter with a pfft, tilting his head to flick Ji Fanming lightly on the forehead. Not bad. Looks like the 6 walnuts did the trick. You haven't stayed blind all this time. After hearing this inside joke, one that only she and Lu Zhe could understand, the girl clutched her stomach, squatting on the ground as laughter immediately bent her double. Outside the window, the breeze was light and the clouds pale. In the girl's heart, it was as if hymns were being sung. She told herself, I'm so happy, I haven't been this joyful in over a year. We were incredibly fortunate to meet Teacher Lu, and I never imagined that in just these fleeting few dozen days, I could still laugh this much again. How fortunate I am, my youth. After weathering some twists and turns, I've finally reached safe harbor once more. The road ahead lies clear. I have no regrets. November 13th. The weather was clear, without any rain. I had a vivid dream, and woke from it in an instant. The days to come. No past remains. Only forward. Chapter 51, Lu Chen, the teacher will perform a magic trick for you tonight and treat you to watch the Avengers. 8:52 a.m. Only 20 minutes had passed since Xiao Yang entered the classroom of class 23, grade 12. All the careful groundwork laid in designs planned over the past few days, everyone's dedicated performances. At last, a smile reappeared on Ji Fanming's face. The perfect curtain call. The director, lead actors, and extras all returned to their seats. Music supervisor Wu Naiwen also sauntered into the classroom with his guitar on his back. He had just peeked out from behind the door when he looked up and saw Lu Zhe standing at the front of the podium. With a triumphant expression, he bounced right up to Lu Zhe. Professor Lu, how was that just now? Standing taller, Lu Zhe glanced at him without much interest. Oh, those 2 songs just now? Wu Naiwen nodded vigorously. I didn't really listen to the second one, Lu Zhe muttered under his breath. But as for the first song, Wu Naiwen's anticipation instantly soared. The song Good Days was sung very well. Heh. Wu Naiwen scratched his head with raised hands, instantly bursting with joy. But don't you dare sing next time, Lu Zhe said while nudging his chin toward Wu Naiwen's seat. The guitar-toting boy froze instantly. With a subdued "oh," he slowly shuffled away from the podium. So, does this count as praise? If it's intended as praise, then why won't they let me sing anymore? Professor Lu's thoughts really are hard to figure out. Inside the classroom, everyone had returned to their seats, except for Lu Chen, who was still standing outside the door, dumbfounded from the shock of being abruptly removed earlier. Lu Zhe glanced at his watch and swept his gaze over the students below. Without a word, he turned and strode toward the classroom door. The students watched his movements, confusion spreading across their faces. The next class was supposed to be Teacher Lu's Chinese literature lesson. Why does he have to go out again? Watching Lu Zhe's steady, moving steps, the students suddenly remembered something. Right, how could I have forgotten this affair? That rain-drenched afternoon just 2 days prior. Professor Lu had personally informed them after discarding his work credentials and roster. From this very moment onward, he won't be teaching class 13 anymore. He's always been a man of his word. Phew! Someone in the classroom suddenly let out a long sigh. This only made the abruptly silent atmosphere grow even more oppressive. Lu Zhe didn't respond at all, merely placing his hand on the doorknob as he prepared to leave. Professor Lu, A faint yet clearly pre-summoned voice suddenly resonated through the classroom. Lu Zhe paused his steps, then turned towards his classmates. They turned their heads together, looking toward the source of the sound. Moments later, a boy in school uniform named Su Fei slouched lazily to his feet. This usually hot-tempered, loose-lipped student once again became the spokesperson for everyone, voicing the question they all wanted to ask. Are you really not going to take us with you? Lu Zhe's hand on the doorknob paused for a moment, but after a few seconds, he still forcefully pulled open the classroom door. Then, walking against the suddenly released sunlight, he stepped into the corridor. The footsteps, somewhat hurried. The back figure, somewhat resolute. It seems, no matter how hard we tried to make amends, in the end, we still couldn't change his mind. This was almost the sentiment of every student in class 13. The atmosphere had finally hit rock bottom at this moment. Many boys hung their heads in silence. Several girls who were usually emotionally sensitive even began quietly shedding tears. Meanwhile, more people turned their pleading gazes toward Song Yu and Zhao Li. One was their long-trusted class monitor. The other had been the mastermind and chief director of all plans during these past few days. Yet, faced with so many pairs of expectant eyes, the two young men could only shake their heads in silence. What needed to be done had already been done. As for the rest, they were truly powerless to change anything. Some always say that after the sunshine comes a rainbow, but for the students of class 13 at this moment, after the sunshine, what they saw wasn't a rainbow, but rather a sudden downpour, devouring all their triumphs, joys, and satisfaction. Without a sound, without a trace, the classroom atmosphere had nearly frozen solid. Yet outside the classroom, Lu Chen remained blissfully unaware of what had transpired. He leaned lazily against the wall, basking in the sunlight while pondering recent events. The moment he saw Lu Zhe emerge, his eyes suddenly widened. He took a leap forward. He stared intently at Lu Zhe. Professor Lu, what exactly just happened? You just threw me out like that. Looks like the young man wants an explanation. Lu's, of course, didn't respond. He merely glanced at his wristwatch again before asking leisurely, has it been nearly 10 minutes since we stepped out? Lu Chen froze for a moment, then nodded. Still haven't figured it out after 10 minutes? Lu Chen blinked his large eyes, filled with confusion. This teacher Lu, what on earth does he mean? It's nothing. Lu Zhe spoke while raising his hand to pat Lu Chen on the shoulder. If you can't figure it out, then don't dwell on it. Don't overthink it. Oh, right. Lu Zhe suddenly raised his tone. Have you seen the Avengers? Ha? What? What league? Lu Chen's mind couldn't keep up with Lu Zhe's hurdle-jumping train of thought. Oh, it hasn't been released yet, my mistake. Lu Zhe raised his hand and patted his head, muttering softly under his breath. Then, with a kind expression, he turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. It's fine if you haven't seen it before. He slightly increased the pressure of his touch. His speaking tone was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Wait until tonight, teacher. Let me show you a magic trick. With those words, Lu Zhe turned and walked away, leaving Lu Chen standing dumbfounded in the sunlight. The last words Lu Zhe spoke lingered in his ears. Then you'll be able to see it. Magic tricks. Lu Chen scratched his head again. That's my line. Watching Lu Zhe's gradually disappearing figure, Lu Chen was utterly bewildered. His mind kept replaying those 5 words Lu Zhe had just spoken. The Avengers? At that very moment, the classroom door suddenly burst open. Lu Chen looked up and saw Lu Shufei, who was about to go out to use the restroom. He grabbed his sleeve in one swift motion. Hey, Lao Lu, what's this Avengers thing? Lu Shufei hitched up his pants and shot him a glare. Still on about revenge, huh? Looks like you haven't had enough punishment from Teacher Lu yet. With these words, he dashed toward the restroom in a slightly odd posture, leaving Lu Chen with an even more bewildered expression. Time crept slowly forward. After about 4 or 5 minutes had passed, when Lu Chen glanced toward the stairwell once more, he suddenly noticed Lu Zhe approaching, holding a book in his right hand and a thermos in his left, strolling leisurely toward class 13. Just as he was about to approach, he saw Lu Zhe wave at him, signaling him to enter the classroom first. Got it. Lu Chen felt a surge of frustration in his heart. It seemed he wouldn't get an answer now. He would have to wait until evening. The two of them walked into the classroom one after the other just like that. Lu Zhe waited until Lu Chen had properly settled into his seat, then raised his hand and closed the door. Then, under the suddenly brightened gazes of his classmates, he walked up to the lectern. After placing the items in his hands firmly on the lectern, he lifted his head and carefully scanned each of the 55 faces in class 23, grade 11. Then he lowered his head and took a piece of chalk from the box on the table. He snapped it in half from the middle. Turning around, he wrote 2 large characters in beautiful running script on the perfectly clean blackboard. Lu Zhe. When he turned back again, Lu Zhe took a deep breath. He cleared his throat. Then he flashed an exceptionally warm and sincere smile at the students below. Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Zhe. Starting today, I will be your head teacher. Silence, still silence.
This sudden turn of events left Class 13 students momentarily stunned, but such silence lasted only for a few seconds. Then came a perfectly synchronized outburst from the students, powerful enough to shake the entire school building. "Oh, yeah!" The simplest, most direct expression comes from the deepest fervor of the heart. Belongs to youth. Most genuine, most carefree, and most exhilarating. Joy and cheers. Chapter 52. Work for me, earn money to study, don't waste the hardships you've endured. In the classroom, the students of Class 13, finally relieved of a burden, were celebrating wildly. Some stood on stools, waving their arms and shouting, while others pounded desks wildly, yelling at the top of their lungs. Some even stripped off their school uniforms, waving them in the air as they dashed wildly down the hallway. Students celebrated Lu Zhe's return in their own unique way. Having cast aside all else, they immersed themselves in that wonderful feeling known as finding what was lost. Amid the jubilant and fervent atmosphere, none seemed to notice. In the classroom's fourth row, by the window seat, a youth utterly dissonant with this festive atmosphere. Watching his euphoric classmates who seemed ready to take flight, his smile appeared heavy and strained. A towering stack of books obscured his indistinct facial expression. But in that fleeting moment, their gaze revealed something that made one feel a profound envy and lingering reluctance. The class ended at the 45th minute. After class, small groups of students gathered excitedly. They chatted about the events that had unfolded wave after wave that morning. From within the crowd, bursts of exceptionally cheerful laughter erupted from time to time. And this time, again, no one noticed. The boy named Songyu, who had demonstrated composure and wisdom far beyond his years in the past few days. With a sorrowful yet utterly calm expression, he left his seat and walked down the aisle. Skirting around the crowd gathered at the front of the classroom, he slowly made his way to the door. Silent all the way, moving forward step by step. Finally, just before leaving the classroom, he stopped in his tracks, half his body already out the door while the other half remained inside. With his hand on the doorknob, he looked up. Glancing toward the back of the classroom, his gaze fell on Xinhuan, who was covering her mouth while giggling with her best friend. But it was just a glance, and then the eyelids quickly lowered again. No one noticed, nor did he want anyone to notice. After completing this motion, he didn't hesitate any longer, immediately striding toward the third-floor corner in the direction of the faculty office. Young love, blooming with admiration. The most ordinary thing. But some people are destined to be unworthy of touching it, nor dare to touch it. Songyu is, and always has been, the teacher's office. Lu Zhe, his throat parched from lecturing, unscrewed his water bottle and took a sip. He was just about to tend to the orchid that Xinhuan had damaged. Then he heard the door creak open. Turning his head, he saw Songyu standing at the door with a calm expression, looking at him with composed eyes. Without a second thought, Lu Zhe waved at Songyu. "Come quick, I was just looking for a student to help out." Songyu nodded and quickly walked over. "Help me carry this potted plant outside later." That little Xinhuan, what a character. Lu Zhe grinned while complaining, fiddled with the flower stems for a moment, then turned around and patted Songyu's shoulder. "What's up? Need something from me?" Songyu returned Lu Zhe's smile and gave a slight nod. "Sit and talk." Lu Zhe dragged a stool over from the side and placed it in front of himself. After plopping down onto the office chair with a smile directed at Songyu, he waited for him to speak. His gaze fell on the stool positioned before Lu Zhe. Songyu thought for a moment, then made a move Lu Zhe hadn't anticipated. He lowered his head and shifted the chair slightly to the right. That direction led to an opaque partition between two office desks. "What do you mean?" Lu Zhe slightly furrowed his brows as the thought crossed his mind. But the next second, when Songyu sat down, he instantly understood why the guy had made that adjustment. Because, the position where he had repositioned the chair happened to align perfectly with the partition panel. And sitting this way, the partition panel completely concealed his feet from view. Lu Zhe's observational skills had always been sharp, so he hadn't forgotten the moment Songyu walked through the classroom door. On his feet was a pair of cloth shoes that looked somewhat aged. The outer sides bore some peeling and cracks. Connecting these two facts, Lu Zhe immediately felt his heart drop. A bad premonition instantly arose. "Professor Lu, coming today." The boy's tone carried some solemnity as he lowered his head and rubbed his fingers together, as if preparing himself mentally. After what felt like an eternity, they finally raised their head again. Taking a deep breath, they gazed calmly at Lu Zhe and spoke. "I wanted to discuss dropping out." With that thud sound, Lu Zhe's heart instantly sank to the depths. His speculation was confirmed. Without immediately responding to Songyu, Lu Zhe picked up his glass and took a sip of water. He bowed his head and thought for a while, steadying his emotions. Finally, he looked up at Songyu. "You've always been a top student, haven't you?" Unexpectedly, Lu Zhe suddenly asked such a question. Songyu was momentarily stunned, then nodded slowly. "But I always felt I probably wouldn't be able to finish high school, so I forced myself not to stand out in every exam." "Am I right about that?" Songyu still didn't deny it.
Can't hold on anymore? These were the third words uttered by Lu Zhe. They were also the words that made Song Yu laugh bitterly for a long time after hearing them. The boy gazed quietly at Lu Zhe, perhaps stirred by the question Lu Zhe had just asked. His eyes drifted to the window as he thought for a moment before finally speaking. Professor Lu, I've walked a long road, endured far too much bitterness. Though only 17, the tone in which he uttered these words carried the weight of 71 years' worth of hardship, saturated with the weariness of a life already weathered by struggle. From our little mountain village called Fengquan, step by step I made my way to the county town, and then carrying my bedding on my back, I came to Rongcheng. This journey, the storms were too fierce, it feels like I've lived through a dream. Lu Zhe didn't speak, just gently rubbed the rim of his teacup with his fingers, quietly listening as the boy continued. My father passed away many years ago, and when I was 10, my mother chose to flee from that mountain village too. I relied on my grandfather for many years, with tuition money coming from selling sweet potatoes and making bamboo crafts. Oftentimes, I had to knock door to door begging for loans even the day before school started. The boy's voice grew increasingly heavy. Principles and dignity, they mean nothing compared to getting an education and having enough to eat. I enjoy reading books and have heard many grand sayings about carps leaping over the dragon gate and pheasants transforming into phoenixes, but, in the face of reality, in the face of poverty, it's really hard to hold on to hope for the future. Mr. Lu, the boy smiled as he looked at Lu Zhe, like a weathered old man. A few days ago, my grandfather fell ill, gravely ill. I'm his only family, and now, the final straw has finally landed. The boy smiled, then raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye. So, Professor Lu, I have to earn money. To earn money, I have to drop out of school. Today, the boy's voice grew fainter as he spoke, until by the end it was barely audible. Throw out the question, then fall silent and wait for an answer. In the office, only the teacher and student remained. They sat facing each other with bowed heads. A long, long time passed. Until the very end, Lu Zhe, who had pondered many things, finally raised his head again. He shot Song Yu a determined look. Let's continue studying. As he spoke, Lu Zhe stood up and firmly clapped the young man on the shoulder. While taking a break from studying, help me with work to earn some money. The boy's head jerked up instantly. He looked at Lu Zhe with a puzzled expression. Why, Professor Lu? Lu Zhe smiled. He raised his hand and gently patted the boy's head twice. There's no particular reason why. It's just, I don't want you to waste all the hardships you've endured. Trust me. Keep studying throughout this life, and you'll make it worth your while. Chapter 53, Teacher Lu, you must be single if you use your own birthday as a password. Song Yu sat on the stool in a daze. After a long while, she finally nodded with tears glistening in her eyes. He didn't ask Lu Zhe what kind of work he wanted him to do, but what he knew was this: since Lu Zhe had promised, he would surely handle everything properly. Just as bringing him hope in desperate situations, or throughout this entire conversation today, he was always trying his best to shield his self-respect. Actually, during the early days when Lu Zhe first joined Class 13, Song Yu's impression of him was that he was like a firecracker ready to ignite at the slightest touch. Immature, impulsive, irrational. But through these days of being entwined with him, observing Lu Zhe's meticulous actions closely, he completely overturned his initial impression. Professor Lu, Beneath his rough and tumble exterior lay an uncommon delicacy rare among male teachers, and within his blunt fierceness shone warmth everywhere. In short, very unique. Deal. Lu Zhe turned around and walked to the desk, fumbled in the drawer for a while, and then pulled out two items one after another. Then he glanced at Song Yu and handed over the first item. Take a look. Song Yu took it over and at first glance saw a very familiar report card. Talk about your thoughts. Teacher Lu. Song Yu felt somewhat embarrassed. Don't give me any of that nonsense here. You're working for me now, and I pay by quality. Lu Zhe seemed to have guessed what Song Yu wanted to say and teased him with a remark. Then, Professor Lu, shall I speak frankly? Lu Zhe nodded, watching as Song Yu's gaze scanned line by line down the report card. The overall performance of Class 13, well, it's indeed quite poor. Look at Teacher Lu. Last semester's final exam had a perfect score of 1050, and our class average was 345. And if we look at the score distribution, that is, 7 students scored below 350, 43 fell in the 300 to 350 range, and there were 5 in the 350 to 400 range. Song Yu's voice grew progressively quieter as he spoke. After a long pause, he scratched his head and added somewhat awkwardly. It's actually quite balanced, Professor Lu. Hearing Song Yu's carefully weighed analysis, Lu Zhe couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh yes, very balanced indeed. What else? With a woebegone expression, Song Yu kept staring at his report card, scratching his head for what felt like ages before finally giving up. Placing the transcript on his lap, he looked at Lu Zhe with a troubled expression. Mr. Liu, you couldn't possibly be asking me to figure out how to help everyone improve their grades, right? Combining the fact that Liu Zhe had him look at the transcript, Song Yu seemed to understand what Liu Zhe meant by working. In an instant, he felt utterly wretched. Even the thought of dropping out of school, which had just been suppressed, began to stir again. No, Liu Zhe took a sip of tea and waved his hand dismissively, raised his finger to point at the report card placed on Song Yu's lap. How about checking Qin Wan's grades? Song Yu froze momentarily upon hearing this. His previously woeful expression now turned utterly resigned. Instead of pulling out the report card, he buried his fingers in his hair. Average scores below 40 in language and math, under 30 in politics and history, barely 20 across all 3 science subjects. Bottom of the class, bottom of the grade, these grades literally can't get any worse. Professor Liu, you aren't thinking of having me tutor her, are you? Song Yu suddenly raised his head, staring at Liu Zhe with undisguised astonishment. Liu Zhe simply grinned and nodded. Considering how well you know Qin Wan, being able to recite her grades without even looking, fine, you can be her tutor. Song Yu was stunned. He stared blankly at Liu Zhe for a long while, his facial expression rapidly cycling through changes. In the end, he completely capitulated. In a tone that held both hesitation and a tinge of pleading, he addressed Liu Zhe. Liu, Teacher Liu, perhaps I can still set aside time each day to tutor everyone together. What do you think? Once again, Liu Zhe couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He stood up, teacup in hand, and walked toward the water dispenser. No, just tutor her. Tutoring the whole class is too much work. The teacher should still consider your health condition. Song Yu was completely speechless. Yet, a faint hint of mischievous joy gradually surfaced from somewhere deep within his heart. Then, Teacher Liu, if there's nothing else, I'll head to the classroom first. In the end, it was Song Yu who gritted his teeth and accepted the heavy responsibility, standing up to speak towards Liu Zhe's direction. Fine, go ahead. Liu Zhe waved his hand, pouring out a bit of the water he had filled a tad too much. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Song Yu paused at the doorway. Liu Zhe approached the table, set down the teacup, then picked up the second item that had been placed there earlier. He walked over to Song Yu and handed him the bank card he was holding. Here, this is your semester's salary advance payment for you. Take the afternoon off and get to the hospital quickly. The password is my birthday. Song Yu didn't reach out to take it, just lifted his head, his mouth opening slightly but no words came out. Stop dawdling. We had a gentleman's agreement, this is your pay. Now take it and scram. Liu Zhe said with feigned nonchalance. No, that's not. Professor Liu, what I meant was, when is your birthday? I actually don't know. And also, Professor Liu. Song Yu mumbled these words while taking the card from Liu Zhe's hand, already edging one foot out the door. It's my first time seeing a man use his birthday as a bank card password. You must be single, right? After saying this, Song Yu immediately turned and ran. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe stood frozen for a long moment before finally chuckling quietly under his breath and muttering a curse as he watched the young man's retreating figure vanish like the wind. That little bastard actually dares to mock me now. During the big break period, there were 20 minutes to spare. After finishing Chinese literature class in classroom 15 of grade 11, Liu Zhe noticed classmates rushing downstairs in groups. With a puzzled expression, he casually grabbed a passing class 13 boy running past him. What's the hurry? The boy scratched his head sheepishly and glanced at Liu Zhe. Professor Liu, we heard there's a new pretty teacher. They're setting up some welcome thing at the sports field. We were just gonna check it out. Oh. Liu Zhe released the boy's arm, pursed his lips, and continued walking forward. After just a few steps, she spotted Lu Chen leaning casually against the railing by classroom 13's entrance, leisurely sipping his drink while presenting her with a carefree back view. Liu Zhe walked over quietly and stood behind him, changing his tone. Everyone's gone to see the beauty, why aren't you going? The boy who failed to recognize Liu Zhe's voice raised his hand, his words dripping with tsundere pride. Do I need to look at beautiful women? Aren't they the ones looking at me? Isn't that right? As he spoke, the boy turned around with a beaming smile. The moment he looked up, that smile froze stiff on his face. Ha! Liu Zhe didn't say a word, just reached out and gave a hard squeeze to Lu Chen's drink bottle. With a splash, the dark carbonated liquid inside instantly sprayed all over Lu Chen's face. Damn it, still not learning your lesson. Liu Zhe cursed with a laugh, then strode over to the hallway window of classroom 13. Taking a glance inside, I spotted the position in the third row from the back. Song Yu was resting his head on one hand while writing something in a notebook with a pen. Qin Wan had both hands folded on the desk, her chin resting atop them. With a serious expression, she would occasionally tilt her head slightly, stealing a shy glance at Song Yu with a somewhat timid smile. The scene was as tranquil as water, as pure as snow. Liu Zhe stood there watching with a smile, not leaving. Until it seemed, he had traveled back many years in time. Until suddenly, this scene appeared before his eyes. That autumn, time moved slowly.
The setting sun cast shadows through the curtains, while a gentle breeze swept up fallen leaves.
The boy sat solemnly beside his books.
The girl lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red.
Day after day. A year. And another year. Chapter 54, Shinsho, filming again?
For present-day Luze, the campus wasn't merely a place for work and daily life.
In a certain sense,
it was also a place that easily stirred up memories. In everyone's eyes, he was just a newly graduated teacher who hadn't been out of campus for too long. But only he knew that the soul within this body had spent a full 35 years in the same world, following a completely different path.
A rather uneventful, utterly mundane 35 years. Just as Ji Fanming had mentioned before.
He had also stared at his slightly protruding belly late one night, lost in memories. Back then, he had never imagined that one day he would reset in such a peculiar way.
How the deep night suddenly recalls youthful dreams.
Watching two bodies gradually draw closer in the classroom, Luze smiled.
Laughing so joyously, yet so quietly. Around him, students continued their endless, boisterous running. Luze stood by the window for a while before turning away. He waved towards Lu Chen, who was leaning against the railing wiping his face with a tissue. Come here.
Lu Chen paused for a moment, took 2 steps forward, and tossed his barely touched coke into the trash. Only then did he slowly make his way towards Luze. This time, Luze didn't give him any trouble. He merely threw an arm around his shoulders and pointed in the direction of the sports field.
Let's go. Check out the beauty. Lu Chen instinctively leaned to the side.
But with Luze's arm tightly around him, he had no choice but to follow his lead downstairs.
Athletic field, number 23 high school.
The platform was crowded with people, all looking in the same direction.
In the empty space at the center, there, an unprecedented performance was unfolding before everyone's eyes.
A group of students formed a large circle, holding hands and standing perfectly still.
In the center of the circle stood a young female teacher.
She wore a luxurious deep purple trench coat, standing about 1.7 meters tall, with her hair neatly tied into a ponytail. She stood gracefully among the students, completely oblivious to the surrounding onlookers.
With her hands cupped around her mouth like a megaphone, calling out 1, 2, 3, in a pleasant voice.
Then you'd see the group of students begin to gather around her in a circular formation, only to orderly disperse when she shouted another command.
Teacher Lu, what are they doing?
Having just arrived at the playground with Luze, Lu Chen watched the scene and asked with some bewilderment.
Icebreaker game.
Luze's gaze fell on the female teacher standing at the center of the playground as he casually responded.
Icebreaker game. Lu Chen didn't understand the meaning of this phrase.
He turned his head again, about to ask Luz one more question, but the Luz who appeared before him now seemed slightly different from the one he'd seen before. He couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what was different, yet something could be vaguely discerned from Luz's demeanor, expression, and gaze as he looked toward the sports field.
As for the specific interpretation, probably, talent for being a scumbag. Professor Lu? Lu Chen raised his voice and called out.
Icebreaker games are something new teachers can do when they first arrive, to get familiar with the students and build relationships.
Oh, I see. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then why didn't I see you do any icebreaker when you came? I did break the ice. Luze finally turned his head to glance at Lu Chen.
It's just that the ice in our class 13 is a bit thicker, not so easy to break. Lu Chen curled his lips and tilted his head again to look at Luze, whose gaze had already returned to the playground.
Hey, why didn't teachers in the past have all these icebreaking games back then?
It was originally a muttered remark to himself. Unexpectedly, Luze proactively picked up the conversation thread, saying something that instantly left the young man scratching his head in confusion. Because, our teacher places great emphasis on this point, so we always treat icebreaking as the first lesson of the semester. As he spoke, he patted Lu Chen's shoulder, launching into speech again before the other could fully process what had just been said.
Come on, give us your thoughts on the new beautiful teacher.
Upon hearing this topic, Lu Chen immediately became interested, rubbed his hands together, and chuckled twice with a grin.
Just about to speak.
Then he received a light flick on the neck from Luze.
Too vulgar, disqualified. No commenting allowed.
After saying this, she paid no attention to Lu Chen's stunned expression on the spot, lifting her leg to walk toward the opposite end of the stands. On the sports field, everyone was intently watching what the beautiful teacher and her students were doing.
No one noticed in the highest corner of the stands.
A middle-aged man with shifty eyes was carefully holding up his phone to record something below with intense focus.
Perhaps because he was too engrossed in recording, he didn't react at all when Luze approached him from behind.
It wasn't until Luze lifted his foot and gave the man's calf a light kick. Only then did the man turn around in a flustered panic, his face also showing traces of anger. Coming face to face, Luze greeted him with what seemed like friendly words.
Shinsho, filming again?
The male teacher named Shinsho flared up at these words, but mindful of the students around them, he shot Luze a fierce glare. He lowered his voice and said, "Young man, I'd advise you to show some proper respect." Luze curled his lips and responded with a smirk.
How am I being disrespectful? We're both teachers, not superior and subordinate. Calling you by name shouldn't be an issue. You're standing there recording with your phone, so what's wrong with me saying you're filming? Chinsho was left speechless by Lu Ze's explanation. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and turned to leave, but he had barely taken a step forward when Lu Ze suddenly stretched out an arm to block his way. Turning his head, he saw the other's face brimming with mocking amusement. Give me the phone. What do you want? Delete the video. You're meddling in too much, Chinsho declared with righteous indignation. Lu Ze wasn't angry, he just patted his shoulder with profound seriousness. You can keep it, but here's a piece of advice. Never show this to anyone, and make sure she never finds out about it. Chinsho looked utterly bewildered. I have a good temper, but she's different. Lu Ze chuckled as he spoke, tilting his head slightly and pursing his lips in the direction of the beautiful teacher. Then he turned his head and whispered something into Chinsho's ear in a very low voice. If she finds out you're using these things to stir up trouble, trust me, she'll beat you to death. The fury in Chinsho's eyes flared up once more, but it was immediately extinguished by Lu Ze's next words. She's trained black belt in Taekwondo, 4 layers of stacked wooden boards. Thud! An onomatopoeic sound suddenly escaped Lu Ze's lips, startling Chinsho into a jolt. Kicked through in an instant. After speaking, he didn't linger any longer and leisurely descended from the stands. It was nearing noon, and the breeze under the sunlight blew gently, bringing a slight sense of comfort. Lu Ze walked down the stands step by step, stopping at the railing that connected to the playground at the bottom. Casually pulling a stalk from a nearby clump of green bristlegrass, he lightly bit down and held it between his teeth. Leaning slightly against the railing, his body relaxed as he gazed leisurely at the playground in the distance, waiting for time to trickle away before his eyes. Waiting for the school bell to abruptly chime at any moment, waiting for the crowd to disperse once more, just as they had arrived. Waiting. The figure in crimson purple at the center of the playground halted their game and turned to look back. From the playground to the stands, 23 meters. At this moment, yet it felt as vast and insurmountable as an entire galaxy stretched between them. Chapter 55, the past rushes like tides, people flow like water, objects remain yet are no longer the same. Hi, Professor Lu. Old Lu, you're here to see the beauties too. He. Professor Lu, come quick, Xiao Bai brought her phone. Get lost. I didn't do it, Teacher Lu. By the bleachers, a few students from class 23 occasionally passed by. Whenever they spotted Lu Ze, they would cheerfully greet him. Lu Ze would also nod to them or chat a couple of words to tease them playfully. However, compared to usual, she was visibly distracted. The grass stem in his mouth had been chewed to bitterness, but he just pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lowering his head to light it. He chose to chase away the bitterness with the taste of smoke. Not far away, the crowd breaking the ice had just finished a game. A beautiful teacher in deep purple clothes smiled and told the students to rest for a while where they were. She tucked back the strands of hair that had fallen by her ears from the recent exercise. Then she turned her head towards Lu Ze. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ze, who had been facing the playground, immediately turned around. Casually pulling up the hood of his sweatshirt that was hanging behind him, he slipped it over his head. A cigarette was held between the fingers of their right hand while the left was tucked into a pants pocket. Their legs were crossed, the left foot lightly tapping the ground as they slightly bowed their head, expression carefully concealed. Around them, people continued to come and go. Lu Ze stood like a rock riddled with cracks, lingering persistently by this stretch of the Milky Way, unclaimed by the river's flow, untouched by a single splash. On the playground, the beautiful teacher who allowed her students free activity quickly walked over to her handbag placed aside. Slightly bending down, she unzipped it, rummaged briefly, and soon held a pink thermos cup in her hand. The cup looked somewhat adorably petite, perhaps because it had been used for quite some time. Parts of the bottle's surface had lost their paint, and the lid was slightly loose too. All in all, the cup didn't quite match her image, more or less, but she didn't seem to mind any of that. She unscrewed the bottle cap and took a small sip of water, her gaze wandering around as she drank. New environment, new school, everything felt somewhat novel to her on this first day of work. Her eyes continued to roam aimlessly until they landed on a white-clad figure in the distance. Suddenly, her drinking motion froze mid-air. Her previously calm eyes instantly rippled with waves of emotion. Without much thought, clutching the thermos in her hand, she quickly took 2 steps forward, wanting to see more clearly, and also, wanting to get a little closer. Yet after all, it was merely the distance of 2 steps. Ding ding ding, the class bell suddenly rang. The silhouette she had caught sight of also moved away from the railing at that moment, lowering its head and quickening its pace in the opposite direction. Teacher, should we start the next game now? Behind her, the class monitor asked softly. Oh, okay, now, let's continue. After adjusting her emotions, the beautiful teacher turned her head back, smiling at the students in the class, her voice slightly dry and hesitant. I must have seen it wrong, she told herself in her heart. Then she blended back into the group, and now, somewhere around the corner behind her, Leaning against the wall, Lu Zhe finally pulled down the cap on his head. He leaned back slightly, closed his eyes, and let out a neither long nor short sigh. She probably didn't see me. Definitely didn't see me. Lu Zhe thought to himself as he lowered his head and spat out the foxtail grass from his mouth, then turned and walked briskly toward the office. The Milky Way is composed of roughly 100 billion stars. No one can name them all, nor know how many light-years away they lie. The foxtail grass that Lu Zhe casually spat out, which swirled in the wind for a long time before finally landing, holds a lesser-known symbolism, a love that thrives despite hardship. Some things are best left in the past. Some people, once forgotten, should never be remembered again. That afternoon, Lu Zhe had no classes. After briefly discussing class matters with Zhao Li, he took some time to visit the university campus, that teacher's college nestled in the northwestern part of Chengdu, surrounded by the vibrant hustle and bustle of city life. Entering through the east gate, he walked past rows of straight street trees, then paused at the central square to gaze up at the sculpture named The Thinker. Later, he passed through Lover's Slope, the third cafeteria, and the football field where he had dashed countless times in the past. And so he walked on, until the sunset faded and the stars began to twinkle in twilight. The song kept echoing in my earphones all the way. A song by that band he once loved so much, perfectly matching his current situation. The sunlight shatters in familiar scenes, so quiet. How much past can one person carry? It's truly heavy. Mayday, time machine. Born anew, I finally boarded a time machine that existed only in fantasies. But what difference does it make? 8:40 p.m. Lu Zhe, who had just come out of school, went home to change his clothes, picked up something, and then returned near Rongqing number 23 Middle School, a neighborhood called Baohua Road, a slightly dim alleyway. After leaning against the wall and smoking 2 cigarettes in silence, he glanced at his watch. I mentally estimated the time, then at the very moment I heard that familiar voice. I lowered my head and fastened the Thanos mask in my hands onto my face. I stretched my arms and legs. Turning around, I strode step by step toward the alley entrance. Teacher Lu will never lose his credibility, no matter what happens, especially when it comes to his students, particularly certain students of his. Outside the alley, Lu Chen walked with his school bag casually slung over one shoulder, clutching his phone while cheerfully sending voice messages with a delighted smile. You can't slander my innocence like this. When have I ever treated you as a backup? I just don't want to be in a relationship right now. A few seconds later, the tone shifted, clearly someone else had taken over. Do you really think we're that compatible? But I genuinely have a girlfriend already. How about we just stay friends? The boy, chatting animatedly as usual, turned into the alleyway. Because I was immersed in my phone, I didn't notice the oppressive atmosphere ahead. Until suddenly, he bumped into something. Looking up, he saw a terrifying face. Damn it! Lu Chen startled with a jolt, shouting as his phone flew out of his hand. Lu Zhe stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lu Chen's neck and lightly squatting down, effortlessly bringing the young man to the ground. With one hand resting on the boy's stiff, frightened body, he gently patted his neck with the other. Then he deliberately spoke in a completely different tone, his voice low and serious. Have you seen the lioness roars? Lu Chen was momentarily stunned and didn't answer immediately. Then Lu Zhe lightly tickled him under the armpit. Instantly, laughter full of humiliation spread through the alleyway. Look, ha ha ha, seen, ha ha ha, bro, you. Seen it? Have you heard the spinach song from it? This time, Lu Chen didn't dare play dumb anymore and started nodding vigorously. Alright, give us a song. Lu Zhe gave another flick to Lu Chen's neck as he spoke. Then, a slightly trembling yet somewhat aggrieved male voice emerged in the alley. Come, I am a spinach, spin 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 spin. Come, I am a bamboo shoot, shoot 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 shoot. Stop right there. Lu Zhe listened for 2 lines before interrupting the boy. That's absolutely awful. Let me ask you something, what color are spinach and bamboo shoots? Lu Chen glanced up at the mask and replied softly. Green. Smart. Lu Zhe raised his hand and gave the boy a pat on the head. Change the song. Give me something like. But before he could finish speaking, a loud bang sounded from behind him. The next second, Lu Zhe felt an extremely violent impact on his shoulder. She murmured a soft ah, and was just about to turn her head. But in an instant, she froze in place, because she saw an object that had rolled to the ground. It was a pink thermos. Beneath the moonlight, it emitted a soft and pleasing glow. Above it, 2 cartoon figures were crudely carved with a key, one shallow and one deep, in crooked lines. Below, simple and somewhat childish words were written. Brothers A, Sister Xing. All emotions, at this moment, finally begin to pile up. Memories surge like tides, people flow like water. Things stay the same, yet nothing remains unchanged. Chapter 56, Lu Chen begins his lecture on reading subtle cues in love. In the darkness of night, Lu Zhe's hand remained resting on Lu Chen's neck. He squatted motionless on the ground, his expression hidden behind the mask he wore. Though frozen in fear, Lu Chen could feel everything with unsettling clarity. The warmth of their palm gradually cooled from its initial heat.
By the end, that hand even began to tremble slightly.
The atmosphere remained silent for several seconds, but then, it was shattered by a shout. Hands on your head, don't move. I've already called the police.
The girl's voice carried no panic, only composed authority with a touch of sternness.
Yet unexpectedly, this suspect who'd been spacing out in front of her didn't comply as instructed.
He simply rose slowly from the ground,
turning away in silence.
At the moment she assumed a sidekick stance, she slowly lifted the mask covering her face.
The foot poised to kick froze mid-air, then gradually withdrew.
Unlike her previous calm composure, the girl now stared at this all too familiar face before her.
After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke in a trembling voice. Lu Zhe?
The moment he heard that name, Lu Chen sprang up from the ground like a shot. Without even bothering to dust himself off, he took one giant stride and appeared right in front of Lu Zhe. After a careful inspection, her entire face instantly fell.
Lu, Professor Lu, how could it be you? Lu Zhe ignored him, reaching out to press a hand against his head and forcefully shoving him aside.
His gaze traversed the darkness, locking eyes with the girl.
It's me. You now? This is...
The girl frowned and pointed at Lu Chen beside her, her face full of confusion.
Lu Zhe let out a sigh.
Reaching out, she grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve where he stood nearby and yanked him forcefully in front of herself once more.
Just classmates fooling around, getting along pretty well, you know.
As she spoke, she gave Lu Chen a playful slap on the back of his neck.
Oh, why yeah, Teacher Lu said he'd perform a magic trick for me.
At this point, Lu Chen suddenly stopped speaking. He turned his head and stared at Lu Zhe with an expression of disbelief. No way, Professor Lu, no wonder you took me to watch the icebreaker games on the playground today.
I get it now.
The beautiful teacher was actually your magic prop all along.
Professor Lu, you're seriously impressive.
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen felt a chill brush past his ear. The next second, Lu Zhe's low-get lost reached his ears, and his entire body was once again yanked behind Lu Zhe.
Ha.
Lu Zhe scratched his head sheepishly.
That student loves fooling around.
The girl didn't show much emotion on her face, just lightly covered her mouth and chuckled.
Lu Zhe, why haven't you grown up at all?
In the darkness, Lu Zhe's smile gradually faded upon hearing these words.
He tilted his head slightly to glance at the ink-like darkness surrounding them.
His fingers gently stroked the mask in his hands for quite some time before he spoke in a low voice.
Actually, I did grow up.
The words were faint, barely able to pierce through the night veil separating the two. The girl seemed not to have heard those words, standing still for a few seconds. Then after taking 2 steps forward, she knelt down, picked up the fallen thermos and a few other items before putting them back into her bag.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Lu Zhe nodded without bidding farewell.
Just quietly listening to the sound of high heels tapping on the stone pavement, she lowered her head to glance at her own toes. The words that remained unspoken from start to finish were,
"It's been a long time, Luo Wanqing."
She simply stood there with her head bowed until the girl's voice drifted over again from the distance.
By the way, I suddenly want to ask you something.
Lu Zhe turned his head back.
So, have you done any icebreaker games?
A smile reappeared on his face as he was about to speak. The figure beside him seemed to respond reflexively upon hearing the words icebreaker game. They naturally picked up the conversation.
It broke.
Teacher Lu broke it on the first day. Several classmates lost all their living expenses because of it.
Facing Luo Wanqing's direction, Lu Chen stretched his neck and answered cheerfully. She didn't notice Professor Lu's expression gradually darkening behind her. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Luo Wanqing froze momentarily as she processed the information,
then suddenly burst into laughter.
"Little one, what's your name?"
Hearing the beautiful teacher ask him, Lu Chen quickly answered,
"Lu Chen." Then, "Student Lu, take care."
After speaking, Luo Wanqing waved goodbye to the two of them and turned to walk out of the alley entrance.
"Take care?"
Lu Chen murmured softly, slowly turning around as a look of bewilderment spread across his face while he gazed at Lu Zhe.
"Teacher Lu, why would the beautiful teacher tell me to take care? It sounds a bit strange."
Lu Zhe didn't look at him, his eyes darting toward the alley entrance several times.
"Wait a little longer. You'll find out soon enough."
"Wait for what?" "Wait until the moon is dark and the wind howls, until the streets empty of people." Lu Zhe spoke each word deliberately.
He raised his hand and snapped Thanos' mask back onto his face.
Then, within the blink of Lu Chen's startled realization, the boy was instantly pinned to the ground.
Moments later, the entire alley echoed with Lu Chen's agonized cries. "Ow!
Teacher Lu, it hurts.
Teacher Lu, I was wrong. Ah, don't tickle me, ah ha ha ha. Lu, Mr. Lu, ha 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 ha." The next day, it happened to be mid-November, a Friday.
Arriving early in the classroom, a somewhat groggy Lu Chen shared a bombshell piece of news with everyone. Mr. Lu knows the new beautiful teacher.
Not only that, there's some
inexplicable and indescribable relationship between them. After hearing this explosive news, the students gradually began to gather around Lu Chen.
But many people thought he was just chasing whispers and relying on hearsay. Bullshit. I'd believe you if you said they know each other, but claiming they have some relationship, what's your evidence? No way, Lu Chen. The new teacher has only been here for 1 day, and now you're saying she's somehow connected to Professor Lu? Truly, a scumbag sees scumbags everywhere, ugh. Like tides crashing against the shore, waves of skeptical voices immediately drowned Lu Chen. The guy didn't seem bothered at all, just casually checked his watch. Realizing class wouldn't start for a while yet, he suddenly grew intrigued. He raised his head to glance at the blackboard not far away, then stood up from his seat. With his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly paced to the podium. His gaze swept across the room below. Since you don't believe me, then today, Teacher Lu will give you all a lesson. Lesson topic. Lu Chen picked up the chalk eraser resting on the desk and slammed it down like a courtroom gavel. On reading the room in matters of love. Chapter 57, Lu Chen's 3 Principles of Dating Theory. Does Professor Lu fully qualify? Classroom of Grade 12 Class 13. The students, momentarily baffled by Lu Chen's sudden theatrical display, were left utterly bewildered. During their moment of stunned hesitation, Lu Chen suddenly leapt down from the lectern as if struck by inspiration. First, he grabbed a book from his seat and tucked it under his arm, then casually picked up his deskmate's insulated cup. He then quickly strode toward the classroom door. The next moment, just as the students were wondering what he was up to, the door creaked open with a squeak. The crowd, after 2 seconds of silence, suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. The reason for such a strong reaction was what they saw. Lu Chen had a book tucked under his left armpit, holding a thermos cup in his hand as if ready to throw a grenade. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he strode onto the podium with an utterly swaggering gait. This kid, who knows where he got his inspiration from, who knows where he learned the essence from, but he actually manages to mimic Lu Zhe's usual classroom demeanor so convincingly. The posture, the mannerisms, the expression, the movements. No wonder he's also surnamed Lu. The laughter continued, but Lu Chen remained unfazed. He paced onto the podium, tapped the desk twice with his book, unscrewed his thermos, and took a sip. He cleared his throat. Alright, class begins. Ha 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 ha. He mastered the essence of this phrase too, sparking another wave of laughter from the audience. Today, I'll tell you all about the art of reading emotions and love using Professor Lu and the beautiful teacher as examples. As we were speaking, someone from the audience suddenly shouted out of nowhere. Holy shit, Teacher Lu is here. In the blink of an eye before anyone could react, Lu Chen dove under the lectern. His body trembled slightly uncontrollably as he kept muttering under his breath. It's over, it's all over now. After stewing in his guilty conscience for what felt like ages, having braced himself to face his nightmare, the demonic man never showed up. All he heard instead was another round of roaring laughter from the classroom below the podium. Finally realizing he'd been pranked, Lu Chen crawled out from under the podium, his face flushed with humiliation. He snapped a piece of chalk in half and hurled it at a boy standing at the back of the classroom. Su Fei, damn you to hell! A furious shout erupted. That's enough. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Since you're all doubting me, today I'll analyze for you exactly why Professor Lu and the new beautiful teacher are involved. As he spoke, Lu Chen picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a sentence on the blackboard, decoding the 3 elements of romance, emotion, conversation, and tokens. With that written, he turned away with effortless grace. Alright, who can explain what this sentence means? This bastard is really getting into character. You've got 3 seconds, keep pretending and I'll report you immediately. The voice of justice representing the will of the people was heard. Lu Chen shrank his neck. Alright, you unruly bunch. Come here, let me personally show you how it's done. As he spoke, Lu Chen walked down from the podium. First, he walked in Qin Wan's direction, but the moment he caught sight of Song Yu's gaze, he immediately changed course and approached the girl named Xiao Bai. The instant their eyes met, his originally playful expression seamlessly shifted into one of sorrow and reluctance. His gaze swept over the girl's face briefly before turning away to the side. A wry smile flickered at the corner of his lips, then vanished swiftly. Finally, after releasing a soft outward breath, he turned to face Xiao Bai with a faint smile. His voice sounded slightly hoarse, as if straining to maintain the cheerful demeanor. How did you get here? Xiao Bai didn't say a word, looking utterly bewildered. Ha! Noticing their reaction, Lu Chen lowered his head to stare at the tip-toes of his shoes, hands stuffed in his pockets, while lightly scuffing the ground with his left toe. I shouldn't have asked you that, had no right to ask you that. The atmosphere, just like that, was dragged from mountaintop to valley bottom by their theatrical performance. This time, Xiao Bai finally spoke. Only it wasn't exactly cooperating with actor Lu's dramatic delivery. Are you out of your mind? What the hell are you doing? It was a phrase that could easily ruin the mood, but Lu Chen didn't break character. Yet the moment those words left the girl's mouth, his entire body stiffened briefly before forcing out a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Raising his head, no longer avoiding her gaze, he spoke words that tasted like pure bitterness. I should have expected it, you've forgotten most of it already. He took a step forward as he spoke. Casually grabbing the girl's wrist, he glanced at it before gently letting go. But if you've forgotten, then why are you still wearing the bracelet I gave you at graduation? With that, he turned around. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he walked toward the podium. Demonstration complete. Returning to his usual demeanor, Lu Chen snapped the students out of their dazed state. He raised his finger and pointed directly at Zhao Li. Class monitor, what kind of scene do you think that was just now? Zhao Li blurted out. Breakup? Chance encounter? Clever. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up, then turned around, his fingers slowly tracing over the words he had written on the blackboard. This is exactly why I'm so certain Teacher Lu and the beautiful teacher have a special connection. Based on my observations and interactions these past few days, the way Teacher Lu and the beautiful teacher interact perfectly matches the three essential elements of a romantic relationship. Lu Chen's fingers struck the blackboard with force. Let's talk about emotions first. Last night, Professor Lu and I coincidentally met a beautiful teacher near my place. At the moment they met, he only displayed two emotions. First, silence. Teacher Lu stood frozen in place for the longest time when he saw the beautiful female teacher. Second, dejection. Normally such a carefree person, yet his voice became soft and weak when speaking to that beautiful teacher. Have you ever seen an unconfident and gloomy Teacher Lu before? Lu Chen posed the question, then answered it himself. I've seen it. Let's talk about chatting instead. This makes it even simpler. Can anyone tell me how Teacher Lu usually greets other female teachers? Lu Chen glanced downward, and his gaze just happened to be caught by Lu Shufei. I've seen it before. When Teacher Lu greeted the math teacher from class 3, he said, Hey, Teacher Wang, you look beautiful today. That's right. Lu Chen affirmed with a nod. That's how opposite-sex teachers with a normal professional relationship greet each other. Do you know how they greeted each other last night? The students below all shook their heads. Lu Chen smiled. She also shook her head. They didn't greet each other at all. Didn't say hello? The person below frowned slightly. What does that mean? Do you know why I always refer to that female teacher as the beautiful teacher? Everyone shook their heads. Because. Lu Chen paused for a moment. Professor Lu never once addressed the female teacher by her name throughout the entire exchange. Come on, what does that prove? It's totally normal not to know her name since she just arrived on her first day. Someone raised objections from below. Oh, then how would you explain if I told you the beautiful teacher called out Teacher Lu's name the very first moment she saw him? The crowd fell silent. Lu Chen continued speaking. There are generally two situations when people don't address each other. One, as someone just mentioned, is when they don't know each other. Another kind. Lu Chen lowered his voice. It's because it's too familiar, or perhaps, too painful to mention. Some topics are forbidden zones, and some are just too painful to remember. Lu Chen stated the second element in a calm tone. After unscrewing his thermos and taking a sip of water, he continued speaking. The first two elements could only give me a general certainty, but what truly confirmed it? A faint smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he patted the thermos with his palm. It is. Chapter 58 What Lu Chen Wants to Do Project Broken Mirror? It is. Everyone held their breath as they watched Lu Chen standing on the podium gently tap the insulated cup before him. Everyone was guessing what he was about to say next. However, Lu Chen, who had become addicted to his acting, wasn't in a hurry to reveal the answer. He simply smiled and asked a question. Those of you who've been to Professor Lu's office, has anyone ever taken a close look at his thermos cup? Thermos cup? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, students who regularly visited Lu Zhe's office began furrowing their brows intently as they racked their brains. After a long pause, Wu Naiwen muttered under his breath. If I remember correctly, it should be a gray one, with a rather peculiar shape, like a baby bottle? Anything else? Lu Chen prompted. Nothing else? What more could there be? Hearing this, Lu Chen curled his lips and shook his head. Your observation lacks depth, and you have no curiosity whatsoever. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Ugh, Hearing Lu Chen speak about himself like this, Wu Naiwen made as if to rush forward, but he was yanked back by Zhao Li standing beside him. He said in a lowered voice, let him finish setting up, we'll beat him up later. Lu Chen didn't hear the two whispering conspiratorially below the stage. He just stood on the platform, bent down, and rotated the thermos cup so its other side faced the students. None of you have ever noticed this before. I suppose you wouldn't pay attention to it either. Because. Lu Chen gave a somewhat pretentious smile and slightly raised his voice. Only experts pay attention to details. Only geniuses remember the details of everything. With the trailing echo of this statement, Lu Chen slapped the table with one hand with a sharp bang. What followed was an exclamation that left the students stunned. Professor Lu and the beautiful teacher's cups. Couple ones. This piece of news certainly carried some weight, so much so that it took a good while before any of the 50-some students could process it. After a long silence, someone finally asked in a skeptical whisper, just because of the shape? That makes them a couple? Of course not. Lu Chen shook his head. So I said, the details. Lu Chen spoke while picking up his cup. I've been to Teacher Lu's office. Lu Chen paused to think, 4 times. Yes, 4 times. On 3 of those occasions, the side of Professor Lu's thermos facing me was always the same. But on the 4th time, I noticed a detail. Lu Chen's voice was incredibly engaging, and the students all pricked up their ears to listen intently. That time, when I was less than 2 meters from his desk, Professor Lu had originally stood up to look at me, but suddenly, as if he'd remembered something, he quickly turned around and somewhat flustered, spun the thermos cup around. After speaking at a slightly faster pace, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he looked down at the classroom. Do you know what details are hidden here? No one spoke up. Lu Chen continued. It's actually quite easy to spot, because he had such an unnatural posture and stiff movements. At that moment, I sensed something was definitely wrong with this cup. So when Professor Lu went out to the restroom, I flipped the cup over and that's when I discovered this thing. Lu Chen spoke while picking up a piece of chalk from the desk, then turned around and swiftly drew 2 crooked little stick figures leaning against each other on the blackboard. Below were very simple words. Star sister? Zay bro. This is it. Lu Chen spoke very calmly, then concluded the story perfectly amidst the students sitting below with their mouths agape. It just so happened that last night, I saw the beautiful teacher's insulated cup, no point hiding it from you all. Pink, same shape, same cartoon character, though this time, the words underneath read Brother Zay, Sister Xing. So, Lu Chen picked up the insulated cup once more and took another sip, drawing a look of disgust from his deskmate. Do you believe me if I say they're all right now? The audience fell completely silent, no one uttered a word, but this silence precisely signified agreement. Let me wrap it up. Lu Chen took the initiative to break the silence. Based on this information, I speculate that Teacher Lu and the beautiful teacher weren't just acquainted. If I'm not mistaken, they were likely together at some point, but later broke up for certain reasons. Yet neither truly forgot the other, as evidenced by, it's that token they're all using, the thermos. On the podium, Lu Chen concluded in a calm tone. Seizing this interval, Wu Naiwan nudged Zhao Li's elbow. What do you think? Ugh, he's showing off again. So, does anyone still have any doubts? Lu Chen chuckled as he picked up the eraser to wipe away his 3 essentials of love statement from the blackboard, then prepared to step down. Is that all there is to it? Below the stage, Su Fei said with a displeased expression. Is it over already? Didn't learn anything? That was way too short. Su Fei muttered as he casually picked something up from beside him. Oh, seems like this student still has an appetite for more. Alright then. Lu Chen placed the book and thermos cup back on the table, raising his hand to give Su Fei a little wave. Hey buddy, put down that chair leg. Since there's still some time before class starts, I'll add a little extra. Honestly, talking about all this wasn't really my intention. The reason I brought it up in front of everyone is because, at this point, Lu Chen lowered his head in contemplation, as if searching for the right words. After a long while, he finally raised his head again. How does everyone feel about Mr. Lu's usual treatment of us? That goes without saying. Someone in the audience immediately responded. That's right. We all know how Mentor Lu has treated us, especially regarding this incident with Ji Fanmeng. Lu Chen's tone grew slightly somber. Truthfully, he's always been protecting us. Many things he's done have been genuinely moving. Usually quick-tempered, seeming indifferent to everything, just like a big kid. But actually, Lu Chen's gaze drifted toward the window. Last night I finally realized he's more sensitive than anyone, and more reserved than anyone. He actually bears many sorrows in his heart, but what he gives us has always been sweetness. Lu Chen's voice continuously echoed through the quiet classroom 13. The expressions of many people grew completely solemn at this moment, pondering over what Lu Chen had just said. They wondered what expression Teacher Lu must have had yesterday when he met the beautiful teacher, imagining the face of that usually carefree man suddenly clouded with sorrow. Something deep within surged up instantly in his heart. So, Lu Chen let out a long sigh and picked up a piece of chalk from the desk. Turned around. He wrote a few words forcefully on the blackboard. I want to do this. With Lu Chen's voice, the students lifted their heads. What met their eyes were 4 large characters that astonished them yet also struck them as incredibly novel. Mirror-shattering plan. Chapter 59. You think my plan is corny? Actually, this is what you call sophistication. The mirror-shattering plan? As eyes fell upon the 4 characters written on the blackboard, another wave of hushed murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lu Chen rested both hands on the table and remained silent, waiting for the voices to gradually quiet down before finally speaking. I suppose you all should roughly understand what this means. The so-called Broken Mirror Project is essentially about, through our efforts, helping Teacher Lu. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Yes, helping Teacher Lu find that girl again from his youth. And how do we get it back? Lu Chen posed the question, but once again left it hanging, casually reaching for the thermos on the table instead. Yet this time, his hand met empty air, glancing down, just in time to meet his deskmate's furious gaze. I'm warning you, if you get writer's block again, forget about drinking water, I'll drown you with it, believe me. Hey, calm down now. Lu Chen awkwardly waved his hands, adjusting his tone. I've pretty much got it figured out.
As he spoke, he extended 4 fingers into the air.
4-step plan. First, engineer a chance encounter. Second, the hero saves the beauty. Third, the love letter flies on wings. Fourth, the romantic confession. It's over.
Lu Chen tossed his hand casually into the air, striking what he considered a somewhat cool pose, ready to receive cheers from the students.
However, the scene he had anticipated did not materialize. Instead, he was met with one bewildered remark after another. That's it? Is it seriously over? After hearing wave after wave of skepticism, Lu Chen frowned slightly. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Is there a problem?
The speaker was Song Yu standing beside Qinwan, who let out a light chuckle first. Then he gave a meaningful glance toward a certain student crouched in the corner playing games. His gaze then shifted to Lu Chen. These outdated plans of yours from centuries ago, even Zhang Jin, who spends all day playing Temple Run, could rattle off a dozen without breaking a sweat.
Believe it or not. Who called me?
Zhang Jin heard someone calling his name, reflexively pulled open his pants, stuffed his phone inside, and stood up from his seat with some fluster.
It's fine, carry on. Lu Chen waved his hand at Zhang Jin, a smile on his face.
First, he gave Song Yu a meaningful look, then pursed his lips and said, I pity you for your ignorance of love. Then he shifted his gaze to Qinwan, shaking his head, I sincerely sympathize with your future plight.
The next second, he cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Have you ever considered one question, are our generation and teacher Lu's generation really the same? Is he about to start explaining now?
The commotion in the crowd gradually subsided along with Lu Chen's voice.
It's different now, Lu Chen murmured softly. No cell phones, no QQ, rarely going to the cinema, just brushing hands could make you blush for half a day.
Passing notes to chat, pouring out feelings through love letters, sitting together during breaks, walking each other home after school. This is how love manifests in their generation, the most authentic and beautiful form it can take.
So, Lu Chen raised his voice, this time without struggling too long.
My broken mirror plan is all about helping Professor Lu and the beautiful teacher recapture what they once had to recreate those past scenarios, awaken their memories, and then things will naturally fall into place.
You think my approach is old-fashioned? Wrong. Lu Chen tapped the podium with his knuckles and smiled.
This is what you call sophistication.
Ahem.
The audience immediately showed disdain on their faces, but no one voiced any further disagreements.
Hearing him say that, it actually seems somewhat reasonable.
Alright, since no one has any objections, Lu Chen glanced at his watch, we still have some time, let's assign tasks.
Qinwan, you've got wider connections. Finding out which class the beautiful teacher teaches in, whether any of her students could help us, and her daily routine, I'll leave that to you. No problem, right?
The girl nodded and made an okay gesture, though she couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing was a bit unreliable. Class leader, logistics support is up to you, the initial chance encounters and later confession scene arrangements.
How about it?
Zhao Li paused momentarily but ultimately nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling something was off.
Hey!
Facing the classroom's rear near the windowsills, Lu Chen called out.
Tang Yao, you read a lot. We're handing the love letter drafting to you.
Oh, alright. The chubby boy lifted his head from the Chinese textbook with a dazed nod before burying it back down, completely absorbed in his fantasy cultivation world.
Well then, nothing else to add.
Lu Chen muttered to himself as he was about to roll up his book and leave when he suddenly froze mid-step. Alright, I almost forgot, we still need someone who's close enough to Professor Lu to keep tabs on his movements.
Let's see.
Lu Chen's gaze swept across the classroom,
finally settling on one particular figure. Fan Meng, how about you? No one responded. Fan Meng? Still no response. Gee, Fan Meng? Lu Chen raised his voice.
Oh,
what's wrong?
This time, the girl finally responded, though she hastily stood up from her seat while quickly wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Her expression was slightly unnatural, yet she was desperately trying to maintain composure. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, but then smiled as he looked at the girl.
It's alright. I thought about it and decided I'll handle it myself.
With those words, he turned and erased the broken mirror project from the blackboard, then picked up his book and slowly stepped down from the platform. As he passed the first row, he tossed the book onto the desk. Seizing the chance to talk to Zhao Li, he stole a couple more glances in Ji Fanming's direction. Then he shook his head faintly with a bitter expression, muttering to himself, why bother? The students who had just attended his impromptu lecture began to slowly disperse from the gathering spot ahead. Though they'd listened to nearly 20 minutes of instruction, none had truly grasped the essence of his teaching. Only this instructor, who had poured his knowledge unreservedly into them for those 20 minutes, noticed something amiss with the girl in that fleeting moment, and he alone saw what was clenched so tightly in her hand. A lake blue lighter. Reading people's expressions is truly more than just idle talk. There was less than 2 minutes left before class. The classroom gradually regained its lively atmosphere. Lu Chen was still bragging to Zhao Li about how brilliant his plan was.
Just as his boasting was reaching its peak, he heard a phrase he'd heard more than once before. Professor Lu. Lu Chen froze for a moment, then extended his fist and gave Zhao a forceful punch on the chest. Fucking Teacher Lu again, still fucking Teacher Lu every damn day. Is Teacher Lu your goddamn father? Whose father? Damn you, you. The next second, the words ready to spill out were brutally strangled in his throat. Lu Chen turned his head stiffly, his eyes filled with horror. Sure enough, what appeared before him was a familiar face wearing a cheerful smile. Professor Lu, let me explain. I refuse to listen. Lu Zhe smiled and spoke while extending a finger to point at the corner beneath the blackboard. Stand over there. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly, then dragged his heavy footsteps as he shuffled slowly toward the corner. Holding a book in his right hand and a thermos in his left, Lu Zhe strode up to the lectern. He first slapped the book twice on the lectern, then rotated the insulated cup in a full circle before setting it down properly. Without carefully observing the pairs of astonished and significant eyes below, he cleared his throat and began to speak. Alright, class begins. Oh, right. As Lu Zhe spoke, he turned his head to glance at Lu Chen in the corner. You won't need to attend this class. Just do one thing. His tone was utterly calm, his smile exceptionally benevolent. Since you enjoy calling people daddy, you can do it for 45 minutes. He casually raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. Then, looking at Lu Chen's utterly devastated expression, someone calmly said, Timing begins now. Chapter 60. Does Lu Zhe have a plan too? Named dust sweeping? During student days, almost everyone defined those 45 minutes differently. For some classes, 45 minutes felt like an endless night, stretching on for eternity. Yet for others, those same 45 minutes would slip by in the blink of an eye. Strangely enough, today both phenomena occurred simultaneously in Lu Zhe's classroom. As Lu Zhe grew increasingly familiar with his students, they became deeply engaged by his humorous and unconventional teaching style. Even when they didn't fully grasp the material, those brief 45 minutes would pass in what felt like the snap of fingers. However, today only 54 people had this feeling. The remaining one was standing in the corner. His eyelids drooped, expressionless, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Dad, 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 dad. And so, from the moment Lu Zhe started timing, Lu Chen didn't dare relax for a second, counting down nearly till the end of class. His dedication was identical to the focus and seriousness with which he had been teaching earlier. Slack off? Not a chance. The boy who knew Lu Zhe better than anyone, the boy who paid attention to every detail and everything he did, nature certainly hadn't failed to notice. During the lecture, Lu Zhe kept glancing his way at a frequency of roughly once every 20 seconds. If he were caught slacking off, the consequences would be, well, imaginable. So the moment the bell rang signaling the end of class, Lu Chen finally felt liberated. His legs nearly gave way as he almost collapsed to the floor. However, Lu Zhe seemed to have no intention of leaving. After standing on the podium for a while, he beckoned Wu Naiwen to come up. The rest of you, dismissed. Go do whatever you need to do. As he spoke, he turned his head slightly to glance at Lu Chen. Go on. But the other students in the classroom couldn't help but chuckle when they heard Lu Zhe's words. Then they watched Lu Chen's tearful expression and started heading toward the door one after another. As each person passed by him, they would slow their pace and call out, Lu Chen? After 1 or 2 seconds, they would hear Lu Chen's voice, brimming with humiliation and anger. Dad. Yes, my good son. Ha 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 ha. During the 10-minute break between classes, this conversation repeated countless times. Moreover, this had happened multiple times even with guys who usually had a fairly good relationship with Lu Chen. On the podium, Lu Zhe paid no attention to the scenes unfolding before his eyes. After calling Wu Naiwen up, he pulled out 2 sheets of paper from the book and handed them to him. Here you go. Come to my place tonight, and I'll walk you through them a couple of times. Get familiar with them in advance. As for how to use it and when to use it, that's up to you. Wu Naiwen naturally knew what Lu Zhe was referring to. Taking a deep breath and unfolding the first sheet of paper, he saw a long string of lyrics followed by a very simple 2-word title, Melancholy. After skimming through the lyrics, Wu Naiwen could confirm that the song leaned more toward the folk genre. He then unfolded the second sheet of paper, which also contained a set of lyrics. The title was similarly 2 characters long, Mountain and Sea. The genre, rock. Wu Naiwen slowly closed the sheets of paper, and his gaze toward Lu Zhe grew gradually moist. He had only skimmed the lyrics briefly, but he could already sense their quality, imagery, and power. Teacher Lu never forgot my matters and was doing his utmost to help me fulfill my dreams. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Zhe shot Wu Naiwen a glance and said somewhat disdainfully, "Oh right, remember what I told you before?" Lu Zhe picked up the book and walked down from the lecture platform while speaking. "I don't want to lose," Wu Naiwen answered without hesitation. Lu Zhe stopped in his tracks and lightly brushed off the chalk dust from his sleeves. "Tomorrow will soon be past, so let me give you one last word." Wu Naiwen looked up, his face full of expectation as he gazed at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe lowered his head in thought, then smiled and patted Wu Naiwen's shoulder. Actually, it's okay if you lose. Ha! Wu Naiwen was baffled by Lu Zhe's parting words that completely contradicted his earlier encouragement. Wu Naiwen couldn't make heads or tails of it. If you lose, just come back and do whatever you're supposed to do. Worst case scenario, you can still hang with me. We'll hold concerts at school with thousands of audience members. As he walked forward, Lu Zhe raised his hand and lightly patted Wu Naiwen on the back. That's pretty cool too. An indescribable feeling surged through his heart in an instant. Watching Lu Zhe's retreating figure walking further away, Wu Naiwen suddenly smiled. I've spent countless late nights plucking at guitar strings over and over, fingers peeling, bleeding, callousing, only to repeat the cycle. I used to bury myself under the blankets, and when I found a song I loved, I could listen to it over and over hundreds of times, studying its arrangement, learning its vocal techniques, until it almost made me sick. I had been backed to the edge of a cliff by everyone in the name of reality, only to be grabbed and pulled back by you just as I was about to jump. I once heard the two most unforgettable sentences. One was, I don't want to lose. Another sentence, that's pretty cool too. Faith, just like that, quickly sprouted in the boy's heart. No matter how tough the future is, no matter how long the road ahead, he wasn't afraid anymore. The corner. Lu Chen was still mechanically calling out father until Lu Zhe walked up beside him. He lifted his eyelids to glance at Lu Zhe. Though his face showed nothing, the excitement in his heart was somewhat hard to suppress. Finally, this was coming to an end. The boy felt somewhat relieved. Not bad, you haven't been slacking off. Lu Zhe reached out and patted the boy's shoulder. His expression was kind, his smile warm. By the way, how many times was that called out just now? What? Lu Chen's mouth hung wide open as his pupils gradually dilated. And no one told us to count. Oh, right. Got too caught up in lecturing and forgot about that. Lu Zhe said nonchalantly. It's fine, let me see. Next is PE class, right? Tang Yao. He called out to the chubby boy who was concentrating on his work below. Hey, Professor Lu. The chubby kid quickly closed the book and scurried onto the stage with eager little steps. Go ahead and take a break. Skip the next class and just read novels in the classroom. The chubby kid scratched his head awkwardly, too embarrassed to reply. But there's a task. Lu Zhe pointed at Lu Chen with his raised finger. He keeps shouting while you watch him. Feel free to read your novel, and by the way, count the numbers for him. After speaking, Lu Zhe strode away, only turning back at the doorway to glance at the two figures frozen in place, laughingly asking the chubby kid, what books have you been reading lately? Chen Ergu. Oh, then you're in trouble. Lu Zhe said something incomprehensible to the chubby boy before disappearing down the hallway. He scoffed and muttered under his breath as he walked. Project Broken Mirror? Alright then, I'll play along with you. By the way, I'll outline the whole plan for you. Let me think. Hey, not bad. Let's call it Operation Dust Sweep. Chapter 61. Since you've designed this chance encounter for me, I'll add some spice to your plan. Lurking in the classroom corner while pretending to beg for mercy, Lu Chen remained completely unaware that his carefully crafted broken mirror plan had already been exposed. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't fathom how the exposure had occurred. The incident traces back to that very moment when Lu Chen stepped onto the podium that morning. Lu Zhe, who had been leisurely sipping tea in his office, suddenly spat it out in shock. The reason for his agitation was simple. The system that had briefly functioned during the first 2 days of his rebirth had abruptly reactivated. Like a film reel playing in his mind, scenes emerged, Lu Chen's affected mannerisms, his pretentious teaching process, and those 4 words written on the blackboard, Broken Mirror Project. During this past period, the so-called super hardcore teacher system had remained completely silent. As for Lu Zhe's temperament, everything was currently well within his control. Since there was no need for the system to intervene, he naturally paid no heed to this troublesome system. Yet today, as if to emphasize its own presence, this system with an unusually long reflex arc actually started playing automatically for him. Thus, as Lu Zhe sipped his tea while watching Lu Chen's awkward imitation of Dongshi's frown as he expounded on his love theories and plans, he couldn't help but mentally criticize this rather useless system. What good is this thing besides watching videos anyway? Besides, do I even need a system to deal with these punks? Lu Zhe leisurely finished watching the movie, then strolled to the classroom and casually took care of Lu Chen along the way. And in the process, he suddenly found himself amused and decided to play along with them. Everything was so casual, everything so calm. Making their lives more colorful had always been teacher Lu's top priority. And so, the days gradually moved forward. For some students of class 23 in their second year of high school, this weekend, supposed to be a time for rest and recuperation, turned out to be even busier than school days. Wu Naiwen, with his guitar slung over his back and luggage in hand, boarded the train bound for Hangcheng. As for Lu Chen, though she had suffered through a night of throat inflammation thanks to Lu Zhe's antics, she still took to the stage despite her illness and commanded the situation. All this, just to orchestrate a carefully crafted chance encounter between Lu Zhe and the beautiful teacher on a certain weekend evening.
Here, we must mention Qinwan's exceptional emotional intelligence and formidable network of connections. In just one afternoon, she managed to uncover the basic information about the beautiful teacher and learned that she and Lu Zhe had graduated from the same university. She even deliberately found a female student who was on good terms with the beautiful teacher to act as an undercover informant. With these clues and channels, Lu Chen quickly devised a detailed first-step plan to engineer a chance encounter.
After making some preliminary arrangements and assigning tasks, everyone began anticipating this moment with unease and nervousness. November 17th, Sunday, 3 p.m. Lu Zhe, who had been peacefully sunbathing on a patch of lawn somewhere, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. When he saw Lu Chen displayed on the caller ID, his eyes narrowed into slits. Connected, conversation. Hello, Professor Lu, are you free tonight? What's up? It's like this, today is Wu Naiwan's audition, right?
We're thinking of organizing an outdoor gathering where we can all watch together and cheer him on.
What do you think? Great, I'm all for it. Time and place? Lu Zhe gave a straightforward reply. How about 7 o'clock for the time? Lu Chen's tone carried a hint of inquiry. We've picked a spacious place. It's at the Chenxi Stadium of Rongqing Normal University. What do you think?
Oh, Lu Zhe deliberately drew out the ending syllable.
Dawn Stadium. Alright, no problem.
After saying this, Lu Zhe hung up the phone and tilted his head to the side, shaking his head with a chuckle.
I got the call too.
Same place, same time, different reason. Hey, you gotta admit, these little rascals did some solid intel work, knowing you're into music and setting up this entire acoustic concert just for you.
But,
the girl sitting next to Lu Zhe, who had been listening to music with earbuds, burst into laughter behind her hand.
Your students are quite amusing. Damn right. What do you expect when they've got such an entertaining teacher?
Lu Zhe boasted shamelessly about himself. He casually picked up the insulated cup beside him and took a gulp of water. Seriously, your annoying habit of bragging hasn't changed a bit. The girl glanced at him with a teasing smile under the sunlight, then gently picked up her own insulated cup, her palm resting over the pair of crooked little figures on it. A smile like the blazing sun, eyes like evening stars. Number 23 Middle School. A beverage shop somewhere off campus. Lu Chen looked at Qinwan, Zhao Li, and the others before him, preparing to arrange the evening's matters.
Zhao Li's phone began vibrating.
After glancing at the number, the young man immediately covered his phone and stepped outside. Only when reaching the corner of the drink shop did he finally stop to answer.
Hey, Professor Lu, how's that matter I asked you to handle coming along?
Rest assured, I've already informed the few people I know, and they'll be there on time.
That's good. From the sound of your voice, are you all plotting how to mess with me tonight? Professor Lu, don't say that. How would I dare?
Zhao Li replied softly with a hint of embarrassment.
It's fine, just go with the flow and don't give yourself away.
After speaking, Lu Zhe decisively hung up the phone, then let a faint smile tug at the corner of his lips. Noticing something unusual about the person beside her, Luo Wanqing turned around and gave Lu Zhe a puzzled glance.
Why do I feel like you're plotting something shady?
Lu Zhe smiled and waved his hand.
How can you call it a bad thing? It's just preparing for tonight, our coincidental meeting. Add some spice to it.
Outside the beverage shop, Zhao Li adjusted his expression and strode inside. Lu Chen, who had grown somewhat impatient while waiting, casually asked,
"Who were you talking to for so long?"
"My dad," Zhao Li replied without hesitation.
"Alright, let's proceed.
The class monitor will handle the projector and screen. Qinwan should prepare the songs in advance. Remember, atmosphere is crucial. We must nail the ambience."
The boys' plan gradually took shape.
All to give this newly arrived young male teacher a chance to make up for past regrets, to help him reclaim what was called lost youth and love. Even though the protagonists had long deviated from the script's design, even though they had chosen to meet ahead of schedule.
But what does that matter? As long as the mystery isn't officially solved, it'll always just be a game.
At 6:30 p.m., Lu Zhe and Luo Wanqing stood at the school gate after filling their stomachs at an off-campus food stall.
Starting now, should we pretend we've never met?
Luo Wanqing lowered her head and lightly rose on her tiptoes as she spoke. Look at you, your acting skills haven't improved much.
When did we ever meet before? Lu Zhe teased. The girl chuckled again, waved at Lu Zhe, then headed towards the campus first.
Lu Zhe took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a few puffs. As night began to fall bit by bit, he flipped his cap backward onto his head. The cigarette hung askew from the corner of his mouth. Sidestepping through the crowd, he muttered under his breath with a chuckle.
Fine, I'll go in too and see what's going on. Chapter 62, The Foolish Rabbit Catches Cicadas, The Big Bad Wolf Follows Behind. Rongqing Normal University.
The place had been bustling since night fell. On the campus path, girls walked by holding delicious snacks and happily indulging, while groups of boys leaned on each other's shoulders, discussing the latest game release. And then there were the couples, arm in arm, heading off campus together.
They appeared and disappeared around Lu Zhe in an endless flow. What a heartwarming feeling. Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. She raised her head again and caught a glimpse of Luo Wanqing's figure in the distance. Wearing a beige trench coat and stylishly youthful combat boots, her hair, no longer its usual meticulous ponytail, was casually tied into an adorable bun. Just like this, hands tucked in the pockets of her coat, she walked quietly ahead of Lu Zhe, toward the direction of Chenxi Stadium, toward the place they habitually strolled after evening classes every night. You little rascals sure know how to pick a spot. Isn't that hitting the mark by a fluke? Lu Zhe walked with a smile, glancing up at the moon in the sky. An irregular semicircle. Yes, just like before. Dawn Stadium. Compared to usual days, the atmosphere was noticeably more lively. In fact, to some extent, there's not much difference between college students and high school students. Everyone loves excitement, is full of curiosity, and enjoys the unexpected novelties that suddenly appear in life. So, watching a group of slightly younger students bustling around to set up the venue, some college students also joined in, helping to move things and adjust the equipment. Thus, Lu Chen and his team didn't take long to finish setting up everything that needed to be prepared in advance. To express her gratitude, Qinwan even volunteered to play and sing 2 songs by herself. Everything seemed so relaxed, natural, peaceful, and joyful. 6:50. A certain boy from class 13, who had been guarding the entrance of the playground, immediately picked up his phone and sent a message as soon as he spotted a white figure approaching in the distance. Before long, several girls came running toward the entrance of the sports field. Teacher Luo, who had accepted their warm invitation, walked arm in arm with them as they crowded toward the spot class 13 had prepared in advance. On the soft grass lay 2 speakers, a microphone stand, a guitar, and a hand drum. A small unplugged concert unfolded before Luo Wanqing's eyes. Teacher Luo, we prepared this concert together with class 13. There's a girl in their class with an amazing singing voice. Exactly. Teacher Luo, you should sing a couple songs later too, we've never heard you sing before. An evening breeze suddenly rose, gently swaying the few strands of hair framing Luo Wanqing's tall forehead. Gazing through the crowd, my eyes rested on the musical instrument lying quietly on the lawn not far away. Countless images suddenly flashed before my eyes. Crossed legs, plucked strings, unaccompanied singing, shoulders touching. It turns out memories never truly fade, they merely choose to hibernate temporarily. Okay. Looking down at the girls before her with eager expressions, Luo Wanqing gave a slight nod before pursing her lips into a smile. This Lu Zhe. I should have stopped him this afternoon when I had the chance. Only after arriving at the scene did she start thinking if this atmosphere were to be shattered later by that accident, it would still be, somewhat. What a pity. Luo Wanqing stood in front of the musical instrument for a while before turning to walk towards another spot where a crowd had formed a circle. Approaching the periphery, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure before her eyes. Hello, Lu Chen. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Chen turned his head back. Then he saw the beautiful teacher waving at him. He rushed over in a few quick steps. Hey, beautiful teacher. Just call me Professor Luo, Luo Wanqing said with a smile. Oh, is there another event happening here? Lu Chen nodded. Yeah, one of our classmates is participating in a show, so we all decided to gather here to cheer for him. Oh, Luo Wanqing nodded. Is Teacher Lu coming later? Luo Wanqing suddenly asked a question very directly. Teacher Lu? No, we students are just fooling around. Why would he come? Lu Chen raised his hand and waved, desperately trying to hide the unnatural tone in his voice. Fine, I won't disturb you then. Enjoy your time. Luo Wanqing waved back at Lu Chen as she spoke, already turning her body away. The smile hadn't yet faded from her face. Take care, Lu Chen. Watching the beautiful teacher's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lu Chen grabbed Zhao Li who happened to be passing by. Let me tell you, my judgment is absolutely right. She definitely still likes Teacher Lu, she specifically mentioned him just now. Zhao Li nodded. Yeah, you're the best. By the way, what else did she say? What else did she say? Lu Chen muttered, something about, take care, I think? Yeah, take care. Zhao Li curled his lips and said, giving Lu Chen 2 pats on the shoulder before walking away. How absurd. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. The next second, the phone in his pocket began to ring. I see Professor Lu, we can begin now. After saying that, the other party quickly hung up the telephone. Meanwhile, Lu Chen first reminded the nearby students that Lu Zhe would be arriving shortly, instructing them to act naturally. Then she clenched the phone in her hand and started running. Quietly shooing away the girls surrounding Luo Wanqing, she gave Qinwan an okay hand signal. The next second, the pleasant sound of a wooden guitar began to resonate across the playground. A few seconds of prelude later, the girl's voice flowed softly and plainly from the microphone. That evening at dusk, the snow began to fall. Melancholy blossoms across the hill, as youth disperses. Love in the wind and dust. Lu Chen had carefully selected this background music for their chance encounter. Now, everything was ready. Lu Chen nervously glanced toward the playground entrance. The next second, he saw Lu Zhe walking onto the playground with his hoodie pulled over his head.
First standing in place, he turned his body left and right, likely searching for Class 13's gathering spot.
3, 2, 1, Lu Chen silently counted in sync with Lu Zhe's movements.
Finally, just as he reached 1, Lu Zhe's gaze landed on Luo Wanqing, who stood quietly listening to music directly in front of Qinhuan.
Yes.
Lu Chen clenched his fist, his heart surging with excitement. Though they were some distance apart, he could still perceive how Teacher Lu's eyes suddenly brightened in that instant.
That kind of reaction, it simply couldn't be faked. Only in such utterly unprepared yet extremely joyful circumstances would such an expression emerge. Lu Chen was absolutely certain, for this came from the exclusive experience of an emotion maestro who had roamed the mortal world for years. Step 1 should be accomplished,
Lu Chen said to himself inwardly, then turned and walked toward the other side of the playground, completely leaving the stage to Lu Zhe and Luo Wanqing.
He certainly wouldn't know.
At some point, Lu Zhe took out his phone and made a call.
Hey, how much longer till you arrive? Should be all assembled in about 5 minutes, Professor Lu.
Alright,
I saw that little brat heading towards the soccer field. You're responsible for bringing him to me. 5 minutes later, I'm going in. Chapter 63, if you arrange a chance encounter for Teacher Lu, then Teacher Lu will sing you a song. A gentle breeze, a bustling crowd.
The lawn, the stands. Don Stadium, still looking exactly as it had back then. After hanging up the phone and arranging the next steps, Lu Zhe could finally calm down and properly take in the place where he found himself.
Nothing much has changed. Lu stood at the entrance, a smile gradually spreading across his face.
Actually, it was quite a novel experience seeing things from this perspective, provided no one disturbed him. During his student days, he'd visited this place many times. Scenes with music like today's were far from rare. Only back then, the two of them would always sit side by side, never separated by the current distance of dozens of meters.
Looking at it from this detached perspective,
actually, she hasn't changed much at all. Not far away, Qinhuan stood before the microphone as the song transitioned from Love in the Wind and Dust to Those Flowers. When Qinhuan tenderly sang amidst the crowd's embrace, how fortunate I was to have witnessed their blossoming. Lu Zhe made another phone call.
Then, the pairs of eyes scattered around the two witnessed a somewhat puzzling scene.
First, Professor Lu made a phone call, and then Professor Luo received one.
Which means, were they calling each other? This Teacher Lu is too much of a coward, isn't he? With such a short distance, the stage has been cleared for you, the atmosphere is perfectly set, is it really that hard to walk over?
In an instant, frustration at his lack of initiative began spreading through the crowd. Of course Lu Zhe had no idea about these strange thoughts they were having. Just as the pleasant hello came through the phone, his expression relaxed instantly before he spoke.
How does it feel? The girl singing is really nice, Luo Wanqing replied with a smile. And what else? Let me think. Oh, the starry lights hanging on the microphone stand looked lovely too, right? Is that all? Of course not. Some people were really chicken-hearted.
There was a hint of playful teasing in Luo Wanqing's voice, yet it sounded strangely comforting. Actually, no, Lu Zhe's voice lowered slightly with a somber tone.
I just feel like I've never looked at you from such a far distance on the playground before.
Seeing you today suddenly made me realize, well, you've grown taller.
The girl on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh out loud.
What caught Lu Zhe's eye was the way she lightly covered her mouth with the back of her hand.
And
her eyes arched into a lovely slender curve, perfectly filling in the missing half of the moon. And the words that came from the girl's mouth were, "Yeah, I just realized it too, you've grown up." The girl spoke softly, and after finishing quietly, she slowly raised her head. The fine lines between her brows neatly aligned with the moon and the dark clouds, as if pieced together in symmetry. From Lu Zhe's perspective,
it seemed to embody perfection. 7:05 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhe ultimately didn't disappoint the audience. He strode confidently over to Luo Wanqing's side. The moment they stood shoulder to shoulder, an emotionally overwhelmed Qinhuan got so excited she missed several notes. She was just about to prick up her ears to eavesdrop on what the two teachers were going to say. But by the time an entire song had finished playing, she hadn't heard a single word exchanged between them. They merely stood there quietly, listening with smiles as Qinhuan performed her third song, accompanying herself on the guitar. The song's title, The Longest Movie. 7:08 a.m.
Following Lu Zhe's instructions, Lu Chen, who had been coerced and tricked into coming by Zhaoli, appeared somewhat awkwardly before the group.
Hey, Lu.
Mr. Lu, Bo, beautiful teacher.
Did you do this? Lu Zhe gestured with his chin toward the unplugged live performance. Lu Chen scratched his head. Yes and no. Are you going to perform a magic trick for me next? Speak plainly.
Lu Zhe put on a deliberately stern expression and slightly raised his tone. Seeing Lu Zhe suddenly change his demeanor, Lu Chen began to panic a little.
Teacher Lu, you're not angry, are you?
Seeing the boy's embarrassed expression, Luo Wanqing spoke up with a smile.
Don't mind him. I actually support these extracurricular recreational activities, they're quite lively and spirited.
Thank you, Professor Luo.
Lu Chen responded somewhat awkwardly but, feeling slightly guilty, still cast a glance toward Lu Zhe. Ha! Look how scared you are. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes at Lu Chen while casually taking the guitar from Qin Wan's hands. The atmosphere's nice, just this song is a bit outdated. I'm in a good mood today, let me perform some magic for you. Oh, my mistake, let me liven things up a bit. Hearing Lu Zhe's words, the tension in Lu Chen's heart finally eased. After taking a deep breath, I once again admired my own brilliance. It seems I've truly nailed the common ground between Mr. Lu and the beautiful teacher today. Damn, Mr. Lu's so inspired he's about to voluntarily serenade the gorgeous teacher. Completely lost in self-satisfaction, he naturally failed to notice Lu Zhe exchanging a meaningful glance with Zhao Li while adjusting his guitar strings, to which the latter responded with a subtle nod. I'm so happy to be back at my alma mater, and thrilled to spend this delightful weekend evening with my own class of students. Lu Zhe stood in front of the microphone and spoke with ease. In an instant, the scattered crowd from all directions gathered tightly around. This song, you all must have heard, but I still wish to take this opportunity today to dedicate it to. Lu Zhe shot a glance in Luo Wanqing's direction and didn't say anything more. His fingers naturally plucked the strings once more, and that weathered sense of time-worn sorrow reverberated across the playground again. Gardenias, white petals, falling on my blue pleated skirt. I love you, you whispered softly. Lu Zhe sang while glancing toward the direction where Luo Wanqing stood. Recognizing the song Lu Zhe was singing and catching his gaze, Lu Chen grew excited once again. He punched Zhao Li's arm hard beside him. Holy shit, did you hear that? Did you hear it? Teacher Lu is singing later, he's dead set on winning her back. Damn, bro knocked it out of the park this time. First phase of the 4-step plan nailed in one go. Zhao Li grimaced in pain, muttering under his breath. Damn it, short memory, huh? Last time you were bragging, remember how many people you called daddy? And now you've already forgotten. Ahead, Lu Zhe held his guitar, calmly singing the last few lines of the song, while many people were deeply immersed in the atmosphere. It lasted until Lu Zhe softly sang the emotionally stirring final line. Later, I finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are gone forever. It will never come again. A boy loved that girl so dearly. He let out a long sigh and slowly withdrew his hands from the guitar strings, but Lu Zhe didn't leave the stage. He raised his hand and tapped the microphone before speaking. I'm singing this song today because someone asked me to. Ha! A wave of murmurs immediately rose from the crowd. He said that over the years, he had actually missed out on many people, but only one person, like the lyrics say, taught him many things through tears. So, Lu Zhe raised his head and glanced into the crowd. He set up this venue and invited so many people to witness it together. Come witness this long-contemplated attempt at reconciliation. The lucky girl has already been invited to the scene now, let's all count to 3 together. Hearing Lu Zhe utter these words, Zhao Li immediately gave Lu Chen a forceful shove on the shoulder. Bewildered, Lu Chen stumbled forward and found himself standing right beside Lu Zhe. The next instant, he felt Lu Zhe's arm tightly wrapping around his shoulders before hearing a voice whisper beside his ear. Let's all welcome that girl who once belonged to Lu Chen. Holy shit! Lu Chen's pupils dilated instantly. In the next second, he saw 3 familiar figures running towards him from different directions, hands covering their mouths. Run! This was his first thought, but held so tightly by Lu Zhe, running away was absolutely impossible. By the time the pressure on his shoulders disappeared, even if he wanted to run, it was already too late. Thus, with goosebumps covering his entire body, he heard, on the very spot he'd meticulously prepared for this chance encounter with Lu Zhe, such a simple yet profoundly revealing conversation. Who are you? And who are you? Who the fuck are you? Then, the 3 girls shouted in unison. Which one of you two was it? At that moment, even as Lu Chen felt life wasn't worth living, he heard a faint song drifting to his ears. The night grows chilly, flowers fall and frost forms. You gaze afar, draining all the twilight. The singing voice is soft and melodious, though he had long lost any mood to appreciate it. But upon hearing a certain phrase Lu Zhe uttered during the interlude, she still slowly turned her stiffened head. Her gaze met Lu Zhe's. At this moment, he finally realized. Lu Zhe's eyes were brimming with schadenfreude and delight at others' misfortune. And those words casually spoken by Lu Zhe were, now presenting to everyone an original song, titled, Cool Cool. Chapter 64. The scumbag's brilliant improvisation was utterly useless. On the playground, Lu Zhe struggled to suppress his grinning face as he plucked the strings, singing Growing Cold, the song dedicated specifically to Lu Chen. Luo Wanqing stood nearby slightly hunched over, hand covering her mouth as she nearly cried from laughter. How vicious. Just a moment ago, I had said he had grown up, but in truth, before me, it seems like he never really grew up at all. Around us, voices rose and fell in a bustling, lively clamor. Singing, laughter, and playful sounds, everything was so naturally joyful. Unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with Lu Chen. Looking at the 3 girls standing before him with angry expressions, Lu Chen gradually steadied his emotions. Initially, it had just been too sudden. But now, having been forced to accept the situation, he actually felt less nervous. It's just a meeting between ex-girlfriends. What kind of high-end player would lack the ability to handle such a situation? So, just as one of the girls was about to speak, Lu Chen raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Prank! Hold on, let me explain, it's all a prank. This explanation that might sound somewhat feeble to others unexpectedly made all three girls simultaneously rein in their tempers. They actually adopted postures of patiently listening. Seeing the situation stabilizing, Lu Chen cleared his throat. He pointed his finger at one of the girls. Let me introduce you to Mochi. We were together in junior high, though we broke up, but actually, I'm really grateful to you. Lu Chen's voice carried a mix of redemption and sorrow, his gaze brimming with deep affection as he looked at the girl. The next second, something strange happened. The girl, who had been brimming with anger moments ago, suddenly lowered her head, her fingers twisting and intertwining repeatedly, as if wrestling with something. After a long pause, she finally lifted her head and gave Lu Chen a look that held faint reproach but had clearly softened considerably. She tilted her head slightly to greet the two similar beings beside her. We met during our third year of middle school. Holy crap, that actually works? Zhao Li widened his eyes in an instant, then continued watching Lu Chen perform. By gee, such a lovely name, right? We were together in the first semester of senior high. Yeah, she smiled a lot. An extremely simple introduction somehow caused the girl's attitude to shift dramatically within moments. Douyin, we broke up not long ago, after Baiji. Actually, I'm really glad you came today. I'm really glad you can be so open with me. The girl smiled at Lu Chen while saying this, casually waving at the other two girls as well. At this moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The surrounding students' mouths hung open as if they'd just swallowed eggs whole. Something that had seemed like a hopeless deadlock was actually overturned by just a few casual words from Lu Chen. Lu Zhe's chilling ballad Liang Liang continued to play. Naturally, he had noticed this unexpected turn of events. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at this disciple of his who had been making frequent appearances lately. The little bastard's got some quick reflexes, only. With just these petty tricks of yours? Lu Zhe curled his lips slightly, plucked the strings lightly, and continued singing. Cool cool night, my longing for you turns into a river, turned into spring mud to nurture me. As the final notes faded, a crisp and sweet female voice sounded behind Lu Chen. Brother Chen, I got you the milk tea. It's mango flavor, your favorite. With a buzz, Lu Chen's mind instantly exploded. The warmth of his apologetic smile froze on his face as he slowly turned to look behind him. There stood an innocent, adorable girl holding 2 cups of milk tea in her hands, gazing at him with a bashful expression. Lu Chen's mind went blank, while internally replaying a few phrases like a broken record. Who is she? Who is this girl? Who the hell is this goddamn girl? Fortunately, he didn't need to expend any effort asking this question himself. Behind him, 3 girls shouted in unison toward the front. And who are you? The girl walked over step by step holding her milk tea, the smile never leaving her face. I'm Brother Chen's girlfriend. What of it? Since when have you been his girlfriend? We've been together since Brother Chen's second year of junior high, already over 3 years. What's it to you? The girl's large, fluttering eyes were brimming with innocence, completely oblivious to the shifting expressions of the 3 women beside her. After taking a slow sip of milk tea through her straw, she leisurely inquired. Big sisters, who, are you all? The air fell into an awkward and brief silence for several seconds. Then, amidst the silence, a rather brutal outburst erupted. After angrily glaring at Lu Chen for what felt like an eternity, the 3 girls took turns delivering some deeply cutting greetings. Ugh, what a scumbag. Disgusting, you liar. Hee hee, thank you for the surprise, smack. With a gentle caress from the girl named Douyin on Lu Chen's face, the farce temporarily came to an end. After standing frozen in place for a moment, Lu Chen touched his slightly reddened cheek. Looking up dazedly, he stared at the girl holding bubble tea beside him. The voice sounded a bit hoarse. Can you tell me now who you are? I'm Zhao Li's cousin, studying at 7th high school. My brother told me to do this, then he'd treat me to milk tea, hee. After tossing out that remark, the girl walked away with 2 milk teas in her arms. Lu Chen's facial muscles twitched violently several times. Then he turned around and approached Zhao Li with stiff, mechanical steps. I considered you my sworn brother. Zhao Li had only managed to deliver half of his forceful declaration when someone abruptly yanked him away from the crowd by tugging hard on his sleeve. Lu Chen struggled against the pull, muttering intermittently, I'll treat you. But he was no match for Zhao Li's slightly superior strength. They didn't stop until they reached a relatively deserted clearing. Zhao Li could only let out a helpless sigh and raised his hand to pat Lu Chen on the shoulder. Bro, I had no choice. No choice? What kind of excuse justifies you betraying me so utterly? MP4. Fucking MP4 can actually. At this point, Lu Chen suddenly froze, lowering his voice. You mean, that MP4 we all share? The one with over 20 files. Zhao Li sighed and nodded. He found out and took it away. What do you think I get it, brother. Don't say another word. Lu Chen shook his head and unexpectedly started comforting Zhao. Tough times, brother. I'd buy it if you said it was to save the MP4. Let's just... He sighed at the pitch-black sky. Sacrifice my dignity to preserve my brother's happiness, I guess. The night wind hung heavy, amidst the pulsing waves of sound. After singing a duet of Cool Cool, Lu Zhe and Luo Wanqing hurried shoulder to shoulder toward the projector area. The two standing at the outer circle chatted while watching a somewhat thin yet cool figure on the screen. Is that your student? Yeah, not bad at singing. Has real potential. Yeah, pretty cool actually. Especially when he said original piece, Slow Walk just now, totally gives off indie singer vibes. Damn right, came Lu Zhe's reply, a hint of proud satisfaction in his voice as he turned to glance at Luo Wanqing. His words drifted softly into her deep, luminous eyes. After all, I learned from the master, teacher Lu himself. You do look quite alike, Luo Wanqing said with a giggle, covering her mouth. Except you're not as handsome as him. Oh, is that so? Lu Zhe shrugged with a smile, flicking Luo Wanqing's forehead lightly with his fingers. Still the same old story, your acting skills have genuinely never improved. Luo Wanqing's smile widened as she lifted her chin to look at Lu Zhe. Then, teach me. Under the moonlight, on the sports field, the two stood quietly like this, undisturbed by anyone. At the corner of the stands, in the darkness of night, a girl named Ji Fanmeng sat with her arms wrapped around herself, chin resting on her knees. Gazing at the distant clamor and the quiet beside the screen, she remained silent for a long while. What came to mind was the song called Later that Lu Zhe had sung before. The lyrics went, Later, I finally learned how to love. The girl continued thinking, dwelling. After what felt like an eternity, she finally smiled bitterly and said to herself, last time, you taught me how to face a love that was wrong. But this time, facing the same wrong love. I'm sorry, Professor Lu. You can't teach me this. By the stands, on the playground. In the moonlight, within the darkness. One high and low, one bright and dim. Cannot bridge across. Closer, indefinitely. Chapter 65, no nonsense, just take him down. This night of revelry was far from over yet. When Wu Naiwen appeared on the screen, almost everyone gathered around. In 2010, it was still quite a novelty for students to appear on TV talent shows, especially when it involved someone who'd been repeatedly held up by teachers as a cautionary tale within the school, until suddenly appearing on television through some miraculous turn of events. Such dramatic contrast was naturally enough to capture everyone's attention. Everyone gathered around the projection, listening quietly as Wu Naiwen finished singing his self-composed song, Slow Walk. They nervously endured the judge's scoring session, then clapped and cheered the moment Wu Naiwen was unanimously approved to advance to the next round. At this moment, watching the students of Class 13 jumping for joy uncontrollably on the playground, only then did Lu Zhe truly feel it. They were indeed gradually blending themselves into this collective. This feeling was both light and delightful. 8:30 a.m. The crowd on the playground grew steadily larger. After watching Wu Naiwen's performance, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Suddenly, someone no one knew who suggested having Teacher Lu and Teacher Luo perform a duet together. Under the weight of everyone's eager gazes, Lu Zhe turned to glance at Luo Wanqing, as if seeking her approval. Luo Wanqing didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Just like that, the two of them stood openly before the microphone stand. Then amidst the students' waves of increasingly louder cheers, they exchanged a smiling glance. What should we sing? Lu Zhe asked Luo Wanqing a question. The beautiful teacher hadn't even opened her mouth to speak. Suddenly, some male student in the crowd yelled out, Hiroshima Mon Amour. Lu Zhe squinted his eyes as he glanced toward the direction of the voice. He tapped the microphone and asked, who shouted that? Soon, someone reported the culprit. Su Fei. You enjoy listening to Love in Hiroshima, do you? Lu Zhe shouted into the microphone again. Jolly, Songyu. Here. Do you know what to do now? A few seconds later, two extremely powerful and perfectly synchronized voices erupted across the bustling sports field. Throw them out. But, Luo Wanqing instantly doubled over with laughter. Lu Zhe, who stood beside her tuning the strings, also broke into a visibly delighted smile. The atmosphere reached that perfect golden moment. Time slowly moved forward. Under the gaze of the entire audience brimming with anticipation, Lu Zhe and Luo Wanqing glanced at each other, then almost simultaneously spoke the names of the songs they wanted to perform together. Lu Zhe, still good friends? Luo Wanqing, a little bit of attraction? One was testing the waters, while the other, well, was also testing the waters. The next second, they spoke simultaneously again. Lu Zhe, I'll follow your lead. Luo Wanqing, I'll follow yours. And so, the two of them stood quietly in the wind for a few brief seconds. Luo Wanqing's face flushed slightly as she withdrew her gaze from Lu Zhe, clasping her hands behind her back and swaying gently to the rhythm of the breeze. Lu Zhe let out a soft chuckle before strumming his guitar. Melodic lyrics flowed from the microphone. You and I, man and woman, none can escape love. Oh ha ho 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 ho. The moment they heard the lyrics, the onlookers instantly erupted with excitement. It's not hard to understand the two most exciting things during school days. Either they'd watch the teacher make a fool of himself, or they'd ship him in a romantic pairing. If they wanted to see Lu Zhe make a fool of himself, they'd probably have to risk their lives. In that case, all that was left was to swoon over teacher Lu's romantic pairings. In the stands, the thinly clothed Ji Fanmeng lit a cigarette to the rhythm of the music. After carefully tucking the lake blue lighter into his pocket, he turned his head to suddenly find another person beside him. The figure was gaunt, with a somewhat androgynous face that gave people an overall uncomfortable impression. Sitting down beside Ji Fanmeng, the stranger extended a hand toward him. "Hey beautiful, got a light?" Hearing these words, Ji Fanmeng still found himself momentarily dazed. But when she turned her head and saw that face beside her, her expression immediately turned cold. "No problem." No, then how did you light your cigarette?" Ji Fanmeng ignored him, continuing to gaze at the backs of Lu Zhe and Luo watching ahead to the right. "How about letting me borrow your cigarette for a light?" Realizing Ji Fanmeng didn't want to engage with him, the boy said sheepishly. "Oh, not lending." Ji Fanmeng replied offhandedly. "About cigarettes, lose your girlfriend now, your wife later. Still want them?" This time, it was sarcasm through and through. The guy chuckled twice, stuffed the cigarette back into the pack, and exhaled. Then he said in what he thought was a perfectly fitting tone, "Got something on your mind?" Ji Fanmeng took a deep drag on his cigarette. Got something on your mind?" The young man who felt this method was effective inwardly rejoiced. "Then, care to tell me about it?" "All right," Ji Fanmeng replied straightforwardly. "It's just such a pity." "A pity about what?" "It's a shame you've lost your girlfriend now. It'd be even worse if you lost your wife later." The guy was left somewhat speechless, feeling the girl beside him was like a troublesome thorn. But the more she acted this way, the less willing he was to simply end this chance encounter. As Lu Zhe's guitar played softly, the guy began humming along quietly. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. "Do you know the name of this song?" Ji Fanmeng lowered her eyelids, her expression flickering between light and shadow. A little bit of heart's flutter. These words, she was actually saying them to herself. But what she didn't expect was that in the next second, the guy suddenly responded with something completely out of the blue. "Me too." Ji Fanmeng's cigarette, poised at her lips, trembled slightly at his words as she grasped his meaning. Leaning her head to one side, her face took on a teasing expression. She first looked at the boy with a cold sneer. The next second, with a flick, the cigarette butt was flicked from her fingertips, landing on the boy's clothes at lightning speed. The icy-faced girl rose from the ground. Her words carried a chill as biting as winter. "You think you're so clever, don't you?" The guy smoothed out his clothes with his hands and stood up from the ground with an equally gloomy expression. Just as he was about to speak, the girl's tirade left him dumbfounded on the spot. "You country bumpkin, who the hell taught you to hit on girls without bringing a lighter? Take a look at yourself, a grown man smoking ladies' cigarettes, how can you even stand the taste?" The girl had actually been in a bad mood for quite some time. So, at that very moment, she was completely set off. For most people, encountering such a situation would have led to a hasty retreat. Unfortunately, the guy from Rongqing Normal University standing before him wasn't your average. Listening to Ji Fanmeng's continuous stream of sarcastic remarks directed at him, his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. At first, he clenched his fists tightly, then after a moment's thought, relaxed them again. Then, at the exact moment Lu Zhe sang the final lyric of the song, with a loud slap, he struck out at the girl standing before him. Accompanying it was a curse spoken with the utmost fury. "F*** your mother. Who the hell do you think you are?" The air completely froze. The girl's face was slapped to the side, and in that very instant, her gaze happened to meet Lu Zhe's. At this moment, she couldn't feel any pain at all, she just wished she could vanish into thin air right then and there, never to appear again. The crowd below the stands froze for a couple seconds upon hearing the sharp slap and the stream of insults. The boy on the stage suddenly widened his eyes in shock, because he saw, nearly half the crowd on the field, men and women alike, were sprinting toward the stands at what might have been the fastest speeds of their lives. Leading the charge was the same man who had been singing with such gentleness moments before. At this moment, he was like a starving lion, just freed from its cage after being trapped for countless days. In 2 quick strides, he sprang to the railing of the stands, pushed off with one hand, and carved a perfect arc through the air. The next instant, it appeared before him as if divine troops had descended from the heavens. His legs felt a little weak, not because of the crowd surging like a tidal wave behind the man, but because he saw a face brimming with killing intent, cold and bloodthirsty. This day, November 19th, Dawn Sports Stadium. Romance and despair intertwine. Gentleness coexists with fury. It should have been a beautiful and peaceful night, but there are always some who dare to touch the forbidden scale in everyone's heart. Whether it's Lu Zhe or Zhao Li, everyone present had only one thought in mind. Now, no need for words. Everyone, come at me. Get him. Chapter 66. What's the phone passcode? Not telling? Keep going then. In the stands, waves of people kept surging forward. Everyone's face was filled with rage, looking at this expressionless man before him, and the eager young boys behind him, itching for action. The male student from Rongqing Normal University suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. This scene abruptly reminded him of a movie he'd watched a few days earlier, titled Crow's Zero. The demeanor of this group was almost identical to what you'd see in the movies. This had to be a joke. The young man lifted his head, casting a glance outside where a portion of the crowd on the sports field was still staring at the bleachers with puzzled expressions. Gradually, he began to feel a bit more confident. With so many people around, still on a university campus, surely this group wouldn't dare do anything to him. Thinking this way, the boy's gaze grew slightly unfocused as he glanced at the Luze standing before him. What do you guys want? Luze didn't speak, merely raising his hand to remove the jacket covering his hoodie. He casually tossed it to the crowd behind him. Without saying a word, she simply lifted her leg and stepped closer to the boy, advancing step by step. As she walked, she rolled up her sleeves. When just one step away from the boy, she slowly bent down and lowered her head to tie her shoelaces. Then, under the boy's utterly bewildered gaze, she suddenly raised her head. A cold smile tinged with something eerie flashed across his face. With a loud bang, the person standing behind could clearly hear the sound of joints popping from Luze's body. Teacher Lu. Just as emotions were nearly reaching their breaking point, a calm yet somewhat stern voice suddenly rose from the crowd. Luze's body stiffened momentarily before he slowly turned around after a long pause. Then he saw Songyu parting the surrounding crowd with an upright posture as he stepped forward. Professor Lu. The boy standing before Luze gently shook his head. This matter, let me handle it today. Luze frowned. You're the teacher, Songyu said while glancing at the boy beside him. It's not worth it. You're a student. Picking up where Songyu left off, Luze continued the conversation. Yes, Professor Lu, I am a student. Songyu smiled. But don't forget, until a few days ago, I was planning to drop out. So, I've got nothing left to lose. You're different, you're a teacher. For the sake of some punk, what if something goes wrong? Songyu shook his head and glanced behind him. None of us can afford to gamble. Besides, Songyu raised his voice slightly and pointed at the male student from Rongqing Normal University. He's also a student. Matters between students should be left for us to handle ourselves. Luze fell silent, giving Songyu a complicated look. He nodded and walked to a dimly lit corner just a few steps away. Taking a cigarette from his pocket, he placed it between his lips and nudged the girl's shoulder with his elbow. Hey, do you think when we beat him up later, should we hit his face first, or hit his face first, or maybe hit his face first? Listening to the familiar voice beside me muttering away, the girl who had been burying her head in her arms crying couldn't help but burst into a pfft laugh. She raised her head, teary-eyed, and looked at Luze. He fished a lighter from his pocket and lit it for Luze. Professor Lu, truth is, I wasn't crying because of the pain. At the other end of the stands, after Luze left, Songyu first sized up the young man from head to toe, then turned his back on him. He waved to the two boys from class 13 behind him and said softly, confiscate his phone. The boy took a step back, eyeing Songyu and the two figures approaching him rapidly with wary suspicion. What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't talk, Songyu grinned, baring his teeth. Confiscating your phone is to protect you. Songyu spoke while gesturing toward Luze. Do you know why I stopped him just now? Do you know how awful the fate was for the last person who did the same thing as you? You have no idea, and you certainly don't want to know, because it's truly tragic. Songyu approached the boy and whispered something in a hushed tone. You saw how he looked just now, right? So if you happen to do something else with your phone later, let me calculate the distance from here to over there, is about 5 meters. Do you know how long it will take him to get here? Songyu raised his head and held up a single finger in the air, his tone indifferent. 1 second. So, hand it over, will you? Songyu gazed at the boy with a smile and stretched out his hand toward him. The boy seemed bewildered, letting his hand slip from his pocket as he stood frozen in the wind. The next second, another classmate snatched out the phone and placed it in Songyu's grasp. Songyu took the phone and flipped it over in his hand a couple of times, then pointed at the bleacher steps. Have a seat. Ha, the boy voiced his confusion. Oh, sit down to talk. This might take a while, so please, take a seat. With a calm expression, Songyu was the first to sit down. Then, two male classmates from class 13 pressed down simultaneously on the shoulders of the boys. Just like that, the originally tense standoff suddenly and absurdly turned peaceful and harmonious. Songyu neither rushed nor got angry. After turning on his phone screen, he casually remarked, "What's the password?" The boy remained silent, only letting out a heavy snort through his nose. Songyu didn't waste words either, lowering his head to continue what he was doing while casually raising his hand to wave dismissively at the boy. In an instant, Jolly and several others standing 4 or 5 steps below leaped up 2 steps at a time to close the distance. The boys formed a circle around him.
At the center of the circle, Jolly crouched down, slowly sliding the brass knuckles onto his hand under the terrified gaze of the boy. Leaning forward, he swung his fist hard and struck the boy's thigh. Ah, fuck. Ignoring it, he continued. Ah, me, ah. After several repetitions like this, Songyu finally made a sound. That's enough. The circle surrounding the boy instantly scattered. Seeing the boy's chest pressing tightly against his thighs, his face twisted in pain, Songyu raised his hand and patted him on the back. He asked again softly, "What's the password?" "Damn it, you believe it or not. Continue." Songyu lowered his head once more, speaking in an offhand manner. Once again, suppressed cries of anguish spread within a small radius. In stark contrast, just 5 meters away, the teacher and student sat shoulder to shoulder. Both looked up at the sky leisurely and quietly, until the girl who had just been tear-stained broke the prolonged silence, until she spoke again, this time with a smile. "Professor Liu, I'm really not crying because I got hit. It's because I might be going to New Zealand in about 2 months, and perhaps after that, I won't get to see any of you again." A choked sob rose once more in the girl's throat at that moment. Distant stars upon the pale blue curtain of night, flickering faintly. Chapter 67, Kind-hearted Teacher Liu vs. Cold-blooded Demon Student Song. Liu Zhe sat on the bleachers, tilting his head to observe the somewhat despondent girl beside him. After pondering for quite a while, he finally spoke. "Getting the chance to see the world would actually be quite good, especially at your age." Ji Fan Meng shook her head. "You know what, Teacher Liu, I actually really wanted to leave before. Even though I was afraid of feeling lonely in a foreign land, of encountering danger, of missing home, of it being unbearably tough. But for me back then, for class 13 back then, I really just wanted to escape. What could be worse than that situation? It had already hit rock bottom." Teacher Liu. The girl's voice was barely audible, almost drowned out by the suppressed screams of a male student from Rongqing Normal University just a few steps away. In just the past few minutes, Songyu had been sitting casually on the steps. He asked for the password 4 times, saying continue each time. Even when the boy writhed in pain, trembling uncontrollably, he stubbornly refused to give Songyu the password. Sigh. Songyu shook his head and whispered something in the boy's ear. "What a pity you were born in peaceful times, otherwise, history would surely have recorded your deeds in bold strokes." "Shu Fei." Songyu called out towards the crowd. He lifted the phone in his hand and casually tossed it to a boy who emerged from the crowd. "With such a tough mouth, there must be something interesting inside. Any ideas?" Lu Shufei nodded, then walked toward the computer near the projector on the playground with the phone in hand. "Alright." Songyu finally stood up from the steps, stretched, and circled around the boy. Then he bent down and squatted in front of the boy with a warm expression. "Let's chat while we have this time. Just 3 questions, but answer them clearly, okay?" The boy looked up at Songyu, his lips moving slightly before swallowing back what he had meant to say, because he saw Songyu smile as he took the knuckle duster from Zhao Li's hand, slowly sliding it onto his right fist. With his left hand resting on the boy's shoulder, he spoke again. "First question, why did you hit a girl?" "She," bang, with just that single word from the boy. The next second, Songyu grabbed the other's shoulder and delivered a forceful punch straight to his abdomen. "Answer the question directly, say she just wanted an excuse." Watching the boy double over, clutching his stomach with his face contorted in pain, Songyu retracted his arm and leisurely remarked, "So, I'm not satisfied. The second question, why didn't you apologize to her?" Bang, same stance, same angle, same force, another punch thrown. "The moment you opened your mouth I knew you'd make excuses, and I don't like." Third question, Songyu said while switching the brass knuckles to his other hand and giving them a shake in the air. Then he tilted his head towards Ji Fanmeng's direction and raised a finger to point. "Is she pretty?" The young man froze momentarily before also casting his gaze towards Ji Fanmeng not far away. Watching the girl sitting with her head slightly bowed, her face serene under the night breeze, I couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It's hard not to like someone so quiet and independent. Yet the next second, the guy, moved by the atmosphere, let out an extremely suppressed gasp. His body jerked forward abruptly as he clutched his stomach and tumbled down the steps. "Let you talk, but didn't let you look." Songyu shook his head as he stood up from the ground, took off the brass knuckles and returned them to Zhao Li, then looked at Lu Shufei who was approaching. "You guessed right, there is indeed a surprise, a really big one." As he spoke, he handed the phone to Songyu. Songyu took it and casually flipped through a couple of pages before whispering 2 sentences into Lu Shufei's ear. Then he turned to look at the male student from Rongqing Normal University kneeling on the ground. Still wondering why, out of all the things you could have done, you had to provoke a girl. "So, you're a repeat offender. I just hit you, and I know you're furious, wanting to kill me, even. I completely understand." "So," Songyu slipped his phone into his pocket and reached out to tousle the Normal University student's hair. "Let me show you a way out. You see, I've already beaten you so badly today, and next, I might just keep beating you. Or, you could call the police." The moment Song Yu finished speaking, the boy who had been curled up on the ground suddenly lifted his head, staring in terror at this demon-like young man before him. After standing dumbfounded for a few seconds, he immediately began shaking his head violently.
Ha! Song Yu let out a light chuckle. I gave you a chance, but you just weren't up to it. The voice, chilling as an ice cellar, rooted the boy firmly to the spot. Yet not far away, it was an entirely different world. Ji Fanming stopped crying and sat quietly beside Lu Zhe. Teacher Lu, to be honest, since you came here, I've really felt class 13 has become completely different. It's so warm, makes one feel so dependent. What, don't want to leave anymore? Lu Zhe asked with a smile.
Ji Fanming didn't speak, just turned her head and fixed her watery eyes on Lu Zhe.
Actually, either way is fine,
Lu Zhe said with a gentle smile.
Stay here, and I'm confident I can send you off proudly from number 23 high school. If you choose to leave, I will bless you. We will throw you a grand farewell party, just don't forget, you're home. Lu Zhe reached out and gently stroked Ji Fanming's hair. Forever in class 13.
But, Ji Fanming covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh.
Professor Lu, there's no need for any farewell party.
The girl's voice rippled gently through the night sky.
I'd like to hear you sing a song? What song? Love for a lifetime. Gentleness and fury are not absolute opposites, as in this moment.
In the eyes of the guys from Rongqing Normal University, Song Yu's gentle expression was nothing short of the world's most furious demon. His secret was exposed. That secret, enough to cost him everything, now lay in the hands of this devil. So ever since Song Yu suggested he call the police, he'd been looking at Song Yu with pleading eyes the entire time.
Yet the only response he received was calm silence and an unwavering gaze.
A gaze that makes one's heart uneasy and sends chills down the spine.
What do you think we should do next? After a moment of silence, Song Yu glanced at the boy. I'll apologize, anything is fine, could you?
Song Yu raised his hand and patted him on the head. Of course, but I'll have to ask my teacher first. After speaking, Song Yu walked over to Lu Zhe's side, handed the boy his phone, and casually said a few words. Lu Zhe lowered his head, swiped across the screen twice, then uttered just 3 words in a deep voice.
Song Yu nodded and returned to the boy's side. You're lucky, our teacher said to let you go.
With a smile, he handed the phone back to the boy, whose expression gradually turned to ecstasy. Then, just as the boy's fingers were about to touch the phone, he suddenly snatched it back. Turning around, he looked at the confused crowd behind him.
Just kidding, and you actually believed it.
Song Yu shrugged his shoulders before finally speaking in an icy tone.
Professor Lu's instructions, 3 words. Kill him. The next second, the gang of youths surged up the steps again like a tidal wave, surrounding the boy who was kneeling on the ground.
Meanwhile, on the bleachers 5 meters away, Lu Zhe, his voice weathered yet powerful, gazed at the night sky and sang softly. The sea of bitterness churns with love and hate. In this world, fate is hard to escape. A blind date / matchmaking, yet remain out of reach / or should I / believe / its fate.
Ji Fanming chuckled. Spent nearly a month's time, the duration of a dream, wrestling with my suddenly muddied psyche.
Finally, in this gentle rendition of Love of a Lifetime, sung by Lu Zhe, I chose to forgive myself. The teacher will forever be the teacher, and I will forever remain just his student.
Past and present, distant future, cannot be changed, nor escaped. Chapter 68, Too long without practice, time to train again. 10 p.m.
One by one, those jogging, strolling, or simply unwinding in the playground began to leave. Couples in love gradually emerged in pairs.
Tonight was bound to be a lively one.
In the stands, a group of passionate young boys formed a circle. Inside the circle, a boy crouched with his head in his hands, his body covered in filthy shoe prints and his face scratched with numerous marks. At that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Regret that when the other boy suggested calling the police, he hadn't agreed. I regretted wandering aimlessly around the playground when suddenly I felt tempted to strike up a conversation with that seemingly lonely girl. They were just a group of high school students. Why did it feel like facing a pack of demons? The boy curled up on the ground, feeling the intensifying kicks landing on his body, his face twisted in misery. Getting beaten up is just part of the deal. He had only one hope left, that they'd return his phone and keep quiet about all the things he'd done. Even if he had to spend a few days in the hospital, it wouldn't be the worst outcome.
Time ticked away, minute by excruciating minute.
When Song Yu sensed that class 13 students had vented enough, he stepped into the circle. He grabbed the collar of the boy's shirt and hauled him up from the ground. Eyeing the swelling on half of the boy's face, he gestured at a class 13 student.
Who did this? Made his left face swell up like that? No one responded, they just covered their mouths, snickering quietly. Song Yu shook his head helplessly. This is so unprofessional. How embarrassing.
As he spoke, he pushed the guy from Rongqing Normal University toward the group of boys from class 13.
Symmetrical point, let's fix that for him. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, smack, a crisp slap rang out instantly.
The boy was slapped hard enough to spin halfway around on the ground, and when he faced Song Yu again, both cheeks were finally at equal height.
Impressive. Songyu grinned and gave the class 13 boy a thumbs up. Then he looked in Lu Ze's direction. In that undisturbed little corner, Lu Ze finished singing and stood up. After placing a cigarette between his lips, he took the lighter from Ji Fanling's hand. Professor Lu. You should be nicer to Professor Luo. She's really beautiful. Lu Ze grinned, then lightly knocked the girl's head with his knuckles. None of your damn business. Ji Fanming lowered her head and chuckled softly for quite a while. Professor Lu, you truly are wonderful. Good. This time, Lu Ze didn't tease anymore. After speaking those words with absolute conviction, he turned and walked straight toward the crowd belonging to class 13. The girl stood behind him, watching his departure with a profound smile unlike any she'd ever worn before. The next instant, as she lowered her gaze, a teardrop fell onto the pristine white shoe. I should have waved goodbye with a smile. Yet I still made the pretentious request for Teacher Lu to sing a song. On some night just days before, she listened to A Lifetime of Love 77 times. For hours on end, she never doubted there was anything particularly special about this song. That is, until Teacher Lu finally sang it for her personally under the night sky. Only then did she finally understand. The character in the song title had always been wrong. For her, the correct pronunciation should have been Lock. Ha! Under the moonlight, the girl let out a long, deep sigh. Turning around, he bowed towards a certain graceful and slender figure standing behind him. Teacher Luo, I'm sorry. Xiao Meng, I'm sorry. Two overlapping voices, hard for outsiders to distinguish clearly, but they both understood. Ji Fanming was talking about herself, while Luo Wanqing was speaking for Lu Ze. Under the starry sky, the girl finally chose to make peace with herself, because she understood almost instantly. Seasons always change, but the evening star represents eternity. Students in the crowd automatically made way as they saw Lu Ze slowly approaching. Lu Ze held a cigarette between his lips, walked over to the boy, and without hesitation shoved the lit end into the other's mouth. When was this taken? The boy glanced up at Lu Ze. Several months have passed. Is it all very novel and thrilling for you? The boy remained silent. I don't want to exchange another word with you, because you're nothing but a maggot writhing in a toilet. Since you're so fond of hiding in toilets, aren't you, Songyu? Lu Ze shouted towards the crowd. Find him a nice place. Don't worry, Professor Lu, it's already arranged. He'll be here shortly. Lu Ze nodded. Then, while the boy was completely off guard, a sidekick was swiftly delivered. The boy, who had been standing somewhat unsteadily to begin with, couldn't withstand the force and crumpled to his knees once more. As the faint sound of police sirens drifted in from the distance, his body began to tremble slightly. That kick was for my student. Lu Ze turned around and spoke while walking. As for the evil deeds you've committed, Professor Lu, his information and what he's done have already gone viral on his school's intranet. Believe me, he'll be expelled once he gets out of detention. The usually reticent Lu Shufei calmly uttered this entire lengthy statement. Lu Ze froze for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Well done. Halting his steps, he waved toward the group of students behind him, and pointed to the playground exit not far away. Today was great. Let's go home. Smiles gradually spread across the faces of all the students in class 13. They suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. Though I swallowed a disgusting fly on this playground, I still feel content. At this moment, nothing could make me happier than receiving Teacher Lu's praise. If anything could, it would be watching Teacher Lu and Teacher Luo walk side by side after his praise, whispering and gossiping like a happy spectator. November 19th, a beautiful night. This deserves to be remembered as a day etched in memory. A group of people marched out of the playground in grand fashion, proceeding onto the pedestrian path leading off campus. Lurking at the rear of the crowd, Luchin quietly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, have you found that person I told you about before? Found him. Exactly as you requested, unbelievably resistant to blows. I almost suspect he's trained in iron shirt kung fu. He should have no problem handling a few punches and kicks from your male instructor. Good. Apologize to that brother for me. He might have to take one for the team. Tell him he can name his terms afterward. Hey, enough with the formalities. You're my brother, and that guy seems to be your alumni too. We're all family here, no need to stand on ceremony. Okay. Oh, and there's one more very important thing I called to tell you. Lu Chen covered the phone and whispered conspiratorially. The plan's been moved up. Meet at Osmanthus Alley in half an hour. Make it look convincing. No problem, don't worry dude. When have I ever screwed up? The guy with a slightly shrill voice hung up the phone, picked up his beer, and clinked glasses with the expressionless guy sitting across from him. Come on, drink up. By the way, dude, where'd you get that Iron Man mask? It's seriously cool. Found it. The guy casually tossed out the question before tilting his head back and downing his drink in one go. You found it? Come on, man, you're hilarious. By the way, I might need to trouble you in a bit. The plans have been moved up. We'll head over after finishing this drink. Good.
On the other side of the city, a man and woman walking side by side under the streetlights chatted idly.
Haven't you worked out in a long time? That's right, I'm completely exhausted after work every day. When would I have the time?
Time to train, the boy said with a smile. Back in the day, you were the martial arts heroine who could kick through 4 wooden boards.
I still can. I don't believe you. Don't believe me?
I'll show you when I get the chance.
That's too bad. What's the misfortune? It's fine.
The guy grinned broadly.
Let me walk you to the alley entrance today. I've got some other business to attend to. No need, I'm not afraid. But someone is afraid.
Chapter 69, Classmate Lu Chen. It's so cold today, have you put on your long johns?
Osmanthus Lane. It was the path Luo Wanqing took every night on her way home. The lane wasn't long, stretching just over 20 meters.
About 3 minutes walk eastward was another alley called Fallen Petals Lane.
This was the path Lu Chen had to take every night on his way home. Tonight,
though he had been thoroughly pranked by Lu Zhe, Lu Chen still chose to initiate the second step of his plan ahead of schedule, at the time and place he deemed most appropriate. A heroic rescue to win the beauty's heart. Actually, his thoughts were quite simple, just 2 aspects. First, he had to finish what he had decided to do, and on the other hand, even if Mentor Lu tormented me 1,000 times, I would still treat him like, forget it. To Lu Chen, his first love was so far in the past that he could barely remember what she even looked like. This just wouldn't be the right fit.
In short, this was the night that sealed teacher Lu's fate of escorting teacher Luo home.
He struck. Without telling a soul, every aspect was personally designed and arranged. This way, we can avoid another incident like Zhao Li's betrayal. Feeling somewhat cheerful, Lu Chen thought to himself as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and started walking home.
10:30 p.m. Just a 5-minute walk away from the scent of osmanthus blossoms,
Lu Zhe spotted a convenience store by the roadside and turned around with a smile.
Wait here, I'm going to buy a pack of cigarettes, he said. Luo Wanqing nodded and stood quietly under a tree by the roadside, waiting.
After walking a few steps toward the convenience store, Lu Zhe fished his phone out of his pocket.
Did you get everything?
Yes, Professor Lu.
Is this really alright? What? Having second thoughts? Should I find someone else? No.
I was just saying, just a casual remark. The voice on the other end of the phone clearly sounded a bit shaky.
The timeline has moved up. Get the person I told you to find and take a taxi to Falling Petal Alley immediately.
I'll cover the fare.
After finishing his words, Lu Zhe decisively hung up the phone.
Huff.
Su Fei, trailing at the end of Class 13's group, sighed and hung up the phone.
I hailed a cab by the roadside. Driver, to Luoying Alley, please hurry.
Then I pulled out my phone.
Hey, the plan's moved up. Bring what I gave you 2 yesterday and take a cab to Luoying Alley.
Get lost.
You're the damn pervert. After cursing and hanging up the phone, Su Fei slumped back in his chair and raised a hand to rub his temples.
What a headache this is.
Lu Zhe, who had just bought 2 packs of cigarettes at the convenience store. Just as I was about to leave, my gaze caught a row of colorful beverages lined up before me. As if suddenly remembering something, a smile tugged at the corners of their lips before they walked to the shelf and grabbed a bottle of Neutralin and a bottle of Waa. Then he went to the checkout counter to pay. On the roadside, Luo Wanqing burst into laughter the moment she saw Lu Zhe carrying 2 bottles of ridiculously childish beverages.
Still drinking this stuff at your age? Recalling childhood memories, ha,
Lu Zhe replied with a smile.
Pick one? I want it all. Only one allowed. Fine, I'll have the Nutrient Express.
The night was tranquil as the 2 continued walking slowly while chatting.
22:32 in the evening. 300 meters from Osmanthus Alley. Time, 4 minutes.
At the other end of the alley, a boy in a black hoodie flicked away the cigarette but after taking the last drag. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand to place the Iron Man mask over his face and stepped forward into the alley.
30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi. Fortune ebbs and flows. The wheel of destiny turns, mysterious and wondrous. Though I once stumbled here, today, I, Zhang Qi, have returned. Falling Petal Alley.
3 tall and stout boys stood together, staring awkwardly at the few items in the plastic bag before them.
Bro, this is freaking humiliating. I get it, if I don't do this today, you might lose this brother as early as tomorrow. I can't do this. Even if it meant saying goodbye to you, helping to collect your body would feel awkward.
A young man with slightly long hair patted Su Fei's shoulder, wiped his face, and turned to leave the alley.
Ah, Su Fei sighed softly.
I have your cross-dressing photos. At this point, he had no choice but to play his trump card. The young man paused mid-step, then turned around with a beaming smile. He strode quickly to Su Fei's side and delivered a powerful punch to his chest.
Damn it! What are brothers for if not to help collect your corpse? 2 tiny alleyways, separated by mere hundreds of meters. Every day, all sorts of people pass through, but today, could the same thing be about to happen again? 22:37 p.m.
Lu Chen held his phone, sending a voice message as he rounded the corner of the alley.
What happened earlier was just a prank. You know me, how could I ever be a scumbag? My classmates just love fooling around too much. I mean, even though we've broken up, I still owe you an explanation. Chatting as usual, the young man strolled leisurely into the alley. Luo Wanqing in Osmanthus Alley, parting ways with Lu Zhe at the lane's entrance. Holding a bottle of Nutri Express in her hand, she tiptoed slightly while lost in thought, then stepped forward into the darkness. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, still standing outside Osmanthus Alley, leaned against a streetlight and flicked open his lighter with a sharp snap to light a cigarette. His gaze drifted toward the direction of another nearby alleyway. He muttered 4 words under his breath. The show begins. Just then, in Luoying Alley, as Lu Chen finished sending a message and looked up, he saw 2 unfamiliar figures before him. One stood to the left, the other to the right, blocking the path ahead in the alley. Turning back, a figure with an indistinct expression appeared simultaneously. The air suddenly grew heavier with tension in that moment. A second later, a bewildered Lu Chun heard an utterly bizarre remark from ahead. "It's so cold today, did you put on your long johns?" At the midpoint of Osmanthus Lane, Luo Wanqing came to a sudden stop. Ahead, beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, a shadowy figure emerged. Hood pulled low over their head, hands casually tucked in pockets. On his face, he wore a very metallic Iron Man mask. But strangely enough, there seemed to be a small hole cut out where the mouth should be. A cigarette was casually stuck right into that hole. It looked absolutely ridiculous. Lu Chen felt he'd been really unlucky lately. No matter where he went, trouble seemed to follow. Just days ago, Teacher Lu had cornered him in this alley, and now 3 strangers had him surrounded. What's more, they appeared to be 3 not exactly bright individuals. They didn't want money or his life, they actually asked whether he was wearing thermal underwear. Almost instinctively, Lu Chen shook his head. "Good," said the boy upon seeing Lu Chen's reaction, casually tossing a lightweight object in front of him. "It's cold out, put it on quickly." Lu Chen froze for a moment before bending down to pick up what had been thrown at him. After reading it over and over several times, she finally chuckled helplessly and said, "Big bro, what kind of long underwear is this? It's clearly a pair of stockings." Meanwhile, in the alley on the other side, blocked from moving forward, Luo Wanqing stared blankly at the masked boy before her for several long moments. Finally, he burst out laughing with a pfft sound. He muttered softly under his breath, "How peculiar. I'd always thought that highway robbers usually wore pantyhose over their heads." Chapter 70. Poor Lu Chen and Zhang Qi. "I've seen this trick before. Big bro, these are clearly stockings. Put them on." The 2 boys stood before Lu Chen, witnessing his utterly helpless expression, and once again felt overwhelming shame creep over them. So when one of them said "put it on," their tone was noticeably awkward, while the other actually subtly turned their heads away. At this moment, they'd rather take the enormous risk of beating Lu Chen up, instead of standing here watching a grown man crossdress. "Put it on, now." The boy tilted his head slightly and raised his wrist to glance at his watch, then spoke louder. "Ah." Lu Chen looked at the 2 boys standing before him, then turned his head slightly to glance at the retreating figure behind him. He weighed his own strength and chances of winning. In the end, he still chose to give up resisting. She took her backpack off her shoulder, bent slightly, and slowly pulled the stockings onto her shoes. After a long while, the fully dressed Lu Chen asked in a very soft voice, "Big brother, it's on. Can I go now?" Discretion is the better part of valor. That was the only thought in Lu Chen's mind right now. Put it on. Damn it. Seeing another women's wig thrown on the ground before him, Lu Chen couldn't help but swear under his breath. Hurry up and wear it. Lu Chen was utterly speechless. At this moment, Lu Chen, who hadn't thought the situation was particularly serious before, suddenly grew tense. These people before him were making him wear stockings and a wig. Could they have some unusual preferences? The more he thought about it, the more chilled he felt. After nervously licking his dry lips, Lu Chen finally picked up the wig from the floor. With a sullen face, he pulled it down over his head. This feeling is really kind of exciting. Osmanthus Alley. Standing in the middle of the alley, Zhang Qi actually felt a bit puzzled. The information he'd received was that this girl would enter with another boy. All he had to do was act his part. But now, things seemed to have changed somewhat. Where was that male teacher? Should I go for it or not? In those few seconds of hesitation, he suddenly noticed something very strange. The girl standing in front of him seemed completely unfazed. At first, when she saw herself, she let out a soft chuckle. But now, she neither chose to turn back nor panicked. She simply placed the bag in her hand gently against the corner. Then, right in front of him, she brought her hands out from behind her back. Between slender, graceful fingers dangled a bottle of the all-too-familiar Nutrient Express. Painful memories suddenly flooded his mind. Zhang Qi felt slightly dazed, then forcefully shook his head. He must be losing his mind. After all, she was just a woman. Time hung suspended in that pitch-black alley for several agonizing seconds. At the very moment his cigarette was about to burn out, Zhang Qi finally made up his mind. After extracting the butt through the small opening, he strode directly toward Luo Wanqing. "Big brother, I've put it on properly. Can I leave now? In Luoying Alley, Lu Chen felt utterly wretched. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked. Yet in the very next moment, the silent figure behind her tossed an article of clothing onto him. Put this on too, it'll complete the set. The deliberately lowered voice made Lu Chen almost certain of his suspicion. Could these people really be planning something against him? It was nearly 11 o'clock, that awkward and delicate hour. Especially after spotting that pink lace-trimmed miniskirt lying on the floor, Lu Chen was almost ready for the life-changing moment. After hesitating in place for a long time, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and swiftly pulled the dress over his head. Better to die early than die late, after all, death comes for everyone eventually. Great. Efficient. Seeing Lu Chen's movement, the burly man grinned and then pointed to the corner. Stand there. He casually patted his companion on the shoulder and said, you hold the light. Without delay, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and aimed it at Lu Chen, who stood baffled against the wall in the corner. Do you know Marilyn Monroe? Lu Chen nodded blankly. Have you seen her most famous photo? The one where she's holding down her skirt? Another nod. Alright, I'll try to imitate and make one. The boy said casually, slightly bending his body as he chose the right angle to aim his camera at Lu Chen. The next second, Lu Chen moved like a marionette, tilting slightly to the side, shoulders hunched a bit, buttocks slightly raised, with one hand pressing down on his skirt. A look of utter desolation on his face. In Osmanthus Alley, Zhang Qi moved step by step toward Luo Wanqing's direction. During the brief pause in his stride, he glanced outside twice. His doubts grew heavier. That boy should have arrived by now, shouldn't he? Why hasn't he shown up yet? But having already taken these steps forward, he couldn't very well retreat now, so he shifted his gaze back to the girl before him. To his surprise, she hadn't retreated as anticipated, nor had she pulled out her phone to call for help. Instead, she held a beverage bottle in one hand while the other reached behind her head, swiftly gathering her shoulder-length hair into a strikingly stylish ponytail with a single hand. Then she slightly crouched down and gracefully removed her high heels. Ha! What's she up to? Zhang Qi frowned, puzzled by the series of actions the girl before him was performing. 3 meters to go. That so-called knight in shining armor still hadn't shown up. Zhang Qi halted his steps. He raised a finger toward the girl. Give me your. At the exact moment those words left his lips, the girl who had been standing directly across from him suddenly turned half her body away. Her left leg straightened rigidly while her right bent slightly, propelling her forward in a darting lunge. 3 meters of distance vanished in an instant, leaving less than 1 meter between them. Zhang Qi's eyes widened abruptly, his face beneath the mask twisted in terror. But there was no time left. With a calm expression, the girl showed no hesitation as her right leg sprang up like a coiled spring. She let out a low shout. The next second, it came crashing down onto his shoulder with immense force. Bang! The sound of bone colliding with bone. Zhang Qi, who had been standing in place, shuddered violently before swaying unsteadily and then kneeling on the ground. Clutching his shoulder in pain, he couldn't make a sound. In his field of vision, only the calm motion of the girl unscrewing the cap of a Nutrient Express bottle remained, and a softly uttered sentence. Nutrient Express isn't bad at all, tastes really good. Luo Ing Alley. The boy who had originally crouched down to take Lu Chen's photo glanced at his phone screen before pursing his lips and shaking his head. After standing up straight, he walked over to Lu Chen's side. First, she pressed down on his shoulders, and then, when Lu Chen was completely off guard, her palm lightly came to rest on his buttocks. With a start, Lu Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end. It's happening, it's happening. His suspicions were correct, these demons were finally making their move on him. Lu Chen was on the verge of tears, but being outnumbered and powerless, he dared not resist in the slightest. Frozen, she huddled in the corner, praying that someone would happen to walk into the alley at that very moment. Hey, come on, can't you relax a little? The boy who had reached his wicked hand toward her finally spoke. He raised his palm and gave her buttocks a hard slap. Push your buttocks out a bit more, arch your back lower, and your expression, can't you at least smile? So unprofessional. The man grumbled as he walked back to the other end. Lu Chen's tense heart finally relaxed a little. Following the instructions, he struck that extremely classic pose. Amidst the boy's exclamations of hey, that's more like it, so enchanting. With a click, the photo capturing his first ever cross-dressing moment was permanently stored in the phone of a burly, towering man. Psychological torment tends to be prolonged and gradual, whereas physical devastation strikes fiercely and swiftly. At this moment, Zhang Qi knelt in Osmanthus Alley, clutching his shoulder with a constant soft groan. His mind flashed back to the girl's clean, decisive kick that had just come crashing down on his shoulder. One phrase reverberated endlessly through his thoughts. This move, I've seen it before. Chapter 71, Teachers Act, Students Pay the Bill? Hey, yes, arch your back a bit more, turn around, yes, glance to the left, beautiful. Come on, let's try another pose, one hand supporting your chin, the other lifting the hem of your dress, perfect. In Osmanthus Alley, Su Fei stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. According to Lu Zhe's request, today's tasks were actually completed long ago. Yet what he never expected was that his buddy, upon seeing Lu Chen, suddenly developed an intense passion for photography, meticulously guiding Lu Chen to strike one embarrassing pose after another. In the silent night with no one around, he immersed himself in filming like this. Suddenly, this reminded him of another matter that had always puzzled him. The three of them had the kind of relationship where they'd grown up playing together since childhood. But in truth, there were still subtle differences in the dynamics between each of them. The other two spend significantly more time together than they do with him. This had always been a lingering question for Su Fei. But today, when he witnessed this scene before him, the reason suddenly became clear. One likes women's clothing, another enjoys wearing women's dresses. No wonder they're inseparable every day. The more you think about it, the creepier it gets. In Osmanthus Alley, Zhang Qi lay on the ground, watching the effortlessly chic girl who had taken him down with a single move, as she leisurely took a sip of Nutrient Express. She walked to the side, unhurriedly slipped back into her high heels, picked up her handbag, and then took 2 steps forward to stand right in front of him. She crouched down, placing the half-finished bottle of Nutrient Express on the ground beside him. Only then did she stride away 1 step at a time, her heels clicking against the cobblestone path. Phew! Zhang Qi closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. So terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In just a few weeks, he'd been taken down by the same move twice. Strangely enough, both incidents happened in nearly the same neighborhood, at almost identical times. This place was definitely cursed for him, Zhang Qi thought to himself, wiping the sweat from his brow as he opened his eyes. But in that very moment, he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Because what appeared before him was no longer the half-empty bottle of Nutritional Express left behind by the girl who had just departed. Under the silent night sky, an additional bottle of Waha had somehow appeared on the empty ground before him. All the elements were finally in place at this moment. Stunned and sprawled on the ground, Zhang Qi lifted his neck bit by bit to look up. Then, he saw a beaming man squatting halfway in front of him. The man's gaze was calm and kind as it rested upon him. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, the man raised his hand to lift off the Iron Man mask from the boy's face and said quietly, "My apologies, I'm the hero here to save the day, arrived a bit late." Zhang Qi's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He crawled backward 2 steps on the ground. This terror rooted deep in his psyche was enough to shatter him completely. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely inching forward with him before pressing his cigarette butt into the ground to extinguish it. Grabbing Zhang Qi by the collar, he yanked him up from the ground. After carefully dusting off his clothes, he tightly wrapped his arm around Zhang Qi's shoulder, gesturing toward a spot not far away. "Come on, let's go meet your employer." What employer? The kid was so scared he could barely speak clearly. Lu Zhe smiled, then leaned close to Zhang Qi's ear and whispered in a hushed voice, "An employer obsessed with photography, who's gone overboard with cross-dressing." The moon gradually disappeared into the clouds. In the lone, silent alleyway, 2 boys walked shoulder to shoulder, gradually moving toward the outside light. The scene was heartwarming, the picture perfectly serene. In Osmanthus Alley, Lu Chen leaned against the corner, being ordered to strike one humiliating pose after another. He had grown numb. The boy taking photos of him across the way was a perfectionist obsessed with details, a downright fanatic. So Lu Chen, knowing he could neither escape nor hide, cast off the shackles in his heart completely. In the past few minutes, she had desperately contorted her body to meet his every desire and fulfill his every command. It left Su Fei utterly dumbfounded. He kept asking himself in his mind, could this also be a mandatory skill for scumbags? Then he would rather stay single till death. After taking a few more photos, he looked at his friend who was staring at the phone screen with a silly grin. Su Fei quietly walked over and patted his arm. "That's enough. How did you even get addicted to this?" The boy admiring the photos let out a careless pft. He pointed at one of the photos and said, "Don't take this the wrong way, but this kid looks so delicate, with a bit of makeup, he might actually pull off the vibe." Su Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Maybe this friendship wasn't worth keeping. Lu Chen's legs immediately turned to jelly. This moment, though delayed, had finally arrived. Just as an awkward atmosphere suddenly descended upon the scene, 2 figures unexpectedly appeared in the alley. They ambled leisurely toward the group's direction. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt like crying. When fortune turns, when hope springs anew, Lu Chen was destined not to crash and burn here. Filled with eager anticipation, Lu Chen stole a glance toward the approaching figure. The next second, he froze in place. His dazed mind could hardly believe that the person standing before him was Lu Zhe. Professor Lu. According to his own plans, shouldn't Lu be in the middle of playing hero to rescue a beauty right now? Why had he suddenly appeared here? Who was this masked person beside him? Moreover, how did he know he was here? In an instant, countless questions flooded his mind, leaving him dazed and unable to make sense of anything for what felt like an eternity. That is, until Lu Zhe called out to the boy standing a few steps away who had been deliberately keeping his face hidden. "Su Fei? Su Fei!" At this moment, Lu Chen finally understood. He realized everything happening before him, understood the predicament he was in. I see, I've fallen into Teacher Lu's trap yet again. Speechless despair was probably the best way to describe his current state. Quartered against the wall, Lu Chen glared indignantly at Su Fei, who was slowly raising his head before him. With forceful tugs, he ripped off the wig on his head, tore away the pink dress, and peeled off the stockings covering his pants. One after another, they landed heavily on Su Fei's body. Nothing in this world is more heartbreaking than betrayal. And what's most unforgivable, being betrayed by the brother you trusted most. But the cruelest fate? Being successively betrayed by your two most trusted brothers, one after another, within just 2 days. Su Fei stood there awkwardly, enduring Lu Chen's sudden outburst. Lu Zhe watched with amusement for a moment before pushing Zhang Qi toward Lu Chen with a wave of his hand, gesturing to the props on the ground. Do you like it? You'll love this. Zhang Qi answered without hesitation. What should you do if you like someone? Before Lu Zhe could finish speaking, Zhang Qi bent down, picked up the wig, and put it on his own head. He uttered 2 short, forceful words. I'll wear it. Look at how enlightened this person is. Lu Zhe walked toward the alley entrance with a smile. As she passed the boy clutching his phone, she murmured softly, remember to take photos for him, and have Su Fei send them to me when you're done. After saying this, she turned towards Zhang Qi, who was pulling stockings up her legs. Oh, right, there's something I need to tell you. Zhang Qi looked up at Lu Zhe. The person beside you is the one who hired you to play the thug in that Hero Saves Beauty scheme, and what's more, he's actually a student in my class. That's why you ended up in such a miserable state today. As she spoke, she raised her hand to point at Lu Chen. Teacher's behavior. The student will pay. As for the rest, you figure it out. Chapter 72, The Power of My Love Letter is Terrifying. In the alley, several people watched Lu Zhe's receding figure until he reached the alley entrance and disappeared around the corner. After a brief silence of a few seconds, the scene spiraled completely out of control in an instant. Zhang Qi began tearing off his clothes with one hand while violently yanking Lu Chen's hair with the other. Furious beyond reason, Lu Chen turned to Su Fei standing before him and delivered a full-force kick. Su Fei, meanwhile, took an awkward step back in a fluster, hurriedly trying to explain. Hey, dude, listen to me, I've got my reasons. Bullshit. You've got reasons? Let me tell you, that's the last thing I believe right now. You don't even have a damn MP4, what fucking reasons could you have? Lu Chen charged forward, throwing punches at Su Fei. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi behind him finally tore off all the objects clinging to his body. With one fierce stride, he locked Lu Chen's neck in a chokehold with a single arm. So you're the bastard who ordered me to ambush someone? And now you're playing the fucking hero saving damsels in distress? You're such a sneaky bastard, telling me to block both of them? Do you have any idea what the hell I've been through? Lu Chen struggled desperately, completely ignoring the danger behind him while continuing to point at Su Fei and hurl insults. Are you even human? Ha? Are you? You backstabbing piece of shit, helping the enemy and betraying your own brothers. Su Fei wore a helpless expression before silently pulling out his phone. He clicked open the call recording. The very next second, Lu Chen froze in place, for he clearly heard Lu Zhe's voice coming from the phone. Su Fei, don't you have something to explain? What's wrong? Teacher will ask you a question first. Which do you think is better looking, MXSP is 550 or MXSP is 535? Well, obviously so. Teacher Lu, what do you mean by that? Haha, Lu Zhe in the recording laughed twice. Immediately, Lu Chen heard Zhao Li's voice in the recording. Bro, I'm sorry, I really can't hold on anymore, it's the only way. Then, Lu Zhe's voice appeared again. Got it? This matter could be big or small. If it's big, tomorrow we'll call your parents over for a special meeting. If it's small, then you'll have to do me a favor. So, are you betting on big or small? Small, Professor Lu, small. Placing the phone down, Su Fei hung up with a click, then turned to look at Lu Chen with an innocent expression. Lu Chen completely deflated, giving Su Fei a knowing look that said, I get you. Then he turned his head woodenly to glance at Zhang Qi. Bro, easy on me later. The next second. Ouch. Take it easy, damn it. A series of sounds echoed through the alley. Outside Osmanthus Alley, Lu Zhe carried a bottle of Waha in his hand, briskly walking toward Luo Wanqing standing under the street lamp in the distance. Seeing the machinoid smile on the girl's face, he lit a cigarette. You're being way too harsh on your students. Those little bastards need discipline. 3 days without punishment and they'd tear the roof tiles off. As Lu Zhe spoke, he adjusted Luo Wanqing's trench coat collar to stand higher. The night wind in Ronqing was indeed bitterly cold. They're actually quite happy, Luo Wanqing said with her head lowered as she walked. You're willing to break the rules and have the courage to stand against them. Unlike me, aside from helping them break the ice, there's nothing else I can do for them. Lu Zhe grinned and took a drag of his cigarette. Our situations are different. Our class is too special, conventional methods don't work on them. In your class, most students are obedient kids. As for those with minor issues here and there, it's best to tackle them one by one. Lu Zhe spoke while walking, his expression solemn and earnest. Luo Wanqing had been listening with her head slightly tilted when suddenly, in a brief moment, she swiftly snatched the Waha drink from Lu Chen's hand. He took a deep drag and stuffed it back exactly as it was. Lu Zhe was stunned for a moment before speaking with a laugh. I saw that. So what? This bottle cost $2.50, and you just gulped down 50 cents in one go. Then let me treat you to a movie. Ha! Lu Zhe halted his steps, turning sideways to look at Luo Wanqing standing before him with her head lowered and hands stuffed in her hoodie pockets. Under the dim yellow streetlight, the girl's face appeared slightly flushed. She tucked her chin slightly deeper into her scarf. Love is not blind 33 days I heard it's pretty good, they said. Lu Zhe smiled as he casually plucked a stray leaf from Luo Wanqing's hair. Sounds good. I haven't been to the movies in ages. The two exchanged a glance before continuing onward once more. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, pulling the two figures who had been centimeters apart closer through this simple interplay of light and dark, pressed close together. By the way, Professor Lu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Luo Wanqing suddenly adopted a very formal tone. Please go ahead, Professor Luo. I want to collaborate with you. Professor Luo, please share your plan with me. Extracurricular activities, blended class teaching, you handle the troublemakers from my class, and I'll take charge of your class students who need academic improvement. What do you think? That's a good idea, but I suspect those students of yours might end up hating you? That's alright, with you at the forefront, I'm not afraid. Head Teacher Luo, you're as shrewd and calculating as ever. What else would you expect? It's barely been a year since the breakup. The air suddenly froze at that moment. Luo Wanqing panicked slightly the instant those words left her mouth. She already regretted them. The song they'd sung together today was clearly still good friends, yet she had to go and bring up such a sensitive subject. Out of the corner of her eye, she stole a glance at Lu Zhe, who was walking beside her with his head lowered. Just now. Luo Wanqing stammered for quite a while, suddenly at a loss for what to say. Yeah. In the end, it was Lu Zhe who broke the awkward silence. He laughed softly and said, I suppose it's been over a year since I last watched a movie. The girl fell silent but suddenly quickened her pace with a lighter step. She tilted her head slightly towards Lu Zhe's shoulder. Thus, under the streetlights, they truly resembled a pair of deeply in love, leaning against each other. Couple. Inside Osmanthus Alley, Su Fei and the others had been gone for some time. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, sitting on the ground. After thinking for a long time, he finally picked up his phone and made a call. Tang Yao, how are the preparations going? I've written it. Should I take a photo and send it to you on QQ? No need. Find some time to deliver it directly to Teacher Luo. I trust you. Oh, okay. Brother, for this plan, you're our only hope now. Lu Chen's voice sounded somewhat heavy as he uttered these helpless words into the phone. Don't worry. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yao adjusted his glasses and declared with an awe-inspiring confidence. The power of this love letter of mine. Absolutely terrifying. Chapter 73 Teacher Luo as a student? Is Teacher Lu going to teach an essay appreciation class? So terrifying. Listening to the supremely confident voice on the other end of the phone. In order to affirm agreement, Lu Chen racked his brains thinking for quite a while to come up with a suitable response. From the few online novels I'd read, I managed to recall a line that perfectly matched the current mood. Speaking into the phone, I casually delivered the line. Magnificent. My brother Tang Yao possesses the bearing of an emperor. After saying this, I hung up amidst Tang Yao's exclamation of holy shit. And so, the second to last act was finally arranged. Lu Chen sat in the alleyway and took a deep breath. Truth be told, he'd been having a rather rough couple of days. How could he not know that these slightly awkward, juvenile methods just amounted to one joke after another in Teacher Lu's eyes? But, it really worked. Lu Chen suddenly grinned as he leaned against the wall. There are some things even Teacher Lu might not have realized. For instance, these past few days, his chances of running into the beautiful teacher gradually started increasing. For example, just this evening on the sports field, the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, singing together in perfect harmony. Or take right now, they're probably strolling leisurely down some street, heading home together. As for this so-called broken mirror project, he'd never imagined that just a few simple steps could completely melt the frost between Teacher Lu and the beautiful teacher. That would be unrealistic, impossible even. He had also anticipated that with Teacher Lu's intelligence and knack for making things difficult, many things would be seen through in advance, and many of his plans wouldn't be executed completely as intended. But did any of that matter? None of it mattered. From beginning to end, none of it mattered. This entire broken mirror plan was nothing but an elaborate act he orchestrated himself, a dazzling performance fabricated to cover the truth. Covering up those scenes that may seem deliberate but actually bring people together authentically. He cared about only one thing, and was concerned with just a single matter. That is,
creating opportunities for Teacher Lu and the beautiful teacher to spend time together, using clumsy methods to create topics for them, ensuring they'd have something to talk about. The rest was all entrusted to Teacher Lu. Under the moonlight, the boy rummaged through the depths of his backpack and pulled out a well-hidden pack of cigarettes. Rubbing his slightly bruised wrist, he lit one with a smile. For so long, the experience gained from battling through thorns in love. At this moment, it's being utilized to its fullest extent. Yet these so-called experiences are actually not complicated at all. Nothing special, just 8 words you can find anywhere. The greatest truths are the simplest: let nature take its course. November 20th, with light winds and pale clouds. A rare fine day in late autumn. Lu Zhe held a teacup in his office while tossing fish food into a small aquarium. Watching that Moorish idol swimming freely gave a rather delightful sense of contentment. Professor Lu? A pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Lu Zhe, standing before the fish tank, smiled and turned his head. What can I do for you, Professor Luo? Here, said Luo Wanqing, dressed in a cotton floral dress, as she extended a sheet of paper towards Lu Zhe. I never would have guessed it, Professor Lu, but your writing has become quite impressive. Lu Zhe smiled as he took the paper and glanced at it briefly. After tucking it in his pocket, he turned to look at Luo Wanqing. How do you feel? Luo Wanqing gently held her left wrist with her right hand, lowered her head, and playfully blew away a stray lock of hair that had fallen in front of her eyes. Then, she burst into a soft giggle, lifting her head to give Lu Zhe a thumbs up. Destined for greatness. But Lu Zhe was also amused by her adorable expression. Picking up his thermos and textbooks from the desk. Do you have class next period? Luo Wanqing shook her head. How about I invite you to sit in on the lecture? Great. It'll be a good chance to see how the top students from Rongqing Normal University teach. Not an easy opportunity to come by. Yeah, right. Let's go. Lu Zhe walked out of the office door with a smile. Luo Wanqing tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and quietly followed behind Lu Zhe. They passed through the noisy corridor, walking past classrooms brimming with youthful energy. Finally, as the class bell rang, they simultaneously stopped at the entrance of classroom 13. Lu Zhe turned around and glanced at Luo Wanqing. What should you call me? Luo Wanqing pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she gave Lu Zhe a slight bow. Hello, Teacher Lu. Not bad, you've improved. Go inside and find a seat. Lu Zhe smiled brilliantly. For Luo Wanqing's sudden little joke, for this slightly special and somewhat unusual small class session. Class 13. The students, who had been bustling like a noisy market, froze solid the moment they heard the classroom door creak open. Staring at the beautiful female teacher who had suddenly appeared before them, they exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on here? Wasn't this supposed to be Mr. Lu's Chinese literature class? And he didn't even take leave. The beautiful female teacher suddenly entered the classroom. After a brief moment of confusion, the class erupted in excitement. They sensed something unusual from this unexpected signal. What's this? Official announcement? In an instant, all eyes turned to Lu Chen. Their instincts told them that Master Lu's plan seemed to have worked. This is just too ridiculous. Meanwhile, Lu Chen turned his head back toward Tang Yao, giving him a thumbs up. She softly uttered 2 words. Badass. Tang Yao merely curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. He exerted full force, pushing his coolness factor to the limit. Amidst the classroom's commotion and teasing, Luo Wanqing showed neither embarrassment nor shyness. After glancing around, he walked straight toward an empty seat at the back. Then, under the students' knowing gazes, he quietly took his seat. The next second, the classroom door was pushed open. As always, Lu Zhe appeared before the crowd with that signature swagger of his that refused to acknowledge kinship. After stepping onto the platform, he glanced down at Luo Wanqing with his gaze. He casually picked up a piece of chalk from the chalk box. Without even looking, he flung it toward Su Fei. What the hell are you laughing at? Do I have flowers on my face? Su Fei was bold enough to suppress a grin and respond. Professor Lu, there may not be flowers on your face, but we've certainly got them in our classroom. Ha ha ha. Spurred by Su Fei's lead, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Lu Zhe raised his hand and made a gesture to quiet them down. Alright, as you can all see, we have a special classmate joining us today. I won't bother introducing them, you all know who they are. The reason we've invited Teacher Luo to our class is because, Lu Zhe spoke while unfolding a thin sheet of paper in his hand. He placed it on the lectern and pressed down firmly with his palm. Teacher Luo found an exceptionally good essay, and I became quite interested after reading it too. So, this class period we're dedicating entirely to an essay appreciation session. Lu Zhe looked up, scanned the room with his eyes, and finally settled his gaze on a certain chubby little boy who was secretly rejoicing in his heart. He smiled and beckoned to him. Tang Yao, come on up here for a moment. Chapter 74 Novels are all lies. Tang Yao, come on up here for a moment. Lu Zhe stood on the podium with a smile, gesturing for the chubby boy below to come up. In an instant, many turned their heads to look at the little fatty with knowing smirks. Looks like this kid's about to steal the spotlight this time. Reading so many books really pays off after all. Our class never used to dedicate a whole lesson just to appreciate someone's essay before. Hearing Lu Zhe call his name, Tang Yao closed his Chinese textbook and eagerly bounded up to the front of the class. Standing at the lectern, he swept his gaze over the classroom with a smug grin plastered across his face.
Alright, let's begin our class now.
Having said that, Lu Zhe pulled over a stool from the side and sat down, crossing his legs and spreading out the paper in his hand as he looked at the chubby boy. Here's the deal, I'll read it, and for each sentence, you'll explain it to me. Since your essay is practically filled with illusions, all you need to do is tell me their origins, understood? Ha! When Lu Zhe said this, the students in the audience immediately began whispering among themselves. Wow, is his skill level that high now? And he's dropping literary illusions everywhere? Damn, comparisons are truly humiliating. I nearly tear my hair out writing a measly 500-word drivel, while he casually sprinkles in classical references like it's nothing? Talent, oh talent, that's what you call real talent. Tang Yao could vaguely hear the students below discussing, his smile growing wider. Just as he was thinking, Lu Zhe read aloud the title. Records of the Starry Hand. Come on, explain it to me. What's the illusion behind this title? Tang Yao scratched his head and chuckled. This title is inspired by the demon hunting notes. Naturally, the star represents Professor Luo. He. Not bad at all. Feels quite sophisticated. Starting with the title, you're already stirring things up, Master Lu. Your choice for the third step's executor is brilliant. Hearing another round of praise from the audience, Tang Yao began to feel somewhat lightheaded, casually clasping his hands behind his back. It really does have a bit of the demeanor of an emperor. Lu Zhe chuckled and continued reading. Evening Star, through tens of thousands of years as seas turn to dust, the path to immortality brings only endless sorrow to the white-haired. After all these years, my goal was never immortality, only to await your return amidst the mortal world. That line runs deep. Lu Zhe sat on the stool smiling as he looked at the young man. There's a subtle momentum that could swallow the heavens, yet upon closer inspection it retains delicate tenderness. Come, explain its meaning to everyone. As Lu Zhe's commentary left his lips, a smirk gradually formed at the corners of Tang Yao's mouth. These two lines are from Zhitian. The general meaning is that after all these years, even as seas have turned to mulberry fields, Professor Lu still lingers in the mundane world, waiting alone. Tang Yao briefly summarized the meaning of these words before turning his gaze toward the students in the audience. Yet this time, the feedback he received from everyone was somewhat unexpected. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the chubby kid on the podium, momentarily unsure of what to say. Su Fei poked the dazed Lu Chen. So this is your so-called secret weapon? Lu Chen shot Su Fei a disdainful glance. I don't understand scholarly matters, but what if Professor Lu and the beautiful teacher happen to have a taste for this sort of thing? Over the years, everything will fade, but memories alone remain. So, I want the heavens to no longer veil my sight, and the earth to no longer bury my heart. Lu Zhe continued reading with a smile. This line carries profound melancholy mixed with a hint of resignation, yet within that resignation lies an unyielding defiance. Come, elaborate further. Tang Yao took a step sideways to the left of the podium, resting one hand on its surface. This line is from Wukong Zhuan. What I'm trying to tell Professor Luo is that Professor Lu still has lingering attachments to the past. As for these mundane worldly barriers between him and Professor Luo, Professor Lu could sweep them aside with just a wave of his hand. Impressive, Lu Zhe gave the chubby kid a thumbs up. Damn, I didn't even know I was this awesome. Hee, the chubby kid waved at Lu Zhe with an embarrassed look on his face. Below the podium, Luo Wanqing covered her mouth, laughing non-stop. Even though she'd already seen it once before, hearing these two clowns perform their back-and-forth explanation on stage still struck her as hilarious. Su Fei, upon hearing this, once again couldn't help himself and gave Lu Chen a shove on the shoulder. Maybe we should think of a way to stop them? Lu Chen shook his head. Just wait a bit longer. What if there's a surprise? Su Fei didn't respond, rubbing his forehead in complete speechlessness. Alright, let's continue. This next line is quite poignant, Lu Zhe said with a chuckle. Many things have happened between us, but only this matter was never mentioned afterward. Some things in this world are meant to be remembered, not spoken of. Translate this. Gesturing toward Tang Yao, Lu Zhe took out a cigarette from his pocket. This line comes from Assassin's Lullaby. Tang Yao grew excited as he spoke, circling the lectern twice. I particularly love this line, so I included it. I believe Professor Luo will definitely sense that faint tinge of regret and unfulfilled longing from this line. It's bound to move her deeply. A faint tinge of regret, you say? Lu Zhe took a drag from his cigarette, giving Tang Yao a profoundly meaningful look. Explain to me, what exactly is this faint sense of regret? It's precisely that faint sense of regret. Explain it properly? Tang Yao froze momentarily before suddenly becoming serious. The so-called faint regret is precisely the sentence I used to conclude with. Bro, if we don't stop this now it'll be too late. I feel Teacher Lu is already on the verge of blowing his top. Su Fei said to Lu Chen with a worried expression.
At this point, not even the great Luo Immortal could save this situation. Lu Chen shook his head and muttered something, then buried his face deeper into the book. How embarrassing. Oh, the last sentence? Lu Zhe picked up the paper, glanced at it, and read aloud with a chuckle. Twilight Star, to me, your heart is like an impenetrable fortress, but that's alright. Long ago, I was a lonely wall-gazer, but from today onward, I shall be your wall-breaker. I'll shatter your walls and vanquish your demons. So be it. How profound. How magnificent. Lu Zhe crumpled the love letter personally written by Tang Yao into a ball and threw it away as he spoke. Springing up from his chair in one swift motion, he grabbed the pointer from the desk. Taking a step forward, he brought it down with a sharp crack across Tang Yao's backside. Wall facer. Wall breaker. I'll teach you to face for me. I'll teach you to break for me. Still hiding the sky with slaughter, still the demon heart of the great Tao, I'll make you kill for me. I'll make you demonize for me. Lu Zhe chased while Tang Yao ran. All his earlier arrogance and dominance had now turned to bitter pain as he clutched his backside. He couldn't understand where he'd gone wrong. Shouldn't such classic quotes combined make saving a love relationship rather simple? Until this moment arrived. Staring at Teacher Lu's murderous expression and the classmates beneath the lecture podium who were laughing uncontrollably, the chubby kid finally understood. So it turns out, in novels, everything's fucking lies. Chapter 75, to get to the point, let's collect all phones first. The classroom erupted into laughter long ago. Having gone through elementary school, middle school, and high school, after so many years of education, they had finally caught sight of an enormous escapee from the school's strict supervision today. Love letters, many have written them, and many have seen them. Straightforward ones, profound ones, ornate ones, tacky ones. Different writing styles are nothing new to everyone. But a love letter blending fantasy, sci-fi and urban elements like Tang Yao's was truly their first encounter. How should I put it? Thank goodness Teacher Lu and Teacher Luo didn't end up together, otherwise, seeing this customized love letter would have made an amicable breakup the best possible outcome. If Teacher Luo had taken it the wrong way, she might have sent both Teacher Lu and Tang Yao straight to the psychiatric hospital with a wave of her hand. Tang Yao's path as a writer could very well begin from this moment. He could totally write a book and title it Teaching Love Letters in a Mental Hospital. Becoming an acclaimed author overnight is just around the corner. At the podium, Lu Zhe finally stopped hunting down Tang Yao, tossing the pointer onto the lectern. He glanced at Tang Yao, whose face was flushed red as he rubbed his sore rear end. Get down! Tang Yao hunched his shoulders and then hastily scurried off the stage in embarrassment. Lu Zhe unscrewed his thermos and took a couple of sips of water. He smiled and scanned the classroom. The essay appreciation session is over for now. Let's talk about our thoughts. Lu Chen, come on, you first. Oh crap. Hearing Lu Zhe call his name, Lu Chen's heart sank as he shakily rose to his feet. Whether he's a Casanova or a scoundrel, everyone has their weaknesses. And Lu Chen's weakness is being terrified of answering questions in class. No matter how smooth-talking he usually is when chatting with girls, the moment this happens, he becomes completely stiff and awkward. Although this article is concise and powerful, but powerful, concise. Forget it, sit down. Hearing the boy's incoherent response, Lu Zhe furrowed his brows. Listening to your speech is like listening to a speech, nothing but nonsense. What kind of drivel are you spouting? Lu Chen scratched his head and sat back down in his seat with a frustrated expression. He picked up a book to cover his face. Alright, Tang Yao, come to my office after class for some personal tutoring. For the remaining time, let's do two things, Lu Zhe said while directing his gaze toward Luo Wanqing, who was sitting rigidly upright below. First, let me announce something to everyone. After discussions with Teacher Luo, starting from this afternoon's extracurricular activities, our two classes will begin integrated teaching. Our class will first send 4 students to join the study group in Teacher Luo's class, while 4 students from Teacher Luo's class will participate in our extracurricular teaching. As for what will be taught, Lu Zhe paused here with a smile. We'll just have to see the true capabilities of these selected students, won't we? Looking at Lu Zhe's enigmatic half-smile on the podium, Luo Wanqing silently mourned for a few seconds for the students from her class who were about to be sent over. I hope they can, return without being too depressed. The second matter, Lu Zhe thought for a moment and began to speak. According to the school's requirements, this year each of our classes needs to carry out some extracurricular projects and purchase some teaching materials. So, we'll need everyone to chip in for class funds, 50 yuan per person, to be handed to the class monitor by tomorrow before school ends. As Lu Zhe spoke, he glanced at Zhao Li, who nodded at him in response. Alright, let's leave it at that, Lu Zhe casually remarked, glancing at his watch. There's still some time left, let me think if there's anything else. As he spoke, he stepped down from the podium and walked into the aisle. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot about this major thing. Casually pulling his phone from his pocket, Lu Zhe spoke while walking. The school wants us to verify some information, it's super important, concerning your college entrance exams next year. I've posted it in the class group chat. check it out quickly. Beep, beep, a series of QQ notification sounds echoed through the classroom. Unprepared students all took out their phones and opened the class group chat. Then, after a brief moment of silence lasting just a few seconds, laughter erupted loud enough to lift the roof, because what they saw was that the photo Lu Zhe had sent to the group chat wasn't any information needing verification at all, but in some dark little alley. The boy named Lu Chen, blushing with embarrassment, wore a curly wig on his head and stockings on his legs, his hands clutching at his pink mini princess skirt. Facing an unseen camera, he flirtatiously tossed out an utterly mesmerizing wink. Good heavens, man, I'm dying of laughter here, bro. Never would have guessed you were into this kind of thing. Holy shit, it just hit me last time we went to Qingqing together, I actually shared a bed with him. Xiao Bai, you scared me to death. Remember what I told you? Back in freshman year, I kinda liked him. Thank God, he hit it so damn well. Wave after wave of kind compliments and praises poured from the crowd. Lost in the photos, they didn't notice. Lu Zhe gave a small wave towards a certain direction in the classroom. Shortly after, Zhao Li and Su Fei got up from their seats one after another. Starting from the back row, they crouched low and confiscated every phone they spotted. The two worked with astonishing speed and precise movements. In just over 10 seconds, the laughter in the classroom completely died down. The students stared at their empty hands, each beginning to question their very existence. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the podium, observing the bewildered students below. He spoke softly. Always be vigilant, remember that all's fair in war. Now, please turn your textbooks to page 47. Let's study this poem written by the very model and founding father in this field. Chow Chow's short song style. Holy shit, murmured Tang Yao, who'd been completely outplayed the entire class, as he glanced at his equally dumbfounded deskmate. What does this mean? The deskmate pondered for a moment before speaking. Could it be the literary technique teacher Lu often mentions, used to introduce the theme? Tang Yao opened his mouth slightly and swallowed hard. After a long pause, he finally murmured a sentence. This child must not be kept alive. Alright, let's first analyze the background of this poem. Lu Zhe rolled up the Chinese textbook in his hand and held onto it. He walked down the aisle. Muttering the historical context that formed the poem, his hand reached into a stack of books on a nearby table. He pulled out an enormous English-Chinese dictionary from the very bottom. With one hand, he flipped it open and retrieved a phone from a small hollowed-out square compartment. He casually tossed it in front of Lu Chen's astonished face. He said with a smile, though I'm not a scumbag, even my ass could guess that what you handed over was a backup phone. And also, I just can't figure it out. Bring your English-Chinese dictionary to every Chinese language class. What? You can't understand Chinese unless it's translated into English? As she spoke, she lightly tapped Lu Chen's head with a rolled-up book. Tonight, meets me at Osmanthus Lane. Chapter 76, Chivalry often lies in butchers' circles, warmth resides in underachievers' classrooms. When will class end? At this moment, it finally became the sole thought occupying every student's mind in class 13. Weeks of interaction had gradually lowered their guard against Lu Zhe. He had completely forgotten that this teacher confiscated 2 rounds of phones within just the first 3 days of the semester when he arrived in the class. They admitted they had been careless. Watching Lu Zhe routinely pull out that familiar plastic bag from his pants pocket and collect the phones thrown on the table one by one, everyone silently swore in their hearts, if I ever let you trick me with your phone again, I'll be your son. Only Lu Chen remained, watching the retreating figure gradually disappear outside the window, finally revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Quietly sliding his hand beneath the desk, he fumbled for a long while before pulling out a dark object. Hidden inside the sleeve, power on, unlock. Since he's a scumbag, how could he possibly own just one spare phone? Oh, I forgot to tell Professor Lu that phone hidden in the dictionary is actually a dummy model, and the reason he kept flipping through the English-Chinese dictionary during class. Actually, it's quite simple, it was deliberately done for Lu Zhe to see. Psychological suggestion. This trick isn't just useful in romance. It works just as effectively when used on Lu Zhe. Thinking this to himself, Lu Chen leisurely opened the QQ chat interface, completely unaware that Luo Wanqing, who had been sitting at the back of the classroom, had somehow appeared behind him. Leaning down, she watched his phone operations for a while. Then, with a light pinch of her fingers, she took the phone from his hand. Then, smiling at his completely petrified expression, she said, "Sorry about this, Lu Chen. Teacher Lu gave me this assignment, you'll just have to bear with it." With that, she nodded cheerfully at Lu Chen and quickly walked out of the classroom. Lu Chen sat on his chair, holding his forehead as he took a moment to recover, before finally sighing helplessly. These days, do phone confiscations require mixed-gender teams now? The teacher's office. Lu Zhe sat cross-legged on the chair, watching the slightly flustered Tang Yao before him. From under the table, he pulled out an envelope and tossed it to the chubby kid. The royalty check was sent to the school. Why didn't you bring it home to let the family share the joy? The previously uneasy chubby boy suddenly darkened upon hearing these words. They don't know. Lu Zhe nodded. It seemed his guess was right, yet another case of unsupportive parents. That's normal. For many ordinary families, education is the only and best way out they can think of. Everything else is just going off the beaten path. Do you really enjoy writing novels? Yeah, the chubby boy muttered softly, lowering his head. I have a plan. Lu Zhe stood up, draped his arm over the chubby boy's shoulder, and whispered. A long while later, Tang Yao stood frozen in place, staring at Lu Zhe with wide-eyed astonishment. Mr. Lu, will this really work? Lu Zhe smiled. What's the matter, scared? The chubby boy burst into laughter. He raised his fist and waved it in the air. Professor Lu, just wait and see. Alright, let's go back. Looking at the youthful determination on the boy's face, Lu Zhe waved his hand with a smile. Tang Yao picked up the envelope on the table and walked briskly toward the door. By the way, Lu Zhe suddenly called out. How much money did you make from this book? Tang Yao paused, turned around, and somewhat embarrassedly scratched his head. Well, Teacher Lu, this book was a total flop. After writing for over 4 months, I only made about 30,000. Get lost. Lu Zhe lifted his hand to pick up a crumpled paper ball from the table and threw it at Tang Yao. He muttered under his breath. Damn it, instead of learning good things, you're learning how to show off. In my past life, I wrote a campus-themed novel, scratched my head bald from stress, and only earned enough for a few packs of cigarettes. Opening the writer's backend and seeing those numbers made me question my existence. Every day when I'm ready to start writing, I open the software only to see those two idiots, talent without equal and sweet dream of Bai Qing, bragging nonstop. I end up watching them for the whole afternoon without writing a single word. 30,000 words and still a flop, disgusting. Grumbling under his breath, Lu Zhe picked up his thermos and strode out of the office. He walked purposefully toward the department head's office. Classroom 13. There were less than 5 minutes until the next class. Zhao Li's desk was bustling with activity. The students' enthusiasm remained high, and upon receiving Lu Zhe's instruction, they promptly gathered to hand in their class fees. Monitor, here's the class fund, Xinhuan whispered, pulling a 100 yuan bill from her pocket. Oh, wait, let me get your change real quick. No need, Monitor, Xinhuan said in a hushed tone. The rest is for Song Yu, don't tell him, the girl said calmly, glancing toward the window seat. Zhao Li froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. After Xinhuan left, Su Fei approached Zhao Li. He tossed out 100 and turned to leave. Hey, you gave too much, damn it. Zhao Li shouted at Su Fei's retreating figure. Damn it, can't you keep your voice down? Su Fei turned back with an exasperated look and returned to Zhao Li's side. The remaining 50 is for brother Yu. You know his family situation, don't you? Speaking so loudly, are you trying to get us killed? Zhao Li shot him a disdainful glare. That little lady's already paid up, what's it to you? Su Fei was left speechless by Zhao Li's retort. After a long pause, he finally waved his hand dismissively. Fine, I'll cover his share next time. With that, he paid Zhao Li no more mind and strode quickly out of the classroom. The third was Tang Yao, who had just returned from Lu Zhe's office. He pulled 200 yuan from his pocket and slapped it in front of Zhao Li. 100 from me, 100 from UGE. Even as he spoke, he was already running back to his seat. There were still 3 minutes until class started, enough time to finish that last chapter. Hey, that's too much. Zhao Li yelled from behind, straining his neck. The chubby kid didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand dismissively behind him. Got money? Yeah, we've got money. That little bastard. Zhao Li chuckled. He then pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his own pocket and tossed it into the money pile. Glancing sideways at Song Yu, who was lost in thought on his seat, he shook his head with an amused smile. This is the so-called worthless class full of slackers and failures that you all mocked and ridiculed? But what you don't know is, every single person in this class, they are all flesh and blood, with passion and loyalty. You'll never understand, nor can you ever envy. Under the sunlight, Zhao Li spread out the crumpled bills one by one with a broad smile, then carefully wrapped them in a pristine white sheet of paper. Those who casually slam a $100 bill on their table, do they really not know whether they have money or not? On the surface, they act righteous and indifferent. Yet for ages afterward, they would have to share one cigarette among 3 or 4 people, and pass around a single bottle of soda between 7 or 8. Still, without hesitation, they helped Song Yu cover the class fee. Without batting an eye. After gathering the money, Zhao Li got up and walked straight into Lu Zhe's office. As she passed through the breeze-swept hallway, the boy happily chuckled to himself while softly reciting a self-adapted line of poetry. Chivalry often comes from butchers and dogslayers. Warmth abounds in the class of struggling students. Chapter 77, Welcome to Class 13, your first lesson is learning the rules. Class Director's Office. Lu Zhe gently placed the thermos cup on the table before casually taking a seat opposite the middle-aged man. Director, you wanted to see me? The man glanced up at Lu Zhe. You rascal, I didn't call you here for a tea party, why are you carrying a thermos? Lu Zhe grinned.
Drink more water as you get older helps prevent kidney stones. The department head waved at Lu Zhe, pulled 2 cigarettes from the pack, and tossed one to him.
How's the preparation going for what we discussed earlier? My tribute to China?
Yeah, Teacher Chin prepared everything meticulously, even made me a whole plan. The grade-level director spoke while tossing a few sheets of A4 paper to Lu Zhe.
Lu Zhe unfolded them and skimmed through briefly.
He shook his head and took a drag from his cigarette.
That bastard Chin show. Ahem, Lu Zhe changed his address upon hearing the exaggeratedly deliberate coughs from the grade director. Teacher Chin sure is determined to win against me, huh? Even putting together a strategy now, starting to put in secret effort?
You're a great kid in every way, except for that sharp tongue of yours. The homeroom teacher snatched the proposal back from Lu Zhe's hands with a teasing scold.
Go back and prepare properly.
If you really get shown up when the time comes, I'd like to see where you'll hide your face. By the way, I called you here today for another matter.
This is something you'll need to take very seriously.
As he spoke, the homeroom teacher pulled a sheet of paper from a stack of documents and slid it across the table toward Lu Zhe. There's a test in 2 weeks, specifically for sophomore year. Sealed exam papers and cross-grading, the purpose.
The grade-level director said while giving Lu Zhe a meaningful glance. Rank everyone together to motivate the advanced and discipline the laggards. How do you reward the advanced, and how do you punish the laggards? Lu Zhe asked a question. Top performers get bonus notifications, laggards have performance pay deducted, and there's potential for elimination of the lowest ranked. If I recall correctly, you're on out-of-staff contractual terms? The grade-level director asked in a low voice. Lu Zhe nodded. You'll need to be careful, the man said as he stood up from his seat, walked behind Lu Zhe, and patted him on the shoulder. The exam questions are already prepared in the teaching system. There are only 2 weeks left. I hope you can. The head teacher sighed. I'll do my best. Lu Zhe stopped speaking, picked up the thin piece of paper from the table to glance at it a couple more times, then rose from his stool. Carrying his insulated cup, he headed straight for the door. Just as he neared the doorway, he suddenly halted, turned back, and shot a smiling glance at the grade supervisor. All right, I'll do my best. This kid.
The homeroom teacher chuckled with a wistful sigh.
Watching Lu Zhe's spirited figure gradually fade into the distance,
her gaze lingered unwaveringly, as if she had glimpsed a reflection of her younger self.
At the same time,
in classroom 23 of the 11th grade, a silent young man sat against the wall with earphones plugged in, staring at Lu Zhe and the grade director on his laptop screen. His gaze, initially calm, gradually grew somber. No one knew when this youth named Lu Shufei had installed a camera in the grade director's office, nor did anyone know what exactly he had heard in those passing minutes. But, when the autumn wind suddenly rose outside the window and the sky abruptly turned gray, the young man murmured to himself as he gazed at the small patch of sky outside the window.
Rank and yank, ha!
Then he turned his eyes back to the small screen resting on his lap.
After a long silence,
at 3 p.m, Lu Zhe, who was idly playing with fish in his office, was suddenly startled by a figure that rushed in like a gust of wind behind him. Turning around, he found it was Wu Naiwen, drenched in sweat but with an expression of delight on his face. Upon seeing him, Wu hadn't even had time to catch his breath.
Lu, Professor Lu, it worked! I made it to the top 20. The top 20! What's there to be excited about?
Lu Zhe shot him a disdainful glance.
It's not like I haven't watched your show. Making it to the top 20 means jack squat.
If you've got what it takes, bring home the championship for me. Wu Naiwen gave an awkward chuckle.
Alright, when does the round of 20 start again?
This Sunday. Perfect. You still need to come over to my place tonight.
Might need to borrow your stage setup when the time comes. Wu Naiwen took the sheet of paper from Lu Zhe's outstretched hand with a puzzled expression. On it was the simple 2-word title of a song, Boundless Land. Sing this for the top 20 competition to give that teacher Chin a little surprise. Kidding aside, still gotta prepare a goddamn proposal. Lu Zhe muttered casually under his breath. Wu Naiwen immediately picked up the conversation. What's up, Teacher Lu? Did that bastard Chin show give you trouble? You little rascal. Lu Zhe lifted his leg and planted a kick squarely on Wu Naiwen's backside. Let's keep it civilized and polite, alright?
Okay, Professor Lu, don't worry. Come Sunday, I'll definitely give that bastard Chin show a little surprise. Wu Naiwen finished speaking and immediately bolted away. Lu Zhe let out a sudden pft, spraying out the mouthful of water he'd just sipped. How terrible must this person usually be for even students to hate him so bitterly?
4 o'clock in the afternoon. Extracurricular activity time. Following Lu Zhe and Luo Wanqing's arrangements,
Songyu, Qin Wan, and 2 other girls headed to Luo Wanqing's classroom, class 7 of senior year 2. At the same time, 3 swaggering boys walked with their arms slung over the shoulders of a girl with strange makeup on her face, making their way toward classroom 13.
4:05 p.m.
Songyu and the others sat down in the small space Luo Wanqing had cordoned off with school desks. Looking at Luo Wanqing standing in the circle with a bright smile, everyone nodded to her in acknowledgement. Alright, since all our classmates from class 13 are here, starting today, our study group officially sets sail, Luo Wanqing said with a smile. This time, we've arranged for group discussions. Everyone can share their study-related questions and insights to better support each other going forward. As soon as Luo Wanqing finished speaking, a girl from class 7 spoke up. Teacher Luo, I wasn't very clear about the math problem in class today comparing the sizes of 2 sin x and sin 2x. I thought this would be a good opportunity to ask you about it. Luo Wanqing nodded with a smile and walked over to the girl. Wait, what did she just say? Kill some eagle? Xinwan blinked in confusion and nudged Songyu sitting beside her, whispering a question. Songyu picked up a pen and gently tapped the girl's head. Didn't I just explain this to you yesterday? This sign. Pfft, slay the eagle, hee. A discordant voice suddenly sounded in both their ears. Songyu, who had been wearing a gentle expression, stopped writing and slowly raised his head. His face turned cold as he glared at the male student from class 7 sitting beside him, who was twirling a pen with a look of disdain. Think this is funny? Not funny? The boy glanced up at him before rolling his eyes. Songyu froze briefly, then smiled. His grin was so warm, so guilelessly genuine. Classroom of 13th grade. Zhao Li and his companions stood chatting in the open space by the last row. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched voice rang in their ears. Where's Lu Zhe? Isn't he supposed to teach us? The noisy classroom instantly fell silent at the sound of that voice. Zhao Li and his companions didn't look back, merely exchanging glances before smiles curled at the corners of their mouths. The next second, several understanding young men from class 13 promptly moved to guard the front and back doors as well as the windows. Doors were shut while curtains were drawn. By the time these preparations were complete, the classroom had sunk into dim lighting. Zhao Li slowly turned his body around. He glanced at the 4 slouching figures before him, then spoke with a smile. Lu Zhe isn't here. I'll be giving you the lesson today. Our first lesson is very simple, just 2 words in its name. Rules. Chapter 78. How dare you call him Lu Zhe? By seniority, you should address him as grandfather. Rules? Hearing the boy before them calmly utter those 2 words, the students from class 7 exchanged confused glances. Who would dare speak in such a tone back in their own class? The only reason they'd come to class 13 today for this so-called integrated teaching was to show respect for their pretty new teacher. Anyone else? Don't even joke about it. Therefore, even when facing nearly an entire class of students, the group showed no sign of stage fright. After letting go of his hand from the girl's shoulder, the 3 boys simultaneously moved closer to Zhao Li. As they walked, they each pulled cigarettes from their pockets and lit them. You want to lecture us about rules? The leader among them blew a cocky puff of smoke right into Zhao Li's face. 2 others stood behind with looks of disdain, hands stuffed in their pockets. Zhao Li didn't speak, instead tilting his head to glance at a boy in the corner of the classroom wearing a school uniform, slurping noisily from a cup of instant noodles. What are you staring at me for? Didn't I already say it? You guys chat among yourselves, do whatever you want. Hearing instant noodle guy utter these words, Zhao Li suddenly burst into laughter, the cautious demeanor he'd maintained moments earlier instantly transforming into excitement. After taking a large stride forward, he raised his hand and gave the lead boy's shoulder a slap. How do you play? Their words carried a thick undercurrent of eager anticipation. For a moment, the boys from class 7 froze, staring at Zhao Li for a long beat before suddenly bursting into laughter. Play with you. With a thud, before the words could even be finished, the sound of a fist colliding with bone echoed through the dark space. This was followed by a low, gasped ah, and a fleeting spark of light that flickered in the air. The sound, naturally, came from the male student leading class 7. As for that tiny spark, it was the cigarette being knocked flying. The 2 boys behind her were momentarily stunned by Zhao Li's ruthless attack, but they quickly regained their composure. Cursing angrily, they prepared to lunge at Zhao Li. Yet in the next second, both found their necks suddenly locked in the powerful vice of 2 muscular arms. Not a single sound could escape his lips. Bang, bang, 2 more shots rang out. The boys who had been poised to pounce on Zhao Li were abruptly kicked to their knees right where they stood. Damn it! The boy who had taken a punch from Zhao Li earlier finally understood the situation. They who were usually domineering and overbearing had actually suffered a hidden loss today. He extended a finger and pointed directly at Zhao Li's direction. What's this? Ganging up on the few? Planning to take all of us down right here? The boy reacted swiftly, immediately seizing the moral high ground, trying to buy some time to maneuver. But he was wrong. After hearing these words spoken aloud by him, the plainly dressed guy from class 13 suddenly grinned ear to ear. With one hand, he unzipped his school jacket and casually tossed it onto the table, then stretched both arms backward in a chest-expanding motion. Then, under the gazes of anticipation from the whole class, he hooked his finger toward the darkness. Come on, let's settle this one-on-one. Feeling both scorned and provoked, the boy said nothing but followed Zhao Li's lead and stripped off his school uniform.
Looking at the boy standing opposite him, who was a head shorter, he lunged forward and threw a punch. As for Zhao Li, seeing the boy's movement, he wasn't in a hurry to defend or dodge. Instead, he just grinned and ran his tongue over his lips. Lifting his right knee, he pushed off with his left leg, using astonishing explosive power to suddenly leap into the air. The next instant, the boy who had swung his fist was sent flying back to where he came from, exactly as he had arrived. Clutching his stomach, he swayed twice before collapsing to the ground with a contorted expression. A single move, total victory. Ha. Zhao Li chuckled softly as he landed gracefully. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Does it hurt? The air fell into a faint silence at that moment. Only the slurping sounds of the man eating instant noodles in the corner kept echoing. It felt somewhat absurd, and somewhat eerie. This scene unfolded in the empty space at the back of the classroom. It was also a scene that had many people watching nervously. In just the past few minutes, almost everyone had turned their gaze towards Zhao Li. So very few noticed the girl who came in with the 3 boys, the kind who at first glance looked like the big sister type. She had originally been standing behind several boys when, at some point, a boy suddenly appeared beside her. The boy smiled and exchanged a few words with her. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the girl then walked with him to the second to last row. Thus, during the time Zhao Li was challenging alone just now, the second to last row of the classroom was staging another drama. The female lead was a girl from class 7, hands clasped on the desk with her chin resting on them, quietly gazing toward the blackboard with glistening tears in her eyes. The male lead was Lu Chen. Actually, I rarely share these things with others. Casually perched on the stool, Lu Chen rested his head on one hand, gazing tenderly at the girl as he spoke softly. They always say this girl's no good, that one's hopeless, I think they're all complete idiots. As he spoke, Lu Chen reached into his pocket for a cigarette, pulling one out and offering it to the girl. Want one? The girl nodded, placed the cigarette between her lips, and turned to look at Lu Chen. I also think I'm really foolish. I don't think you are. Lu Chen smiled as he helped the girl light her cigarette. He picked up the lighter and tapped it a few times on the table. Giving up yourself, your life, and everything for one person isn't the scariest part. What's truly terrifying is when you believe they'll look back at you, but they only see you as more unnecessary than air. Lu Chen's voice quietly drifted to the girl's ears, and she responded with a bitter smile. You're just like him, both scumbags, full of tricks, playing the same games. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. I won't deny the first part, I really am quite a scumbag, and I've wronged quite a few people, but there's definitely one thing different between him and me, absolutely different. Oh, that's quite interesting. Do tell, what is it? Lu Chen lit a cigarette for himself, turning his head to gaze at the girl, his eyes hinting at undercurrents of emotion. The words he spoke carried a trace of tenderness and bitterness. Even if I were trash, I wouldn't let my girl fall asleep with tears on her pillow every night, let alone become some freak in others' eyes. Just as Lu Chen was speaking, Wu Naiwen, sitting in the row before him with his feet propped on the chair and earphones plugged in, remained immersed in his own world. Completely oblivious to his surroundings, he softly hummed a song along with the melody from his Walkman. Walking home alone under the streetlights, calling an old friend on the phone. How's the weather there? Any news I could laugh at? Memories and I aren't much for talking, though occasionally I still think of him. The song, like a tender blade, instantly pierced through the girl's defenses, perfectly complementing the heartbreaking words Lu Chen had just spoken. The girl, who had been half reclining on her chair, suddenly burst into tears as droplets streamed down her face. The more outrageous a person is, the better they are at disguise. The stronger someone appears, the more fragile they truly are. At this moment, the girl was struck by this song You Must Be Happy, completely immersed in the atmosphere created by Lu Chen. Finally, her defenses crumbled. Covering my mouth, tears broke through the floodgates. I really tried so hard, I made myself cold, I made myself selfish, I turned myself into someone everyone avoids, into the bad girl in everyone's eyes. I kept hoping he'd notice me, that he'd feel for me, that he'd tell me to stop behaving this way, but in the end, he really treated me like I was completely invisible. When I think of him in the dead of night, the flowers he gave me, those heart-wrenching sweet nothings we whispered, gambling with the chips of happiness. Wu Naiwen's singing carries an extraordinary power of empathy, especially when humming these two profoundly emotional lines. The girl's sniffles instantly turned into silent wails. Lu Chen raised his hand and gently patted the girl's shoulder, his voice brimming with tenderness and compassion. It's okay now, it's okay, it's all over, it's all past. Seizing the moment when the girl lowered her head, Lu Chen swiftly raised his other hand and flashed an okay gesture at Wu Naiwen, who was singing with half-closed eyes. The instant he saw this signal, Wu Naiwen grinned and gently faded out the song's final notes. But you must find happiness. Silent influence, subtle tactics, warming yet aching the heart. Only trashy men truly understand other trashy men, and only a true lover can redeem the bad girls who've been hurt by such scumbags. At the back of the classroom, the previously cocky boy from class 7 was now curled on the floor clutching his stomach, writhing in excruciating pain. Zhao Li, having put his jacket back on, crouched down smiling in front of the boy. Let me introduce myself, I'm the class monitor, Zhao Li. As I mentioned earlier, today's integration lesson has just one focus, rules. And these rules are actually quite simple, listen carefully. Zhao Li raised his hand and patted the male student on the neck. Rule number 1, no smoking in class 13. If you smoke, smoke competition. You were just puffing on golden leaves, so beating you was necessary. Rule number 2, Lu Zhe isn't what you call him. Lu Chen calls him dad, by seniority, you should call him grandpa. You just called him by his name directly, so hitting you was justified. Now, got it? Chapter 79. My name is Lu Zhe, also known as Rules. A dimly lit classroom. Intermittent sobs from a girl, faint moans from a boy. And from a certain corner, that particularly persistent noodle slurping sound. 3 distinct voices intertwined to weave a bewildering scene. Several students from class 7 abruptly forgot their purpose for coming here in an instant. Were they here for class? Then why did it feel more like attending a funeral? In other classrooms, windows are open to let sunlight pour in, but in this classroom, the moment our group entered, they couldn't wait to draw the curtains shut. In other classrooms, everyone is discussing lessons and solving problems, but in this classroom, the moment you enter, you get a knee strike and chokehold, taking you down instantly. In other classrooms, students snack on Oden and bread rolls during breaks, but in this classroom, instant noodles? Seriously? The boy lying on the floor, consumed by existential despair, contemplated these observations, torn between getting up or continuing to play dead. The next second, the pungent aroma of pickled mustard tuber assaulted his nostrils. A sidelong glance through narrowed eyes. A cup of instant noodles materialized before him without warning. The young man tilted his head upward slightly. What he saw was a face brimming with smiles, gazing at him with calm yet mildly curious eyes. He raised his hand, wiped it clumsily across his mouth, then smeared the greasy residue onto his school uniform. Hello? The man who had been huddled in the corner eating instant noodles suddenly reached out toward him. Let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Zhe, the very person you wanted to tutor you. The instant he heard those 2 words, the boy's eyes first flashed with shock before he deeply buried his head in his hands. Before coming to class 13, he hadn't been unaware of the rumors circulating about Lu Zhe. He knew this was a male teacher with absolutely no boundaries when it came to strictness. Even such notorious figures as Xiao Yang and Zhang Qi from senior year had, without exception, met their match in him. The reason they dared to act so arrogantly when entering the classroom was because they'd specifically sent someone to scout ahead before coming. Knowing Lu Zhe wasn't in the classroom, they thought they'd take the chance to intimidate class 13. Who would have thought this guy was crouching in the corner wearing a school uniform, pretending to be some insignificant pest? Their attempted intimidation backfired spectacularly. Instead of scaring others, they ended up scaring themselves witless. Hey, lift your head up. Lu Zhe, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly spoke. Don't listen to what that little bastard just said, class 13 doesn't have those weird rules. As he spoke, Lu Zhe helped lift the boy's head up, gave them a meaningful smile. The only rule is me. Then, with the boy looking flustered, gently ruffled his hair. Come on time tomorrow, and don't kick the door again. And the 2 behind you, Lu Zhe raised his hand to point at the 2 boys squatting on the ground, too afraid to even lift their heads. In your lingo, you'd call it little brother, right? The boy nodded, then forcefully shook his head. Each of you bring a bucket of Lao Tan pickled vegetable noodles when you come, the kind with 2 noodle cakes. Just consider it. Lu Zhe rose from the ground. Holding his instant noodles, he walked straight toward the door. Tuition paid. He turned around, pushed open the door, and vanished into the hallway within seconds. Silence, quiet. The atmosphere was eerily suffocating, as if it could swallow a person whole. After Lu Zhe had been gone for a while, the students of class 13 by the windows and doorway suddenly pulled open the curtains together and flung the classroom door wide. Then, as if they'd rehearsed it beforehand, they all broke into applause. The applause was perfectly synchronized. The applause was resounding and powerful, accompanied by the chanted cheers of welcome. Warm welcome, from the crowd. 3 boys from class 7 nearly burst into tears on the spot. At this moment, they all shared the same thought. Mom, I want to go home. As for the girl who had come with them, she stood bathed in the pouring sunlight, gazing sweetly at Lu Chen. At this moment, the thoughts arising from her heart were exceptionally simple. Mom, I want to stay. In this world, the joys and sorrows between people are often incapable of being shared. Take, for instance, Song Yu and Qin Wan sitting undisturbed in the 7th grade classroom. The boy explained the problem while the girl listened with a blushing face. The other 2 girls from class 13 watched with envy. This was hardly after-class tutoring by Teacher Lu. It was clearly exploiting public resources for private gain, getting paid to date. Everyone gazed at Song Yu and Qin Wan with either envy or curiosity. Only that boy who had previously mocked Qin Wan looked at them with a teasing glint in his eyes. During quiet study sessions, occasionally glancing at Song Yu and the others, sometimes lifting their heads to gaze at a certain corner of the classroom. When they withdrew their gazes again, their expressions were filled with melancholy. The boy repeating these motions didn't realize that all his little actions had long been thoroughly observed by Songyu. During a break in tutoring Chinwon, he turned his head and saw a delicate-looking girl sitting alone in the corner, absorbed in her independent study. Suddenly, he understood certain undisclosed matters. He lifted his hand and gave Chinwon's elbow a gentle poke. Hey, do you think guys who are too flamboyant get secretly bad-mouthed behind their backs? Chinwon tilted her head in thought, then discreetly pointed her pen tip toward the boy from class 7 on her right. She leaned close to Songyu's ear and whispered softly, "If it were him, I'd call him an idiot. But since it's you, I'll give you applause." Her face flushed crimson in an instant. The courage of youth is, in truth, plain and simple. A sudden confession to the one you adore. That's all there is to it. Hearing Chinwon's words, Songyu nodded with a smile before excusing himself to use the restroom and leaving his seat. He hurried to classroom 13 and plopped down beside Lu Chen, giving him a firm slap on the shoulder. "Buddy, from your perspective, what's the thing that pisses a guy off the most?" Lu Chen paused for a moment before instinctively uttering a phrase. "Steal his girl, steal his spotlight." Before he could finish, Songyu gave his shoulder a loud, resounding slap. "Makes sense, the first part's whatever, but that second line is exactly what we need." With that said, he lifted his leg and strode out of the classroom. Lu Chen was left utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly for quite a while before finally murmuring under his breath, "Bro, whatever you do, don't follow my example. Who the hell dares to mess with your other half?" And so, time quietly slipped away, bit by bit, within this peculiar extracurricular activity. After wandering along the corridors and circling the playground, they played until late at night, until 9 o'clock. Only then were the group of energetic young men released from the piles of books on their desks. This day, November 21st, number 23 middle school was as lively and bustling as ever. Footsteps after evening self-study, laughter and banter, bicycle bells, teasing scolds. Without the slightest effort, they filled the autumn deep campus, like a vivacious inkwash painting dashed off in a carefree flourish, with those light and joyful figures flitting by. 2 closing signatures were gently written, leaving endless aftertaste and unforgettable memories. Fleeting years. Chapter 80. I'll stop dreaming, just let them finish their dreams. Huanya Plaza, a large commercial district in the southwest of Rongcheng, less than 2 kilometers from number 23 middle school. If the school teachers were willing to spend half an hour staking out this place after work, they would undoubtedly make some surprising discoveries. For instance, those girls who usually consider themselves exceptionally well-behaved might end up happily holding hands with some notorious bad boy they've occasionally heard about, cheerfully sipping a cup of bubble tea. Or take certain top students who've been pinned with high expectations, they're equally famous regulars at some internet cafe around here. In short, for the students of number 23 high school, this place should rank among their favorite relaxation spots, right after internet cafes and KTV parlors. Of course, there are still differences between these options. KTV is suitable for a group of people, while Huanya Plaza is more fitting for a couple. As for internet cafes, they're really only for single loners. Huanya Cinema on the 5th floor of the plaza was among the first in Rongcheng to install an IMAX giant screen. 9:30 p.m. Luo Wanqing and Lu Zhe walked into the cinema together as scheduled. After buying the tickets, they sat in the waiting area chatting idly. "Hey, what do you think this movie is actually about?" "Breakup stories, they're just tearjerkers trading sorrow for box office success. The plot's always the same, a woman gets dumped, thinks her world's collapsed, then some guy shows up to save her." "Ha!" Luo Wanqing ate a piece of popcorn and sighed with a smile. "Like you'd know anything about it." Lu Zhe cracked a smile, his gaze drifting elsewhere. "It was just a casual glance at first, lasting only a few brief seconds. Yet in that moment, I noticed something unusual. There stood a boy beside the claw machine, clutching 2 plush toys while feverishly feeding coins into the machine, his entire expression radiating tenderness. Who else could it be but Lu Chen? After signaling to Luo Wanqing, Lu Zhe strode over. He slightly lifted the collar of his coat. He cleared his throat while standing behind Lu Chen. "Hey man, nice to see you again." The boy before him instantly wore an extremely awkward expression upon hearing that voice. Turning around with visible embarrassment, he raised his hand toward Lu Zhe. "Hi, Lu. What's wrong? Forgotten my name already?" Taking advantage of Lu Chen's momentary stutter, Lu Zhe smiled and patted him on the shoulder, speaking rapidly. "You nobles really do forget things easily, huh? This is the 3rd time I've bumped into you this week, and you still can't remember my name? Damn." Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes instantly widened in shock. He was just about to retort. The girl beside him coldly threw the doll in her hand hard at Lu Chen. She snorted heavily through her nose, then turned and left. Lu Chen didn't chase after her. He just stared blankly at Lu Zhe. After what felt like ages, he finally spoke with a mournful expression. "There's no need, Teacher Lu." "Nonsense, how can there be no need?" Lu Zhe said while giving Lu Chen a pat on the shoulder. "I'm your homeroom teacher. What if your family gets worried with you out so late? Luckily it was me who ran into you. How about I call your mom to let her know, so she won't be anxious? Luz lowered his head as he spoke, casually pulling out his phone. But when he looked up again, the boy before him had already vanished in a flash. Shaking his head with a smile, he returned to Luo Wanqing's side. The girl promptly flung a popcorn kernel at him. Better demolish 10 temples than break up one marriage. How can you be so wicked? Lu Zhe caught the popcorn and popped it into his mouth. Breaking up one marriage to save one person, I'd call that accumulating virtue by doing good. Laughing and bantering, the pair gradually made their way into the screening room, sitting side by side in seats near the center, waiting for the music to start, waiting for the opening credits to appear, waiting for a movie that spanned over a decade, finally making up for lost time. The movie's title, Love is Not Blind. The viewers were two people who had already broken up over a year ago. Ironic, yet brutally straightforward. Rongqing number 23 High School. In pitch-black darkness across the campus, Lu Shufei, who had been living in the dormitory for a long time, waited until his roommates had all fallen asleep before quietly climbing out through the window. Hunched over, he dashed like lightning from the corner of the dormitory building toward the teacher's office building. On the second-floor stairwell, if he remembered correctly, there was an exposed network cable. Clutching his computer, his face was stern and composed. Calculating the distance in my mind, I try to tread lightly. Last place elimination? You're dreaming. In class 23 of grade 11, the boys had always been the quieter and more easily overlooked presence. It was only after Lu Zhe arrived that people gradually began to remember. Turned out there had been such a computer genius in their class all along. Problems they'd scratched their heads over helplessly were effortlessly solved by him within minutes. From then on, everyone would jokingly call him the boss whenever they saw him. Especially those two incidents that happened to Ji Fanmeng. The immense power he demonstrated during those events later earned him a brotherly shoulder squeeze from Lu Zhe, who even shared 2 cigarettes with him. This young male teacher, Lu Shufei thought to himself as he walked hunched over. Actually, the number of private conversations between me and him was truly very few. The deepest memory is that night when our group was walking along the campus path of Rongqing Normal University. Lu Zhe asked him a question. If both Ali and Baidu compete fiercely to hire him in the future, how would he choose? Lu Shufei remembered how he had merely blushed and stammered. Don't joke about this, Professor Lu. Little did he expect that this perpetually smiling man would suddenly fix him with an unusually solemn gaze. Placing both hands on his shoulders, Lu Zhe looked at him with unwavering determination. He said, "Kid, I had a dream about you recently, damn straight I did. Those two Ma's specifically prepared labs for you. One offered 15 million, the other 10 million plus equity incentives. So I'm deadly serious. Hone your skills properly. If you embarrass yourself later by being incompetent for the position, for heaven's sake don't tell anyone you were Lu Zhe's student." That night, the boy lay awake staring at the ceiling until very late before finally falling asleep. Those words that sounded utterly unreal somehow made his heart surge with excitement. What if it actually came true? What if one day he really had to face that choice? Often, change happens in just an instant. But now, the boy crouched by the corner quickened his steps, the smile that had risen at the thought gradually fading from his face. Truthfully, he'd never smoked a cigarette in his life. In fact, the mere smell of smoke made him dizzy. But he didn't refuse the 2 cigarettes that Lu Zhe gave him. He secretly hid them in his sleeve, brought them back to the dorm, and stored them in a small pouch. During late nights when coding became particularly exhausting, he would take them out to look at. Every time this happened, instantly, his fighting spirit would surge within him. Finding solace in objects has always been the exclusive sentiment of literati and artists. He was no literatus or artist, just a taciturn and socially awkward computer enthusiast. Low emotional quotient, poor at socializing, and utterly incapable of expressing himself. The only thing I can do is this little skill of mine. Fortunately, there finally came a moment when I could put it to use. The boy who had arrived at the second-floor stairwell stopped in his tracks. First, he pulled out a small plastic bag from his pocket and gently placed it on the ground. Then he sat down cross-legged. He turned on the computer and plugged in the network cable. The moment the screen lit up, he smiled. He glanced at the plastic bag beside him. Then, with determined eyes, his fingers began flying across the keyboard. Lines of poetic code instantly leaped onto the screen. The boy thought of nothing, simply dismantling one after another those firewalls that were mere illusions to him. His gaze was serene, his expression relaxed. Finally, the moment he breached the last line of defense, the boy let out a long sigh into the dark void. He fished out a lighter from his breast pocket and pulled a cigarette from the plastic bag. His fingers trembled slightly as he lit it. In an instant, the intense sting of tobacco made his unaccustomed lungs convulse, forcing out suppressed coughs. Tears and mucus came pouring out in unison. The boy chuckled as he took the cigarette from his lips and muttered under his breath, "This thing. I just can't get used to it." After raising his hand to stub out the cigarette on the ground, he casually tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and a folder titled Second Year Diagnostic Test Confidential Papers was promptly saved to his computer. Quickly packing up, she sent the files via a QQ account that had only been registered for a day to a pre-arranged contact. The boy closed his laptop and leaned quietly against the wall. He toyed with the cigarette in his hand, as if waiting for someone. Until 5 minutes later, a teacher on duty rushed toward him with a security guard in tow. Only then did the boy smile and flick the cigarette into the darkness, calmly rising to his feet. With an indifferent gaze, he looked at the two drenched in sweat. Smiling, he handed over the computer in his grasp. Then, step by step, under the duo's watchful eyes, he disappeared into the deep embrace of the night. Under the night sky, the boy smiled peacefully, without a trace of unease or confusion from being exposed. That was because, before setting off, he had told himself more than once, "Those dreams I never dared to hope for, I've lived through entirely once in this lifetime. And this once was enough. I am actually incredibly selfish, with inherent worries and fears about many things, but people always grow up. I grew up because of a dream, and I was given the chance to keep dreaming. Now, I don't want it anymore. I will use all my strength to protect the person who taught me to dream, even if the means are somewhat dirty. As long as he doesn't leave. As long as he keeps leading that class full of hopeless students everyone despises." Continuing. Dream after dream. Completed. The night was as dark as ink, seeming ready to swallow one whole. At the same time, in the silent movie theater, a piercing phone ringtone suddenly shattered the quiet. The sound was so abrupt, and so utterly ill-timed. As if making some declaration, the starlight faded. The night invaded.